Even after 10 years, Kang Hansu still didn't understand why he was so narrow-minded. The guy thought that the fantasy world is not a place for introverts and other social outcasts, because in other stories everything happens like that. He was an ordinary man who grew up on the land and was content with reading books and watching movies. They often treated him like trash, but none of them even imagined that they were still alive, because Hansu himself wanted it that way. Now it was the devil's turn, which is exactly the kind of creature Hansu considered himself to be, and he was eager to finish him off as quickly as possible. The guy believed that the locals themselves chose him and called him into this world, which is why they gave him the nickname, the chosen hero who administers justice. But after he showed what he was capable of, he began to be called a legendary hero who saved humanity from the devil. Hansu killed all the servants and finally reached the devil Pedanar, who was sitting on his huge throne. The devil finally waited for Hans, because he had long known that the chosen warrior would soon visit him. Pedanar looked very scary. His eyes were red, as if filled with blood. He was a real lord of the darkness of this world. Hansu has been fighting boring fakes for the last 10 years. Now he has reached the original. It will be an entertaining performance. The devil liked the sparkle in the guy's eyes and his desire to win, and he accepted the challenge of humanity. But before the fight, Hans had a question that he decided to ask Pedanar, trying to understand his motives and patience. He wondered why the devil had remained idle for 10 years and simply watched as his servants died one by one. The devil responded with resentment that all this time he had been sending his most powerful servants to take revenge, hoping to break the hero and restore his power. After Hansu destroyed some servants, the devil sent even more powerful ones, but the hero successfully dealt with them without giving in to weakness. The angry devil thought that the guy was simply lucky and that his success was just a coincidence and good fortune. But Hans doesn't think so. He told Pedanar that if he had come out to fight from the very beginning, he would have been able to get here. During these 10 years, the devil lost many servants and even his property, while Hansu became stronger with each battle, and the devil became his sponsor. The devil considered this a pointless assumption because the guy does not know the politics of demons, and it is better for him to keep quiet. The guy was angry that the devil did not understand his words, because all his years he was tormented by doubts that he would not be able to solve all the issues. But now that he was here, he should not have problems, no matter what. Hans took out his katana and delivered a powerful blow towards the devil, filling the blade with all his determination and strength. At this point in the battle, the tension reaches its peak, the demon rushes at the hero, and their forces collide in an energy explosion. A powerful blow tears the ground in half, creating a deep crack and releasing a burst of energy. After a crushing blow, the devil is defeated and lies among the rubble. Hansu majestically looks at the defeated enemy. Pedanar, raising his head, says that the boy's mighty strength comes from anger for the lost comrades who were destroyed by the demon. But the guy doesn't agree with this. He is firmly convinced that this is the result of his long preparation. Laughing, the devil says that it was a wonderful fight. These were his last words. Hans did not believe that everything ended so quickly. He ordered the demon to rise and fight, but he no longer responded. Before the hero, there is only a defeated enemy and ruins, but he did what he had been striving for many years. He destroyed the devil. The guy regrets wasting his time on this useless devil, but now he wants to return to Earth and be respectful to his parents, find his love, play games, and eat delicious food. But the most important thing is that now he will finally be able to use his comfortable toilet, which he dreamed of for so long. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind Hans, asking if he had enjoyed this adventure and test. Turning around, he saw the dark silhouette of a woman who looked like a goddess, filled with mysterious and majestic energy. It turned out that she had been watching Hansu's journey for the entire 10 years, following his growth and trials. The goddess reminded the hero that his path was far from easy, but he never gave up his dreams and hopes, because he always had those who could support him in difficult times. Hansu learned what love and friendship are and was finally able to defeat the terrible devil. The goddess congratulated him from the bottom of her heart. After congratulating her, she took out her mysterious magazine and decided to show the guy her grades, which he had never seen before. Hans was very surprised. He did not understand what assessments were being discussed. It turned out that the woman assessed the guy according to several criteria. Combat power is the best of the best, achievements are excellent, reputation is weak, the last point was character, and the rating was a complete failure. And a note was written, Hans, why did you destroy all your innocent comrades, among whom was the swordswoman, the queen of the fairies, and the king of the mercenaries? Hansu looked at the goddess in confusion and said that his comrades were an obstacle on the way to the goal, that is, to the devil Pedanar. After these words, the hero became angry, because he considered them guilty. Hansu started yelling that all these 10 years they had been humiliating him. His comrades had interfered in his personal affairs, and under the guise of training they had mocked the guy and neglected his human rights. The guy with his katana still managed to deal with a crazy woman who came out into the street naked and waving a sword. The goddess informed Hans that he had failed the test and that he must accept his responsibility, so she decided to return him to the first day of the test. Were all these tests in vain for the guy? He was upset that he would have to hang out again in this dump where there is not even a toilet with a flush. Hans did not want to meet his comrades whom he betrayed again and betray them again, but such was his path. The woman cast a spell that returned people to the first day of the test, and all that was left of the guy was his katana and armor. Everything started all over again. He found himself on the first day of his retake. Hans was given the status of an amateur hero and assigned a new instructor. Hansu had flashbacks to his school days, when he dreamed of dropping out and finding himself in a fantasy world of knights and magic. The guy passionately wanted to save the beautiful princess from the cruel Lord of Darkness and marry her, building sweet dreams about the future in his head. One of Hansu's classmates mockingly laughed at such dreams, assuring him that it would be much more interesting to invent nuclear weapons and take over the whole world by force. Opinions differed. The guy with glasses believed that it would be better to use the magic of the 10th circle, which could destroy the entire world. The classmates argued animatedly. One claimed that with the help of magic any problems could be solved, and the other insisted that the true essence of the world of knights is military feat and honor. Not knowing the exact answer, they asked Hans himself what he would do if he really got into a fantasy world, expecting an interesting reaction. Hans thought deeply and, to everyone's surprise, imagined a large, comfortable toilet in which he dreamed of being. This was their last conversation, because soon after this conversation, Hansu found himself in another world, full of dangers and magic. He came to his senses in complete confusion, realizing that he was back in the very place where it all began 10 years ago. On the floor was a magic circle, similar to the one used to summon heroes to a strange and hostile world. The guy looked at his hand, grabbed his heart sharply, and was very surprised by what was happening, not believing his eyes. It turned out that over these long 10 years, only memories remained, and all the equipment and even the muscles on the body completely disappeared, as if they had never been there. Anger and disappointment, it was all no joke, 10 years in vain. After all, during all this time, he could have finished school and university, married a beautiful wife, had children, and sent them to elementary school. Every day he suffered humiliation and insults from his partners and entourage, but still did not retreat and returned to this cruel and dangerous world. Suddenly someone interrupted the evil hero's thoughts and brought him out of his gloomy thoughts, attracting his attention. Hansu turned around and saw in front of him a beautiful blonde with green eyes that he had once seen. The girl's name was La Nouvelle. From the moment he got here, she was the first one who spoke to him. Hans knew that this girl was an archaeologist and the organizer of the summoning ritual, because of which he ended up here. La Nouvelle asked the guy to pull himself together, because he did not understand why he was called here. The girl introduces Hans to this wonderful world called fantasy, but the guy saw all this 10 years ago and knows what she will talk about. Without waiting for La Nouvelle to finish his speech, the guy himself began to list the hero's tasks in this world. The first point was that the demon lord Pedanar had awakened. The second, that humanity was on the brink of crisis. The third, that this was precisely why they had called him. The fourth, that they had asked him to save this world. La Nouvelle was surprised that the boy finished her speech perfectly, as if repeating her thoughts without hesitation. It couldn't have been any other way, the guy thought, because it was he who killed the demon Pedanar and reached the epilogue. The girl remembered that she forgot to introduce herself. During one of the expeditions to search for ancient legends, she received a prophecy and therefore called Hansa. Now the hero sees right through the girl, because at that time he was a teenager and lost his head over her appearance. La Nouvelle began to smile and pretend to be nice, trying to gain the guy's trust and evoke sympathy. But Hans was in no mood for jokes. He was angry that she had pulled him out of his usual environment and was now asking for help. From the language of the ancients, La Nouvelle is translated as truth. The guy asked the girl not to throw words about the truth, even if she cannot justify her name. These words hurt the girl, after which she apologized and tried to ease the tension. Hansu called the guard to arrange a meeting with the king of this kingdom and began to prepare for the decisive conversation. But the boy knew that only he in this world could challenge the devil and face the danger alone, trusting only his own strength. Confident in his powers, Hansu told the king not to take him out and to come here himself if he wanted to see Hansu. Such a bold statement shocks the knights and courtiers. They are at a loss and unable to object to the guy. At this moment, everything becomes dark, as in darkness, and an unknown voice appears, reading moral teachings. The voice spoke of humility and modesty, things that Hans despised. The guy asked with a trembling voice who it was, because he had never met this person before. It was a professor who was sent to Hans because he had received a failing grade for behavior. The professor had a special qualification, and he wanted to do everything possible to make Hansu a worthy hero. The hero perceived this as absurd, because he had already saved the whole world and believed that he now deserved peace and recognition. But now he was forced to relearn, to repeat the tests, and under constant surveillance, like a child. Hans was stunned. He didn't even suspect that there were professors who interfered in their personal affairs and destinies. Not only did he have to go through everything all over again, but they also put him under surveillance, depriving him of freedom and peace. The boy could not understand why he was sent for a second test, because he heroically defeated the demon lord and believed that he had fulfilled his destiny. This was Hans's whole problem. He found himself between the past and the present, unable to move forward without approval and control. The professor confidently told the boy that he was constantly making the same mistakes, and that was why he inevitably suffered defeats in battles with the Demon King, but Hans easily defeated him in battle, proving that, as they say, failure often becomes the key to future success and growth. But the hero was never able to fully analyze his actions, because he had not yet experienced the true taste of defeat and the bitterness of loss. He continued to think that the professor came here just to grumble and not for the guy to reflect on his actions. The instructor continued to speak in the hero's head. She said that good people are like water, they never argue and bring benefit to all that exists. The professor expected Hansu to become like an endless sea for his comrades, supporting and protecting them in any difficult situations. Suddenly, the voice disappeared. The professor warned that she would come tomorrow at the same time, and the theory ends there, and practice begins. Hans realized that now the real war was beginning, and with this beginning were connected all the most important tests and trials of his strength. He grabbed his head. La Nouvelle immediately ran up with a worried face, but she was just a pawn. The real culprit of what was happening was the professoress. La Nouvelle reported that transfer magic has not yet been fully researched, and if there are side effects, it is imperative to report them. The guy thought that perhaps this world was a huge school for raising real fighters, where ordinary people were kidnapped and turned into heroes. That school where students are locked in the school and forced to study all day, where people are kidnapped from the ordinary world and called heroes. And yet they are not enemies. Since they did not destroy him immediately, it means that something is needed, so the hero decides to cooperate with them for now. Therefore, the hero decided to cooperate with them for now, realizing that in the future he would need to develop his own plan of action. He ordered La Nouvelle to take him to the king. First of all, it is a struggle for the king's influence. He is not a citizen of their kingdom and is not obliged to obey. If Hansu dies, he won't be able to return to Earth, so there's nothing left to do but find mutual understanding with this incompetent king. The king's servants are still tense, and one of them warns the hero to watch his language in front of the king. And then Hans's thoughts came out. He asked the knight why he was looking at him. Did he want to hit him? But Hans knows that the knight will not touch him because the guy is the only hope that can defeat the demon. The guy was sure that even if he did something wrong, the knight would not dare to touch him. But suddenly from the crowd, he heard someone's voice, laughing like a madman. It was the commander-in-chief of the kingdom, Alex. Hansu recognized this voice and was very surprised, not expecting to meet such a person here in such a tense situation. A huge fist flew towards the hero, aimed straight at his face, and the guy didn't even have time to dodge the lightning-fast blow. The powerful blow shook the air around, and Hansu, being in this body, could not resist Alex and felt the full force of the collision. The commander-in-chief of the kingdom stood over the boy and laughed at him, saying that this was just a test of courage. Hans couldn't resist Alex. He thought about how these barbarians kidnap innocent people and then mock them and give them the title of hero. The guy decides that he doesn't want to be a victim anymore, and this time, everything will be different. He felt in his jacket pocket the only thing, a pen, which became for him a symbol of determination and the ability to change the course of events. Confident, the guy moved closer and closer to Alex, preparing to strike back at the most unexpected moment. Hans delivered a precise, albeit weak, blow to Alex, since his body could not yet keep up with the technique and strength of his opponent. The knight did not expect such a turn of events, and thought that if he had been a little more, the boy would have made a good eunuch, which caused ridicule. The guy was flooded with memories of the first time he met Alex. It was during training during the first playthrough. The knight always beat Hansa like a worthless dog, although formally he was his fencing teacher and mentor. But now, the hero was not afraid, and fought back, feeling the pride and inner strength that had grown over the years of struggle. La Nouvelle indignantly demanded that Alex immediately apologize to the hero. But he, embarrassedly pointing to his torn pants, objected that he himself had suffered as well. Alex challenged the hero with disdain, doubting his strength and body. He promised to apologize if he became stronger. The hero understood that the knight would never apologize, and therefore did not believe his words, maintaining his inner determination. He wondered if perhaps going back in time was not a curse, but a chance given to correct mistakes and grow, an opportunity to let out all the irritation that had accumulated over 10 years of pain and submission. He realized that his powers were gone, everything was reset, but that didn't make him weak, because his experience hadn't gone anywhere. 10 years of hell hadn't been in vain, and it was simply ridiculous to consider them in vain. La Nouvelle and Hansu approached the palace, and the king announced that he demanded an audience with the hero, which he had never demanded. At that moment, a slight smile spread across Hansu's face, foreshadowing new opportunities and unexpected turns of fate. The hero finally reached the main entrance to the kingdom. He slowly opened the large, massive doors. Before him stood a king, shaped like a giant dumpling, sitting majestically on a large throne adorned with jewels. In his youth, this king was a brave and renowned warrior who had gone through many fierce battles and dangerous trials. All the annoying faces of the kingdom gathered in the hall. The prince, the princess, the nobility, the magicians, and the knights each took their place, watching the hero. During the first passage, Hansu greeted the king politely, bowing deeply, but at that time, no one appreciated such a gesture of respect and modesty. Now he doesn't feel the need to present himself in a good light in front of this dumpling. A mentor approached him from behind and asked him to behave more modestly and observe the rules of etiquette so as not to cause unnecessary problems. Hansu did not argue and quietly agreed with the mentor, but deep down, he was thinking only about becoming the sea and completely flooding everyone around him without a trace. According to all the rules of etiquette, the guy nodded to the king and thanked him for the warm welcome, trying to hide his inner irritation and fatigue. The nobles began to whisper among themselves, surprised that the hero turned out to be much more well-mannered than they had assumed, since they had previously thought that he was a savage. Over these 10 years, Hansu learned all the intricacies of etiquette and the culture of the nobility, not because he liked it but in order to survive. Ranuvel was praised for delivering the hero, she responded, beaming with recognition. The king asked the boy if he could see his abilities. This meant he wanted to confirm his status. So far, nothing has changed. Everything develops exactly the same as during the first playthrough. Status opened, level 1, hero specialization, bonus 500% to experience, old skills disappeared, but something was added, for testing courage. The king was curious to know what special talent Hansu now had, trying to understand the newcomer's true strength. The guy, not suspecting anything, proudly replied that his experience bonus was 500%, considering it a normal part. The king was absolutely delighted, because this number was considered legendary and unattainable for ordinary heroes in their world. This means that, regardless of talent, Hansu will develop 5 times faster than others. 1 hour will be equivalent to 5 hours. At that moment, the guy felt like a real chosen hero. He had the talent of a legendary hero. The head of the kingdom realized that this was the very chance to deal a decisive blow to the demons, because a serious crisis had begun in their land. He began to beg Hansa to help destroy Pedanar and save the kingdom from impending danger and destruction. However, the guy thought that it was not only the demons who were to blame for everything, but also the people themselves, and especially the useless Dumpling King, who was incapable of governing. Hans remembers that now he needs to control himself and be humble. The guy kept his thoughts to himself and asked the king what kind of support they will give him. The king hastened to remind him that the very fact of the call was the greatest help. He said this with pathos, as if he expected the hero to fall to his knees and start kissing the floor in gratitude. Hans calmly, without emotion, made it clear that under such conditions he refused to fulfill his role and ordered to find another hero. Silence hung in the hall, broken only by the heavy sighs of the courtiers, and the guy liked the expressions on their faces. The young man rudely told the Dumpling King that he was not even a citizen of this state, and that the king should beg him for help on his knees. The king's servants did not appreciate such a gesture from the boy, and one of them, with an angry expression on his face, headed straight towards Hans. But the guy didn't think long. He accurately threw his pen right into the forehead of the attacking servant, not giving him a chance. Although the throw was not as powerful as before, if Hansu had concentrated, he would have hit the enemy's eye, rendering him incapable of combat. The knights instantly drew their swords and took up fighting positions, surrounding the hero in a tight ring and preparing for battle. Despite the weapons pointed at him, Hans did not stop. He continued to walk forward as if not noticing the blades. One of the swords slightly grazed his neck, leaving a wound, but the guy showed neither fear nor pain, only continued to walk with restraint. Each of the knights understood that if the hero died here, their world was doomed. Hansu voiced the obvious truth. The monarch can be replaced, but the hero cannot be replaced. The Dumpling King tried to regain control of the situation, but everything he said sounded like pathetic excuses. Hansu believed that these savages were unworthy of his modesty, and he wanted to leave everything as is, because they would continue to use him. It was like bringing a dog into a hunting ground and letting it off the chain without giving it any commands and expecting it to do everything on its own. Even the demon lord seemed like a conscientious gentleman in comparison, as he always left a reward for defeating his subordinates. Every time the hero defeated the monsters, he received generous loot, and there was so much of it that sometimes it even became embarrassing from the abundance. But if you think about it seriously, what should a hero who risks his life to save someone else's world eat? Hansu was absolutely sure that even if the knights could destroy him, he would not care what would happen to this kingdom in the future. With a grin, the guy asked the king, or did he still have questions for him? The king gripped the armrests of the throne tightly in rage and reminded that the hero was called to protect their state from the impending threat. The head of the kingdom ordered all the aristocracy and merchants to purchase a magical catalyst and also entrusted Lanovel to summon a hero to their land. Hans made it clear with his calm face and cold gaze that he was indifferent to these efforts and to this whole ceremony in general. The king's attempt to regain control was loud. He declared that the hero now belonged entirely to the state and could not do as he pleased. But Hans sharply responded that if a fisherman caught a fish, he can call it his catch. But he is not a fish, he is a hero, and that changes everything. The princes and princesses looked at each other, feeling how the atmosphere in the hall began to heat up and take on a dangerous tone. And it was at this moment that the hero delivered the finishing blow, declaring that he was going to leave for a country where heroes are truly respected and appreciated. Hansu said that when all of humanity finds out about such treatment of him, they will lose all hope and the country will come to an end. These words concerned not only the king, but also everyone who supported this ridiculous ruler, which added pressure to everyone in the room. It worked. All the nobility and military swallowed, realizing how precarious the situation had become. The head of the kingdom did not consult with anyone, he simply gave in. He asked what exactly the hero wanted. It was a gesture of complete capitulation. The young man listed everything necessary for a comfortable passage, from food and housing to diplomatic protection and magical resources, as well as maintenance of his room where he would live. And with a slight grin, he added a hint at the woman by raising his little finger in a silent gesture that required no explanation. The king looked like he had been flattened into a pancake and forgotten on the kitchen floor. But the hero was not going to stop. The last item he demanded was gold, a lot of gold. The thought flashed through the young man's head that if he had to go through this path again, it would be better to do it not as a victim of the system, but as its hacker, with a full inventory. Hansu and the king were able to come to an agreement, and finally the hero left the castle, leaving behind the astonished faces of the nobility and servants. Professor Morrill came to see the guy. She didn't think that he would be able to do something weird in one day. The professor showed her displeasure. She made it clear to Hans that the king would demand an appropriate return for the financial support. It would be better to have an unfavorable agreement than serious claims. The instructor believed that greed would ruin the guy. It turned out that she didn't have time to watch a specific student. The flow of those like Hansu was too great. Morali's words came as a revelation, and the hero suddenly realized that he was not the only one playing this game. It seemed like entire worlds were created for each person, like training simulations. It was like a single-player game where each savior got their own personal arena. He couldn't believe that he wasn't the only one, and there were many other candidates who were raised as heroes. An educational institution the size of an entire world, designed for one person, Hans had no sense of reality. The realization was difficult. He put off further thoughts, deciding to return to them later, and the professor went to other students. Suddenly, Lanovel appears above the guy's head and asks if Hansa is not worried about anything. The guy started to freak out because she started talking so suddenly and started hitting her with a pillow. Since yesterday, Lanovel was near Hansu, he didn't even pay attention because of what the professor said. It made him worry. The guy wondered what if Lanovel also had several summoned people, just like the professor's students. But Hatsu was the only one. The professor is too busy with the flow of students, which means even now there are many people fighting the demon lord, but Hansu is the only hero in this world. Is the number of exactly the same worlds equal to the number of students? Like an offline game where you are alone and enjoy the gameplay? Hans tries to forget about it, and it is worth thinking about how to quickly return to Earth, because there must be some way to just return. The guy called Lanovel along with him. He was going to get the long-awaited support from the king. He should enjoy it to his heart's content, shouldn't he? The day before, The king, as promised, opened his bloodshed and provided the guy with significant financial support, allocating a large sum of money to resolve important matters. But the king had one important condition, that La Nouvelle strictly controlled all expenses, because he trusted her unconditionally in such matters. Having thought about the situation, the guy quickly agreed, realizing that the decision was logical and fair because in the place of the Dumpling King, he would have done the same. The guys decided to go to the market together to carefully examine the artifacts that could be useful to the guy in the future. As soon as La Nouvelle entered the market, she began to act like a child in a toy store, happily pointing her finger towards the magic ball emitting a bright glow and looking at the hero with hope. He allowed the purchase without the slightest hesitation, fully understanding that the money did not belong to him personally anyway, and that he could spend a little. La Nouvelle beamed with happiness, and a couple of minutes later she was already walking next to him, clutching an artifact the size of a head to her chest. This market was the center of trade for the entire kingdom. There were many things of excellent quality, but the prices were terribly high. All products with the word magical are incredibly expensive. They can be compared to advanced technology on Earth. During the first playthrough, the guy walked around the streets in his school uniform, which attracted unnecessary attention. Hans did not want to repeat this unpleasant experience and decided to try on a new suit that could help him hide from prying eyes and show himself from a different side. The hero's outfit could be considered the height of fashion madness. Patterned shoes, wide sleeves, tights in the groin, and a peacock feather on the hat looked caricatured. Passers-by mistook the guy for an aristocrat, thinking that he was a representative of a noble family, belonging to a rich and influential family of the kingdom. The common people won't treat the aristocrat anyhow, so they'll leave him and La Nouvelle alone and they'll be able to focus on shopping. The guy grabbed the girl by the hand and quickly led her to some place. La Nouvelle was surprised because he was skipping all the famous forges and alchemy shops. It turned out that the guy was heading to the black market, a place known only to a few and hidden from the eyes of ordinary traders and townspeople. At first, the girl could not believe that the chosen hero was ready to take such a risk and get involved with such a dubious place. However, the guy reminded her that even the magic ball she bought was essentially a prohibited item, and in this regard, the black market is not such an exception. Realizing this, she instantly changed her mind and began to talk about the need for moral flexibility in difficult circumstances. The guys don't know how to find the black market because they've only heard about it from rumors. They constantly change the location of the trades. To tell the truth, a new hero who has just come to this world looks very suspicious because he understands everything more than the locals. The guy wondered who he was, to which La Nouvelle replied that he was the chosen hero. It really surprised her how a newcomer who had just come to this world could so confidently head to a place that even the locals only knew about by rumor. He reminded her who he was, his status as the chosen hero, which in itself already suggested something more than just a person with a 500% bonus to experience. If numbers alone were enough, then the demon lord would have been dealt with long ago by dragons, fairies, and other creatures that have lived for thousands of years. After explaining that the true strength of a hero is not reflected in numbers, he put an end to the conversation, and they moved on in search of the black market. The guys went to the local pub. The guy knew that this was where he could get the necessary information about the upcoming auction. Inside, everything remained unchanged. The hum of voices, arm wrestling, the smell of fried meat and overheated beer. The bartender, noticing the guy, spoke first. Behind the polite words was a man with a sharp gaze, trained in the past, a former killer named Tony. During the first playthrough, Hansu was a lost wanderer. Tony taught him how to survive in this world. He was not only a good friend, but also a teacher. The bartender was glad that the guy visited the establishment with a beauty and asked what they wanted to order. Hansu used a code phrase familiar from past experience, a cipher that would unlock information about the black auction. That very phrase was a question about whether good alcohol had arrived, which meant the bartender was willing to reveal important information. Tony replied that a Prevo had arrived, 27-year-old Black Dragon, which served as code confirming that everything was still working and the black market would take place today. This phrase meant that everything was still working and the black market would be today. The Black Dragon was the place where the trading would take place. Also, some information depends on how the bartender pours the alcohol. The guy asked about the quality of the lamb. The bartender made it clear that there was no need to even doubt the lamb. It was excellent. The phrase about roast lamb was deciphered very simply. Slaves would be sold at the auction. For the hero, this meant that the event promised to be profitable and full of interesting offers, since such deals brought together the elite of the gray market. Leaving the gloomy bar, the hero, together with La Nouvelle, headed towards where the black auction was to take place, their steps echoing in the empty streets, and unknown dangers and secrets beckoned ahead. Although they had plenty of time, the journey was still delayed. Her companion insisted that without salad, lamb was not considered a full dinner. This was a small but important detail that La Nouvelle did not want to back down from. Having had her fill, La Nouvelle did not take her eyes off the hero, clearly choosing her words. She was interested in his connections, especially with the bartender Tony, whose appearance made her doubt and wary. The hero assured her that he knew Tony well. He taught the guy the laws of the jungle of this world, and was an excellent mentor who explained a lot and helped to understand the rules of the game. One of the hero's hidden bonuses was the ability to see the status of those around him, which is exactly what allowed him to recognize who was in front of him, an enemy, an ally, or just another thief, which made survival much easier. If you think about it, in the early stages, a candidate for heroism is not able to distinguish between a strong and a weak opponent and engage in a fight that is doomed to failure and defeat for him. La Nouvelle was surprised that the guy had such an ability and asked the guy if he could see her characteristics, trying to understand how much she should be trusted and what to expect. The girl was level 200. She didn't even reach the level of the weakest minion of the Demon King, which made her strength quite modest in this harsh world. But her skills were of a high rank, and despite the fact that she had a frightening potential, the guy remembered the first circle of her future and abruptly ended the conversation so as not to reveal too much. La Nouvelle asked with a shout why the guy had gone silent. The guy said that it didn't matter and they needed to hurry because time was running out and they had much more important things to do. Suddenly, a guy in a red bandana pounced on La Nouvelle from the corner, his eyes burning with greed, and his movements were sharp and dangerous. The young man saw a bag of money and wanted to steal it, hoping that he would be able to quickly escape with the loot without getting caught. Hans grabbed the magic ball and threw it accurately at the enemy, channeling all his strength and concentration into a precise throw. The sphere, filled with magical energy, struck the youth right in the back, knocking him off his feet and instantly depriving him of the ability to resist. The thief lost his balance and fell to the ground, dropping the bag of money. He immediately tried to jump up, but Hans's foot suddenly pressed into his back, preventing him from getting up. The hero was able to scan the enemy with his power. The enemy was 7 levels higher than Hansu, which made him think about the enemy's strength and threat. The guy's stats were much weaker, so he remained in the role of someone abandoned to his fate, without a sensible strategy, throwing whatever he could find. Hans gave the thief a chance to surrender, return the money, and run away, showing that he was not looking for unnecessary problems and was ready to compromise. But he didn't give up so easily. He took his knife and attacked Hansa, deciding to fight to the end, despite the obvious superiority. The hero decides to fight back with his hat, and the feather hits the enemy right in the eye, instantly blinding and disorienting him. While he was blinded, Hansu again dealt a strong blow to his opponent's back, not allowing him to recover. He was no longer able to rise from the ground. The blow passed between his spines, depriving him of strength and the ability to resist. The boys handed the body over to the kingdom's guards and explained the situation, without saying that Hans was a hero, in order to maintain anonymity and safety. In a few days, rumors will spread throughout the kingdom anyway, but for now it is better to hide the fact so that it will be easier to move around the city and not attract unnecessary attention. After this situation, La Nouvelle realized that Hansu was very experienced and that he had a lot of experience in fighting people, which inspired respect and caution. For 10 years, Hansu carried out various assignments. He destroyed those who were perceived as enemies without the slightest thought or hesitation. The average level of a normal person was 3, and the thief who attacked them was level 8, although he was neither a soldier nor a hunter, which made his position special. So, apparently, he was a thief and always committed crimes. La Nouvelle was glad that the guy was not without reason destroying rivals and maintaining order. The boys continued their journey to the black market, and after this fight, they decided to check Hansu's level to assess the hero's progress and strength. The hero's level increased to level 4. He liked it, because he just destroyed a thief, doing a good deed and maintaining justice. Most people gain power by stealing or absorbing, like in a role-playing game, which makes the world a cruel and unpredictable place. It was not an easy path, but the guys still managed to get to the black market despite all the difficulties and obstacles. A tall, dark-skinned man came out to meet them and immediately asked if they were clients of a bartender named Tony. Hansu looked sternly at the stranger and declared that he was not a client, but the worst enemy of this very bartender, not hiding his emotions. The man responded with a slight smile and silently led them through the labyrinthine corridors of the hidden building. During the first playthrough, Hansu was unable to uncover the identities of the black market. Their level of security was incredible. Following the guide, they reached a neat 2-story wooden house hidden among greenery and ordinary buildings. Inside, everything looked extremely ordinary. A clean floor, oak furniture covered with varnish. Entering one of the rooms, they saw a magic circle of spatial transfer on the floor. The materials from which it was made were very expensive. La Nouvelle continued to be surprised because she thought that the black market should have been hidden somewhere deep in the capital. The guide handed the boys 2 masks, one in the shape of a wolf's face and the other an elegant fox's. These masks were a must because they completely concealed the identities of all visitors to the black market. Putting on their masks, they stood in the center of the circle, which immediately activated, and the next moment their bodies dissolved into thin air. Hansu was stopped by La Nouvelle, who wanted to use magic to illuminate the area so that she would not provoke the guards. The guy was in this place during the first playthrough. This place is located under the forest, in the western part of the capital. Until one stupid man came here and summoned the devil, this place was used as a black market. A man emerged from the darkness and greeted them, announcing that they had arrived at the territory of a real shadow market. The man explained the rules of the auction to the guys. Masks must not be removed, bets must be made using bells, and only coins and jewelry are accepted. Hans told La Nouvelle not to reveal her identity because her name was too well known throughout the continent and could cause an undesirable reaction. The guide led them through a long tunnel in which magical explosion circles were installed. Violators were not spared here. They entered a spacious, well-lit underground hall. There were a lot of spectators in front of the stage. The black auction began. The first item was a man in shackles, who was introduced as a warrior who survived in the territory of demons. The warrior who offered himself as a slave to pay off his debt was covered in bruises. The guy assessed his status with doubt and realized that it was a scam. The level was low, the skills were weak, only luck stood out from the whole list. It is unlikely that there will be a person who will buy a weak person, but the guests, seized with excitement, arranged a real fight, and his price soared to the sky. La Nouvelle asked about Hansu's plans. Did he really want to buy the best slave and make a comrade out of him? Hans remembered how he tried to save a slave during his first playthrough and deeply regretted it. Rather, he acquired a pain in the ass. She bullied the guy and had an annoying character and hatred for people. The first auction came to an end. The slave was successfully sold to a new owner at high bids. The second lot began, a young girl with soft and smooth skin, who was the daughter of a respected family that was captured by demons. Hans decided not to interfere, Remembering the unpleasant experience with the elf queen in the first playthrough, he decided not to repeat the mistakes. The third lot turned out to be a man in shackles, and his appearance immediately attracted Hans's attention. This man definitely aroused the hero's interest and the feeling that he might be useful in the future. The man had a vacant look and a gaunt figure, the result of long-term malnutrition and constant deprivation. But Hansu clearly saw his true value. The man was level 286. He was a mercenary operating in the north of the kingdom. If you put it in order, it can become an excellent tool, but it is problematic to convince a slave who has lost the will to live. Hansu made his bid without hesitation and won the bidding, receiving an extremely profitable ally for a low price. Lanovel was completely shocked by the level of the mercenary, because he was on par with the knight captain Alex. This remark would upset the future Sword King, but Alex has not yet become stronger and has not received the title of Sword King. The reason why this mercenary has such a high level is quite simple. He constantly wandered and destroyed many different creatures. The guy was given the key to the Kaidens, as well as a contract that formalized his right to purchase. After purchasing La Nouvelle, I thought that they would already be going to auction, but Hansu said that the shopping was just beginning. Once the guests have spent most of the money and the rivalry has died down, the black market begins to offer pitiful goods. There were several bad lots, and the guy thought about leaving because he got a good mercenary slave. A new lot was brought onto the stage, an elf captured in the southern forests of the continent. She was innocent, and it was a second-generation product. The guy froze in place. He really liked the girl and he wanted to get her. Elves are a superior race that contains the innermost dreams of people. It would be difficult to call this world a fantasy if there were no elves here. The hero could not miss the chance to acquire an innocent noble elf and burst into the auction. Because nature endowed elves with long life but low fertility, their birth rate was very low. Elves who lost to people in the fight for lands fled and hid in the very depths of the forest and became easy prey. La Nouvelle, forgetting about her recent nausea, noticed the elf's strange aura, and she was right. The girl's status spoke for itself. She was special. Her high level and advanced skills made her potentially the strongest ally. She was an archer with level 851. If Hansu didn't buy her, it would be a big loss, because her level was equivalent to that of a mid-rank demon. And if you take into account her origins and skills, then this is equivalent to the familiar of the demon lord Pedanar. The other bidders focused only on her appearance, unaware of her hidden power. Hansu confidently outbid other auction players, and the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, and suddenly at that moment, the room was shaken by a loud explosion. This was clearly an invasion, and on a scale far beyond what normal guards could handle. Earth elementals began to emerge from underground, their presence indicating an approaching attack. This meant that the invaders were elves, who used elementals to break in. Without losing the opportunity, the elves began to attack to save their kinsmen. The elves used their bows to demonstrate their accuracy and dealt mercilessly with the guards. All the guards ran to fight the elves. If the guests are injured, the black market will lose its reputation. In the center of the battle stood a tall elf with royal ears, exuding nobility. Using the power of the elementals, she mercilessly destroyed her opponents one after another. It was the Elven Queen Sylvia. The guy remembered that in the future, after the death of the current Elven King after the uprising, she would give up adventures and return to her homeland to inherit the throne. In an attempt to save a couple of her relatives, she led others to death, as she had a bad habit of doing when the guy first passed. The elf's level was quite low, but she had innate talent, which meant that her skill rank was no lower than in her prime. Sylvia continued to deal massive damage to the black market guards using magic. Elementalism was a damn scary skill that could easily deal with enemies. The black market guide shouted at the heroes and gestured for them to follow him to safety. Even in such a critical situation, the staff prioritized the evacuation of clients, which was very professional. La Nouvelle asked fearfully if Hansu was going to save the slaves who were left without protection, but there was doubt and fear in her voice. Hans hesitated internally. because any thoughtless intervention could lead to death, and saving all those captured was almost impossible. However, his mind tenaciously held on to the image of the elf he had just won, and the guy couldn't just leave her in the hands of the attackers. The guy ordered Lanavel and his new comrade to wait for him in the safe zone. On the stage, almost overturned by the explosion, only the auctioneer remained, trying to hide behind the pedestal and wait for the right moment to escape. Hans asked if this elf belonged to him, since he had won the auction, but had not yet paid for the goods. The rules said that she had to pay first, but under the current circumstances, she goes to the guy, and her life is in the hero's hands. The elf followed the guy without resisting, since she was under the influence of anesthetics. Hans had already realized that the invader's target was precisely this slave girl, and that now a battle with the elves lay ahead. It seemed that no one would come to Hans's aid when suddenly a man from the stage pulled a sword from his belt. It turns out that the guy who a minute ago behaved like a jester on stage is quite strong. He dealt well with the elves. The black market guards, who had already finished evacuating the guests, came to the guy's aid. Hans knew what would happen if Queen Sylvia was captured here. She would be put up for sale as a slave, and part of the profits from the sale would be given to the families of the dead guards. Hans sweetly took the slave by the face and told her that if she remained alive, Sylvia would surrender. Sylvia did not give up in this battle until the moment came when the slave was taken hostage. Overwhelmed by guilt for leading her people to the mountain, she surrendered and became a slave after that. All this Hans knew because she herself told him the story. Hansu took off his mask, pressed his left hand to the slave's waist, and kissed her hard. The girl made a weak attempt to resist and tried to push the guy away, but this lasted only for a moment. The girl was worried about Princess Sylvia. She didn't want Sylvia to surrender for her sake. Tears flowed from the slave's eyes. She thanked Sylvia for everything and wanted her to be happy. Hansu, sensing her sincere feelings, instantly breaks her neck, after which she leaves this world. The system reacted immediately. The hero's level skyrocketed instantly. By eliminating the slave, the hero instantly increased his level, because if he had used conventional methods, it would have taken more than 1 year of hard work and struggle. It didn't matter whether you had talent or origin, because to advance, it was enough to simply take the lives of those who were stronger and more dangerous. Although it took effort and great luck, the opportunity was available to anyone who dared to take that path. The black market worker watched what was happening carefully and, without hiding his surprise, asked the guy why he had taken such a desperate step. Hansu calmly replied that he would pay the full amount for it, and that he had absolutely no regrets about what he had done, since the goal was most important. 1 killing of a slave was equal to 5 regular killings, so those who were not aware of the system might think that killing slaves was ineffective. But this was far from the end, because there was still a lot of experience around Hansu that he could gain without stopping there. At the moment, the guy was at level 165 and could now perform actions that were not available to him at level 4. Hansu raised his sword and began to search for his next victim, preparing for new challenges and opportunities that opened up with each level. Almost crying, Sylvia exclaimed to the guy, not believing her eyes, and not understanding how he could do something that seemed to her a terrible act. Despite her screams and despair, Hans remained cold and emotionless, confidently moving forward, as if not noticing what was happening around him. Sylvia tried to attack him with arrows, but the boy easily and deftly dodged each shot, demonstrating incredible reflexes. Hans's body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, because he thought that with an increase in level it would become lighter and more controllable in battle. The new figure, noticing the guy, did not retreat, but on the contrary, showed confidence and determination, preparing for the inevitable fight. Hansu immediately assessed the opponent's level, noting that she was using her skills incorrectly, and her reactions left much to be desired. Her movements were too predictable and monotonous, so the guy easily dealt with her attacks, as if anticipating every step. After defeating another elf, Hansu obtained a high-quality dagger that seemed like the perfect weapon for his further actions. Another elf, seeing how he destroyed her friend, immediately attacked Hansa, hoping to stop his rage and power. The guy with great reflexes reacted quickly and stopped her blow with his new dagger, not letting her even get close. Hans was very nimble, and the girl simply could not keep up with his swift and precise movements, getting lost in her attempts to resist. A few quick movements, and the dagger was already touching her throat, threatening to deliver the decisive blow and end the fight. The guy dealt a strong blow with his hand, from which the girl flew back several meters, losing her balance and strength. He didn't stop, quickly picked her up, and prepared to deliver another powerful blow that could end the fight. The other elves tried to stop Hans by attacking him with fire magic, leaving burns on his back, but he ignored the pain. The guy ignored the wounds, lifted the girl up, and hit her with another force, after which she could no longer get up. At that moment, the other elves concentrated all the power of their spells on the guy, trying to break his will and strength. Without thinking, Hansu picked up the body of the fallen elf and covered himself with it, jokingly calling it the Elven meat shield of friendship. The boy attacked his enemies, taking the elf's dagger in his hands, which turned out to be the perfect weapon to combat their power. He immediately stabbed this large dagger straight into one of the girls, trying to end the fight as quickly as possible. Although the girl was still breathing, Hansu finished her off, because if she died on her own, without his participation, then the experience intended for him would simply disappear. The elves died one after another, but they did not give up and continued to attack fiercely, despite losses and fatigue. The elves did not stop for a second. They could not just take and forgive the guy, because anger and resentment penetrated deep into their souls. They are easily influenced by emotions, because due to their long life they form a single community, which gradually turns into one big family. This becomes both their strength and their weakness, as the loss of loved ones causes them to lose their cool, opening a hole in their defenses and weakening their cohesion. During this time, the black market servants continued to help the boy survive and fought with the elves, supporting his interests in a brutal confrontation. The guy was unhappy with such help, because he wanted to cope with challenges on his own and gain more experience for further growth. Even when cornered, the elves remained powerful thanks to their magic, which was their main weapon and support in battle. There was no room for caution for Hans now. He had to fight bravely to level up and prepare for the challenges ahead. As the boy was trying to collect his thoughts, an elf suddenly appeared from the side and quickly cut off his finger, causing pain and shock. He quickly responded with a brutal attack to force the offender to compensate for the damage done with her experience and strength. Taking half of his finger, the guy tried to carefully insert it into place, not wanting to lose a drop of valuable flesh. Sylvia watched this and wondered if this guy was a demon. So unusual did his appearance and endurance seem to her. Her face changed, and instead of rage, fear froze there because she did not expect such fortitude and determination from her opponent. Hansu's intervention changed the course of events, and the black market criminals failed to take a hostage or break the will of the unwavering Elven princess. The guy scanned Sylvia and saw that her level had risen by several notches at once, indicating that many lives had been taken. At the same time, the level of the hero himself increased, who gratefully accepted the experience given by the elves for the sake of a common goal. There was only one flask of experience left, and he couldn't afford to miss this last opportunity for improvement. The princess called out to the forces of nature in a stern voice, and her cry sounded like a death sentence, declaring that they would perish along with her. Sylvia intended to destroy the entire black market and take with her anyone who dared to stand in her way, sparing no one. She clearly had no plans to leave behind the bodies of her fallen comrades who had followed her to the very end, as their remains were highly valued as magical components, and blood and bones, symbolizing purity, served as powerful tools in magic. The princess planned to destroy the cave with the help of the earth elementals, intending to remain buried forever with her loyal brothers and enemies. In a rage, she blamed the demon for the defeat, but he calmly replied that it was she who had dragged the allies into a disastrous catastrophe. The girl released the elementals on the boy, but they suddenly stopped and ignored her requests, which deeply shocked her. She was betrayed by the elementals and could not understand why they began to protect the hero, and not her, who considered them her own. Cold-bloodedly plunging a stiletto into the heart of the stunned elven princess, the boy explained that the elementals preferred a hero to her hypocritical friendship and saw her as nothing more than a tool. Elementals love nature and cannot protect it without the help of a hero who is ready to defeat anyone who threatens balance and harmony. The guy asked Sylvia not to meet him a third time, stepping on the dagger he left in her stomach, warning of serious consequences. At the end of this brutal battle, the future queen of the elves became another completed step for the hero. For her, it was a truly worthy end, truly great and beautiful, although cruel. Professor Morale appeared and asked the boy if he had really taken the lives of those elves whose bodies were found charred after the battle, because now they had to understand the meaning of their actions. It is said that the union of anger and revenge produces a daughter named Cruelty, who is troublesome and difficult to handle, for good is heavy as lead, and evil is light as a feather in the wind. It seems like it will be hard for the guy to pass this difficult test, even if he defeats the demon lord, because the real test is in his heart, not on the battlefield. Hansu thought that all this was unfair, because the cruel elves attacked first, and he only defended himself, following the laws of survival in this harsh world. Patience brings peace. Impatience brings regret. Perhaps everything would have turned out for the better if the guy could have been patient and not give in to anger. Patience and time are capable of much more than force and anger, for it is endurance that opens the way to wisdom and peace of mind. Professor Morrill asked the boy not to rush, to calmly look around and tell what he sees in this chaos and destruction. The guy saw only his vast experience, accumulated over many trials, which would be enough to cope with the Sword King Alex, the strongest of the swordsmen. A dwarf sitting on a giant's shoulder can see further than the giant, and a priest and a farmer together can know more than either one alone, for there is strength in unity. Professor Morale gave the boy homework, to try to live peacefully, smiling even at those he doesn't like, and to evoke only good emotions. Hans found this task quite difficult, since he was used to acting decisively and without sentimentality, but the professor warned that she would return in 2 days. While he was pondering the task, Lanavel appeared, as always, at an inopportune time, but eager to help unravel the aftermath of the Black Market massacre. The hero reminded her that she had important matters to attend to, as the aftermath of the massacre threatened the safety and balance of the city and could not be ignored. The elves were used as magical materials, so Hans did not want to leave their remains on the black market, where they could be cut up and sold. He could not allow others to profit from this suffering, because he himself had been through a lot and understood the full weight of loss and cruelty. Hansu put all his gold into buying the remains and ensuring they were sent home with dignity, respect, and compassion. Lanavel reported that she had conveyed everything to the Elven king through a magic ball, and an official delegation should arrive soon to organize a decent funeral. The hero breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his plan had worked, and now he was not left at a loss, and his actions were appreciated. Even though Hansu was a hero who could save the world, it didn't mean he would get anything for free, because even heroes pay a price. It was enough for him that no one robbed him, because without money he would suffer from hunger, despite all his knowledge and skills obtained during the second playthrough. It seemed to everyone that the hero was only level 4, although in fact he was much stronger, possessing experience that was difficult to measure in numbers. The Elven king could not even imagine that his daughter was destroyed by him, because no one knew the truth, and Hansu himself said that they killed each other. Even La Nouvelle had no idea that he had personally destroyed the Elven princess, for the hero had no guilt, only a cold awareness of the facts. Alex, a mocking swordsman and a real tank by nature, came to mock the hero, teasing him about his work as an undertaker and wanting to throw him off balance. Hans was powerless against rumors and provocations, So the main thing was not to answer Alex, so as not to succumb to childish antics and not create a conflict. Alex asked what the guy was doing at the royal training ground, to which Hans quietly whispered that he was just passing by and had no intention of bothering anyone. There were only 2 days left until the hero's debut on the royal court, and both opponents were eagerly awaiting this long-awaited moment of meeting. Both opponents were looking forward to this day, anticipating a clash that would show the true strength of each of them. Alex was deliberately trying to irritate Hansa, but the boy remembered the professor's words and decided to smile at those he didn't like, hiding his irritation. The hero said that he changed his profession to an undertaker in order to make a special coffin for Alex, worthy of his great reputation and great deeds. Sword King Alex became very angry and barely restrained himself from hitting Hansa, because inside him there was a rage that was hard to control. Contrary to popular belief, those who possess excellent proficiency do not always become great swordsmen. A swordsman who is truly valued in war is one who can both protect allies and destroy enemies for a long time. The reason why Alex was the Sword King was not only because he protected his allies, but also because he was capable of carrying out solo missions. However, very soon he learns that the hero has a rank that surpasses even the Sword King. Alex told the guy that with such a tongue he could defeat even the Demon Lord. This was the answer about the joke with the special coffin. Hans disagreed, as he remembered the first playthrough and knew that Pedanar was incredibly eloquent. Because the Demon Lord was more eloquent than the boy, and if it had been a verbal duel, the boy would have been defeated. Alex suggested that they could skip 2 days and start training immediately to show the guy who was stronger here. But the hero, not inclined to hasty actions, decided not to rush into a demonstration of strength. He hid his level, deciding that it was not worth revealing the true scale of his power yet. He was already thinking about how he would explain his height, for example by saying that he had visited ancient ruins. He accepted the ridicule with a smile, remembering that before, in a fit of anger, he probably would have reacted much more aggressively, but now he could simply ignore it. If the past Hansu were here, he would have already destroyed Alex. He reached the point where Alex's provocations passed him by like water. Lanavel asked cautiously what his plans were, looking a little worried. The guy thought that she looked a little worried. Had yesterday's incident at the market really shocked her that much? Hans remembered the new comrade he bought on the black market, who was originally supposed to be his experience. Since Hans was warned not to look at his comrades as experience flasks, he will use him as a mercenary. After the slave was told that he would become a comrade of the hero, and not a slave, he gained motivation for life. He began to recover quickly, ate a lot, and looked better every day. This was great news because he was level 286, which was quite a lot. The effects obtained from the levels are very important for survival, although it was impossible to increase the desired status characteristics, as in role-playing games, but still here, everything is pumped up at once. The more the guy thinks about it, the more enraged he gets, because the level he raised over 10 years was reset due to sending the past. And this convinced him that if the teaching staff wanted, they could reset the level or skills at any time. If the guy who got the 5x experience bonus tried a little, he would have excellent skills. But they are nothing more than a figment of the imagination that will disappear if some entity intervenes. The hero abandoned his equipment and magic, seeing how they were of no use if they could be taken away upon returning to Earth, and focused only on science. The same goes for the hero's unique sacred sword, since it is unimaginable that the heroes who returned to Earth after defeating the Demon Lord received portable atomic weapons. Lanavel asked the guy in a sweet voice where he was going. Was he really going on a trip? Instead of saying where he was going, Hans calculated the distance. The journey was not something that could be completed on foot in a day. Even if you use spatial transfer, it would still take at least 2 days. The boys were planning to go on a journey after receiving compensation from the Elven delegation. The hero was not in the mood for long hikes. He preferred fast and safe ways of moving, and paid for convenience and speed. After all, money can buy time and safety. The hero realized this during the first playthrough. The hero had no doubt that the king would give permission for his journey, especially if he promised to return. Although it is possible that the king will send Alex after the boys to keep an eye on them. Hansu was not going to visit ruins, but a powerful being who could give him strength. If the guy's spiritual mentor was bartender Tony, then the being he is looking for could be called a mentor in physical strength. During the first playthrough, the guy met him by chance, but now he can immediately go there. Lanuvel tried to guess who it was. Maybe the old dragon living in the mountains? It was an insult to compare him to a flying lizard that doesn't even act its age. Lanuvel was amazed that the hero could admire someone. It was new to her. But he immediately explained that he respects only those who deserve it, and not everyone. How can you respect magicians who are not capable of inventing even a normal toilet? And while they were discussing plans, a knight approached them and informed them of the arrival of Elven envoys. This came as a surprise to Hans, who had not thought that the Elven matter would be so urgent. Not a day had passed before the representatives of the elves arrived on a diplomatic mission. Perhaps it was connected with the loss of their beloved princess. This even turned out to be to Hans's advantage, since he didn't have to waste precious time on pointless waiting. The hero immediately made it clear that he did not want any ceremony, and he only wanted the payment they had promised for the princess. However, it suddenly turned out that the delegation included the first prince of Elfheim himself, and the hero realized that refusal was impossible. This prince was considered an insanely strong mid-boss, so Hansu had no choice but to go along with it. The hero looked very worried. He didn't know that the first prince would want to come with the delegation. Royal elves, or high elves, are one of the strongest races that have ever existed in this world. Eternal youth was their main feature. They become immune to diseases after leveling up, and there are not many creatures in this world that can stop them. This meant that the royal elf would forever become stronger as their experience continually accumulated. The castle gates opened and a high elf level 999 entered. Hansu's feature allows you to see the level of the others if it is not higher than 999th. If the level is higher than this mark, then an additional plus is shown. In such moments, one can only rely on luck and instinct. Hansu was afraid of this invisible level and believed the rumors, after which he devoted a lot of time to training to become stronger. However, even the demon lord Pedanar turned out to be not as formidable as the boy expected. Based on the danger the boy was experiencing, he considered the elf to be a big threat, perhaps because he was not prepared, as he was for the demon lord. Elfa introduced himself to Hans. His name was Nasus, and he expressed gratitude for protecting his younger sister and brothers. Nasus asked to forget about formalities and call him by his name because he believed that the hero had the right to do so. Unlike Sylvia, he was pleasant to talk to and did not seem arrogant, which was immediately noticeable. Hansu responded with a greeting and expressed hope for peaceful coexistence between humans and elves on this continent. Nasus shared this desire, and after a short conversation they exchanged a firm handshake. Hans successfully took advantage of the moral professor's advice, because there is nothing wrong with being friends with an intermediate boss. Prince Nasus spoke sadly about his homeland. Elfheim was gradually sinking into ruin, and the king seemed not to notice it. Immortality turned out to be not only a blessing, but also a curse. Time seemed to stand still for the elves. The prince admitted that he had spoken too frankly. He must have had too much wine. The prince made an ever greater impression, his appearance, his intelligence, his manners, like a man from the modern world. The cause of the conflict was the transfer of the throne to the youngest daughter, Sylvia, instead of the eldest son. Sylvia had no training, spent her time in entertainment, and was inferior even to mid-level demons. By nature, she was cruel and capricious, and could burn a person for an inappropriate phrase. It is not surprising that Nasus rebelled, because he understood what the rule of an irresponsible monarch would lead to. The prince knew that this would lead to trouble, but Sylvia only laughed at his warnings. Nasus knows that this day will come someday, and its arrival saddens him. Hansu used his ability and looked at the elf's state. It was displayed as satisfied. Although everything is logical, the current king of the elves treasured his daughter, who was similar to him and hated people to such an extent that it could be called a mental illness. Nasus did not want the entire country to follow her path, and he suffered, foreseeing the possible collapse of Elfheim. The High Elf directly asked the hero for help in the fight against the coming evil, the Demon Lord. In return, he promised to provide any possible support from his people and from himself personally. As a sign of trust, he handed the hero Endymion, one of the 3 legendary swords kept in Elfheim. It was a heavy 1.5 sword, uncharacteristic for the fragile elves, but the hero immediately felt sympathy for it. But Nasus soon informed that the sword would need to be returned as soon as it became possible to obtain the true sacred blade. Hans had no intention of giving up Endymion, since the contract was not formally broken until he received a replacement. One of the 3 great hidden treasures of Elfheim, the elemental sword Endymion, the hero was unable to obtain it even after receiving Princess Sylvia's support and defeating Prince Nasus in the first playthrough. Hans found it hard to believe that the sword had come to him so easily, as if Providence itself had decided to reward him without much effort. The one who truly deserved to become king in Sylvia's place and embodied the dignity of Elfheim was Nasus, the wise and balanced one. The hero had no intention of returning Endymion, even though he felt a slight twinge of conscience, because the trust between him and Nasus was more important than formalities. At least until the destruction of the demon lord Pedanar, this sword should have fully satisfied the hero's needs in battle. Nasus was happy to see that his gift really pleased the hero, because it meant that he had made the right choice. But the surprises did not end there, and Nasus took out a scabbard made from the skin of an ancient dragon with rare fibers of magical strength. Although Hans preferred demonic swords for their wild nature, this one had a special potential, but over time he could change it to suit himself. The hero took the sword from his hand, felt some kind of connection. He believed that they would become a good team. Nasus was surprised at how easily the guy was able to hold the sword, because he was only level 4. Most likely he had outstanding strength, Nasus thought. Perhaps Nasus already guessed about the hero's past, and suspected him of participating in the destruction of Sylvia's fate. Perhaps the very act of handing over the sword was a kind of test, a check of the hero's sincerity or willpower. After the important conversation, the Elven delegation went home, observing silence and maintaining a fragile peace. The princess's remains were handed over without incident, although the spectacle left many in the room deeply shocked. The deal turned out to be extremely profitable, because Hans started from scratch and in 3 days became a rich and influential man. He received a decent amount of money, reached level 204th, acquired the sword Endymion, and found several useful companions. Alex learned that the frail hero summoned 3 days ago was already preparing for a journey, and was categorically against such haste. However, the king was sure that the hero had good reasons for this, and after short negotiations, he allowed the training to be postponed for 10 days. The hero and his team prepared for the journey, and Hansu asked La Nouvelle to take him to the magic tower where the teleportation circle was located. The girl jokingly suggested that they go on foot and find some adventure along the way so as not to get bored on the way. But Hans didn't want to waste time on chance and firmly asked to simply show the way to the magic circle. At that moment, a slave who had been bought earlier joined them, and after eating and washing, he looked much better. Hansu decided that he could use him as a porter and asked his name so that he could give him the task. The slave replied that he had cast off his former name and was ready to be called as his master wished. Hans wondered what to name it but couldn't think of anything. In order not to waste time, the guy decided to just call him a porter because he would take care of the luggage. The porter accepted the new name with gratitude and then readily followed his companions on their journey. The guys reached the magic tower. Here you could pay and use the magic circle to move. The sage from the first playthrough explained why towers became the choice of mages. The city was inconvenient for research, noise, dirt, thieves, and interference with magical energy. A high tower solved all the problems, providing the mage with privacy. In this world, there are no buildings higher than the third floor, because in high-rise buildings its top will be isolated from the outside world, which will allow magicians to live in solitude. At the entrance, they were greeted by beautiful girls dressed as witches, creating an atmosphere of mystery and magical grandeur. The verification procedure went quickly thanks to a letter from the Pelmini king. They didn't even have to wait in line. The guys entered the room where the magic circle was located. There sat a magician who was lost in thoughts about the mysterious abyss. The mage reeked of criminality, but that didn't concern the guy as long as the mage could properly activate spatial transfer magic. The magician activated the circle, a flash of light, and the year-long journey was completed in an instant. The most important thing is that the guy was freed from senseless and inevitable situations during the trip. Hansu remembered how, in the first playthrough, he and La Nouvelle found themselves in an ancient temple filled with secrets and mysteries that promised to be dangerous and intriguing. The girl, being an archaeologist by vocation, suggested carefully studying the temple, since she could not pass by such historical places that aroused her genuine interest. Suddenly, the temple began to rapidly collapse, and a large piece of stone flew with a roar straight at Hansa, but La Nouvelle pushed the guy away in time, thereby saving him with her selflessness and courage. She quietly said that she wanted to stay by his side until the very end of this adventure and asked him to bring peace by fighting the demon lord who threatened the entire world. These were La Nouvelle's last words on that first playthrough, and they were deeply imprinted in Hans's memory and became an important reference point for him. After the girl lost her life, all the responsibilities and tasks suddenly fell on the shoulders of Hans, who began to do all the household chores for all the members of the group. The guy missed La Nouvelle very much, because it was she who always took on most of the work and worries, making life easier for the rest of the companions. At that moment, Hans understood that he had to save her at any cost, despite all the difficulties and dangers that could stand in his way. The boy woke up, realizing that it was just a dream, a memory imbued with the bitterness and horror of a past that he wanted to forget. Now he perceived La Nouvelle as a guardian angel, because she was incredibly kind, always helped those around her, and saved his life at the very beginning of his journey. The back of his head felt strangely as if it were lying on someone's thigh, but La Nouvelle was sitting opposite him, which caused Hans to feel a little puzzled and surprised. It turned out that he had been sleeping on the porter, who patiently endured such an uncomfortable load so as not to hurt his legs and to help Hans rest. He was determined that he would not repeat the mistakes of the past, as had happened before with La Nouvelle, and would try to do everything differently for the sake of her memory. The girl sighed deeply, showing dissatisfaction, because this journey was not at all like the real ones, full of adventures and dangers that she expected. Hansu was angry at La Nouvelle because they had easily ended up here using his savings, but she still remained dissatisfied and did not show gratitude. The reason he hadn't gotten rid of her yet was because La Nouvelle had household magic and could do important household chores, making life easier for the entire group. The porter noted that La Nouvelle was right, and if one traveled like this, there would be no chance to level up and develop skills, which was essential for survival. The hero abruptly asked everyone to shut up and follow him without unnecessary conversations, concentrating on the main goal for which they set out on their journey. La Nouvelle pretended to be a know-it-all, citing her previous experience, and showed them where the mercenary guild they were supposed to visit was. The guy didn't agree with her, because he believed that there might be a group of traitors there whose interests might not coincide with their own plans and goals. The girl suggested going to a caravan, destroying monsters and bandits, earning money from this, and thus raising the level of their skills. The hero immediately rejected this offer, considering such a part-time job a waste of time, and a caravan with goods would only slow down their progress and distract them from the main thing. La Nouvelle tried to object, arguing that there was absolutely no hurry and that one could allow oneself a little rest during the journey. The hero reminded that the demon lord could attack at any moment, and no one knew when the decisive battle would begin, so they still needed to hurry. In fact, There was enough time because the demon lord was a patient and cunning enemy, willing to wait a whole decade for his victory. La Nouvelle accepted this and followed him without further ado, realizing that in this situation it was better not to argue. Professor Moral appeared before them as soon as they had reached their intended goal and began to read reproaches, emphasizing the importance of the experiment. She was reminded that the path without adventure is not the real path, because development requires work and effort, even despite the bonuses that accelerate growth. The hardest time for a traveler is an empty pocket, but the guy set out on his journey knowing that he had to perform feats to achieve his goals. The hero was not going to get into arguments and disagreements, since his main task and goal were already close and required maximum concentration. The boys approached a mountain village where they might be able to find a clue that would lead to the revelation of the demon lord's secret plot. Hansu remembered this rural landscape, even though he had visited it almost 10 years ago, and now everything looked a little different. At the entrance to one of the huts, he stopped and knocked on the door, intending to turn to Master Malin for wise instructions and advice. It was time to ask the master for help, because the guy needed his knowledge and experience to continue his path and overcome the upcoming trials. This was the place where a great man, Master Malin, lived, whose fame and knowledge spread far beyond the borders of this village. The door quietly opened with a slight creak, and a little girl, the daughter of the village chief, looked out, meeting Hansa with a look full of curiosity and caution. Now Hans finally realized that 10 years had passed since he first found this place, because that girl was no longer a child, but had grown up and changed. And although he came 9 years earlier, all the memories from the first playthrough seemed like just ghostly obsessions, hardly connected to the present. In the girl's hands swayed a strange creature, a slug, an unusual creature radiating a soft, glowing aura and causing both surprise and wariness. La Nouvelle, showing no respect for the slime, looked down on it as if it were something insignificant and not worth attention. Hansu shouted sharply at the girl that this slime was not ordinary at all and should not be underestimated, because there was something special and powerful hidden within it. The hero asked the girl to carefully support the slime and promised that this creature would not harm anyone if it was treated with caution and understanding. Despite her hesitation, the girl agreed, and the slime initially showed resistance, but soon calmed down under the gentle touch of its owner. The slow rocking of this creature inspired a feeling of peace and inner calm, and Hans felt something more in this rhythm, a vibration of the very essence of life. The human body was limited by many weaknesses, joints, diseases, the need to constantly take food and water, which the mucus did not know and did not experience. The fundamental weakness of man was the inability to regenerate lost body parts, and Hans understood that he was a weak prisoner in this body, simply called a body. The slime could do things that humans could not do. It had no brain, but it expressed emotions and controlled itself effortlessly, unlike humans who are tied to the body's autonomous functions. That is why the hero decided to learn from her, because in the second playthrough, he was ready to absorb knowledge, not with his mind, but with his body and spirit, like a sponge thirsting for new experiences. Hans's muscles began to expand, and he began to rapidly gain muscle mass, as if awakening hidden potential and strength within himself that he had never suspected before. La Nouvelle asked in surprise how exactly he achieved such a result, because it looked almost like magic, but in fact, it was not a spell. It was a deep understanding of the biology and rhythm of the slug, a natural process that is difficult to describe in words, but which gave Hans amazing strength. It was natural for a slug to have complete control over their body, so natural that they could not teach it to others, although there were always exceptions. After sensing the rhythm of Master Malin, a powerful technique was created that could spread enlightenment without the need for self-awareness or will. This gentle creature was able to share his great knowledge throughout the world, despite his lack of normal intelligence or thought processes. Hansu made contact with this force, ignoring the master's will, and attained a noble knowledge that changed him forever. The boy was touched by the magnificence and depth of Malin's skill, and sincerely thanked him for the opportunity to touch such a level of understanding. Hansu's skill level gradually increased, and reaching the maximum now seemed only a matter of time and persistence. Professor Morrill came to him and said that it all seemed absurd, even after what she had seen, and asked who would make the effort if skills could be acquired without effort. The guy didn't understand why she was asking such questions, because he didn't care much about the problems and opinions of other people, especially those who hadn't walked his path. After all, he spent 10 years of persistent efforts and was forcibly brought back to get a second chance and prove himself. Hansu said that she had no right to remind him of the need for effort, even if she were a god, so confident was he in his determination. The professor agreed with him, apologized on behalf of the entire faculty for doubting his efforts, and left, leaving Hansa to ponder. The boy became the first to achieve an S rating in combat ability, but received an F in character, which emphasized the complexity of his personality. The professor confirmed that Hans had put in a lot of effort, but for the sake of recertification, the teachers chose to turn a blind eye to it, and she apologized to him again. He had not expected to hear a real apology, and this unexpected moment left him with a slight sense of surprise and respect. Hansu admired the effect that was achieved thanks to the slime, seeing in it a manifestation of unique power and mysterious nature. Next, the guy needed to create an alibi for his level 204th in order to continue hiding and improving. He remembered that he had one good friend in the field who could help with the necessary documents and support. Hans understood that in order to return home, he needed to have high grades in all subjects, and he was confident that this time he would succeed because he was prepared. The guy's combat abilities in the first playthrough were absolutely perfect, so much so that he was able to defeat the Demon Lord himself on his own and without outside help, demonstrating incredible strength and skill in combat. He also had no problems with achievements and reputation, since all these long years he was exploited by the duty of a hero, sending him on a variety of quests, trials, and dangerous adventures around the world. But now Hans wanted to end this endless hell as quickly as possible, although his reputation skill was still suffering greatly and required immediate improvement for further success. Lanival asked if the guy had finished what he came here for, since he had already met a powerful slime, a creature with unusual abilities and knowledge. Since something very bad and unpredictable could happen during their travels, they had to be sure to keep the right direction to the capital to avoid unexpected problems. Hansu said that the world is teeming with bandits and monsters. There are practically no real defenders here, and since he and the guys are already in these places, why not clear the dungeon for the safety of the inhabitants? The boys thought that perhaps the hero had finally taken his duty seriously and intended to show true responsibility, but they still couldn't believe his words. It turned out that it was just a joke from the guy, because who really cared about clearing small, insignificant dungeons that had little impact on the overall situation? However, there was still some benefit for the guy in this dungeon, a chance to gain valuable experience and useful resources necessary for further development. During their first playthrough, near the village where Master Malin lived, they discovered a young dragon, which caused much controversy and fear in their group. The boy wanted to destroy this dragon, as he considered it a serious problem for the village and a threat to the safety of all its inhabitants. However, the elf categorically did not allow him to do this, explaining that dragons are creatures close to elementals, possessing ancient strength and wisdom. All his comrades were also against him destroying the dragon, fearing possible consequences and complications for himself and those around him. Hansu was angry because for destroying the dragon he could gain a lot of experience, which would greatly help him in the upcoming fight with the Demon Lord. But his comrades did not allow him to implement this plan, although they themselves said that it was necessary to destroy Pedanar, but they interfered, not allowing him to become stronger at the expense of the dragon. This time, the guy hoped that no one would stop him from fulfilling his plans and gaining the long-awaited experience. Since the dragon was not actively hunting and was hiding in a cave, its level was low enough, making the hunt more achievable and realistic. Thanks to the dragon heart, which gave a lot of experience, the boy could justify his current level and advance further in his skills. Moreover, it was a normal hunt, so there was no reason for criticism, and Hansu hoped that Professor Morale would not object and complain. The boy believed that La Nouvelle and the porter could become a problem for his mission, as their presence could create unnecessary difficulties and complications. He wondered if it might be better to leave them here and go alone to avoid unnecessary conflicts and risks. Professor Morals would certainly have lectured him if any of his companions had died during this dangerous mission. The guy was most worried that he would fail due to a low reputation score and would have to meet Sylvia for the third time, which he really didn't want. Therefore, Hansu decided that he would go alone, relying solely on his own strength and caution to avoid unnecessary problems. He went into the forest, which at first glance seemed like an ordinary and calm place, but in fact could hide many dangers and traps. After walking just a couple of steps, the guy noticed stupid orcs who couldn't even talk. Large, strong creatures with noses like pigs and bodies like bodybuilders. Most monsters, such as orcs, served as a natural source of experience, as they congregated in areas with high concentrations of pure mana, which fueled their power. A voice came from behind the tree, announcing that these orcs were a scouting party, and the boy turned to see La Nouvelle and the porter following him. He didn't want them to go with him, thinking that they would steal precious experience, but they wouldn't leave, and he had to agree with it. Hansu snatched the elemental sword Endymion, and just its bright shine made the orcs tremble with fear and respect for the hero's strength. The guys also wanted to help, but the hero was adamant and did not want to share his experience, wanting to get the entire reward only for himself. The orcs were low level, but there were many of them, making them ideal opponents for warming up and testing combat strength. The hero rushed forward, ignoring the arrows and spears flying in his direction, showing true fighting spirit and determination to win. One by one the orcs were struck down, and the sword Endymion proved itself to be an excellent weapon for quick and accurate combat with numerous opponents. Several more orcs came running, among whom were not only scouts, but also experienced warriors, ready to fight to their last breath. The orcs surrounded the guy from all sides, but there was not a drop of fear in his eyes, only a firm determination to gather all available experience and win. He was ready to gather all the experience present and hoped that Professor Morale would approve of this method of pumping, supporting his efforts and endeavors. La Nouvelle and the porter were already running to help the boy, hurrying with maximum speed and fully prepared to engage in battle with the orcs who were threatening the hero. Hansu stopped them abruptly, explaining that if they started provoking the orcs right now, the boy would not be able to earn the necessary amount of valuable experience, which would significantly affect his progress. While deflecting the arrows with his own hands, Hansu continued to attack fearlessly, demonstrating incredible agility and strength of body, as if merging with the battle into one. He made his skin hard and impenetrable thanks to the knowledge he received from Master Malin, and easily blocked low-level attacks that could not cause him any harm. Thanks to these skills, his endurance level rapidly increased, allowing the guy to stay in battle longer without feeling tired or pain. No matter how good a person is at martial arts or how skilled they are at dodging, in the real world, one can never know where the next arrow will come from, making combat unpredictable and dangerous. The last orc archer panicked and hurried away from the battlefield, trying to avoid his inevitable fate, and La Nouvelle wanted to catch up with him to stop his escape, but the hero resolutely stopped her. The hero did not finish off the enemy, as he considered him the perfect bait that could lead them to the rest of the orc group, thereby facilitating their overall task. He disguised himself in the green blood of a fallen orc, which became an excellent disguise, allowing him to move unnoticed behind enemy lines and act stealthily. The boys followed his trail and soon arrived in the thick of the orc village, where their numbers were so great that it was impossible to count them all at once. Among them were quite strong orcs, as well as orc wizards whose levels reached 300, and the leader of the colony possessed incredible power, corresponding to level 400. The colony was approximately 7,000 orcs in size, making the upcoming battle an extremely serious challenge and requiring careful preparation. The hero began to deploy his carefully thought-out plan of attack, distributing his forces in 3 directions, while he himself took up a position on the northern flank, where less resistance awaited. Reinforcements could not reach the orcs, since the southern direction was blocked by a wide and turbulent river, reliably blocking any attempts to pass. The orcs had no escape route left, and would likely try to break through the main gate, where La Nouvelle and the porter were supposed to stop them and hold up the onslaught. But in reality, everything turned out differently. These two were just bait, luring the orcs into a pre-prepared trap in order to weaken their forces before the main attack. When La Nouvelle approached the gate, a huge number of orcs immediately rushed at her, wanting to break through the defense, but the girl instantly responded with fire magic. The real battle began, accompanied by powerful explosions one after another, which inflicted significant damage on the enemies and destroyed their ranks with every moment. The center of the colony was deserted as all the orcs rushed towards La Nouvelle and the porter, trying to break through the gates and fight their way deeper into the defenses. If the boy's recollections were accurate, the leader of the colony was in his tent nearby and most likely moved there to observe the progress of the battle and command his troops. The hero, disguised and unnoticed, made his way inside the camp, trying to remain unnoticed in order to reach the chieftain's hut and carry out his important mission. He pulled back the curtain of the tent and immediately saw in front of him an elf who was hanging upside down, like a prisoner or a victim of difficult circumstances. The girl turned to the guy with a request for help, promising in return to give him everything he wanted if he freed her from captivity, not hiding her despair. Hansu felt a bad feeling, as if someone in this place would become an irritant and could seriously complicate the further development of events. The guy calmly asked the girl to shut up, assuring her that he would help her if she did not interfere with her shouting and panic. He could get some benefit from this situation, but he still doubted it, because Hans wasn't going to waste his precious time on meaningless actions. The orc chieftain turned out to be only level 388, although the guy expected his strength to be much more impressive and dangerous. Disappointed, he decided to make up for the missing experience by quickly eliminating the remaining orcs, not even giving them a chance to understand what was happening. Endymion, the elemental sword, shone brightly in the hero's hand, emitting magical energy as he prepared to strike his target. The elf suddenly screamed, accusing Hansa of stealing the sacred artifact, calling Endymion an ancient elven treasure. The hero, glancing at the girl, decided that she had gone crazy, because the prince had personally given him this sword as a token of gratitude. While the argument was raging between them, their loud voices accidentally woke up the orc chieftain, whose power could fall upon them at any moment. Hansu struck first, putting the power of the elven sword into it, and the orc leader, not expecting the attack, staggered and barely stood his ground. Holding the blade to the chieftain's nose, Hansu calmly ordered him not to move, in order to avoid unnecessary pain and to finish everything quickly. The elf, not paying attention to the situation, continued to scream, assuring that the magical artifact was about to be destroyed. The rest of the orcs came running to her hysteria, attracted by the noise, and rushed towards the tent, as if they felt a threat to their leader. They didn't hesitate and used magic spells, attacking the tent of their own leader, without even trying to find out the details. There was a powerful explosion, and Hansu, covered in debris, managed to get up with difficulty, feeling pain throughout his body. The elf almost lost consciousness, and it was her scream that caused this destruction, attracting hostile orcs to the place. Hans looked at her level and was shocked, because in front of him lay an elite, because she was level 892. Without thinking twice, he eliminated her, deciding that such a level was too valuable to miss the opportunity to strengthen. The orc chieftain somehow survived the explosion and slowly walked outside to his stunned people. Hansu approached silently from behind and plunged the knife straight into the chieftain's back, not allowing him to even look back. Hansu defeated the orc chieftain and his experience skyrocketed, as if a flow of energy filled every cell of his body, opening up new possibilities for growth. He felt a surge of strength and confidence, and after the death of the elf and the leader, his level rose rapidly, and he moved forward, not caring about the little things, fighting with every enemy and not slowing down the pace of his movement. The orcs tried to resist with all their might, but their attacks were pitiful and useless. One after another they fell under Hansu's blows, unable to stop his onslaught. The heads of the opponents flew in all directions from the hero's sword, creating an atmosphere of decisive battle and absolute dominance around him. The guy felt like he had regained his strength, as if he had once again reached the level he had during his first playthrough, filled with new power and determination. The orc sorcerers used magic to throw fireballs, trying to surround Hansa with flames and force him to retreat, but it was useless. His body quickly recovered thanks to the skills and abilities he received from Master Malin, making him nearly invulnerable and able to withstand any attacks. He didn't just survive, he quickly improved his defensive skills, strengthening his body and spirit, becoming stronger with every minute. On the other side of the village, Porter and La Nouvelle continued to fight desperately, although their strength was already waning and the situation was becoming more and more critical. La Nouvelle had completely exhausted her mana, and the porter had almost no strength left in his arms, making their situation extremely dangerous and defenseless. The girl loudly called the gentleman for help, but the guy was so absorbed in the fight that he seemed to have completely forgotten about them. However, hearing the cry, Hansu suddenly went to help, throwing back 3 orc champions with one powerful blow, cleared the way, and quickly broke through to his companions. His blows were incredibly powerful, and every step brought a new increase in strength and self-confidence. He noticed that the porter was still alive despite the mortal danger and continued to fight, which greatly surprised the guy and made him take a new look at his comrade. It turned out that the reason was simple. Hansu simply freed the porter from slavery, and now his life belonged only to him, which made their connection strong and unshakable. The boy never expected to hear such words, and it touched his heart deeply, causing a warm feeling of gratitude and responsibility. In fact, he wanted to get such a confession from stupid Sylvia, but now he was glad that he heard it from someone he didn't even expect. Hansu decided to get rid of the remaining orcs who were hiding deep in the forest, deciding to deal with them alone. After all, his companions were too exhausted to continue the fight. He instructed them to contact Prince Nasus and receive a well-deserved reward for caring for the elf who was attacked by orcs and who was helped. But at that moment, Professor Morale suddenly appeared, who objected to the hero's actions, condemning him for cruelty and indifference, accusing him of taking the life of an elf. Hansu perceived the elf's death as something inevitable, as fate, and her body as a source of important experience that would help in future battles. The professor told the boy that if he didn't look for happiness, he wouldn't be able to truly enjoy it, and urged him to try to take care of new acquaintances and value relationships. Hans thought about her words, but rejected the moralizing, because first he needed to deal with the dragon, and then, perhaps, new acquaintances and opportunities would appear. And then before him appeared a chaotic, black, gigantic beast, majestically sleeping in a deep crater whose power caused awe in everyone who dared to approach. The dragon had a level above 1,000, and all of its characteristics were flawless, creating a feeling of invincible power and grandeur. However, the owner of this giant had not yet changed, which meant that the beast remained under the control of the previous owner, and danger continued to hang over the world. The hero was overcome with fear, although his first encounter with this horror had happened quite recently and left a deep mark on his memory. He understood what was happening with his mind, but internally he refused to accept the full seriousness of the situation, as if it was too terrible to comprehend. It turned out that in front of him was not the same dragon that the boy saw on his first journey, and this added uncertainty to his plans. This large black dragon was the supreme dragon of oblivion. He was called Noebius, which brought fear to all the inhabitants of the fantasy world. He was demoted in rank after the revival of the demon lord Pedanar, but according to locals, he remained one of the 5 great disasters. On the first journey, when the hero explored the world, this dragon had already been destroyed, and he had heard only a few frightening rumors about its strength and cruelty. Hans's plans changed abruptly, and he quickly began to run away from the mighty beast, realizing the danger of meeting him. The dragon's condition suggested that his time was coming to an end, and that a young and not yet so strong dragon would soon take his place. But fighting a monster of this level now would be extremely dangerous, so the guy made a choice in favor of retreat. With a cry full of alarm, Hansu ran away, repeating that he had come to the wrong place, not knowing that Noebius was the true owner of these lands. The dragon had skills of the highest SS rank, which meant hundreds of lives were taken away to accumulate experience and strength. As Hans ran, he stopped hearing the monster's footsteps, but looking up, he noticed Noebius soaring into the sky, preparing for a devastating attack. The beast's giant wings blocked out the sun, and it spewed out poisonous breath, covering the earth with a deadly fog. The attack was so powerful that it could be seen from afar, even in the neighboring village, where everyone sensed danger. All living creatures that came under the deadly poison died instantly, leaving no chance for salvation. Thanks to platelets, Hansu was able to quickly close wounds and accelerate tissue regeneration while maintaining his viability. The pain was reduced by endorphins, and Master Malin's instructions helped the hero recover almost instantly after each blow. This was the dragon's skill, poisonous breath and incredible strength, making it one of the most dangerous creatures in this world. The poisonous gas could reach even the mountain village, but the guy didn't care about those around him, and he was only concerned about Master Malin. Hans began to provoke the dragon, insulting him and claiming that he was blind and his skills were insignificant compared to his own. In fact, the guy understood that the dragon would not be able to understand his words because the beast did not have the skill to translate speech. However, Hansu skillfully got on Noebius's nerves, trying to throw the monster off balance and gain an advantage. Until the dragon can strike him in the head, Hansu will regenerate his skin, producing the necessary antibodies for protection. He managed to keep Noebius away from Master Malin's house, but the question remained how much longer he could withstand such pressure. The dragon burned everything in its path, even 2 orcs who were hit by its poisonous breath, sparing no one. The guy was filled with adrenaline and dopamine, and it seemed like he had a new idea on how to play the current situation to his advantage. Hansu raced forward with no intention of stopping, purposefully carving a route through the heart of the orc village as if testing his luck. At that very moment, Noebius, with one mighty breath, covered the orc base with a wave of fire, turning the buildings into ashes and leaving behind a scorched wasteland. Despite the destruction, a few orcs still clung to life, but Hansu did not hesitate to finish them off to claim the experience for the decisive blow. His actions were precise and fast, the poisoned creatures around him could not resist, and the hero only completed what he started, benefiting from it. The bells in the center of the village began to ring out an alarming sound, panic began, and the inhabitants ran in different directions, losing their orientation. Meanwhile, Noebius took to the skies, soaring above the village, his massive wings casting shadows across the fear-stricken streets. The dragon once again released a stream of poisonous gas, aimed straight at Hansa, and this moment became another test of endurance. The hero raised his adrenaline level to the limit to cope with the situation, but this made his vision seem blurred. Focusing on his target, he did not allow himself to stray from the course, and at that moment, with a powerful blow, he smashed the head of the level 600 Cyclops. He was beginning to enjoy working with the dragon. He had never before gained experience so quickly and with such minimal resistance. He began to think that their union could become invulnerable, because as a couple they almost never knew defeat. In a matter of days, Hansu's level had reached 903, and most of his skills were already at their maximum levels. Suddenly, to everyone's amazement, the supreme dragon of oblivion fell heavily to the ground, having exhausted the last of his strength. Hansu looked at him with respect and mentally thanked him for the battles they had fought together. These days had become surprisingly eventful for him. Nobius is completely exhausted and has dislocated joints despite his age. This is the power that makes him one of the 5 disasters. The guy raised quite a few levels thanks to the dragon. As Professor Morality said, new acquaintances are valuable. But there was one problem, and Hans already knew that he would now undoubtedly lose a considerable part of his reputation. Many settlements were destroyed by the breath of the oblivion dragon, and half of the central continent was rendered uninhabitable by poisonous magic. The demon lord had not yet moved, but he already inspired terror in all who had heard of him, and his image frightened more than any enemy. Professor Morale came out with the statement that it was Hans who had become more terrifying than Pedanar himself, and it didn't sound like a joke. She stated that the catastrophe had already begun, and if things got any worse, the whole world would be on the brink of destruction because peacetime was over. Hans tried to explain that the situation was not so hopeless, and that giving up now would be a mistake, because there was still a chance. Showing the map, he explained that even if half of the central continent experienced the dragon's wrath, the rest of the continents were fine, and that was 90%, he believed that there was still hope. Hope is an essential quality for a hero. However, even a famous horse leaves traces. This happened because Hans trusted the memory from the first playthrough. Hansu did not deny this because he thought that there would be a young dragon in the cave, but there was an ancient one. The guy was trying to get an achievement, but ended up ruining his reputation, and now he remembered that he had unfinished business. If the dragon had returned to the cave, he would not have lived long because his strength was at its limit, and survival became impossible. Noebius couldn't even lift his head. His body was so exhausted that he resembled a broken weapon after a long battle. The boy took his sword and plunged it into the dragon's body, but even with this weapon, it was incredibly difficult to achieve results. Most likely, it is because the supreme dragon fought continuously and destroyed half of the continent. The sword went deeper, and the dragon spewed out a whole lake of hellish magic, saturated with the energy of oblivion and destruction. This dragon had a strength that could surpass Pedanar because he fought until the very end, leaving no hope for his enemies. Hansu's level had exceeded 1,000, and a strange mosaic had appeared among his skills, the origin of which was unclear to him. The surprised professor declared that such a thing was impossible, and that this event clearly did not fit into any scenario known to her. The moment when Hans became a true hero and found loyal comrades was supposed to coincide with the defeat of the dragon, but not be its cause. This was not the result of going back in time, and it was simply impossible for an ordinary student like Hans to achieve this. But how could a simple student like Hans know about this? After all, he needed the young dragon for the sake of an easy experience. If he knew that there was a dragon of oblivion there, he would never have gone there. And yet, he overcame him by accident. Hansu is going to find out what kind of mosaic appeared in the skill, since the professor does not want to answer. Dragon's Heart, the source of the dragon's powers, a new skill that Hans received after destroying the dragon, so if you use the heart, you might be able to find answers. This had never happened before, and the main problem was that the professor could not explain the nature of the find. The girl tried to convince the hero not to touch the heart until the higher ones figured out its origin and influence on the world. She promised to sort this out as quickly as possible in order to prevent possible consequences. But Hans did not want to wait because Pandora's box was created to be opened one day. Despite the fear, those who allowed the box to be obtained were the teaching staff. The desire to learn the unknown and do what should not be done led humanity to the development of civilization. Well, now all that was left was to find out whether the hero would be lucky, because he had already made his choice and there was no turning back. The dragon's heart was no bigger than the palm of your hand, but it contained all the incredible strength and power of the enormous oblivion dragon, concentrated into this small object. Hansu swallowed the heart in one sharp gulp, tasting something reminiscent of raw liver with an unusual gelatinous consistency that was both disgusting and strangely exciting. A powerful explosion of chaos energy began inside the body, as if something was tearing the guy apart from the inside, awakening hidden potential and releasing dormant forces. He felt like his body was being torn into many pieces, but the pain did not bother him, because the main goal was to become stronger and overcome all obstacles. Instead of heroic fortitude, Hans simply increased endorphin production, creating a kind of anesthesia, and watched what was happening like a viewer in a gripping TV series. It all ended when a new rank appeared on the screen, a sign that the skill had been activated and was now beginning to bear fruit. Opening the skill properties window, he noticed that the same mosaic had appeared again, but this time with a completely new inscription, which he had seen for the first time and which he remembered for a long time. To be honest, Hans didn't care if the skill had any negative effects. More importantly, it caused panic among the entire faculty who sent people back in time. Hansu returned to the village in high spirits, feeling a surge of joy and inner delight from the strength and new opportunities he had received. There he was met by his comrades, happy, well-fed, and beaming, which indicated that they had not been bored in his absence and had used the time usefully. It was immediately clear that Prince Nasus had given them a generous reward in the form of a variety of food, which brought grateful smiles and a festive mood to everyone. The guy didn't really like what was happening, but since Master Molen was pleased with his friend's success, Hansu preferred to turn a blind eye to their actions and not interfere. The guys began to ask the hero about his plans, because he did not share them and was absent for a whole week, arousing their keen interest and curiosity. Hansu told the legend of the supreme dragon of oblivion who had appeared for the first time in 500 years, causing many to believe that the end of the world was very near. He reveled in his lie, claiming that many heroes had tried to defeat the dragon, but none had succeeded, and half the continent had been destroyed. The hero understood that a little embellishment of the story would help to raise his reputation and earn new achievements, which was more important than the truth. After the dragon destroyed half the continent, Hansu did not give up and managed to deal with it single-handedly, which caused admiration among his comrades. He slightly embellished the events, leaving out the fact that it was he who awakened the dying dragon, setting in motion a chain of fateful changes. The hero's feat caused a storm of delight among his friends, who did not doubt his strength and believed in the success of any undertaking. Hans's lie was perfectly constructed, but it is unlikely that anyone will believe this story except for his close comrades who always supported him. On his first playthrough, the guy at the time was struggling to reach level 10, hesitating and refusing to kill enemies for experience. The hero decided to improve his reputation and already had a plan to catch a large prey, one of the 5 great disasters, in order to earn respect and recognition. Hansu decided that it was his duty to end all of the enemies from the 5 disasters, as one single dragon had already caused an incredible amount of destruction and upheaval. Then he would have the opportunity to defend his name and reputation, becoming the savior of the peaceful inhabitants of the fantasy world and a hero that everyone would remember. But he completely overlooked the fact that there was only 1 day left before the appointed meeting with the king of Alex's sword, and there was almost no time left. The hero was so caught up in the race for fame and achievement that he completely forgot about his only truly important comrade, Alex. Lanuvel told the boy the information that Prince Nasus had given them after the recent events involving the elf. It turned out that the very elf whose body they were carrying was a guardian knight of the Queen of Elfheim, who was on a special mission. The second elf in slavery was also the Queen's keeper, and her presence now became a diplomatic trap. Since common elves were usually around level 100, it became clear that only the guardians had level 800. Hans thought that Lanuvel was talking nonsense and, in irritation, told her not to say such nonsense out loud anymore. He had no intention of interfering in other people's affairs, because in his past life he had already seen what this story of the kidnapping of the queen by demons would lead to. At that moment the boys noticed some suspicious movement in the forest and looking closely they were able to discern a carriage among the trees. The man in the carriage tried his best to escape the pursuit, and the bandits threw various objects at him, trying to stop him. Hansu turned on his power, while simultaneously activating his enhanced vision to see what was happening as accurately as possible. He noticed on the carriage the emblem of the second heir to the empire, as well as the coat of arms that belonged to the princess of the Holy Empire. It immediately became clear what was happening. They were carrying out a political purge against the girl, fearing for her power and influence within the country. It seems that after the death of the emperor, her uncle quickly seized the throne, as had already happened in the hero's first playthrough. But in the previous version of events, the emperor himself died only 5 years later, which made this situation unusual and disturbing. The boy decided to intervene, but in order not to attract attention, he distracted La Nouvelle and the porter by shouting about an approaching dragon. While they were distracted, he activated his poisonous breath and released a cloud of gas that instantly filled the space. The poisonous attack filled the area with smoke, and soldiers and horses fell to the ground before they could even comprehend what had happened. La Nouvelle continued to look at the sky, not realizing what was happening, while Hansu, with an innocent smile, said that he was wrong. He remembered how the emperor, during his lifetime, had tried to eliminate his brother, but he had seized power through deception and a coup. The princess, having told about her trouble and taking advantage of her beauty, quickly received support from the hero's entire group. Thus, the new power in the empire was destroyed, albeit in a rather harsh and not very noble way. But Hans didn't notice that she easily ordered the destruction of enemies, without showing even a drop of regret towards them. The boy's insides sank at the memory of this, and he felt unpleasant and internally empty. La Nouvelle looked back and couldn't understand what had happened, because just a moment ago everyone had been safe and sound. It turns out that in the previous playthrough, after the coronation, the princess became suspicious and manipulated knowledge for profit. But now, in this world, after her disappearance, there will be no more senseless struggle for the throne in the Holy Empire. The current situation allowed Hans to avoid another useless task, and at the same time pay for an old mistake. Sword King Alex showed up, wanting to do some more training with the boy, as he felt that Hansu still lacked true fortitude. After all, the true strength of a hero is not shown in the numbers of his characteristics, but in his ability to stand on his feet, even when everything says otherwise. La Nouvelle intervened in the swordsman's plans, preventing Alex from attacking Hansa, as he had only recently recovered from a serious injury. 2 days passed, and the boys arrived in the kingdom, but even with all their desire, they could not meet the deadline, and were a little late. The Dumpling King was irritated by their tardiness, but seeing Hans's usual smile, he considered the matter closed and did not insist. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived, and Alex's famous training began, which he considered a sacred ritual for every hero. Alex, beaming with enthusiasm, said that Hans reminded him of a baby who had picked up a sword for the first time and didn't know how to use it. As in the previous playthrough, spectators gathered in the arena, and priests stood by to heal those who could not stand it. Alex, with his usual inspiration, spoke about the importance of pain, the honesty of training, and how he would turn the boy into a better swordsman. Due to the tense situation in the country, associated with the threat of an attack by the Demon Lord, training had to be done very quickly. According to the swordsman, the best way to grow is to go through torment and pain, because in real combat there are no easy ways. He assured everyone that he had complete control over the power, and there was no need to worry, because priests and healers were always on duty nearby. Hansu meanwhile scanned his swordsman's skills, noting his level was 292 and his state of alertness. To tease him, Hans began to mock him, saying how could someone like him train a hero if he himself had never defeated a single serious enemy. He bragged about destroying the orc camp and the dragon, causing Alex's veins to bulge with anger and a sense of wounded pride. While Hans was studying the parameters, the The swordsman suddenly rushed into the attack, clearly wanting to catch the hero off guard and punish him for his insolence. At first, Hans wanted to hold out, but noticing the insidious direction of the blow, he changed his mind and instantly went on the offensive. With one precise blow, he disabled Alex's right knee. He fell to the ground with a scream, causing a wave of surprised gasps. Hansu reminded that in a real situation, the enemy will not wait for readiness, but will attack at the most unexpected moment. He began to reproach the swordsman, pointing out his lack of combat experience, and the fact that he could, at most, deal with two weak opponents. Grabbing Alex by the hair, he pointed out that he needed to learn himself and not try to impose his outdated methods on others. The hero continued the lesson, saying that one cannot judge a person only by first impressions, because strength is hidden deep. Grabbing Alex by the hair, he slammed him hard into the ground, silencing even the noisiest spectators in the stands. One of the priests screamed in panic, asking to spare Alex, because in such a state he could be in danger. But Alex himself continued to mock and insult, not admitting defeat, even when the lesson had already been clearly taught. Hans remained calm and confident, even as he kicked him away, emphasizing that suffering must be mutual. As Alex tried to get up, Hansu stepped up without hesitation and delivered the finishing blow, completely immobilizing his opponent. He only calmly added that the most important skill of a fighter is the ability to eliminate the source of danger in time. Right after the guy destroyed Alex, Professor Morale appeared, and her gaze showed genuine shock, as if she couldn't believe what was happening. She was shocked to realize that one person had just eliminated both the Sword King and the Imperial Princess, leaving them no chance. The voice reminded her that one takes off one's hat to the past and one's coat to the future, and she asked if a loser couldn't guide others to a better outcome. Hansu said that he didn't know about the future, but there was no need to worry about it, because no one knew who really got the princess out of the way. The hero believed that his actions saved the innocent inhabitants of the Holy Empire from the suffering associated with palace intrigues and a bloody struggle for the throne. The professor expressed hope that the hero had left the grievances of the previous playthrough behind him and was now acting with greater wisdom and responsibility. A wise man who loses his temper ceases to be a wise man. Even a fool should be given a chance, and generosity remains an important trait of a true hero. Hans noted sarcastically to himself that soon he would probably be asked to forgive even the demon lord for the sake of virtue and high principles. The professor immediately objected that such an idea completely contradicted the essence of the hero, because there is a line that cannot be crossed. Meanwhile, the priest rushed to Alex, and after checking his condition, was truly shocked by what he saw. Hans calmly informed those around him that he had just eliminated the kingdom's strongest swordsman and was prepared to take responsibility for what had happened. Shocked cries were heard from the crowd. People were scared and could not believe that in 1 minute their country had lost such a defender. The hero understood their emotions because that man was a symbol of strength and honor, but he did not hesitate and stood firm behind his decisions. The bright and rehearsed smile that he had been honing for 10 years did not produce the expected effect and did not inspire confidence. Some faces in the crowd did not express fear. Perhaps they thought that the hero was not omnipotent and they were capable of fighting him back if necessary. Even now he considered Alex a scoundrel, and if the opportunity arose to repeat everything again, he would do it without hesitation or regret. He loudly ordered the knights to line up before him, warning them that they could refuse if they were bored with their own lives. No one dared to disobey. Everyone stood in rows, lined up neatly in front of the hero, not daring to show the slightest resistance. Hans told the soldiers that in a real fight, the most important thing is to understand what is happening, and Alex lost because he did not understand this. The boy asked if there was anyone among them who would dare to argue or oppose his words, and silence fell over the arena. Everyone was silent, and that silence was the most eloquent proof that they had fully learned his painful lesson. Once they looked down on him, but now their gazes were filled with respect because everything had changed in this passage. The hero nodded and announced that the briefing was complete, and now the stage of quickly and accurately eliminating all problems in the kingdom began, and noticing the bewilderment in their eyes, he added that it was better not to ask any questions, otherwise the hands that raised them would disappear forever. Hansu divided the soldiers into 2 detachments. One went with La Nouvelle, and the second stayed with him, in order to act synchronously in different directions. La Nouvelle's mission was to storm the Queen's mansion, and the hero explained how to find the closet behind which a secret passage would be hidden. He knew that followers of a demonic cult were hiding behind this passage, and he ordered them to be eliminated and all possible evidence to be collected. He also ordered the Queen to be liquidated if she tried to resist, because in any case, she would face severe punishment. The remaining soldiers were to accompany Hansa to clear the palace of traitors and harbingers of future chaos. The soldiers began to neutralize the suspects located inside the kingdom, following the hero's clear and emotionless orders. Hansu explained that this was his way of paying the kingdom back for Alex's elimination by providing assistance in resolving internal conflicts. The hero promised that he would cleanse the country of enemies and restore order so that stability and peace would reign here in the future. With his actions, he proved to those who previously laughed and criticized him that he is capable of much and deserves respect. Professor Morale watched him with new interest, and Hans asked her to watch carefully so that she would appreciate his efforts. During 10 years spent in a crazy world, he resolved conflicts for free and not always perfectly, but always brought what he started to the end. Now he knew where all the troubles came from and how to deal with them. All that was left was to apply everything he had accumulated over the years of experience. The hero and his knights arrested all the inhabitants of the kingdom without exception, even the arrogant aristocrats who usually considered themselves untouchable. 5 days passed, and in the central square in front of the palace, preparations were in full swing for a large-scale cleansing of the country from those who were corroding it from within. During the first playthrough, the guy realized one of the key problems of the barbarian world, and it was the imperfect level system. The main drawback was that experience for leveling up could only be obtained through limited methods, and everything depended on the degree of diligence in destruction. The hero had no complaints about the real warriors who participated in battles every day and earned their levels through combat. The problem was only with those who had nothing to do with the battlefield. Hansu scanned an aristocrat who was level 116, which meant that he regularly destroyed commoners. The hero was the organizer, but another person was supposed to carry out the execution. The hero asked the porter if he was ready. He confirmed that he was ready to serve. The hero explained that public order, like water in a vessel, requires regular cleaning, and that for this a replacement for Alex was needed, a person with faith, intelligence, and experience, which is what he considered the porter to be. The hero reminded him how much he valued experience and consistency, and the porter, with shining eyes, made it clear that he had learned the lesson perfectly. Now, instead of suitcases, he had a strong spear, and his self-confidence was strengthened by the daily instructions and praise of the hero. The porter destroyed the aristocrats without hesitation, their bodies laying around like dried fish, while he rapidly accumulated invaluable experience. The crowd responded with delight. People rejoiced, because those who had caused them suffering for years were dying before them, and now retribution was coming. But this was only the beginning, because the main event of the day was the execution of the queen, whose reputation had long since lost its luster. She screamed in the square, accusing Hansa of crimes against the royal family, and assured him that retribution was near. Meanwhile, the hero, like a strict judge, voiced his verdict addressed to the queen and her family, not hiding his contempt. He accused her of colluding with demons, destroying people, illegal business, corruption. Their actions brought great suffering to common people, and after that, they dared to call themselves the royal family. The hero considered that she deserved to die and gave the corresponding order to execute them all. The porter hesitated for a moment, because executing the royal family, which was considered holy, seemed unnatural. The hero scolded him and reminded him that mercy based on appearance or status would undermine trust in the country and the hero, because the queen was a priestess of a demonic cult, and her children, the princes, sold the country. The bearer understood the mentor, and her body, limp under the spear, became a new part of the experience, strengthening him as a fighter and as a ruler. The princes cried out in grief, but their history was also darkened by blood. The hero ordered their destruction, which was done. The crowd watched calmly, because the issue with the royal family had been resolved, and no one wanted to defend those who had betrayed them. After all the crimes of the family were exposed, no one had anything against that public execution, since the royal family was brought to trial, so who would complain about the elimination of useless aristocrats? With each aristocrat destroyed, the porter's level rose. He had already reached 325th. He had gained 40 levels in those days. Now all he needed was a faithful woman, because Hansu was going to make a king out of him instead of an arrogant dumpling. Hansu believed that the porter would become a real king who would bring peace and tranquility to the kingdom. The old king was rendered useless after the queen was removed, and all his power evaporated with her fall. The hero thought that the role of the porter's wife would be perfectly suited to the princess, the daughter of the queen who was executed. The porter was embarrassed, because it was he who destroyed her family, but the hero explained that it was not a reprisal, but an execution, a necessary measure for the sake of justice. He assured that now all the executed people live in the heart of the porter, as an experience, and this makes them one family. The princess, tainted by her origin and fate, was no longer the same as before, and the hero considered that he and the porter were now quite suitable for each other. The porter was still worried. He thought that he might be poisoned on the very first night. News of the great purge carried out by the hero spread rapidly across the continent, causing panic and anxious whispers among the rulers of neighboring lands. Meanwhile, in the wedding hall, neighboring states, not wanting to be next on the hero's list of visitors, hastily expressed their ardent love and devotion. One of the empires gave the guy luxurious armor and a mountain of gold, hoping that he would forget about them and not interfere in their internal affairs. Hans accepted their gifts with a wide, almost sincere smile, portraying a satisfied and grateful man who liked all this. Another empire presented the hero with a princess in a low-cut dress and a faraway look, because, as far as they knew, he was still unmarried. Hansu splashed around in the gifted gold and thought about the strange pattern of why all the powers simultaneously felt guilty. Lanovel found it suspicious that the hero was in high spirits, and she did not like the way he dived with pleasure into the glittering luxury. In her memory, past heroes behaved differently. They were reserved, almost indifferent to all material goods. The guy tried to act cheerful, but in reality he didn't need all these gifts at all, and they seemed meaningless. Why would he need magic armor if his stamina and recovery skills were high? And he didn't need a sword either, since Endymion's sword was enough. And the experience elixirs lost their meaning because they only benefited those who were at a low level and did not reach the 1000th like him. Hans decided to get rid of the burden of gifts. Since they brought him neither benefit nor joy, all that was left was to figure out what to do with them. He handed over everything to the porter: the sword, armor, gold, elixirs, reserving for himself the right to never remember them again. He said that he can do whatever he wants with them. You can use them and even sell them, but he warned that the elixir of experience should not be sold, but rather drunk. The porter was deeply touched, and the hero even rejoiced a little. Perhaps he would make a good replacement for the dropped Alex. Hansu is finished with this kingdom. He cleared the kingdom of trash. There is nothing more for him to do there. Hans told Lanovel to follow him to show him who a real hero is, and then she would tell everyone what she saw and felt. The guy planned to earn more achievements to impress those who were watching him. In the first playthrough, the guy accumulated a bunch of stupid achievements, finding missing cats, helping with harvesting, and even delivering love letters. He considered it a waste of energy, because no one appreciated such feats, and all this only caused irritation and fatigue. All these prizes, like a sense of pride, remained with his former comrades, while he himself wasted time and accumulated internal tension. But in his second playthrough, he decided to only do what was considered truly great and worthy of attention. There was a year left before the first appearance of the Overlord. It was boring to wait, so he decided to participate in another event that would not be inferior to the destruction of the supreme dragon Noebius. Together with La Nouvelle, he arrived in the land of the elves, where the biggest problem was the elves themselves, whose cruelty to people crossed all boundaries. La Nouvelle asked mockingly if he was now planning to conquer this country too, hinting at his restlessness. Hans confirmed her guess with a bright smile, which surprised her, because she usually couldn't predict his intentions. La Nouvelle exclaimed that she couldn't believe her ears, because Hansu was going to conquer the country of the elves alone, as if it were a walk. Prince Nasus greeted them with a friendly smile, a generous banquet, and a sincere desire to build true friendship between peoples. The elven banquet was perfect, the music played smoothly, and the food seemed delicious, despite the modest selection of ingredients. The food consisted of fruits and bread, but the reason was not ideology or tradition. The elementals simply suffered from empathy and started to freak out if someone destroyed an animal or tore an extra leaf from a tree. Sylvia, by the way, didn't care about traditions and loved fried fish, which is probably how she earned her reputation as a problematic bride. Hans felt sick inside whenever he thought about Sylvia, so he decided not to waste any more time or thoughts on her. Prince Nasus was perceptive, and immediately noticed that the hero had become much stronger than he had been when they had last met. Nasus treated the hero to wine made from fruits prepared with the help of a magic tree, the fruits of which possessed living magical powers. The prince seemed kind, at least better than Sylvia, who did not thank the guy for his help. Hans regretted that he beat him in the first playthrough. Hansu saw a familiar face. It was the guard knight protecting Nasus. She was the third most powerful in this country. Nasus's rebellion succeeded thanks to her, and even the Elven king would have been powerless if she and the second most powerful attack had been supported simultaneously. Even the Elven king, the strongest in Elfheim, would be powerless if the second and third strongest attacked at once. In the first playthrough, she once beat his entire team, though she then lost when the team turned on the friendship power mode. Nasus introduced the girl to the guy. Her name was Iris. She understood well how strong people are. Iris was a human, and her incredible talent was proof that humans were capable of coexisting with elves on equal terms. This is why she sided with Nasus during the rebellion, as the current Elven king and Sylvia were known for their arrogance and disdain for other races. The banquet was reaching its climax when the Elven king, Nasus's father, entered the hall with a bang, causing confusion among all present. The father claimed that Nasus had turned the royal palace into a den of savages and brought a dangerous and unpredictable hero here. Hans saw the king in person for the first time, as he didn't have a chance in the first playthrough because he disappeared after the failed rebellion. The hero decided to look at his abilities. The level was high, but the skills were shamefully low. He looked like an ordinary elf who had reached more than 1,000th level. The father yelled at his son and asked if he even had feelings, since he had just recently lost his sister to people. Nasus replied that humans were not to blame for Sylvia's death, as her arrogance and unwillingness to acknowledge that there was something higher than her led to her destruction. The fact that she felt fear and humiliation at the end proved that she had realized reality, even if it was too late for that. And Nasus added that if she had changed even a little before the end, it meant that she had become better, and that made him happy. The enraged king shouted that Nasus was no longer his son and called him filth that the kingdom needed to be rid of immediately. Having lost control of himself, the king began to summon elementals, intending to unleash all his might on the traitors. Having accumulated energy, he was already about to strike at his son and those people whom Nasus invited to the elven table. The knights accompanying him screamed in horror, not understanding what had happened and why everything had suddenly gotten out of control. The elf king collapsed to the floor, pierced by the magical elemental sword Endymion. right before the astonished gazes of all the guests. Prince Nasus did not immediately understand how this happened. He turned to the hero in confusion, as if looking for an explanation for what was happening. Hansu, with a sly smile on his face, calmly said that his hand had simply slipped by accident, and he politely apologized for the incident. During the first playthrough, Prince Nasus killed his father with his own hands, after which he seized the throne and crown, strengthening his power. However, due to the intervention of Hansu and his group, Nasus's reign only lasted 100 days, which led to his downfall. Since Nasus began to be too friendly with people, the hero had to take decisive measures against him and his minions. Eventually, Nasus and his minions were cornered and forced to fight Hansu's group, supported by other nations. In that battle, the king of Elfheim was also destroyed, which greatly affected the political balance of the continent, and in the second playthrough, the king of the elves was destroyed personally by Hansa, confirming his strength and determination. The news of the Elven king's death shocked the entire continent. They realized that the story of the dragon's destruction was not a rumor, since he was able to defeat a king with such a high level. The kings of other states began to worry that the hero would gradually get rid of all the rulers of fantasy, or turn them into his puppets, and subjugate the entire continent. Hans made an announcement in the square of the magic tower that the king of the elves had attacked him because he was a human, and after that, he had to destroy him. The hero said that it was an act of self-defense, and he was very sorry for what happened. People supported the hero. They came to Elfheim to get rid of the rest of the elves because they attacked the hero. Nobody blamed the hero. Everyone believed that it was self-defense. He was happy because his reputation would not suffer. And Professor Morality, who always appeared at the most inconvenient moments, appeared again suddenly to question the hero's methods. She came to investigate this matter because there were several cases where the prince's rebellion was prevented in advance, but Hansu became the first hero by personally destroying the Elven king. The guy said that he would be grateful if he could graduate with a special certificate for destroying the Elven king. The professor left quickly as soon as she learned that the hero had destroyed the king, and at the end she told the guy to take care of his comrades. Hansu replied that he had only 2 companions, La Nouvelle and the porter, and that was all. She stressed that this was not only about current, but also former comrades, hinting at the importance of relationships. The guy had no idea why the professor was so worried, because he made the porter so strong that he could easily replace Alex. Iris approached the hero with a small chest. It was a gift from the new king of the elves. Inside were ancient elven rings that enhanced the effects of skills, an elven duke's hoop that increased experience, and the resin of the world tree that held the secret of the beginning of the world. The hero believed that Nasus had fulfilled the conditions with this gift to become Hansu's second sponsor after Pedanar. Iris opened up to the hero. She explained that she did not have a good interlocutor in Elfheim, since she had human blood in her. She was stuck between a human and an elf. Therefore, she was unable to cross the line to become closer to her elven relatives. Prince Nasus was well aware of the capabilities of humans, so he valued their abilities and made Iris a knight. The Elven king was always aggressive towards people. He was ready to declare war on people at any moment, so Iris was always ready for war. But when Hans's sword pierced the heart of the Elven king, the thought sounded in Iris's head that after his death there would be no need to worry about war. Among other things, Hans spent the night with Ilis, a female knight with human blood mixed in. For him, this became yet another way to strengthen the union of 2 peoples through bed, no matter how cynical it may sound. Delegates from each country arrived at the palace guest hall. They came to express their dissatisfaction with the unfair treatment the elves had to endure. The hero made it clear to them that not all elves are racists like the former elf king was. Many of the elves wanted to live in harmony with humans, and the knights were led by a half-breed. Hansu said that it was not in their interests to lose talents because of their origin. The delegates wondered what Prince Nasus was doing near Hansu. Did the hero really recognize the new king? Hans remembered that several countries were preparing for war, using the hero as a pretext. The hero threatened the delegates that if they had any difficulties in running the country smoothly, the hero could help, even if it was troublesome. The delegates were frightened. They decided that it was not worth disturbing the hero, and they agreed between the world and the elves. The delegation agreed to announce the coronation of Prince Nasus, and will be sure to congratulate him when he becomes the new king. The expedition to the Elven kingdom ended peacefully, thanks to the hero's tolerance and mercy. Hans gained a huge amount of experience by defeating the Elven king and the dragon, and gained a new sponsor, Prince Nasus, and also established peace between humans and elves. Other kingdoms where people lived began to get rid of anti-Elven propaganda, burning artists who painted bad things about elves. They were afraid that the hero Hansu would come, and if he saw something against the elves, it would be the end for their country. La Nouvelle came to the guy and asked him to stay one more day in the kingdom of the elves. Since the kingdom contained elven monuments and culture that had not been accessible to humans for over 1,000 years, La Nouvelle wanted to explore it because she was an archaeologist. But Hans was refused by La Nouvelle. Her attempt to please him with her eyes did not work. The princess came to her father. The dumpling king was powerless. His life depended on the marriage of the porter and his daughter, the princess. The king said that Hansu was a monster, and he was the main problem, not the demon lord. The entire fantasy world could not cope with this problem. The princess had to get married, whether she wanted it or not, but they had to obey Hans. La Nouvelle and the hero returned and saw a very sad porter after his wedding with the princess. Hansu congratulated him, but saw disappointment in the eyes of the kingdom's guards and asked what happened. He believed that they had done the wrong thing and married the princess only because of Hans. As it turned out, a young man came into the hall during their wedding who was against the wedding. He was the one the princess truly loved. The uninvited guest who came to ruin the wedding failed to achieve his goal and ran away, but the consequences were enormous. Looking at the porter, who had become depressed and downtrodden after what had happened to his wife, Hansu remembered Professor Morale's recent words about taking care of his comrades. The hero decided not to leave his friend in trouble and went to look for the guy who ruined the wedding. The angry Hansu crept up from behind and dealt the guy a powerful blow. It was revenge for the destruction of the family. It turns out Hans knew where the guy was because in his first origin he ran away with the princess, which is why he found him so quickly. Hansu called him a monkey who was unable to control his desires and lust because being jealous and trying to steal someone else's wife was abnormal. This was his end. Hansu dealt the final blow with poison, after which there was no living space left. After getting rid of the home wrecker, the hero felt great, as if he had done a good deed. The hero brought justice by secretly destroying the one who destroyed the family, and now the porter did not have to worry, but should be happy. As they left the kingdom, the boys wished the porter luck in building the future, after which they said goodbye and went their separate ways. It was time to go home, and Hansu said he was heading to his Earth Lady to finish what he had started. The boys were already far to the south of the central continent. The place seemed gloomy and scary. The sky was covered with clouds, and thunder rumbled in the distance. They approached the border of the demon lord's lands, and from that moment on, Hansu forbade La Nouvelle from going forward, ordering him to stay behind. The hero allowed the girl to use magic to demonstrate his valor and courage to the inhabitants of Fantasia. The lands of the demon lord were inhabited by one-eyed demons and pterodactyls, who were most likely scouts or guards. One of the pterodactyls falls to the ground. The one-eyed creatures, not understanding what happened, decide to check what happened to it. The pterodactyl was unconscious, and as soon as the demons approached him, that same poison began to be released from his mouth. All living creatures living there were instantly infected and fell to the ground one after another. Hansu spread his poison to every corner of the land, the demon lords, rivers, lakes, even the heavens themselves. Everything was contaminated. Although this results in a loss of experience, it doesn't matter to Hans, as his level is already too high for small gains. Unfortunately, it is impossible to destroy them all using poison, because the high-level creatures lasted much longer than the small fry. But after the first playthrough, Hansu knew where to find and how to easily destroy high-level demons. The extermination of all the demons of the central continent is an achievement that no hero has yet managed to obtain. Hans was confident that in this passage all his grades would be of the highest rank and well-deserved success. Professor Morale appeared, who did not even know where to start a conversation with the hero, amazed by his success. Hansu said that everything was too perfect for there to be any problems. He reminded her of his first playthrough, that because of his concern for his comrades he could not become stronger. On his first playthrough, his journey to the Demon Lord's castle was quite drawn out. He had to indulge the whims of his annoying companions, and they threw parties every time they managed to clear a part of the path from demons. Hans made her understand that this world would no longer have to worry about the threat of demons, something that no hero had ever been able to achieve. The professor of morality agreed with the guy and finally gave him some advice. Accept the world as it is. If you take care of the world, it will take care of you in return. She wished him success in passing the exam and thanked him for the lectures he had listened to. Hansu's gaze fell on La Nouvelle, who was nervously awaiting instructions. He praised her work, then advised her to find a rich bachelor, have a child with him, and find happiness. He made it clear that he would go on alone and warned that he would not forgive her if she secretly followed him to encourage him. La Nouvelle humbly wished him to take care of himself, to which she received a brief confirmation. Compared to the first playthrough, everything was perfect, although Hansu's combat skills were a little weaker, but they were enough to defeat Lord Pedanar. Thanks to the achievements and broadcast similar to the demonic lands that La Nouvelle made, all the fantasy praised the hero's exploits. Obviously, all the requirements for reputation and achievements were met. Previously, the castle walls were littered with corpses of people and demons, but in this walkthrough, the castle was empty. All the inhabitants were running away from the widespread poison. A powerful kick swung the door open, interrupting the strange scene. The Demon Lord, who had maintained his dignity despite the deaths of his subordinates, quickly ended his infatuation with the naked elf. Pedanar, holding the elf in his arms, asked why the guy was there so early. The Demon Lord asked if the guy knew good manners, because you have to knock at the entrance. Hansu wondered why the rumor was spreading everywhere that the elf queen had been kidnapped by a demon. The Elven queen replied that she and Pedanar respect each other and that they are in a serious relationship. Quickly checking the elf's status, he found out that she was almost level 500. Her condition showed that she was in love and embarrassed. This discovery contradicted Princess Sylvia's words from the first playthrough about her mother's brutal death. The truth turned out to be much more prosaic. Pedanar sent the embarrassed elf away and tried to pretend that nothing had happened. He only smirked inwardly. He immediately became serious and asked the guy if he had arrived too early. Where Hansu comes from, they said that if the hero is very slow and limited, then his friend will ask about the health of his parents. Smiling ironically and rising from his throne, Pedanar said that the hero was stupid, since no hero had ever been in such a hurry and always saw off his comrades. The past heroes always shone before the Demon Lord. They carried with them hopes and dreams after countless adventures as well as the sufferings they experienced together. Pedanar was the one who was in this world from the very creation, the first demon whom the heavens themselves and the defenders of humanity could not touch. And in front of him stood a guy who had only 1 month of life in this world behind him. Without comrades, Pedanar did not know what could be hiding behind such a useless hero. Hansu considered the Pedanar's question stupid, because he could defeat him without his comrades and the holy sword. In this passage, the guy calmly looked at the abilities of the Demon Lord. As Pedanar said, these abilities and level were unmatched. However, there was one stupid specialization, the only one that was holding him back. A penalty was imposed on the Pedanar's level if he fought with the hero. Pedanar, thinking that the hero was weak because he was without the sacred sword, decided not to use the demonic sword. If the Demon Lord uses this sword of primordial evil, his pride will be destroyed. The hero was infuriated that Pedanar looked down on him and belittled his sword, although the demon lord did not yet know anything about this sword. Hansu activated the power of the Endymion sword. Inside were the heart elementals, distorted by the fury of the slain demons. They were vicious and stubborn, so it was very difficult to tame them. Pedonar's reaction to this weapon gave him pleasure. Even the demon lord did not expect to see something like this. He had never seen so much violent energy. The hero said that all the souls of the demons that Hansu destroyed defiled the souls of the elves, and the souls of the demons lived together in this sword. Endymion's sword was a lovely partner for Hansu, and they were about to show off their fantastic teamwork. The hero dealt powerful blows one after another. Pedanar did not expect such power from the sword. The demon lord was unable to land a single blow on the hero, his level dropping with each blow from the hero. Pedanar let out a final groan and collapsed to the floor, unable to adapt to the sharply reduced level. Now he understood the true nature of the demon lord's penalty. He always became as strong as his opponent's level allowed. The thought of how much time he had spent on the first playthrough following all these stupid conventions only irritated the guy. As the judging ceremony began, he had a hard time containing his sarcasm. The same hackneyed text about the power of friendship and the heroic path as last time sounded especially hypocritical after he single-handedly, without unnecessary pathos, did what previous heroes had spent years doing. Finally, the moment of truth has come, time to know Hansu's grades. The cherished letters that determined his future began to appear on the screen in front of him. His heart stopped for a moment. All these months of calculations, all this carefully planned massacre came down to a few symbols on the magic display. And when the final result finally appeared, his lips stretched into a wide, ugly grin. Hansu saw that the achievements were rated SS, Combat Power A+. But the further he looked at his grades, the worse they were. Reputation E, Character F, and also a note that the hero poses a danger to the Earth and other heroes. Hansu told the examiners that he would live peacefully and quietly on Earth, because he did not want to destroy the place where he was born and raised, because if it disappeared, where would he live? The examiners told Hans that instead of realizing his mistakes, he had been abusing his knowledge from the first pass. He tried to object, but the words got stuck in his throat. Meanwhile, the examiners finally finished off the guy, saying that he had failed the test. In order to maintain peace and order, they decided to return the hero to the first day of the test, as if giving him a new chance to correct all the mistakes. The teaching staff announced that they would make changes to the upcoming course. They decided to increase supervision of the hero and appointed a special instructor. Suddenly the light swallowed the guy, the ground seemed to disappear from under his feet, and he fell through time and space, finding himself in another dimension. When Hansu woke up, he found himself in a familiar room, lying face down on a magic circle, feeling the familiar dampness and cold of the stone floor. He heard a familiar voice and, raising his head, saw the same annoying smile of La Nouvelle, who was again nearby, as if nothing had changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was he really in a third playthrough, like he was stuck in a time loop with no way out? La Nouvelle gave the same speech again as in the second playthrough, talking about a world called Fantasia and its mysterious nature. He had already heard her stupid self-introduction and all this nonsense about the truth for the third time, and it irritated Hansa to the limit, forcing him to clench his teeth. La Nouvelle, not noticing his rage, continued her memorized monologue. The hero clenched his fists, imagining her head flying apart from the blow. But the system was clearly watching him. Professor Morale's voice sounded in his head, warning him against rash actions. The professor tried to console the guy by saying that the guy's name would be inscribed in the Hall of Fame and would remain there forever for defeating the dragon and the demon lord in 22 days. Hans was not happy with this news, since he had no idea where he had gone wrong. After all, he was able to show the best result in the shortest possible time, and this was, undoubtedly, an objective judgment. But why then was his reputation rated lower than the previous time? This question haunted him. All that came to mind was the exciting journey he had taken with the supreme dragon of oblivion, who had played an important role in his adventures. Since no one knew that it was Hansu who awakened the dragon Nuebis, there were still many casualties after the incident with the dragon. People were not looking for the truth. They were looking for the guilty party. The hero became a convenient target. Those who lost loved ones were not interested in cause and effect relationships. They needed someone to hate, someone to blame, who, if not the hero, should bear their wrath. While Hansu was thinking, a palace knight entered the hall and politely, but insistently reminded him that His Majesty was waiting. Hans did not react immediately, not out of disrespect, but out of internal irritation at the repetitive performance in which he played the main role without the right to interpretation. The hero, calling the knight a fool, asked the knight how many heroes could destroy the demon lord, hinting to him that he was irreplaceable and had no intention of going to the king. In response to the question about the number of heroes capable of defeating the demon king, the knight named 2 without hesitation. Until this moment he was sure of his own exclusivity, that this whole spectacle revolved only around him, but now it turned out that the world had called for another one. He appeared out of nowhere, a young man with an ordinary appearance, but an unexpectedly confident look. The guy greeted Hansa. Hansu scanned the guy's skills. He turned out to be an ordinary young man who had just been summoned, but his condition was excited and full of hope. The 17-year-old boy was from Seoul, studied at the old school, and was fond of games and reading. Hansu decided that he would call him Hero B. Hans found it strange that the boy was so calm, despite being kidnapped, and was kind to suspicious individuals dressed in medieval clothing. But there was one detail that could throw even Hansu off balance. It was his smartphone case, bright and unusual. It featured a female figure dressed in the snow-white attire of a saint, but with light, provocative, and challenging accents that caught the eye. Hansu found this guy to be quite unusual, although he seemed rather timid and a little unsure of himself. The hero remembered his manners, greeted the young knight respectfully, and pronounced his name clearly and calmly. The knight, holding back a barely noticeable irritation, reminded them that His Majesty the King was already awaiting their arrival and was ready to receive them. Despite the fleeting relief from meeting his fellow countrymen, Hans was angry inside and ready to stick a pen in this knight's eye, the same one he had been wearing since the second playthrough. But in this playthrough the situation was different. If they got rid of Hansu, who stubbornly refused to cooperate, then Hero B would have remained to protect the world instead of him. The two heroes were placed on the throne of the kingdom, and then the barbarian king, kneeling, begged them to save the crumbling world. Hans didn't want to help them because they were kidnapped, and now they were asking him to be their comrades and accomplices in crimes. Using children as soldiers was an unforgivable crime, an angry Hansu believed. And the other hero was already beaming with enthusiasm. His excitement was almost painful. He muttered about a great mission, about saving the world, about the demon king, like a child who was entrusted with a sword. His joy seemed frightening in Hans's eyes, because he had already gone through this test more than once. Hero B thought that his Korean name would be difficult for locals to pronounce, so he asked to be called simply Zig. He suggested that Hans also choose a name for himself, but immediately clarified that the name Sieg was already taken and unavailable. Hans immediately understood where this hero got his name Sieg from. The main character of that very role-playing game, whose image adorned his smartphone, in the original story this character saved the world and married a fan service character. Hans asked if Zig didn't miss his family and friends because they were probably worried about him. Zig said that everything was fine and he wasn't bored. Apparently the newcomer was blinded by the illusion of a great calling. He had no attachment to life on Earth, and he was ready to disappear into the world of fantasy forever, devoting himself entirely to his new role. When he seriously promised to protect Hansa, the latter even began to laugh, although fatigue and sadness did not allow him to laugh out loud. If it weren't for the fatigue and sadness accumulated over hundreds of days in the meat grinder of fantasy hell, he might have laughed out loud. At that moment, Professor Morality appeared to Hans. She asked the guy what he thought of the new comrade, and he, with his jaw dropped, asked where they dug up this social outcast. The professor was surprised, because the candidate for hero, carefully selected especially for the problem student Hans, Zig possessed an amazing ability to adapt. Hansu's joy at meeting someone from his home world after 10 years evaporated in a couple of minutes, leaving no trace. The teacher told Hans not to worry because he was recognized as a hard worker among the teachers, and they decided that if there was a friend nearby, he would be able to guide the hero on the right path. Hansu watched as Sieg stared hungrily at Lanavel, following her as if enchanted, while pretending to listen attentively. Even Alex's difficult test of courage did not take place. Hansu thought that Zig had immediately agreed to cooperate with these kidnappers. The king beamed with satisfaction, unable to hide his relief. He saw before him not a couple of dubious fools, but heroes. Learning royal etiquette went much faster than the second playthrough. People thought that Hansu was from an aristocratic family. His tilt and waist bend were perfect. Zig, of course, immediately disgraced himself, his awkward greeting causing subdued giggles among the courtiers. The king, beaming with joy, inquired about their abilities, and Sieg spoke first, describing his incredible abilities with childish naivety and enthusiasm. Hansu was upset that when he returned back, all his high status was thrown off, as if time had turned back. But the black box effect worked. The body, clad in uniform, retained all the acquired skills, as if time had been rewound only partially. Hansu did not confess to this king, and said that the skills were low and the race was a superior man, but in fact, he was a man of chaos. The king, his eyes flashing, immediately launched into a standard tirade about demons, the threat to the kingdom, and the great mission to defeat Pedanar. Zig, without batting an eye, agreed and asked Hans to do it together. His lips stretched into a smile of their own accord. He told the king to trust and rest in peace, forever. Although Hansu was formally listed as a first-level hero, in reality he was a being of a completely different class. Professor Moral, noticing this, felt very confused. The teaching staff clearly expected that the mosaic skill would disappear with the next rollback. Hansu didn't try to be modest. He took it for granted that after 3 playthroughs of the fantasy world, he was bound to be outstanding. The professor seemed at a loss for words as to how to respond and simply walked away, muttering incoherent phrases under her breath. Hans, as in the second playthrough, was able to use the teachings of Master Molen. The muscles on his arms suddenly became larger. In the end, knowledge is something that cannot be reset. If Hansu's skills remained with him, raising a couple of levels will not be difficult. Laughter erupted as he left the throne room, laughter bordering on hysteria, as if releasing the tension that had built up from the second playthrough. Zig asked him with a stupid grin about the reason for his amusement, as if he didn't understand the storm of emotions he had experienced earlier. The hero decided not to mock him, because the guy was his ticket to graduation, as Professor Morale promised at the beginning of the mission. A conversation about camaraderie ensued between them, ending with a symbolic handshake of silent understanding. Sieg, as it turned out, was not going to return to his homeland, which was very strange for Hans, because if Sieg does not want to go home, then does it mean he does not want to finish off the Demon Lord? When the conversation turned to the difference in their strength, Zig, for some reason, did not notice the obvious. They were both first level, but there was a huge difference in strength between them, and apparently Hans, due to his excellent physique, trained hard during his stay on Earth. Zig thought about the guy. But the strangest thing is that Hero B, apparently, did not see Hansu's real status at all, because in the fantasy world, heroes could see the abilities of others whenever they wanted. The professor appeared for a moment. She warned the guy that she would find out about the mosaic as quickly as possible. Hansu soon changed the subject, trying to figure out why Sieg was even fighting if he wasn't trying to get back to Earth. He answered with pathos, as if it was his duty to save this world from the Demon Lord. Hans still couldn't understand why the guy wanted to fight to protect the world they would live in. The hero later made a promise to Zig that they would meet again in 5 days, leaving behind a feeling of confident farewell. After all, in 5 days there will be a very exciting and safe training session with evil Alex. And then La Nouvelle appeared. The girl suddenly decided to follow him, although she had previously been interested in Zig. Her choice was surprising. They had no common history, because the regression erased her memory of the previous playthrough. La Nouvelle said that Zig was not remarkable in general like the other heroes as she imagined. And in Hansu she saw something special, because he stood out sharply from the rest and behaved completely differently. The boys went too far. They crossed the border of the closed zone. Entering the royal hunting grounds was a serious crime. La Nouvelle, as always, was annoying. She warned the guy that if they left, then the Majesty would not touch them. The guy made it clear to the girl that if she didn't want to go, she knew the way back. After all, she followed him. They approached the Queen's mansion. This place was carefully guarded. Guard dogs blocked the way to the mansion. But for the owner of the skill, the deadly poison was not a problem. He destroyed this dog with one breath. Hans told La Nouvelle not to panic, because for him, this creature did not pose the slightest threat or value. He picked the lock with composure, moving confidently, as if he were doing it for the 100th time, without even slowing down. Entering the mansion, the hero saw that there was only one servant in the house, silently watching them. The guy immediately scanned the girl. Despite her level, her abilities were insignificant compared to what Hansu hid within himself. The hero beamed with a furious smile, realizing that he had arrived just in time, and everything was happening exactly according to his hidden plan. The Queen's mansion was located in an isolated royal hunting ground and was not as large as other aristocratic residences. But in the mansion there was only one maid, modest in appearance, who took care of the order in this place, as if she was hiding something important. In the fantasy world, level 5 humans could already match professional athletes from Earth, possessing incredible endurance and speed. And if they also make a contract with a demon, then at level 34, they can move like stuntmen in Hong Kong movies. La Nouvelle, as always, gave in to panic, grabbed the hero by the clothes and begged him to leave this strange mansion as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the ordinary maid changed beyond recognition. Her face became distorted, her movements became threateningly sharp, as if a monster had awakened within her. She jumped and tried to strike the hero, attacking with incredible speed, like a person who had lost all control. Hans stood absolutely still, showing no fear, and easily stopped her swift attack with one hand. One clear blow to the neck, and her body sank like a doll that had lost the strings that controlled its movements. La Nouvelle, amazed by his actions, could not hide her surprise. She asked if he really was only level 1. But with her destruction, Hansu's level suddenly rose to 12, his body filled with a new and powerful strength. A dark smoke similar to poison came out of the maid's mouth, which meant that she had once made a contract with a demon. Each time a hero leveled up, his skills would slightly increase his stats, but usually the effects were minimal. But still, unlike the previous playthrough, Hans still had high-ranking skills. Even if the hero raises his level in the same way, the effects will differ in power. Hans calculated the total combat power with mathematical equations. Sieg had 160 combat power points, and the maid 860. Meanwhile, Hans had several times more. His overall combat power was incredibly high, as if he was playing on an admin account. The house turned out to be filled with traps, magic circles, and a strange atmosphere, all of which raised questions in the hero. Their path led deeper into the building, to a secret passage that turned out to be hidden behind a purple cabinet, like something out of an old novel. There, in the dungeon, demon worshippers had gathered, and their leader, a disguised demon, was just at the final stage of the ritual. Hansu entered the room without hesitation and made a confident greeting, scanning those present and assessing their level. Everyone except the leader was an ordinary person, and the demon whose cover was being blown was level 194. He threatened Hans, claiming that the way back was closed and that he would become part of a ritual in honor of their master. Hansu did not flinch, and with an unperturbed expression on his face, he invited the demon to continue his speech, calling him B-Rank. The reaction was immediate. The B-Rank demon, feeling the monstrous power that flared up in the alien's body, froze, his face distorted with fear. The rest of the followers, realizing that before them was a being far more powerful than their leader, bowed down one after another. The guy's dark matter skill was SS level. Only powerful demons could have this skill, so for them it was like an identification card. Hans, as if born for this role, stood before them, and now it was no longer the demon who played the role of the ruler. He himself became the center of the new faith. He did not demand much, just submission and silence. The demon agreed to do the troublesome work while Hansu would give orders. He had no complaints about the guy. La Nouvelle, depressed and confused, tried to speak again, but was stopped by a short phrase like a locked door. Now all attention was focused on the guy. He told these worms with authority that together they would rule the kingdom from the shadow of chaos. To do this, he will explain in detail what they need to do for the first step towards his rule of the kingdom. In the first playthrough, the demon's influence has spread throughout the kingdom, affecting towns, villages, and even remote corners. Even without the demon lord, the kingdom remained a place of entertainment for these creatures, its true state causing disgust and anxiety. The occultists committed crimes such as killing people, stealing, drug and human trafficking, and their actions knew no boundaries or rules. But it wasn't just commoners who took part in this, but also the demons themselves, who controlled the processes from the shadows, interfering in the affairs of people. Due to the distinctive rule of the Dumpling King, the kingdom became a place of entertainment for demons, and the demon cult became a serious problem. Naturally, the king asked Hans for help, because only a hero could try to stop all this madness and restore order. Hans, having burst in upon these fiends, did not hesitate to threaten them with reprisals for their fanatical worship of demons and their breach of order. The demon leader was a true master of fire. His face was burning, causing the hero and his comrades to feel fear. But Hans, remembering how much of a headache this demon had brought him on his first playthrough, easily defeated him without unnecessary emotions. After Hansu got rid of the B-Rank demon, all the occultists in the kingdom disappeared in the blink of an eye without putting up any resistance. Since the demon that fed these occultists with dark energy had disappeared, there was no point in further worship. The main weakness of this group was its complete dependence on just one leader who lacked continuity. Thanks to this, Hansu effortlessly overthrew the leader and calmly took his place without arousing suspicion among the rest. Eventually, he was able to capture the occultists without resistance, as if taking over control of a long-forgotten order. The Lord Chancellor turned to the Dumpling King. His report concerned the hero Hans and required immediate discussion. The king thought that the hero had done something wrong because he didn't like him from the start. His presentation of etiquette was perfect, which seemed strange. The Lord Chancellor countered the king's words, saying that Hans had been looking for criminal gangs and had played an important role in their arrest. Moreover, he distributed all the confiscated wealth to the people. The hero, who was called only a couple of days, deserved only praise. If we compare him with the hero Sieg, who wastes his time, then the hero Hans is able to save the kingdom as well as the whole fantasy. The queen supported the Lord's words. She said that the hero's distribution of the spoils among the people was admirable, but she was worried whether the hero had enough funds for himself. The king did not understand why he would spend his personal money on a hero who was already doing just fine without support. The queen's gaze was as if hypnotized. She humbly asked the king to provide funds for the hero's adventure. After the queen's words, the king's eyes also became hypnotized again, and he agreed with her words. The Dumpling King handed over the keys to the secret basement to the Lord, who allowed him to take as much money as was needed for the hero's needs. As it turns out, this state of hypnosis was a side effect of Hansu's influence, enhanced by dark energy. Hans didn't expect them to go this far, but he was still confident that he would find a good use for them. Unlike the second playthrough, when the king and Hansu argued until their faces turned blue. In this playthrough, he was able to get these funds quite easily and peacefully. The hero believed that this peaceful robbery would not affect his character assessment. He had really grown compared to who he was in the second playthrough. All the treasures were given to him by the king, so technically it looked like a donation to charity. The queen, whose dark energy Hansu had enhanced, was his joker, and vassals like the Lord Chancellor also had their uses. They were ready to sacrifice everything for Hans. All the wealth of the church now belonged to the hero. The guy asked for a report on the church's financial sources, wanting to find out how legitimate they were. The Lord delivered a detailed chart of the church's income stream, listing in descending order drugs, usury, kidnapping, theft, smuggling, fraud, and the rest. According to Lord, all the money was dirty, which meant that if Hansu touched it, his character assessment would surely hit rock bottom. After all, the teaching staff or Professor Morale could find fault with any detail, so Hans had to be extremely careful. The palace knight, who was racing after the hero, suddenly asked for help, his voice sounding tense and excited. Hans did not understand what was happening, but soon learned that the hero Sieg had done something reckless, causing alarm among the guards. Zig felt that the Baron had grabbed the lady's hand and dragged her along by force, leaving her no chance to refuse or explain. The palace knight, trying to resolve the situation, pointed out that the lady herself went after the Baron and even openly admitted her feelings for him. But Zig did not back down. He suspected coercion and insisted that everything that was happening was nothing more than a carefully planned farce. Hans understood what was going on. He immediately recognized the Baron whom Sieg accused and remembered details of his past. He was one of those who participated in the religious rituals in the basement of the Queen's mansion. He was a demonic follower of the F-rank. In the first playthrough, the domain in the Dumpling King's kingdom, thanks to its fertile land and large population, was a rich place with no shortage of food. However, this abundance became a real problem for the Baron, especially considering his weak will and excessive greed. Firstly, due to the constant stress from the lessons of succession, he developed an uncontrollable appetite and cravings for bad habits. As a result, when he inherited the title, he suffered from many serious illnesses that even doctors could not cure. However, it turned out that regardless of the level of the healing spell, it was not omnipotent. To restore his terrible health, the Baron joined the demonic followers. Due to the influence of dark energy, he became incredibly cruel and committed terrible acts until he was defeated by a hero. Zig asked Hans for help. He continued to be sure that he had clearly seen how the Baron forcibly dragged the girl along with him. Hans also recognized the girl who was with the Baron. He remembered that in 2 years she would marry a poor sick man. She will become one of his victims when the Baron, corrupted by dark energy, begins to reveal his true nature. Hans told Sieg that the Baron was a demonic follower and had an F-rank dark energy skill. Hero A explained to the guy that someone who has the dark energy skill does not mean that he is a demonic follower. Because if a person eats a demon's heart, the body will become saturated with dark energy. It can also be obtained from an elixir and from special training. Of course, it didn't mean that dark energy was something good, because dark energy that is not controlled by a demon can become very chaotic and turn a person into a demon, with the personality of the carrier. People can get a lot of benefit from dark energy, but the demon will torment the person with this energy. Zig was very surprised, because it was the first time he heard facts about demons and energy, after which he asked if the Baron was really a demonic follower. Hero B, after Hansu's words, accused the hero of occultism, insisting that he was a demonic follower. All the passers-by pounced on Zig. They thought that if he was a hero, it didn't mean that he could accuse anyone, since people had known the Baron for a long time and didn't suspect him of occultism. The girl, whom the Baron was roughly pulling by the arm, also confirmed that he was not guilty and defended him in front of the crowd. She said that the Baron showed generosity to her family. The Baron forgave and took care of the girl's father after he dropped food on him because of his sore hip. After that, the girl fell in love with him and followed him everywhere. but at that moment she became a hindrance to him. Zig was speechless after these words, and the knights dragged him away from the scene like a dog that had lost control. Hans didn't understand why the boy accused the Baron if he didn't have evidence to actually put him in jail. And how could Sieg, in such a state, help Hans pass the most important test that required concentration? After some time, the queen came to Hansu. She came to give a weekly report on Sieg, and it seems that he quickly recovered from that incident with the Baron. Hero B was involved in very important tasks, such as helping a child find his lost pet. Apparently, the kingdom is absolutely safe, and there are no important matters, since Zig has nothing to do except small errands. The cult of demonic followers that follows Hanso has evolved into a vigilante group that deals with the kingdom's problems from the shadows. Hero A also worked hard to increase his reputation. People started saying that he was cool and amazing. The future Elven queen raided the black market and, as expected, was captured alive, just like in the second playthrough. Professor Morality won't be able to say anything since Hans wasn't directly involved in this. Only Alex, the future Sword King, remained. Hero A got rid of Alex, who he didn't like, in the second playthrough. But in this one, Hans believes that Alex will be useful to him. That was the only reason he was alive. Professor Morality showed up as always on time. She was surprised that the guy finally realized Alex's value. Hans agreed and immediately shot down the joke about Alex. Don't they say that even dog shit can be used for medicinal purposes? Finally, it's time for an exciting training session with Alex, and 2 heroes will be taking part at once. The day came when Alex returned from the front line, having dealt with the case of the demon worshippers. As in the second playthrough, the future king of the sword began to introduce the heroes to the training, and as always said that he was the strongest. Also, a special guest appeared on the training ground. It was the queen, whose appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone gathered. Since 2 heroes were summoned at once, the queen was tormented by curiosity about who would be stronger among the 2 heroes selected to defeat the demon lord. She really wanted to see the sparring of the 2 heroes. Zig did not expect such a development of events at all, because he had only been here for a couple of days. Alex warned that if anyone dared to surrender or run away in front of the queen, his fist would catch the offender, and there would be no mercy. Sieg couldn't quite comprehend that he was about to fight Hans, and he asked in confusion if there was really no real friendship left between them. Hero A said he didn't want to fight, but he had no other choice because he couldn't ignore the queen's request herself. And all the queen's requests are only for the good of the kingdom, and isn't this why Sieg gained strength and accepted his destiny as a hero? It's really terrible that everything turned out this way. After all, helping people and listening to their requests is part of a hero's duty, and doing it for free was something natural. Sieg anxiously shouted Hans' name and warned that he was going to attack, not knowing how this fight might affect their relationship. And it immediately became clear that Hans had no intention of pretending. His blows were precise, accurate, and his face did not express any doubt or regret. He hit, enjoying every movement, as if dancing to silent music, completely surrendering to the rhythm of his inner strength. If Hans knew that doing a hero's duty for free could be so fun and exciting, he would have started doing it earlier. But still, the hero tried to be as careful as possible with Zig. One serious blow, and he would have become a victim, which of course would have sent Hans's reputation and character to the very bottom. After Zig fell again after being hit, Hansu called for healers. His wounds could be easily healed with magic. Alex approached, carrying all the arrogance that heroes usually display when they are confident in their own strength. He tried to intimidate by challenging, but it no longer made any impression. He says that someone likes to torture the weak, standing neck-deep in hypocrisy himself. It was on the verge of farce. The main initiation event began, a realistic training session between Hans and Alex. Alex was still the same person, level 291, specialization swordsman, with an impressive set of skills, fencing, endurance, resistance, tenacity, state of anticipation. In fact, his skills were quite strong, but after many battles, Hansu's body could withstand much more than Alex imagined. When Alex went on the attack, Intending to hit him in the stomach, he didn't expect to receive a quick and mirrored response. Instead of dodging, Hans countered, and although Alex chuckled, deciding that brute force would solve everything, his confidence quickly evaporated. He fell to his knees, clutching his stomach, blood streaming from his wounded arm, and his face was frozen in complete bewilderment and shock. Hans was pleased with himself, because this battle turned out to be much more fun and interesting than the fight they had in the second playthrough. After this incident, Alex is unlikely to want to train with the hero again, realizing that his self-confidence could cost him dearly. The hot, muggy days had arrived, the middle continent was in chaos, and Hansu couldn't afford to just sit back. The water was disappearing, the food was running low, a crisis was looming, and the hero wondered if his subordinates would be able to save the situation. He wondered if perhaps he should start a war that would reduce the population, and maybe that was the natural path to survival. Meanwhile, Alex continued to train Zig with the determination and ferocity that only comes from those who truly believe in what they do. Alex was still thinking about how to destroy Hans despite his broken hip. After all, if he can't give him a decent rematch, Alex's pride will be trampled. The guys continued to train, but Zig kept opening up, which Alex did not miss the opportunity to take advantage of. Meanwhile, Hansu's hearing had improved thanks to Mullen's teachings, allowing him to quietly eavesdrop on their conversations. The hero sympathized with Zig because he remembered how in the previous playthrough he beat him half to death and did not feel remorse. Alex really changed after the fight with Hansu. He became more focused and attentive in training. Despite Zig constantly trying to avoid training or complaining about being tired, Alex never raised a hand to him. This was very different from how Hansu trained in the first playthrough, where there was no mercy even in words. The future Sword King even tolerated Zig's whining and continued training with firmness, as if he were raising a true successor. As a result, Zig's changes and growth were quite impressive. Despite the unchanged level, his skills grew at an incredible speed. If he continues at this rate, in 3 years he will be able to defeat the Demon Lord on his own, whereas it took Hans 10 years. The successes were so obvious that even Professor Morals, who had returned to this world again, could not ignore them. Hans watched their training, assessing not only their strength, but also the relationship between mentor and student. The professor noted that Zig should have been in the initial stage, but his development had gone too far beyond the norm. Hans immediately thought that he needed to destroy Zig because his power was becoming too unpredictable and could interfere with the exam. But Professor Morality immediately stopped the hero and said that Zig was going through a difficult period, especially because of Alex's unrequited love. It seemed that the constant attention from his mentor was tiring Zig, but he continued to hold on, not giving up. Hans immediately suggested to the professor to destroy Alex, since Alex did not give Zig a chance to breathe. The teacher suggested that Hans take a rest, since his fatigue made him think very aggressively, and he looked too tired. The hero thought he was really tired, even if all he did was give orders, but making and thinking about decisions tired him, especially when he is the one who has to solve all the existing problems, while also taking care of those intoxicated by demonic power. The professor suggested that the guy take a rest and arrange a vacation with his friends. Thanks to the magic towers, it was possible to instantly move to tourist places. For example, in the mystical northern sea, where you can meet magnanimous water dragons, or flying islands. The mentor also recommended a lake where mermaids live. This place retained its beauty during the drought. The guy really liked the option with the lake with mermaids. He decided that he should hurry up and gather his comrades and go there. Since the kingdom was suffering from drought, and if it continued, crops would suffer and people would start to die of hunger, the lake was an ideal source of water. Hans and Zig were standing near the lake. It was as big as the sea, a great place with a huge reservoir of water. There would have been enough water to provide irrigation for the farms so that people would not starve due to drought. But the mermaids were a rather cruel race. They forced people to starve by monopolizing the water space. Zig was delighted. He was worried, of course, about the rumors that mermaids did not like guests, but he still rushed forward, enchanted by the possibility of adventure and the promises that were made to him. The expedition was colossal because the goal was not the journey, but the salvation of the country from disaster and starvation. Hansu gathered all the royal knights, elite magicians, and even mercenaries so as not to miss a single chance. If you count all the people recruited by Hansu, the support consisted of 30,000 military personnel. Hansu's army was very strong. Many soldiers had amazingly high levels and excellent training. Hans's main goal was to find a solution that would not only allow him to pass the exam successfully, but also save people suffering from drought. He also wanted to preserve the kingdom's fighting strength, so that if the demon lord attacked, they would have something to defend themselves with. Every time the king of the Dumpling Kingdom made a mistake, he justified it by saying that all troubles came from demons. Although such an accusation would be unfair for demons, in the world of fantasy, such an accusation was considered normal and did not raise questions. Neighboring powers did not interfere in the affairs of the kingdom because it was considered a sacred shield that the demons would attack first. Due to the long absence of conflict, the soldiers lost their fighting spirit and became practically useless in real combat. If we get rid of the mermaids, we can solve the water problem and at the same time toughen up the soldiers in real battle. The Count informed Hans that the army was weakened by hunger and thirst, and they could not wait much longer. Hans pondered over a method of attack and decided that he needed to raise the dams and drive the mermaids out of their midst. The Count, an officer of the military expedition, was one of the few who did not fall victim to the demonic cult and remained loyal to the people. Hans realized that if the mermaids could not use the water to their advantage, it would be difficult for the mermaids to fight against the soldiers, even though they were tired. The 3 rivers that flowed into the lake belonged to the kingdom, so the territory was not discussed with the neighboring Holy Empire, and they would be able to block it at will. The Count noted that the idea was logical, but its implementation would be tantamount to a declaration of war. Hansu appointed this particular Count as commander because he did not betray people for the sake of demons like the others. The hero wondered how this man would react if he found out that his family secretly served demons. After analyzing all the risks and possible consequences, Hero A decided that a diplomatic solution should be tried. Lanoel responded with joy. She was glad that Hansu had been trying to resolve the problem peacefully all along. The hero told the girl that she didn't know him well, because he would press on the enemy's weakness so much that he couldn't resist, and then he would make an offer after which they would have no right to refuse. The Count thought that interfering in the affairs of the mermaids was a bad idea. But since after the resurrection of the Demon King, the Count and the military agreed to cooperate with the hero, they were ready to obey him and attack at any time. Meanwhile, on the other bank, the army of the Holy Empire had gathered and was watching their actions. If the kingdom failed, they would fall in the eyes of the Holy Empire. It was no longer a question of whether or not to trust the hero. It became a game of survival. People began to cut down trees in order to block the river within that week. Lanovel began to convince Hansa to abandon the war, since mermaids had always been allies of heroes in the past. 100 years ago, one of the heroes came to the lake, hearing a strange song that led him straight to the mermaid on the shore. That mermaid turned out to be a real queen of the waters, ruling the lake and its inhabitants. Soon the hero and the queen became lovers, but in the end, the mermaid was unable to leave the lake. But the hero could not defeat the Demon King, and their relationship came to a sad end. After this, on the eve of the day of the hero's death, a sad melody could be heard near the lake, so the lake was named the City of the Sad Mermaid. Hansu couldn't understand how that hero couldn't defeat the Demon Lord, who had no advantages over the hero. Zig was surprised that in the City of Mermaids there were almost no mermaids themselves, but there were many men of different races. It turned out that these men were candidates for grooms, who were selected by mermaids from the lake. When the heroes entered the beer bar, they finally saw the girl standing behind the counter and looking at them coldly. This girl was the daughter of the Mermaid Queen, and the second most powerful warrior among all the inhabitants of the lake. Hans remembered her immediately, because in the first playthrough, she was one of his companions, and her name was Aqua. The Holy Empire continued to monitor Hansu's troops, and they saw that they had divided their forces. They began to suspect that Hansu was planning an invasion of the Holy Empire, causing the Imperial strategists to tensely prepare for the possible threat. The Saint and Saintess did not know what they were preparing for, but at that moment, they had to be prepared for the worst possible outcome. The Guardian of the Holy Empire brought an urgent message from a spy. They prayed that the letter would contain only good news, and that the news would not lead to a crisis they could not resolve. Meanwhile, at the bar, Aqua, the mermaid princess, asked Hansu directly why they came, maybe to look at the lake. The hero gave an honest answer without hesitation, that they had come to attack the mermaids and the lake, openly admitting their intentions, which instantly changed the atmosphere. Aqua immediately grabbed the first thing that came to hand from under the table, which turned out to be a mop, and tried to hit the hero. Hans reacted with lightning speed and drew his sword, deftly parrying the blow, demonstrating his readiness for battle. Unlike Alex, who focused on strength in combat, Aqua specialized in the speed and power of attacks. This broom looked like an ordinary one, but it was made entirely of steel, an item that was difficult to lift even for people with high levels. But Aqua did it easily, just as her free movement on land is unique even among other mermaids. She said that this was the first time she saw a bully calling himself a hero, because her father was also a hero and was a kind person. Hans explained that the human kingdom was on the verge of starvation, while the mermaids were selfishly monopolizing the water. The hero decided to make an unsuccessful joke. He said that his efforts to save humanity made him a more worthy hero than the stupid man who could not defeat Pedanar, he hinted at Aqua's father. As soon as Hansu finished speaking, a stream of high-pressure water burst out from Aqua's mouth towards his face. This was the special power of mermaids. Aqua continued to attack the hero with her steel broom, but Hansu easily dodged the blows. With each successful dodge, Hansu closed the distance between them closer and closer, moving in for the decisive move, not giving his opponent a minute to rest. She fought with dignity, probably due to her noble blood, because her mother was a queen and her father was a hero, which gave her strength and the will to resist. However, Hansu remembered her every move, and at the right moment deftly grabbed her hand in flight, not allowing her to complete another blow. Hansu leaned forward, and then their lips touched. Just as she wanted to release a stream of water, he pushed his tongue into her mouth. After Aqua swallowed the poison that Hansu skillfully used, she instantly collapsed to the ground, drained of strength and unconscious. But the hero did not finish her off, realizing that a living hostage could be a valuable trump card in the upcoming peace negotiations and bargaining. It turned out that the letter from the spy to the saints was about the kingdom planning to attack the mermaids, which was shocking news to the imperial rulers, and the saint immediately rushed to the mermaids to warn Aqua of the impending danger and try to prevent the conflict at the last minute. But when she entered the bar where Aqua was, she was late. The hero already had her in his arms, using her as a hostage to guarantee his safety and influence. Without wasting any time, Hansu rushed towards the back door, carrying Aqua over his shoulder, eager to leave the dangerous area before the situation got out of hand. The path to becoming a hero was very difficult and complex. After all, the kidnapped students who found themselves in the world of fantasy were more familiar with telephones and keyboards than with such dangerous weapons as swords and shields. The most daring and unexpected situation they had to face was a sudden and brutal attack by a huge swarm of mosquitoes in the middle of a quiet and hot summer night. As a result of those events, many people were injured and killed, including even the hero himself, who was just beginning to understand the harsh reality of the new world. They were getting used to a peaceful and safe life, where their decisions rarely led to death or suffering for those around them, so the adaptation was very difficult. In the world of fantasy, it was extremely important to have reliable insurance that could protect a weak-willed hero from complete collapse and lost hopes. For example, the person who could resurrect the dead hero in his dangerous adventures was a saint whose strength and skills were truly great. She was not only a backup for the weak-willed and inexperienced hero, but also a real guardian angel, protecting him from the most terrible troubles. Meanwhile, Hans decided to entrust Saint with the treatment of the mermaid Aqua, realizing that without her help, she might not survive and leave their world forever. The Saint began the process of resurrecting Aqua after facing the most severe and unusual trauma she had ever experienced. Thanks to the poison she was injected with, Aqua's internal organs completely failed, and this became a real test for the healer. By sacrificing some of her own level and power, the Saint was able to bring Aqua back to life, helping her expel the poison and restore her vitality. Her level dropped sharply, to such a critical state that the Saint was only able with great difficulty to bring the girl back to consciousness and help her come to her senses. The healer carefully laid Aqua on the bed, knowing that she needed a long and peaceful rest so that her body could fully recover from the injury. The healers who helped the wounded in those difficult conditions thereby raised their level, absorbing experience points from everyone who managed to save a life. The higher the patient's level and the more severe the injury, the more experience he lost, making the dependence on healers both strong and dangerous. There have been cases where a player's level has dropped, despite constantly gaining experience in battles because he has relied entirely on the healer's help. Meanwhile, in the room, La Nouvelle, Sieg, Saint, and Hansu were sitting at a large round table, slowly drinking tea and discussing the current situation. Zig's gaze was fixed on the Saint, as if he were falling in love for the first time, and tenderness and genuine affection played in his eyes. The healer said the name of Hero B, and he seemed to melt, mentally imagining how he was saving her from terrible demons and adversity. He imagined them coming to the Demon Lord together, believing that love could conquer even the darkest forces. Sieg was sure that the only thing that could truly save the world was love, not sharp swords and ruthless force. The Demon Lord looked at them and considered them a despicable and envious pair, but eventually gave in, casting a curse that bound their fates forever. After that, they lived happily ever after, enjoying every day and keeping hope until the very end of their days. But all this turned out to be just an illusion of Zig, who was as if possessed by the word saint and could not accept reality. Hans couldn't understand how Professor Morals could recommend such a model guy whose behavior seemed too naive. The healer asked Hans to explain why he attacked Aqua, wanting to understand the motives and reasons for such an act. He replied that he did so only for the sake of peace, because Aqua was a hostage of the world and very valuable to the Mermaid Queen. Unexpectedly, Sieg stood up for Aqua, stating that the hero shouldn't have used such methods even for blackmail, comparing Hansu to the Demon King. Hero A was hurt by the words of the second hero, because thousands of starving people could not wait for the farms to be watered. Hans suggested that Sieg himself go and inform the starving people that there would be no water or food, and if he couldn't cope, he shouldn't interfere. The saint said that no matter what the situation in the kingdom, one cannot act so cruelly, especially if it affects the lives of the mermaids. She was sure that all conflicts could be resolved peacefully, through negotiations, and that neighboring nations should not be destroyed. Hansu stated that he had come precisely for the sake of negotiations, offering a profitable deal, blocking the flows, and using a hostage. The hero said that this was the only way to achieve peace if the saint did not know a real miracle that could cause rain. To everyone's surprise, the saint replied that such a miracle existed and called Aqua to come to show hope. There was an ancient legend about a guardian deity dozing deep at the bottom of a mysterious lake, where mermaids now lived and mysterious lullabies were sung. In ancient times, on the site of the lake, there stood a huge human city, prosperous and filled with life, until a terrible creature with huge mustaches appeared. This creature brought with it an incessant and intense rain that flooded everything around, turning the city into ruins and a forgotten place underwater. The creature brought with it a strong and continuous rain across the land, which flooded the entire city. The divine guardian who brought such destructive rain and disaster was called Ululu, and his name was whispered with awe and fear. The mermaids of the lake continued to sing lullabies to him so that Ululu would not bring any more troubles, and they kept him asleep. Hansu was amazed, because it was the first time he had heard of such a mysterious creature, and his imagination was filled with the unknown and anxiety. Lanavel asked Aqua why the mermaids call the catfish the guardian deity, since it is such a dangerous creature. Aqua didn't know the exact answer, but perhaps they called him that because they hoped he would become a guardian deity. Ululu could make it rain anytime he wanted. He could even cause a flood or even drown the whole world with his cries. However, for almost 500 years, mermaids have been doing everything possible to prevent the disaster. They sang songs that had unique magical powers. Without any help from the outside world, the mermaids put all their efforts into preventing the disaster. Aqua was very angry with Hans because despite all the efforts of the mermaids, the hero decided to attack her. Aqua assured the heroes that there was a peaceful way to solve the problem. If Ululu disappeared, the drought would return. The saint said that everyone needed to unite, and the kingdom would be saved from drought, and the mermaids would be freed from their duties of sealing Ululu. Zig immediately agreed. He believed that this was the best solution. All he had to do was defeat Ululu. Hans wasn't sure about this plan. He had a bad feeling, but still decided to think it over. The hero asked what level Aqua was. She began to suspect that he was not a real hero, because heroes could see everyone's level. They began to argue again, calling each other names, but the saint intervened in time. Hans couldn't understand how they could destroy Ululu if the mermaids, along with the queen, who was about level 500, couldn't handle him. The hero didn't believe at all that they could win, and on top of that, he and Zig were just beginning heroes. He started yelling at Aqua again, not understanding why she told him about this plan if it was unrealistic. Zig intervened in their conversation and told Hero A that they didn't know if they could win unless they tried. I wonder what Zig could do in this battle, being only level 3 and almost a newbie in this world. But Hans didn't care. He wasn't afraid to die, because his reputation and personality would not change from this. La Nouvelle was also not against helping in the battle with Ululu, since she would be able to investigate a legend that no one knew about yet. Even Saint and Aqua decided to support the kingdom and their new friend in this difficult and dangerous fight. Hans was pleased, because the plan to destroy the hero Sieg, no matter how strange it seemed, had a brilliant start and gave hope for success. Having discussed everything, they made a firm decision to fight Ululu together, joining their hands in a tight circle, like a real team. The saint confidently confirmed that she would fulfill all the duties entrusted to her in the name of peace, friendship, and general well-being, leaving no room for doubt. Sieg, who fell in love with the saint at first sight, solemnly declared that together with her he would do everything possible and impossible to protect his allies and fulfill his mission. Aqua was also determined to sacrifice herself for her sisters who lived in the lake, ready to go to the end for their safety and happiness. The hero went to his army to sign a treaty with the Mermaid Queen. They sat down opposite each other. The document with all the necessary points had already been prepared and lay in front of the queen. But the Mermaid Queen was not going to sign the document until she knew where her sister was and that she was okay. Hans threatened the queen. He warned that it would be better to sign the document so that Aqua would remain safe. The treaty provided for close cooperation between the mermaids and the kingdom, securing the rights and obligations of both parties for the future. The first point was the obligatory submission of the mermaids to the laws of the kingdom, which caused considerable resistance and discontent among them. The second point was that the Mermaid Kingdom was to send its 3 princesses to a specially designed lake in the human kingdom's palace gardens as special guests. If imitators or traitors were found there, the Mermaid Queen would take full responsibility for the consequences, which made the agreement quite serious. The head of the mermaids was not happy with these conditions, but she knew perfectly well that refusal would lead to a war that she could not win. Besides, among the mermaids, Aqua was the only one who could fight on land, so the best solution was to accept those laws. Hansu warned that if they planned to fight, it would not end well for them, however. If they signed the treaty, the kingdom and the heroes would protect them. The agreement also guaranteed protection to the divine guardian Ululu, which was an important condition for both parties. The Mermaid Queen finally signed the contract with a trembling hand, after which she told Hans that he was very different from the hero the Queen loved. The hero agreed with her words with a grin, because he had never lost to the Demon King, Pedanar. After signing the treaty, Hansu immediately announced that the mermaids were now officially part of the kingdom, joining forces for the common good and safety. If any problems or questions arise, the hero Zig will gladly take responsibility for their solution, supporting his allies. Since Hansu was tired of doing everything himself, military support, and ending with negotiations, everything fell on Hansu. Zig didn't agree with the guy. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to cope. After all, he was only at the 3rd level, but he understood that he didn't need to shift all the work onto Hansa. The boys gathered together to discuss a plan to pull Ululu out of the water. Hansu suggested removing all the water from the ruins where the Divine Guardian sleeps and pulling him out onto dry land. But the Count did not agree with the plan, because the soldiers could not breathe underwater to carry out construction. The hero immediately remembered the agreement with the mermaids, which stated that the mermaids were part of the royal army and could help with underwater tasks. Hansu's plans were once again perfect. As always, he skillfully took into account many factors and found the most effective solutions. He always achieved success by carefully analyzing the situation and at the same time taking into account possible unforeseen circumstances. However, at graduation, his plans usually failed, and all thanks to those idiots who dragged him down, preventing the implementation of his plans. But in this playthrough, everything was going according to plan, which was unusual and caused the hero to be surprised and wary at the same time. The knights asked Hansa to come to the lake because, according to them, it looked strange and alarming, as if nature itself was warning of impending disaster. The lake raged furiously. Huge waves crashed against the shore with force, throwing out one after another mermaids who seemed to be knocked out of the familiar world. The mermaid who washed ashore first warned Hansa that the Divine Guardian had awakened, and now its power could influence the fate of the entire environment. Hansu couldn't believe his eyes and ears, not understanding how Ulula could wake up so quickly, disturbing the long-standing peace and balance. The creature with a body comparable to a mountain and a huge head was already clearly visible from the shore, and the waves continued to rage mercilessly and did not subside. The boy couldn't understand why everything was only getting worse, as if nature itself was rebelling against him and his efforts to protect people. He believed that he had saved the people from a tyrannical and useless king and had done everything he could to save them from a terrible drought, but the situation was getting worse. The mermaids informed Hans that they could no longer lull Ululu to sleep with their songs, as all attempts to induce sleep in him had proven futile and fruitless. It seemed that the emotions in their songs had changed, because it was the feelings embedded in the melodies that determined the power of the lullaby to lull the guardian to sleep. For a lullaby to have the power of sleep, it had to be filled with warmth and happy emotions that would give the mermaids the powerful strength to lull the great guardian to sleep. If other feelings emerged in the songs, sadness, melancholy, or anxiety, then the melody lost its ability to calm and lull, turning into a source of anxiety. The mermaids felt that everything was under their control until Hansu intervened in their land, disrupting the harmony and awakening a powerful guardian deity. The melody of the lullaby changed, became filled with melancholy and sadness, and was no longer that gentle song that could calm and lull anyone who listened to it. The mermaids accused Hans of invading their territory, which is why the princesses were forced to leave their home and hide from the impending disaster. Finally, Hans realized that something had gone wrong and understood what his mistake was that had led to the current crisis and the destruction of his plans. He decided that it had been a mistake to negotiate too softly and delicately, instead of suppressing them with fear and force, which might have brought greater results. He blamed the mermaids for ruining his plan because they refused to sing as needed to achieve his goal, thus interfering with his plans. Meanwhile, the Count gave the order to the archers and magicians to line up in battle formation. Their task was to stop the powerful monster Ululu, who threatened everything around. The sky above them burst into flames as they fired hundreds of arrows and fireballs of magic towards the monster, hoping to weaken its power and stop the destruction. However, this had no effect because Ulula had a special skill that gave him an advantage while he was in the waters of the lake and could draw power from there. Hansu turned to Lanuvel for help, asking her to try to bring Ululu out of the lake with her magic to reduce his power and make him vulnerable. Lanuvel agreed with surprise in her eyes, deciding to use an unusual anti-gravity magic that she had never used before in such battles. The girl dealt a powerful magical blow, and the creature's huge body began to slowly rise from the depths, breaking through to the surface with great effort. Everyone was amazed and could not believe their eyes, because it seemed incredible that Lanuvel could actually cope with such a task. The monster let out a mighty roar as it rose to its feet, and the water level around it dropped sharply, revealing part of its massive body and causing surprise among everyone present. Lanuvel created a magical ball around them, inside which none of the team could be harmed, and together they flew up, avoiding danger. The water had almost completely gone, and Ululu's body was completely visible. The boys began to understand that Aqua most likely had not told them the whole truth about the nature of this creature. It turned out that in front of them was not just a catfish, but a real giant with a catfish head and a huge pumped-up body, which posed an incredible threat. It turned and without hesitation rushed away from the lake, away from the panic, towards the people. Everything that had been achieved began to crumble under the weight of the Titan's steps, and events began to spiral out of control. Every step he took was like an earthquake. The earth rumbled, trees fell from the trembling, birds took to the air in panic, and animals left the forests without looking back. Hansu ran to Aqua and accused her of saying that there was an ordinary catfish there, and not a whole giant. Aqua calmly replied that the illustrations in the book were intended for children, and that is why a small catfish was depicted there, so as not to frighten the delicate child's psyche. And since children are very sensitive, a small catfish was depicted so that they would not be scared. But all these disputes had to be left for later, because the main problem remained Ululu, and they themselves had no idea how to deal with such a monster. Hans, as always, decided to defuse the situation with a joke, promising Sieg that he would become the vanguard and fight bravely for all people and the kingdom. Meanwhile, the archers continued to aim and strike directly at Ululu's legs, hoping to somehow slow down the giant in his furious run. But he didn't care at all about the arrows. He ran towards the army and trampled them with his big feet. Hansu used Master Malin's skill to strengthen his vision to see what was happening there. He saw that all the arrows hit the target absolutely right. This was not the kind of enemy that could be defeated with arrows. They could not pierce his thick skin. The lake that was the center of the events had completely disappeared since Ululu emerged from the water, leaving behind only a muddy puddle. Although Ululu looked quite calm for a creature whose deep sleep had been suddenly disturbed, he stood motionless, as if searching for something. He stood in place as if he was looking for something instead of trying to attack people. Zig suggested finding a peaceful way to defeat Soma, but Hans thought it would be best to attack the enemy while he was not ready. Hans said that after the battle, a legend would be created about the hero Sieg, who fought with unbridled fury and died with honor, becoming an example for posterity. Hero B did not understand in what sense he died, because he did not intend to die in this battle. But Hans had other plans. He grabbed Zig, and they ran on the path to glory. The saint approached Aqua and asked if they wanted to join the heroes to help in this difficult task. Aqua didn't agree that Hansu was a worthy hero, but despite this, she admitted that he had courage. When Hans ran up to the monster, he simply threw Zig straight at it and asked him to distract it for as long as possible. The hero's plan was to allow the monster to capture and eliminate Zig while maintaining his reputation and not losing personality points. At this moment, Hans activated the body-strengthening skill imparted by Master Malin, and his body instantly grew, becoming powerful and muscular. He shot into the air like a rocket and charged straight at the monster, determined to test his theory and turn the tide of battle. He thought that even though the catfish had a fish head, it looked and moved like a human, which meant that its bone and muscle structures were similar to humans, and its weakness should be the same. All that remained was to test this one chance to find a vulnerability and deliver the decisive blow. Hansu delivered a powerful blow straight to Somu's head, putting all his body's strength, accumulated rage, and pumped-up abilities into it. But even such a blow only slightly shook Ululu's balance. He stumbled a little, but then stood up and continued moving without signs of pain. The guy's skills were not enough to defeat the monster. He could make him stumble, but he would not be able to break his bones and muscles. Hansu should have had a higher level, because Ululu was more than 1,000th level, and the guy was only 85 since he was like a fly to the catfish. Hans understood that in this form he would not be able to harm the monster in any way, and therefore he urgently needed to figure out how to increase the level. But the higher the level, the harder it will be for the guy to defeat the Demon King. Meanwhile, Zig flew away from the catfish as far as on a trampoline, but remained alive. Hansu, sitting right on the monster's head, shouted to Zig to distract Ululu's attention, even for a moment, to change the course of the battle. However, Hero B turned pale with fear, because one mistake was enough, and the fish could swallow him whole in one movement. But he didn't want to leave this world, because he had only recently met the saint, and had only managed to travel a little in the world of fantasy. At the very moment when fear gripped the allies, La Nouvelle flew out of the sky, confidently balancing on a magic ball. Some continued to be quiet and calm enough. Of course, he caused enough damage to the kingdom, even just walking around. The monster felt no malice, had no purpose, simply woke up, and did not care about the screams or destruction around him, unlike the heroes. Suddenly, Ululu changed his behavior and rushed to the side with great speed, leaving no chance to understand his true intentions. His gigantic body moved with such speed that it seemed as if nature itself was trying to retreat in horror. There were no obstacles for him, only direction, and yet he was followed by someone who was not used to giving up. Hansu tried to hold on to his head as best he could. Every step the monster took was accompanied by a shockwave, as its SS-ranked destruction skill turned the ground beneath its feet into ruins. There was another problem that Hans failed to predict, and that was La Nouvelle, who was following them in a ball. A second problem immediately arose. It turns out that the direction in which Som was moving was the center of the Dumpling Kingdom, towards the most densely populated area, which meant, at such a speed, that it would be a repeat of the supreme dragon of oblivion, Noobis. Hansu asked La Nouvelle to do everything possible to stop Ululu, and she had to do it if she wanted to stay by the hero's side. Meanwhile, the hero continued to deliver powerful blows thanks to the body-strengthening skill. Ululu ran straight through the orc village, and every blow, every body that fell at his feet was just one step closer to the monster that was bringing chaos to the civilized world. Hans tried all the time in this playthrough to avoid getting useless experience points, but if he ruins his reputation and achievements, then everything will be in vain. He realized that if he didn't intervene now and make a decision, he would lose not only respect, but also everything he had tried to preserve. Everything Ululu touched with his foot disappeared without a trace, as if his souls were erasing reality itself, like an eraser on paper. Professor Morale appearing out of thin air, and told Hans that his reputation among the heroes of the fantasy world was one of the worst. It seems that Hansu will not graduate in the third playthrough either. She hoped that she brought an exemplary student who could prevent such situations, but in the end, she was disappointed with him. Hansu, not paying attention to her, continued to crush the orc squads along the way, trying to raise his level before meeting the pumped-up fish. But even despite his efforts, experience accumulated catastrophically slowly, especially when compared to the efficiency that the Demon King showed. He did not give up and continued to destroy the enemies with redoubled stubbornness, and in the meantime, Saint and Aqua joined him with the intention of helping. Instead of thanking them, Hans began to worry that they would steal experience, and Saint would be able to take away his experience points. The hero continued to run after the fish and asked La Nouvelle to try to tie Ululu's legs. The girl was pleased that the guy trusted her, which meant she had to do everything in her power. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful cold magic from thin air onto the running monster, creating an ice trap. However, Ululu continued to run as if nothing had happened, showing complete indifference to her attack and magical effects. In principle, Hansu did not expect that La Nouvelle would be of no use, since the fish was over level 1000. It would be a miracle if she could stop him for even a couple of seconds. But suddenly, stupid Ululu slips on the ice cover that appeared after La Nouvelle's magic. Roar, ringing, falling, the giant collapsed, raising a wave of earth, dust, and roots. The earth shook as if another, even greater creature had awakened. While the catfish was lying there, Hansu had to act quickly. He ran to Aqua and asked for help, saying that he would take all the consequences upon himself. Without explaining anything, he kissed the princess on the lips, passing on to her with this kiss a deadly poison. The mermaid princess instantly fell to the ground. The saint pounced on the hero, not understanding why he did it. After all, despite her illness, Aqua came there to help the hero, and he infected her with poison again. He asked to resurrect the princess, saying that it was his plan he would replenish all the levels that she lost. Thanks to this, Hansu's level rose fourfold, reaching level 85, but in the case of all his high-ranked skills, the growth effect was too fast. Hansu's muscles became too huge, and the adrenaline and endorphins were off the charts, thanks to Master Malin. Rising into the air, along with the storm caused by his skill, he attacked Ululu in mid-air, delivering a kick from his knee. After another blow, the giant catfish fell to the ground with a loud crash, but this was clearly not enough to break its will to resist. With each powerful blow, Ululu's bones and muscles broke more and more, and the sound of his cracking body became so loud and eerie that it echoed throughout the surrounding area. The snack of Aqua's experience points came in very handy, significantly increasing the guy's capabilities and giving him additional strength for battle. Hansu activated Master Malin's skill body control and dealt a powerful blow, saying that this was revenge for Aqua. This was not an ordinary attack. It was a mixture of dozens of high-ranking skills, martial spirit, dark energy, chaos, deadly poison, physical strength, agility, destruction, slaughter, bloodshed, and many more. They all came together in a single symphony of destruction, one blow, and the giant creature fell face down on the ground. Meanwhile, the saint was finally able to revive Aqua. They already thought that she would not come to her senses, but magic worked a miracle. Although her face did not look quite animated, but on the contrary. Having woken up, the Queen of the Mermaids, overcome with anger, immediately began to look for Hans with her eyes, wanting to understand why he had taken such a decisive step. Looking up, everyone noticed that Hans had apparently managed to stop Ululu, and the atmosphere around them filled with both tension and relief. The hero felt sorry to destroy Ululu, because together they could have been good allies, but at that moment he refused to have a second supreme dragon of oblivion. Hansu's level rose sharply, almost tenfold. It was level 750. Despite his incredible growth, he knew it was still not enough to stand against Demon Lord Pedanar. The body was overflowing with power, but the skills had already reached such a rank that the increase in level had almost no effect on them, but one skill still changed. That same black box, the ability that allowed the hero to retain his memory and strength from the second playthrough, has moved to a new level. With the new rank came a new effect, the impossibility of being destroyed, which made the hero practically immortal in battles. Hans tried to understand the essence of this ability, but could not find a direct answer, because his body was restored in any case thanks to natural healing and internal reserves. Meanwhile, the rain that had suddenly started was getting stronger with each passing minute, as if nature itself was mourning the death of Ululu and could not calm its grief. Aqua and Saint stood in shock, not believing their own eyes and the fact that Hans was able to achieve such a victory over the ancient creature. After all, the great Ululu had held back the people for 500 years, and even Aqua's father, the renowned hero, had given up trying to deal with him. The legends of the water titan who was considered a deity turned out to be true, and now this deity has been destroyed, leaving behind a void and new hope. The rain poured down like a broken dam, and now people did not have to worry about the water supply because the terrible drought was ended by one powerful gust of nature. People bowed and prayed, praising the hero, whose reputation only grew with each passing day, becoming a symbol of salvation and strength. However, the rain had not stopped for several days in a row, and there was a new, no less serious threat in the air that could change the course of events. After 10 days, the rain turned into a major flood that threatened to cause danger. The reputation Hans had hoped to enhance instantly turned into notoriety. Aqua and the Saint came to visit the guy, but with each visit he looked worse and worse. The mermaid princess asked why the human palace was leaking so much. Was it because of poor design, or was the technology not developed enough? It turns out that 10 days ago, immediately after Ululu's death, a conflict took place between Aqua and Hansu. She called him a thug because he had destroyed her twice with deadly poison, and she could not turn a blind eye to it. Aqua grabbed him by the neck sharply. She said that if he destroyed her and then saved her, then he would be responsible for the rest of his life. Hansu asked her to remove her hands. He understood why she worked in the lake city, in order to find suitable partners for the mermaids, and of course for herself. And since Aqua was the daughter of a hero, as well as a member of the royal mermaid family, their standards were very high. She would be satisfied with a partner of at least level 600. Since Hans was at the right level, the princess immediately started to approach him and wanted to kiss him. All this time, Zig wanted to say something to the hero Hans, but he did not listen to him. When he finally heard him, Zig said that he had made a decision to go on a journey to find the legendary sacred sword. Hero B said that after he saw that Hansu defeated Ululu, he decided that if he didn't change, he would fall behind and become a burden for Hansu. Zig invited Saint to join him on his heroic journey. Unfortunately, the healer was forced to refuse him since she was protecting Aqua. 10 days later, the unprecedented downpour that had hit the central contingent finally stopped. It was perfect weather, just right for wringing the neck of a demon lord, the boy thought. Professor Morale appeared and warned the guy that the demon lord was not a ticket for recertification. Hansu was not happy with her appearance and asked why she decided to come right after the guy ruined his vacation. The professor expressed her sincere condolences about his loss of reputation, but she told him not to give up, because on the one hand, he had solved the problem with the drought. Hansu was angry at the mermaids because they woke up the strange catfish and ruined his reputation. He wanted to catch all the mermaids and destroy them. Morality asked to stop thinking about it, because regardless of whether the reputation grows or falls, the hero is judged by it. And people all over the continent began to pay attention to the guy. It was only necessary to do one more good deed, and his reputation was immediately back to normal. She advised him to help Zig increase his level and skills. Meanwhile, on the training field, Alex was training Zig. The kingdom provided great support to Hero B despite his failures. However, after Sieg tried to follow the saint and disappointed the nobles of the kingdom as well as his majesty, it was hard to believe that he would be given any more support. Only Alex continued to believe in him, that he would become the only hero and receive the holy sword. Meanwhile, up above in the palace, the hero watched what was happening from his high balcony. He did not interfere. Not because he couldn't. On the contrary, his intervention would have been too effective and perhaps final. Zig, barely standing on his feet and staggering from fatigue, continued to fight next to him, moving more by inertia than by conscious will. His striking power was almost imperceptible, but his burning desire to gain combat experience made him unexpectedly dangerous to himself. The queen came to the training field accompanied by guards and majestically called the swordsman, and Alex immediately dropped to one knee, declaring that her wish was his command. It all started when strange and frightening rumors began to spread in the sewers under the palace, as if something unnatural and threatening the peace of the capital was hiding there. Therefore, the queen ordered the swordsman to deal with this mysterious problem, even if it does not yet directly harm the royal subjects and protected areas. Alex accepted the order without a shadow of a doubt, because he considered the defense of the kingdom a matter of honor, and not just a duty imposed on him from birth. The hero, who was already barely breathing after training, suddenly wanted to join the knight's campaign, deciding that he could be useful in difficult times. The queen looked at him with slight surprise but did not object, and simply wished all participants good luck and successful completion of the task. Hans, who was watching this from the side, only smiled slightly, because it was he who, through hypnosis, convinced the queen to give out this dangerous task. He formally asked to be taken along, as if out of politeness, but received an immediate refusal, as he expected, which only confirmed his calculations. Alex lined up an entire army of knights to descend into the sewers, and sternly warned everyone that the task was personally from the queen, and therefore could not be carried out carelessly. There was only one entrance and exit to the sewer, so they made the logical conclusion that the potential threat was stuck inside, unable to escape. Alex, Zig, and the rest of the knights rushed into the sewers, clutching their weapons tightly, but none of them knew what exactly might be waiting for them around the corner. Inside, there was semi-darkness, an eerie silence broken only by the squeak of rats with crazy eyes, and a strange slime, similar to a living substance, stretched everywhere. Thanks to Hans, who had prepared everything in advance through the queen, the warriors received a map with the exact location of the traps, hunting areas, and the path to the mysterious creature. Hearing a strange and dull sound, reminiscent of an echoing, distorted roar, the knights immediately rushed towards it, hoping to quickly discover the source of the alarm. But Hans kept the most important thing secret, because he didn't tell anyone that the mysterious creature called Chimera had a power level of 450. This chimera looked truly terrifying. It had a huge body and many red eyes, just looking at which made you shudder. They immediately realized that there was no way back, and that they would not be able to get out without losses, but since the task came from the queen, they were obliged to go to the end. Alex ordered everyone to remain calm and line up, because the approaching battle promised to be extremely difficult. The chimera, without wasting any time, swallowed the knight in one motion before the others even had time to realize what was happening. Alex told Sieg with determination that the heroes were the kingdom's last hope, so he swore on his honor to ensure his return. Then he shouted the order to attack, and the entire army of knights rushed to attack the huge monster. Exactly 3 days and 2 nights had passed since the moment when this brutal battle with the chimera began. Hansu decided to restore his reputation in a very unusual way by throwing a grand party at a nearby pub. He dumped out a bag of money given to him by the Dumpling King to buy everyone a drink and raise their spirits. The reason for this fun was the death of Captain Alex, which was already known throughout the city. Although Hans didn't think that Alex would actually die, he still raised his glass and offered to drink to his memory. The chimera monster's level was higher than the captain's, but Alex's skills could compensate for the difference. However, the biggest obstacle was a variable called Zig, and he ruined everything. Alex abandoned all thoughts of saving himself in order to protect the hero and fought until his last breath. His body was so destroyed that even the saint could not perform resurrection on him. The crowd in the pub continued to buzz, raising their glasses once again to Alex, the hero who had died for another. Zig actually drank with sorrow on his face, and his suffering seemed sincere and heavy. He blamed himself, as befits a true hero whose soul is full of pain, fear, and guilt. However, after the events in the sewers, Zig's level rose, and his skills began to gradually improve. Lanovel approached Hans and asked in surprise why he was laughing if Alex really was dead. The hero replied that he was saddened only by the loss of the knights, and that Alex himself did not particularly worry him. Meanwhile, La Nouvelle continued to drink, looking at Zig with pity and not taking her eyes off him. And he himself, standing on the table, began to shout that he would fulfill the captain's dreams and continue the hero's path. It all looked theatrical and tearful, as if he were playing the leading role in a dramatic play. Then he suddenly jumped up and ran off in an unknown direction, without explaining anything to anyone. Hans couldn't understand what was going on in his head. Maybe it was just another round of maturation. Meanwhile, La Nouvelle poured glass after glass into herself, still silently watching what was happening. The next morning, while Hans was sleeping in his room, La Nouvelle suddenly burst into his room with news. She reported that the hero Zig had a girlfriend, and not just one, but 3 girls at once. Hans couldn't understand where he found time for love affairs because he was beaten all the time. The hero decided that it was time to put off the plan to destroy the Demon King, because the story with Zig promised to be more interesting. It turned out that he was really serious. The next morning, after a drunken night in a pub, Zig left the capital with 3 girls. The first was the daughter of a famous count's family. She was a priestess. The second accompanied them as a former slave, an experienced elven archer with a keen eye and a sharp mind. And the third was a mysterious bandit whose motives remained a mystery, but all 3 were young and attractive. And yet it is interesting. How did Zig, who recently got his ass kicked by Alex, manage to find, impress, and convince 3 professionals? Hans thought that he wanted to go with Zig, but Alex always trolled the guy, so they didn't communicate for some time. And stupid Alex should have sacrificed only himself, but instead he sacrificed all the royal knights of the palace. It was becoming increasingly difficult to hide the truth that Hansu controlled an entire kingdom, and once the mask fell, the reputation scores would plummet. La Nouvelle asked the hero if he would go after Zig to help him or dissuade him. The answer was no, because he had to look after the kingdom. Hans told Zig to figure it out himself, because he himself was guilty of the death of Alex and the royal knights, and did not even take responsibility. And how could Hero B have such a high personality score? Were the teachers going crazy? Professor Morale appeared, who declared that Zig was not abandoning his duties, and when he got stronger during the journey, he would definitely repay Hans for the kindness and support he had shown. The hero could not understand who would look after the kingdom if he decided to go on a campaign, because without his control, everything could fall apart in a matter of days. Be that as it may, abandoning the kingdom now was too irresponsible, since it was already in a state no different from an empty shell. If any invasion were to occur, the throne and all power would be in danger of being seized, and no one would be able to protect the people. But stupid Zig had no idea that something was wrong with the kingdom, and that the coming trials would be much more serious than he could have imagined. The professor asked the guy not to think so negatively, because the only thing that can really make a person happy is his state of mind and inner peace. But Hans did not agree with this view, deciding to face the present and control the future, not allowing illusions to obscure reality. The backup plan, which had been secretly and long prepared, was finally put into action, opening a new stage in the struggle for the survival of the kingdom. Hansu trained a group of people, new recruits, who were given special attention in fighting skills and training to create a strong army for defense. Initially, 100 out of 10,000 were selected to undergo strict training under the supervision of B-class demons, who took on the role of mentors and trainers. In simple terms, only 1% was selected. From that moment on, they were the future kingdom, and not the royal knights who became popular only because of the name. There was no time to waste. Hansu gave them all a chance, even those who did not have their own name. Because when they become stronger, they will find a name for themselves, and Hansu will pave the way for them to become dark knights. It was the power of dark energy, and all people gradually submitted to the guy, recognizing him as a leader and guide to the new world. From now on, Hansu would guide them to the most suitable hunting grounds where they could develop their abilities and level up. He gave them 1 month to reach level 200, and although it was dangerous and life-threatening, The weak were simply weeded out. This was meant to help restore the kingdom's strength and strengthen its reputation within a month, creating a solid foundation for the future. He also wanted to find out where Ululu was trying to get to, since he definitely had some destination. La Nouvelle, from the corner, saw what the guy was doing and thought that he was the incarnation of the Demon King because the atmosphere was too terrifying. Although La Nouvelle had never seen the Demon King, Hansu asked her to shut her mouth, as she was ruining his reputation with her false rumors. Whenever the hero thought about demons, he remembered the second playthrough and could not come to terms with the fact that his reputation was falling due to the destruction of demons. It's like he did something bad, but in this playthrough, he had to try something different. Because of Ululu, his reputation was on the verge of collapse. He had to restore it, then he would be able to pass this damn game. It was possible to deceive uncivilized people in order to raise one's reputation. It was just a matter of time. Dark Knights could also be used to boost reputation, emphasizing the strength and power they could bring. Hansu decided that all these ways of increasing reputation would start in the kingdom itself, becoming the starting point of a new strategy and struggle for survival. Meanwhile, Sieg, seated on the throne of moral virtue, continued to wander with his growing harem, demonstrating a surprising tenacity in uselessness. He helped old ladies, fed animals and creatures, cooked and cleaned. Hans and La Nouvelle watched through the orb. From the outside, it looked like an experiment to test the limits of uselessness. 2 months and about 15 days had passed since Hansu had started following Ululu's route. Aqua, along with them, had more than doubled her level. She was already at level 537. Along the way, they destroyed all the monsters, regardless of whether they were evil or good. But La Nouvelle said that the previous heroes destroyed only the evil ones. Hans believed that this was why the world was in a bad state. People had to ask for help before someone did something bad. But people asked for help when they were already being harmed. So the hero who comes to the rescue at that time will be praised as a benevolent hero. Hans thought, because if someone solves problems in advance, then there will be no need for heroes. La Nouvelle's admission that people did not notice either the feats or the lives saved only strengthened the hero's resolve. In a world where glory was built not on results, but on performances, it was worth starting to play by the same rules. This meant that a new approach was needed. He activated the skill of Chaos, Destruction, Oblivion, SS. After activating the skills, a very loud sound was heard, as if an earthquake had occurred. All the orcs and creatures ran towards the kingdom. And the guards of the kingdom saw that the legendary dragon of Oblivion had awakened from his 500-year sleep. Hans wanted it that way. He planned it all. The desired effect appeared immediately. The saint asked why he did this. Was he really ready to sacrifice humanity just for the sake of his reputation? Hans, as always, switched to a joke, saying that he accidentally sneezed because he had an allergy reputation. Meanwhile, the guards sent out a smoke signal and raised the alarm, and those who could fight took up arms. There were also many ordinary people who did not know where to go and simply ran wherever they saw. And on the huge fence he appeared, the hero Hansu, who was ready to save everyone. Soon trolls appeared ahead. These creatures, disgusting in appearance, were much more terrible in essence. There were a lot of them. The guy could have used the sword Endymion, which would have helped a lot in that situation. But he didn't care how many there were because reputation was more important. He activated a skill that dealt huge damage to the affected area, and the area itself was large. As soon as they started to come closer, he delivered that very blow. All the orcs flew away 100 meters. Powerful explosions followed one after another, and only one monster, out of a 1,000-strong army, was able to reach Hans. The one-eyed creature attempted to strike in mid-jump. Hans successfully dodged the blow and launched a counterattack. The orc's bones immediately broke. After such a blow, it is unlikely that anyone would have survived. It was fun. A whole army of orcs died in one moment. Hero Hansu successfully defended the city. The hero, entering the gates of the kingdom, was already expecting applause, and that everyone would thank him. His reputation would immediately jump. But when he went there, he saw how all the people were standing around Zig. It turned out that this idiot saved a child who was almost hit by a carriage, and all the people thanked him. Only Aqua and Lanovel appreciated Hansu's actions, which was very offensive for the guy. He realized that he had made a mistake in his calculations. The truth was not important for naive citizens. Hansu activated public opinion control. He declared a cold war and will show these people the reputation of SS-Rank. It was the effect of manipulating public opinion. People started saying that Hans was amazing, a hero without fear or reproach, and Sieg turned out to be the culprit not only of the flood, but also of many other troubles. Zig was also accused of being a real Casanova, allegedly having fun with girls all day long, ignoring his duties, and pretending to be an innocent savior. Even when Hans was kicked in the ass by La Nouvelle, people did not condemn him, but on the contrary, called it a display of strength and ruthlessness worthy of a true hero. At last they reached the coast, where the ocean stretched out, majestic and mysterious, the waves of which rolled with a roar, as if whispering ancient secrets. The saint did not believe that the sword was in this place. It seemed too strange to her, because why would a beautiful woman guard an ancient artifact in the very heart of the sea abyss? But it was precisely to this place that Ululu was moving, which left no doubt about its significance. He certainly would not have set out into the unknown just like that, without a clear goal. But, as always, Aqua decided to take the initiative, and without embarrassment began to undress right on the shore, inviting everyone to immediately dive into the water as if it were a resort. Hansu explained to the stupid mermaid that in front of them was not just a lake, but a real ocean, where even someone like her could easily get into trouble if she miscalculated her strength. The hero, without thinking twice, entered the water himself, heading towards the bright flash of red light that loomed in the distance, like a lighthouse in the stormy darkness. As he got closer, he noticed that, as expected for a hidden location, the entrance was carefully guarded. Not a single detail betrayed a weakness in the defense. In front of him appeared an arch-mermaid whose movements were smooth and whose strength clearly exceeded the limits of the ordinary. Her level was over 1,000 and inspired respect. She warned that if the hero decided to leave on good terms, she would not interfere, but if he stayed, she would consider it a challenge. But Hans wasn't going to back down, because he didn't just want to fight. He wanted to talk to her, maybe learn something more about this place and the swords. The mermaid smiled sweetly, as if everything that was happening amused her, and suddenly began to sing so melodically that the sound seemed to envelop the consciousness itself. The melody was enchanting, like a soft veil that tried to envelop the mind, erase the memories and send it away like a mindless passerby. But he had an answer, a low-ranking but useful skill from the black box that destroyed the magic, breaking it like a sea wave against a rock. Without wasting any time, he lunged forward, grabbed the mermaid by the hair and kneed her in the face, showing that he would not fall for the tricks anymore. One blow, then another and another, until the body went limp in his arms, without a sign of resistance, as if deprived of will. When she no longer tried to break free, he pulled her forward like a key to a passage, as if she were part of the mechanism guarding the way. Her presence actually opened the passage. The corals that had previously blocked the way retreated to the sides, as if on someone's invisible command. When the entrance was completely open, the hero, without hesitation, wrung her neck, mentally thanking her for her help because everything had its price. He headed inside to inspect the monastery. There were shells, corals, even remains of household utensils all around, as if someone had lived here. Perhaps he had been to this place before, but the memories were erased because he did not have access to the black box last time. Swimming further, he saw a beginner-level mermaid holding a sword in her hands that was shining with an unusual light. Swimming up to her, he extended his hand to take the sword, but at that moment, Professor Morality suddenly intervened, as if waiting for a convenient opportunity. But it was too late. The hero managed to grab the sword, and the glow in his hand indicated that it recognized the new owner. The professor immediately warned that the hero can only wield one sacred sword, and drawing it from its sheath is a serious decision. When she asked what he was going to do with the defective item, Hans frowned, not understanding what she was talking about. The professor explained that now he would not be able to wield the real sword, and this one was only a substitute, unworthy of his power. The hero also neutralized the sword's keeper, but considered it self-defense because he almost lost his mind. Having fallen under her spell, the professor accused him of looting and robbery, called his actions unacceptable, after which she silently turned around and left. The hero, having obtained a new sacred sword, returned to dry land, where a fresh and, apparently, very unpleasant problem was already waiting for him. The Elven king, upon learning that his daughter had been sold into slavery and humiliated, could not bear it and declared war. It turned out that Sieg, that same former comrade, now a noble fanatic, decided to free Sylvia, the elf, who was once abandoned to Hans. The main character, with a sinister expression on his face, asked to simply trust him because he already had a plan that could stop the conflict. The Elven king ordered a merciless attack on the kingdom and the destruction of all people, leaving no chance for mercy or salvation. A powerful army approached the Dumpling Kingdom. The king ordered not to retreat and not to miss a single person. But as soon as they crossed the borders, the elves immediately began to run away and retreat. The Elven king became even more angry. He didn't care about his soldiers. He ordered them not to retreat under any circumstances. However, with the advent of the Holy Sword, the concept of war lost all meaning, and even the bravest warriors began to lose the will to resist. The Holy Sword greatly enhanced Hansu's skills, and the effects of several important abilities were significantly increased, making the hero almost invincible. And the radius of destruction used to be the size of a baseball field, but with the use of a sword, it changed to the size of a ski resort. The Elven army that invaded the Dumpling Kingdom was wiped out with just a few swings of the sword. The Elven king, overcome not by grief, but by pride and despair, began to summon powerful elementals, hoping to turn the tide. Armies of elemental spirits quickly filled the sky, but before they could do anything, a blow to the back ended the Elven monarchy and turned the tide of the battle. Prince Nasus, with cold determination and without a trace of regret, plunged the elemental sword of Endymion into his father, ending a centuries-old dynasty in one pure, lightning-fast moment. While the remnants of the army were recovering, Sylvia and Sieg came onto the stage, two figures that looked like they had been cut out of a cheap drama. Nasus announced that Elfheim was surrendering. Sister Sylvia could not believe that her brother had destroyed their father. However, Nasus could not stand his father, under whose rule countless elves died, and decided to put an end to the senseless sacrifices and suffering. He firmly stated that there would be no more sacrifices, because now he was the legitimate heir to the throne and would not allow further losses for the sake of empty ambitions. But a third one, Hero Zig, intervened in their conflict and told Nasus that he was not worthy of being king. All of this, of course, culminated in a display of brute force, Nasus effortlessly crushing Sylvia as if throwing aside a rag doll. Nasus took his sister hostage, and Zig rushed to help, trying to save her at any cost and prevent trouble. The three girls who were with Zig immediately rushed to his aid, ready to fight and protect their comrades. The girls asked Hero B to take care of Nasus while they tried to free Sylvia and get her out of the dangerous situation. Sieg seemed to have found another holy sword on his journey, which surprised Hansa and made him wonder how he managed to obtain such a powerful weapon. But Nasus didn't want to fight him directly, because destroying the weak was not his style or idea of a fair fight. Despite Sieg's modest level and mediocre skills, he rushed into battle driven by a burst of stupidity, nobility, and most importantly, the holy sword. It was the sword, not Sieg, that became the real fighter, its automatic functions compensating for all the gaps in the skill and logic of its bearer. The battle between mid-boss Nasus and Hero Zig was unexpectedly even intense, as if the fate of the entire world was being decided. But in reality, it was not a struggle between two individuals, but a duel of living swords, of which only one possessed real-life force and consciousness. The fight continued, and Zig pushed Nasus away with a strong blow, creating space for further action and strategy. The girls supported and believed in Hero B, instilling in him confidence and the feeling of a real hero, capable of changing the course of events. The sword glowed with a bright light, and Zig dealt a powerful blow to the ground, causing the earth to begin to crumble from within, revealing deep cracks. The wave after the impact was so strong that the Elven sword Endymion was cut into several pieces, losing its integrity and strength. And so, the defeated Nasus found himself on his knees before the hero, who in fact was only a puppet in the hands of fate and magic. As expected from the Holy Sword, even the newbie Sieg was able to deal with the mighty opponent, demonstrating the power and potential of the weapon. Hero V's gaze immediately turned to Hans, and he declared that he could not forgive him for destroying the peace-loving and loving elves who were his people. He challenged Hans despite them both being heroes and coming from the same city, creating a tense conflict between them. Hans could hardly believe that Sieg had actually allied himself with the elves and was now going to attack the kingdom they had both invested so much in. Zig didn't deny it, saying that he was not a traitor at all, and, according to him, Alex would definitely understand why he was doing this. Without wasting any time or waiting for an explanation, Hans rushed forward and struck first, aiming straight at those stupid glasses on Zig's face. But the sword's automatic defense worked like lightning, reacting faster than thought and reflecting the blow, preventing Hans from reaching his target. He did not attack head-on, but began to use feints, half-blows, confusing pauses, and false lunges. Sieg twitched and thrashed around like a puppet being clumsily tugged at by its strings, trying in vain to synchronize with his sword. Even on his first playthrough, Hans had suspected that the Holy Sword's automatic defense was powerless against brute and absolute physical force. So he deliberately created the illusion of a stopped strike, but at the last moment he brought it to completion with maximum power. The fist, piercing the air with a whistle, crashed into Zig's head with such force that he flew away a good few meters. Coming closer, Hansu began to shout right into his ear, humiliating him with words about how without a sword he was nothing and no one, just a shadow of a hero. But from behind Zig, there were still encouraging cries of support from those who believed in him and considered him a true hero. And to everyone's surprise, even after such a crushing blow, Zig, who had fallen unconscious, suddenly rose to his feet. However, he did not rise by his own will, but because the Holy Sword literally pulled him out and forced him to continue the fight without permission. The women in his support group saw it not as magic, but as willpower and determination, strengthening their feelings for the fallen hero. Meanwhile, Hansu had a second Holy Sword in his hands, little known and grotesque, but no less deadly. With the next movement, he easily cut the necks of the archer, the thief, and the shaman, leaving behind only lashes of blood. Their heads rolled to the ground, and their bodies fell with a dull thud, almost without a sound and without even visible agony. Zig's sword began to glow, consumed by rage and a thirst for revenge for the fallen, emitting a light that had not been noticed before. All the anger of the hero who had lost his allies poured out into one blow, and the light of the sword fell upon Hansa with heavenly power. But Hans didn't move, didn't reach out for protection, and didn't even try to dodge, completely ignoring the danger. Dozens of defensive skills immediately activated on their own, amplified by his sword, turning him into a living fortress. A barely noticeable scratch appeared on Hans's forehead, but it immediately disappeared, leaving no trace of pain. The sword in his hand described an arc again, and Sieg's hand and sword flew away, although Hans had a chance to finish the fight. He held back for only one reason. Despite everything, Zig was still a hero, albeit an annoying one. Hans knew that killing another hero would ruin his reputation, and decided to keep Sieg alive for the sake of the future. Looking around the battlefield, strewn with the bodies of elves, he realized that the moment had come when he could be glorified. Now the world had a reason to admire him because he punished the traitors, maintained order, and stopped the hero. Stories of his exploits would surely spread across the continent thanks to the demon servants watching from afar. And it was at that moment that he realized that he could now calmly head towards the demon lord to complete his journey. The hero appeared before the massive castle of the demon lord, and the atmosphere around him was as dark and terrifying as ever, as if the darkness itself was whispering ancient warnings, filling the air with cold and fear. The castle doors swung open with a bang, but Hans did not stand on ceremony, for the time for politeness and protocol had long passed, and now fate was being decided. The demon lord barely managed to raise his head from the elf, whom he was kissing tenderly, as if trying to postpone the inevitable clash. Pedanar, realizing the seriousness of what was happening, desperately tried to stall for time, using every second to prepare for the inevitable. Hans understood why he was stalling. It was all because of the demon lord's penalty. Pedanar needed time to adapt to the sudden drop in level due to the balance between the hero and the demon lord. Hansu put the time he had gained to good use, telling Pedanar to tell the story for Ululu if he wanted to talk so much. Since the demon lord definitely knew something about Ululu, the hero tried to use this knowledge to give the demon a reason to talk, thereby giving him some time and getting valuable information. But Pedanar turned out to be an old fox. He gained time by inserting effective pauses between his lines, surrounding them with a gloomy atmosphere and ritual movements. With this, he completed the preparations, and the deal, which no one had voiced out loud, was silently cancelled, leaving room for further action. The Holy Sword, two that materialized in the hero's hand, evoked a hostile and wary reaction, as if the blade itself was awakening ancient secrets and fears. And in this moment there was a new and interesting touch. Unlike the others, Pedanar immediately recognized this sword, as if an ancient memory came to life in his gaze. The hero fished out a little more information, Pedanar's words about the rain coming against the will of nature, about the power used against Ululu, confirmed that the Holy Sword was indeed connected to something greater. The hero tried to get more words out of the demon lord, but he stubbornly remained silent and did not want to answer, as if hiding the most important secret. Pedanar insisted that all the true secrets would be available only to the one who could win this struggle, leaving the last riddle unsolved. There are only two warriors left, one standing on the threshold of truth, and the other whose blood is about to spill on the ground. In fact, everything ended the moment the Holy Sword crossed paths with the demonic sword. Pedanar was instantly defeated. In the case where their levels were equal, the advantage went to the one with more skills and experience. Despite the fact that Pedanar was stronger in skills, the advantage was still on Hansu's side, because of the Holy Sword. The hero pointed his sword at Pedanar and began to interrogate him. The demon lord said that the boy needed to show the sword to the supreme dragon of oblivion, Noebius, who suddenly disappeared 500 years ago. Not wanting to listen to either prophecies or cryptic clues, Hansu interrupted him by plunging his sword into his head. Dark energy slowly seeped out of the fallen creature's remains, rushing towards its new master. With a unique skill that allows him to retain acquired powers between runs, he transferred the SS-Rank dark energy he acquired in the second life into his third life, the fusion of the old power with the new one yielding a powerful result. He pulled the Holy Sword from Pedanar's chest. The connection with this blade became almost personal, but now he would have to part with the weapon. Everything was over. All that was left was to wait for the outcome. A system message appeared, greeting the hero and evaluating his adventure. He felt neither joy nor satisfaction. The passage exhausted him. The third playthrough was indeed difficult for the hero. His disappointment knew no bounds because of Zig, who was a master of hypocrisy and propaganda. But thanks to the support of demon worshippers, he was able to cope with all the hardships. When his grades were announced, everything looked almost perfect. SS in combat power and achievements, A+ in reputation, and a failure in personality. This seemed absurd in the opinion of the system. The hero lost hope and ideals, was mired in chaos and hypocrisy. An adventure lacking sincerity was considered an illusion and therefore failed the test. All attempts to justify himself were ignored, the light enveloped him, and the recertification began. And again, the fourth playthrough, it all started with Lanavel's voice, her cloying politeness and false concern. And again, the hero stood in the center of the throne room, surrounded by familiar faces. Everything that was happening irritated him. Sieg, who began to blame Hans for what he had done to Sylvia, rushed at him and was immediately hit in the jaw, falling unconscious. The hero could not miss the chance to relieve the tension that had accumulated over the entire previous playthrough. Everything was absolutely the same as in the third playthrough, but it was time for the fourth. Meanwhile, a new teacher appeared. It was a young and energetic girl with a determined look, who immediately attracted attention with her unusual charisma and calmness. Her colleagues unanimously decided that she would take up her duties as a professor without any prior preparation, trusting her intuition and professionalism completely. A new mentor appeared before Hans, and he could not believe his eyes that such an important figure as Professor Morale had been replaced by someone so unexpected and unusual. She introduced herself to the children, warning that this was her first practical experience as a teacher, but with hope and confidence that everything would go as smoothly and effectively as possible. To begin with, Hansu tried to find out who she really was, a man or a woman, because her behavior caused some doubts and mysteries. She didn't give an answer. Since personal information was not distributed, Hansu immediately thought that she was a boor with hairy legs. She replied that she shaved her legs carefully every morning. The new teacher tried to maintain his dignity, but every now and then he broke down, revealing more than his role allowed him to. And the hero, smiling to himself, decided that perhaps this passage would still be interesting. Hans thought that the new professor was attentive enough and did not run away at the first opportunity, as Moral did, but he still thought that she would not have time to keep an eye on him and locked himself in his room. The hero lay on the bed and just lazed around, because he didn't understand why he was given an FF rating for personality in the third playthrough. Having drawn the holy sword from its sheath, the hero seemed to feel how the mysterious power filled him again, becoming an integral part of himself and awakening long-forgotten sensations. Suddenly, the professor appeared, genuinely surprised that the holy sword was in the hero's possession, as if it were a sign of special purpose and power. The hero only grinned, thinking out loud whether it was time to become secret friends with the professor, to exchange secrets, but was refused. Darkness enveloped the kingdom, and when the silence of the night finally drowned out the sounds of the palace, Hansu opened his eyes, went to the window and looked out. 2 knights were lazily patrolling the garden, almost not looking around. He jumped from the 4th floor, landing lightly and silently, without stopping. He crossed the palace grounds and rushed away from the capital. The hero decided to go to the Demon Lord on the very first night. Ignoring the low-level demons, his plan was to reach his destination in half a day. Oddly enough, the plan worked, and Hans found himself at the gates of the Demon Lord again. The professor, who had been standing next to him the whole way, was stunned. Having entered Pedanar's chambers, noise was coming from the throne room. The hero stopped at the door, listening to the elf queen conducting a strange and painfully awkward dialogue with the Demon Lord. Judging by his voice, he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Hans's patience snapped, and he walked in without warning, throwing the doors open with a bang. Shock overcame both of them, because yesterday's hero, according to all the laws of this world, should still be in the capital, under guard. And yet he stood before them, confident, calm, and irritated. Without wasting time, the hero quickly rushed forward. The elf became the first target. With a sharp kick, he threw her aside, causing her to sob from pain and humiliation. The next step was decisive, and the Demon Lord, weakened, unable to even stand up from the throne, was defenseless. In an instant, the holy sword entered his chest. The walkthrough was completed, and Hans eagerly awaited the grades, confident that they could not be underestimated since no significant incidents had occurred. The system's voice announced that Hansu had successfully passed the test, which made him very happy, and he mentally headed home. Tears of relief blurred his eyes. He couldn't believe it. Could it really be over after such a long time? The professor congratulated Hansa and was sincerely happy for him. She finished her internship in just one day and did not know how to thank him. But the hero, without thinking twice, replied that if they ever met in person, they would still become secret friends. Hoping that this would never happen again, the hero closed his eyes and went home. But it was not to be. Opening his eyes, Hans was horrified. This place did not look like his home. He found himself in a cave, sitting on a stone chair. After checking his body and status, he found that there was no trace left of his old title of hero. He was now unemployed. His true abilities remained with him, as well as the holy sword too. Hansu also noticed that he was dressed in old, torn clothes, but immediately switched to the fact that he urgently needed to get out of the cave and first of all find his parents and start a new life. The unemployed man found himself in a strange world, with trees that weren't in his native forest and 2 moons hovering in the sky. When he heard the voice of the mentors and realized that the graduation was a sham, he became furious. A woman appeared whose appearance was out of place. Her makeup, clothes, and style were reminiscent of Earth, but something in her eyes betrayed the deception. And indeed, despite her outward friendliness, she was the first to try to deal him a fatal blow, intending to eliminate the threat before it manifested itself in full force. Her attack failed because Hansu's reflexes, honed by many reincarnations and battles, were too sharp and fast, leaving the enemy no chance. Hans stood over the woman, peering intently into her face distorted with fear and confusion. He was absolutely sure that now he would be able to beat all the hidden truth out of her and reveal her real intentions. But when she suddenly disappeared without a trace, the unemployed man was shocked and confused, not understanding what had happened and how such a thing could be possible in this strange new world. And just when he began to seriously wonder if he had gone crazy, there she was, that same professor intern, greeting him with delight, reminding him of his failed graduation and the support she was ready to provide. While talking with the professor, Hans couldn't help but wonder what kind of place this was. The answer was astonishing. It is a place for graduates who are gathered here to participate in competitions for a reward, the so-called Hero Festival. 15 days have passed since the start of the Hero Festival. The professor was involved in organizing it, and under the pretext that they were friends, Hans wanted to know more, but he failed. However, the professor intern pointed to the snowy mountain peaks, as if hinting at something. The hero, in the past, decided not to waste time and head towards the indicated peaks. On the way, a conversation started, and it turned out that the festival for graduates takes place once every 4 years, just like a training session for the reserves. According to the professor, the unemployed person could leave whenever he wanted, like the woman at the cave, and participation was not at all necessary. Only the 3 survivors would receive the rewards, and the intern suggested that Hans form a team of 3 people, but he overreacted and decided that in order to win, he needed to get rid of them. The intern said that time in the fantasy world goes 10 times faster than on Earth, and Hans went crazy from this information. When he came to his senses, he was happy, because only a year had passed on Earth. A voice came out of nowhere. They were not alone. There were 3 of them, 1 woman and 2 men, one of whom was too aggressive. His name was Wolf. In a second, Wolf laughed when he saw Hansa and his first level, and decided not to touch him since it wouldn't bring him experience. His friends were also tipsy, ordering Wolf to deal with the unemployed man and move on. Hans was fearless, his eyes lit up, and he decided to destroy the big guy, because level 654 would give him a decent amount of experience. Having dealt with the Trinity with the help of the Holy Sword, the unemployed man was surprised that these pieces of dirt were also graduates, because he dealt with them so easily. With a smile, he collected everything useful, clothes and supplies from the bodies. Hans was really taken aback by the sudden change in his class. He was now a thief, The experience from killing was reduced, and it became harder to increase skills, but despite this, he felt a surge of enthusiasm. Luck, a skill that had always been in the shadows, was now his. With the effects of the holy sword applied, everything became even better. The level 100 troll did not escape the effects of luck. Slipping on a rock, hitting his head and drowning in spring water, he became confirmation that luck has moved from the category of chance to the category of regularities. There was a sound from the water. It was the mermaid, who was overwhelmed by a large shock wave from the troll. She wanted to sing a song, but changed her mind and asked to extend her hand to Hans. He did not object, but warned that if she bit, he would crack her. Incredibly, a kiss on the hand increased skills such as swimming, charm, and blessing. Wishing good luck, she disappeared into the water. Hans and the professor walked on, talking about the rewards and how good they were, when suddenly the student decided that it was time to destroy them all except for 3, which he banned. The next plan was already forming in Hans's head, a clash with the elves so that his skill rank would jump up. The student decided to get a clue about the location of the cruel elves, to which the professor changed the subject and began talking about a strong wind from the southeast side. It turned out that it was a hint. He moved in that direction and came across a tree. Its top was lost in the fog. The tree was of impressive size. Next to it, he was like an ant. People, like ants, climbed up its crooked trunk, tearing each other apart in an attempt to rise higher. There was no honor here, no solidarity, only despair and ambition. The elves were not going to give up without a fight. They rained down a hail of arrows on the rising humans, defending their sanctuary with fanatical fury, and the humans fell, screaming in pain. Hans tried to find out from one of the misters who fell from the arrows why everyone was trying to climb up, but he wasn't going to say anything. The last thing he said was the tear of the elf king. The thief, who was once a hero, was puzzled, but the professor explained that a tear could heal any wound and grant immortality. A man fell from the tree again, and another ran up to him, took out a magic ball and healed him. Hans watched as people helped and saved each other, wishing each other luck in the fight ahead. The observer's patience ran out. He summoned the holy sword and gave free rein to his fury. Hans was about to move towards the tree when a voice was heard nearby. Without thinking, he swung his sword, but the blow did not reach the target. Seeing the sword of this young man, he was shocked, because it is only available to those who have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Before him stood a young man, with the race of a superior man, such as he had never met before. He attacked the former hero with sermons about order, rules, punishments. But Hans was not interested in listening to this monologue, and he interrupted the young man, asking if his sword was the one, the highest. The former hero hated it when people chatted incessantly, and at the professor's suggestion, he cut the young man and his sword apart, and the people watching were shocked. Hans was pleased with himself and immediately ran up the tree. The professor in turn was sure that this was a pitiful sight, and it would not lead to anything good. It was at this point that the elves, hidden in the branches of the giant tree that became the arena of this festival, entered the game and began to attack with arrows. It was all in vain. Not a single arrow reached the target. The former hero reached the top without a single scratch after all. The skill of luck makes itself felt. There it was within arm's reach, that very tear of the elf king. Hans was so close and did not waste time. The elven king's tear, stored in a glass capsule, was drunk without hesitation. The effect was impressive. However, at that moment something happened. A meteorite fell from the sky, splitting the giant tree in half. The elves and all the people disappeared in a blinding flash. The meteorite left something, a huge hole where a tree had stood a few moments ago, which meant one thing: the story was not over yet. Hansu jumped into the dark abyss without hesitation, as if everything that was happening was not a disaster, but another opportunity. The hero, in the past, was floating in the middle of a dark void, with the feeling as if he had jumped out of an airplane, forgetting his parachute. Strangely, towards the end of the flight, Hans noticed that the place below was quite familiar, and his desire to land as quickly as possible intensified. Standing in front of the huge, magnificent castle, the professor trainee admitted that she did not know about this place, which aroused the student's interest. Deciding not to waste time, Hansu kicked the wall, a little further from the location of the gate, which surprised the trainee because she was not yet accustomed to the unconventional decisions of her fearless student. The fork was proof that they were in a labyrinth, because this thought had already visited the former hero when this structure was visible in flight. The intern professor decided to cheer up her student with a speech about life, mistakes, and courage, but before she could look back, the labyrinth had turned into ruins. Hans was plagued by many traps along the way, but they did not cause any problems because luck was still on his side. Having reached the temple, the disciple again thought that he had reached his goal, and like a storm, he burst in, leaving behind the destroyed doors. Was it really all going to end after the boss fight? But what a surprise it was when Hans realized that he was in the temple of the Elven king, who was in confusion about what was happening. At that moment, the thought came that he would definitely turn out to be evil, and the former hero wanted to end it as quickly as possible by swinging the holy sword. The elf king said that he was also familiar with this sword. According to the boss, his daughter was supposed to meet Hansa at the gate. He seemed kind. The former hero didn't care about the talk and got down to business. Again and again his fists and knees crashed into the elf king. The elven king begged for mercy, but Hans knew he should have checked the stats of this boss. Oddly enough, he turned out to be a monster. The boss tried to get the student to talk, but all attempts were exhausted. The defeated elf king was defeated. The battle was not easy, but Hans managed to cope, for which he received a decent amount of experience, as expected from the boss. Even the mysterious black box increased the rank. This was not an ordinary victory. It was a touch to something greater. And then, when the temple was still keeping a deathly silence, a female voice came from the corridor. She returned, the daughter whom the boss mentioned before his death. Turning towards the source of the voice, he didn't hesitate for a second. The sorrow in her tone did not arouse sympathy in him. In front of him stood a potential threat, the boss's daughter, and therefore an enemy. Hansu rushed forward without hesitation. Talking was pointless. They were enemies to each other. There was no mercy, only calculation. But the blow, delivered with the same determination that had struck down her father, missed its target. The elf dodged the sudden attack, which brought a bad feeling. Behind the outward grace there was a challenge that Hansu was determined to take on. Her skills were top-notch. Dialogue is only possible between equal interlocutors, and the hero decided that he must fight with everything he has. The elf dodged all attacks aimed at her limbs. It turned out to be not so easy to grab her. He made a move that few would have dared to make, intentionally missing her attack. He allowed the blade to penetrate his body, but luck, as always, was on his side, and the wound turned out to be harmless. He squeezed his muscles and for a moment fixed the enemy's weapon in his own body. Sensing the trap, the elf instantly released the handle and retreated, but Hansu grabbed her hand. He grabbed the elf with both arms and was delighted with his plan. They fell to the floor. A desperate scuffle began. The elf's tenacity aroused admiration and irritation at the same time. It seemed that the opponent was completely immobilized. Her breathing was ragged. Hans began to think about what questions to start with, about the holy sword, or about the secrets of the world. The silence was broken by a cough. The hero turned towards the sound and froze. There stood the one he had already sent to another world, the boss, whole, alive, with the same cuts on his clothes, but without a single trace of damage on his body. It was impossible, because Hansu had gained experience from him, but the Elven king stood before him unharmed. It turned out that this was a place of eternal suffering. The ancestors of the Elven king imprisoned him and his daughter here, and no one could die in that underground prison. The Elven king agreed to talk and answer some questions, but first suggested introducing themselves to each other, to which Hans decided to skip the formalities. Having lived for almost an eternity, the Elven king and his daughter were puzzled by such impatience. They had never seen anything like it before. But before the Elven king could develop his thought, a resounding tremor passed through the walls of the palace, the ceiling shook, and the fine dust of centuries fell from it. The Elven king raised his head, listening to the noise. The vibrations were growing louder, coming from above. Apparently, these were uninvited guests. The Elven king was confused. There had been no guests here for a long time. Hansu watched carefully, wondering who had come to this place of eternal suffering. Suddenly, snow-white wings opened up in the sky. Rays shining from the sky illuminated these creatures. Angels, as the professor intern called them. These creatures are the opposite of demons, and are usually what graduates encounter. It's strange, because even in his first, longest attempt, Hans never encountered these mysterious creatures. He looked at the sky, waiting to see what would happen next. Suddenly, bright rays of light fell upon the temple, and the angels directed them towards Hansu, as if deciding to deliver a fatal blow. However, luck was on the hero's side, and none of the powerful beams reached their target, bypassing his defenses like an invisible wall. The angels began to threaten Hans, threatening to execute him for trying to free the prisoners, seeing themselves as the unshakable embodiment of justice and destiny. In an instant they moved towards him, pointing their spears, but when they landed, they discovered that the hero was no longer there, as if he had dissolved into thin air. Out of nowhere, Hans suddenly pounced on the angels from behind. Their surprise played into the hero's hands, and he easily gained the upper hand. With one powerful blow, he scattered them to the sides, as if the wind was scattering autumn leaves, not allowing them to recover. Grabbing one of the angels, Hansu asked if this prison always restored strength after defeat, and plunged the holy sword straight into the chest, causing confusion. The angel could not understand where the hero got so much strength and determination. His gaze lacked an answer to this question, and he froze in amazement. The other white-winged warriors attempted to attack the hero from behind, hoping for surprise, but Hansu instantly destroyed their attack with his fighting skills. The angels quickly began to retreat, calling for reinforcements, realizing that they were in serious danger here and the enemy's unpredictable strength. Hans approached one of the fallen angels, who confessed that they were God's apostles, and the hero was chosen by God, but Hans took this as an excuse to destroy them. Suddenly, a sound distracted Hansa, and turning around, he was shocked to see the angel girl pierce the elf king, sending him with the secret to eternal rest. Seeing this, the daughter of the Elven king rushed at the angel with a sword in her hands, full of desperate determination to protect her father at any cost. But the angel easily threw her away and returned to the king's body, intending to complete her work without delay. Suddenly, the angel was pierced through by the holy sword, and her body staggered as if the wind was blowing away a light leaf from a tree. After that, the hero's divinity skill increased sharply, and the trainee explained that it was due to the destruction of angels, because powerful divinity is able to repel any threat. Hans decided to develop this skill while he had the chance, realizing the importance of strength in the upcoming battles. Oh no, the Elven king, the keeper of many secrets, was on the verge of disappearing, and this could change the course of events in the kingdom. The elf declared that he trusted his daughter to Hans and slowly closed his eyes, giving his last will to the protector of the family. But the hero was not going to give up and accept this loss. He placed his hand in front of the king's wound and began to use a previously unknown healing skill. Rage filled Hansa, because he could not let go of the one who knew so many important truths and kept the hope of the people. The Elven king was deeply grateful to the boy for saving him, thanks to which he could again see the sun and feel the warmth that filled his heart with joy and hope. Hans thought that since the king felt better, he should ask why the angel was trying to silence him, because it was too strange and aroused suspicion. The king laughed it off, turning the conversation in another direction, and began to talk about his daughter, as if hinting that he was going to propose to them, causing a slight smile to appear on his face. The guy coldly interrupted the conversation and demanded that he tell the whole truth, what he knew about the secret that the angel had mentioned earlier, wanting to know the main thing without unnecessary words. Hans heard again all the same things that he had known for a long time and saw nothing useful in it for himself, so he declared that he had nothing to do here and said goodbye, getting ready to leave. He wondered how best to climb up so that he could quietly get away from them and avoid unnecessary problems while maintaining freedom of action. But the king and his daughter could not leave him alone. They watched his every step and followed him relentlessly, like shadows, not wanting to let him go. Seeing this, Hansu became angry and asked them to go to hell, saying that he would act independently and did not want any escorts tied to him. The king, with a disappointed face, admitted that he was afraid of the angels, who would soon realize that he and his daughter were alive and would certainly come for them, leaving no chance for salvation. He had no intention of leaving Hansa until he could confront the divinity as he had in his youth, hoping to regain his strength and protection. The boy could not understand why the king was sure that the angels would definitely come for them and that their fears were based on a real threat. The fact was that the angels showed incredible vigilance towards the creatures of chaos, which always caused them particular anxiety and fear. The only weakness of angelic divinity was divinity itself, or the dark energy that angels feared the most. Although demons possessed dark energy, they were weak against divinity, which was why angels feared the creatures of chaos that were not weakened by their skills. The hero realized that with the king, he had not only allies, but also a kind of bait for the enemy, which made the situation even more dangerous and tense. He had already analyzed the behavior of the angels, and now he wanted to move on to the next step and find out where they lived, and for this, he decided to turn to Miss Intern. She warned him that angels are serious opponents for graduates, much stronger than heroes, and besides, they live in another dimension, far from the mortal world. Hans realized that if he couldn't find the angels on his own, he would simply throw out bait, using his skills and cunning to achieve his goal. After looking at his skills, he realized that the luck skill needed to be pumped up if the guy wanted to receive help with a higher probability. But first, he needed to make sure that the thief profession would not disappear. Hans asked the intern another question, where he could steal. He realized that he misspoke, and asked again in which direction was the city with the largest population. The guy immediately rushed there, accompanied by the king and his daughter, ready for new adventures and trials that awaited him along the way. The largest settlement, called the City of Newcomers. Even at this stage, he felt how differently he was treated. All the graduates, except him, began their adventure right here, in comfortable conditions, under the warm sun and with a friendly welcome. They were met with comfortable conditions, warm sun, friendly people, clean clothes, basic equipment, and even startup capital, creating the ideal start for a hero. The buildings in the city were magnificent, water channels ran between the streets, and there was also a great shrine where heroes were summoned to perform tasks. The festival prizes were in the shrine, and Hansu immediately thought about stealing them, but the intern asked him not to steal them, warning him of great danger. Hansu did not listen, gave the cloak to the king and his daughter, and ordered them to go to the sanctuary to create a fuss there and distract the guards. The guy asked the intern not to worry, because the energy of the universe itself was on his side and was supposed to help him in his plans. However, he did not like such circumstances when he had to rely only on intuition and luck, which made the situation unpredictable. But if he can keep his profession as a thief by pickpocketing and at the same time take home the prizes from the festival, he would be a fool not to take advantage of such a chance. Just as Hans was about to leave, someone called his name, interrupting his thoughts and causing him to turn around. In front of him stood a young man with yellow hair, who with undisguised surprise recognized the hero as Hansa, not hiding his joy and excitement. The hero, not immediately remembering who was in front of him, frowned, looking intently at the stranger, trying to remember the details of their past acquaintance. Red was the guy who always talked about how he wanted to go on a fantasy adventure, animatedly discussing plans and adventures. Hansu, of course, lied that he remembered him, but in fact he could not remember who this red-haired schoolboy was in front of him and why he appeared here. A red-haired classmate invited Hansa to a cafe to talk, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They started talking about life, what they did in the fantasy world, and how long they spent in the fantasy world. In just 3 years, the red-haired boy had built a full-fledged army of loyal women, each of whom had not only the looks, but also the strength to fight the demon lord. In a year he reached the northern continent, where he lost for the first time to the sword princess, who refused him a political marriage. But then he found a holy sword on the northern continent and defeated her, after which she joined his harem. Even the notorious Snow Queen became part of his harem, while Hansu killed her because she froze hundreds of people. Then, as he gathered a harem of 18 girls, they went to the ruler and destroyed him. The harem was so strong that the hero did not even interfere. Hansu was surprised at how easy it was to defeat the guy. Love and friendship were able to defeat Pedanar. After which his classmate asked how long it took Hans to complete it. Unlike him, Hansu spent 11 grueling years in a fantasy world and couldn't tell the truth. It would sound too ridiculous to the interlocutor. Hans said that it took him 1 day. Internal irritation was building up. He held it back, sipping coffee, which turned out to be unexpectedly pleasant. The classmate, of course, did not believe his words, so he did not ask further questions. Hans asked the guy about his parents, how they were doing, but he didn't quite understand the question, because he thought that Hans was returning to Earth, just like him. The hero realized that his classmate was an earthly outcast, people who were always in search of adventure. The red-haired guy said that he would definitely visit his parents next time and left the conversation, since a beautiful girl from planet Earth was waiting for him. Hansu sent the king and his daughter on reconnaissance, after which he wanted to test his skills. He noticed that the skill characteristics had become worse. He got upset, as always, nothing but problems. And all because instead of stealing, he was distracted by a classmate whose name he didn't even know. Because of divinity, Hans lost his thief profession. He screwed up completely. His specialization changed. Instead of thief, his profession is saint. Ahead of him, there were only doubts and uncertainty, but as soon as he appeared on the street, the situation changed. The locals, seeing the new specialization, began to fly in from all sides. He didn't even have time to understand where the news had spread from, as if the sky itself had announced his arrival. For them, he was not just a hero, he was a saint. Even the graduates, accustomed to everything, looked at him with an unclear mixture of envy and curiosity. A beautiful girl, another saint, came out of the temple. Admiration was visible in her eyes. She respectfully invited him inside the temple. He really did hope to get inside, and it seemed his prayers were heard, only they were fulfilled with that ironic precision with which the universe intervenes when it is bored. The saint, surrounded by an aura of virtue and inexpressible grace, walked ahead, like a living embodiment of seductive holiness. Her gait was unhurried, confident, with soft swaying, as if nature itself was leading her by the hand. She is the embodiment of earthly standards of beauty, and her characteristics speak for themselves, a level beyond human understanding. Skills, an endless arsenal of miracles and destruction, and most importantly, immortality. Even the most skilled killers could not leave a scratch on her. As he followed her through the gardens of the great temple, he remained vigilant. Hansu immediately thought of stealing something, but there were golems on guard. Stone sculptures had more than 1,000 levels. There were 3,000 golems in the temple to provide protection, and it could be said that there was no safer place. Even A-rank luck wouldn't save him from the SS skill, and even with his colossal strength and many skills, he couldn't rely on brute force. Where everything was guarded by gods and god machines, he would have to act differently. Finally, the saint voiced her request. At first it seemed that it would be about something ordinary, help in healing, perhaps an escort or cleansing of the cursed lands. But no, her task was special, one of those that are not entrusted to anyone except the most suitable. In the dungeons of the temple languished heroes, those who were once the hope of humanity, but then lost their way and began to serve demons. It was impossible to execute them. They were too valuable, too powerful. Therefore, the saint asked the guy to convince them to side with the people again, and if successful, she would definitely thank him. Hansu asked to show these awards immediately, so that he would supposedly be sufficiently motivated. They approached the huge golden doors, the very place the intern had spoken of, the storage room with prizes for the hero festival. Entering inside, Hansu did not see anything valuable for himself, since, as it turned out, the big prizes were found in another storage facility. And in the first storage, there were only copies. They were not as strong as the original, but were still very valuable. But the guy didn't like the copies at all, because they were nothing compared to the Holy Sword. After making several circles around the hall, he remained unsatisfied. Nothing caught his eye, except for some consumables for enhancing skills. The saint, noticing his disappointment, anxiously explained that no matter what, he would be obliged to choose something from what was in the treasury. He noticed a loophole. The groove of the saint was in the treasury. Then technically she also fell under this condition. He began to methodically press her against the wall of logic, forcing her to admit that a true saint is obliged to sacrifice herself for the good of the world. Under pressure, she broke down and accepted the conditions, and from that moment on, a price tag appeared on her neck, 500 points. And Hansu, looking at this, only grinned. He was of SSS-Rank, and those who dared to insult him, demon worshippers, were just the owners of some kind of parody S-rank darkness. The demon worshippers confined within the great temple were a formidable force, each one of them equal in power to first-class demons, and sometimes even surpassing them. When Hansu entered one of the cells alone, he was met by a defiant and impudent demon worshipper. It turns out that in that cell there were people who refused to cooperate with the hero's group. All of them had a pretty good level. One of them dared to tell Hans that he, at the expense of people, pretended to be a champion of justice and appropriated other people's efforts and glory for himself. However, as soon as the SSS-Rank dark energy that emanated from Hansu filled the space, the arrogance evaporated. The captive fell prostrate, recognizing the power that resembled the energy of the demon lord Pedanar himself. In the hierarchy of demons, it was the level of dark energy that determined status, and demon worshippers strictly followed this rule. Instead of the miserable slave of the two principles, a servant appeared, completely immersed in darkness. The hero also received a benefit. His own divinity increased to rank B. He was going to save them all, selflessly as he saw it, but before that, they had to do something for the boy. The saint, noticing that the three prisoners had suddenly become submissive and calm, was surprised. These savages, as she called them, had previously been uncontrollable. She expressed her sincere gratitude to the hero, even bowing, a gesture which he merely waved away with an air of modesty. The saint approached the captive to find out how things were going and to find out how they felt after they came to their senses. But he abruptly pushed away her vile paws and said that he believed only in the saint, and that Hans was salvation and truth for him. The saint abruptly moved away from the captive and said with horror that it was difficult to call this a correction. Hansu said that although they had reformed, the memories of their long imprisonment had not gone away, but if he intervened, the problem could be solved. She didn't mind. The saint wanted the guy to restore the hero's faith in her, and for this she would give an extra point for each one. Hans was happy about this and was ready to give it his all. The intern told the guy not to do that, because it was a scam, to which he replied that it was just business as usual. Hansu approached the former slaves and ordered them to obey and serve the saint. The next day, twice as many people came to the saint. They came to their senses. They apologized for their past insolence. After which they began to praise Hansa and hinted to the saint that the hero was alone and beautiful. It was as if they began to hypnotize her, so that she would fall in love with him. She suddenly wanted to fall into the arms of the saint. A week later, the saint came to Hans and said that they needed to talk, but without prying eyes. The guy, of course, was not against it, and, hugging her, they went to another place where they would be alone together. Having come to a secluded place, they were left alone. The saint was embarrassed and could not find the words. As soon as she decided to confess her feelings, the saint interrupted her with a kiss on the cheek. Finally, all 514 demon worshippers were rehabilitated, and the saint was incredibly happy about this. Hans said that it was all thanks to the saint and kissed her again. The hero was surprised that the saint was still okay, because over the past few days, a lot of divinity had been sucked out of her, which was gradually transferred to him. It was time to spend the accumulated points, which totaled 1,028, and the choice was very important for further development. The saint called the Elven king and his daughter to share the reward with them and to demonstrate the strength and alliance that strengthened their position. Hans began to choose. He took the potion of summoning enhancement, inventory expansion, and divinity enhancement. After that, he began to absorb them. He gave the remaining points to his comrades. The Elven king and the elf were overjoyed, but Hans did not do this for nothing. He could not give the angels the opportunity to destroy them. After the saint had completely consumed all the potions, he felt a surge of new strength and energy filling him from within, ready for new challenges. The saint hinted sheepishly that with so many points, everything in that vault was his. In truth, Saint Hansu was no longer needed, but he decided to use the 500 points to make her his own and see the reaction of the teaching staff. As they exited the vault, they were attacked by two guards who suddenly appeared to test the hero's strength and try out his fighting skills. Hansu quickly dealt with them with his holy sword, demonstrating agility and determination in battle without a single mistake. The professor in turn reproached that this was only the beginning because there were still 3,139 golems heading their way. Without further ado, Hansu, with the saint in his arms, struck the first wave of guards with his holy sword. Having summoned all the demon worshippers in the past, he gave them the order to fight with him against the golems. It was time for an exciting destruction event, where the outcome of the battle depended on the strategy and skill of each participant. The holy vault shook as if an earthquake had thundered, which clearly indicated that the mighty golems were already very close and ready to attack. The guards burst in without any knock or warning, destroying everything in their path with relentless force and determination, leaving no chance for the enemy. A brutal battle began, where the demonic worshippers, under hypnosis, fought mercilessly for their evil master, devoting themselves to the battle with all their being and will. Hans watched the chaos with a slight smile, while the saint standing next to him was overcome with horror and fear at the scale of the destruction and evil. The demon worshippers were unable to stand up to the fight. Their bodies were scattered throughout the hall, and it seemed that they no longer had any hope of victory. The saint did not lose her composure, and immediately gave the order to revive her warriors with the help of holy resurrection in order to continue the resistance and repel the enemy. In an instant, all the demon worshippers rose from the ashes, gaining new strength and readiness for the next battle, united by an unbreakable spirit. This time, they have united into one powerful monster, combining their strength and fury to become an even more dangerous and formidable threat. Having destroyed all the guards, Hansu's followers received a new task, armed themselves with treasures from the vault, and were sent to another, even more important place. The crowd broke out of the holy vault, where at that moment there were many people, and the saint ordered that they all be destroyed, leaving only 2 alive for an important purpose. People scattered in all directions, leaving no one a chance to escape the pursuit of the demonic worshippers, whose fury was boundless. Hansu enjoyed the spectacle and everything that was happening around him, feeling omnipotent and invincible, like a true master of fate. Suddenly, a painfully familiar voice was heard, calling for participation in the festival as expected. It was the voice of the moral processor, sternly and inexorably reminding us of the rules. Morality began to give instructions, explaining that he who desires everything at once risks losing everything, and that by disrupting the festival, he will not achieve any goals. After the morality processor left, the trainee told Hans that she could be his mentor for the 6th playthrough, but he reacted harshly and negatively, not wanting to lose to anyone. With horror on his face, the Elf King ran towards the saint, pointing to the sky. Soaring high above was Nobius, a dragon that had been encountered before, clearly intent on destruction. A bright flash of poison burst from the dragon's mouth, instantly scattering across the ranks of demon worshippers, striking them and sowing chaos and destruction. Noebius was not alone. One of the angels appeared behind his shoulder, who ordered the hammer of justice to be brought down on this miserable land, ready to erase everything around. Hans realized that this was not a coincidence at all. The dragon was sent by the teaching staff, but he was not going to give up. On the contrary, he was ready for the decisive battle. In the center of the destruction sat Noebius, and around him everything was covered in the remains of thick poison, as if traces of his wrath filled every corner. The saint walked towards the dragon with fury, angry that he had destroyed his carefully laid plans, as if out of spite. The angel standing on Noebius's shoulder ordered Hans to be crushed, but he couldn't even move, and stared at one point, as if he was in a trance. The professor in training and the student watched what was happening with sincere bewilderment, not understanding where all this could lead. The cursed holy sword, that's what the angel called the weapon as her comrades flew up to her, ready to fight to the end. The archangel who led the heavenly army rushed towards Hansu with anger, but her power was not enough. He had already outgrown her. The angels rushed into the attack in a single impulse, their wings glittering, but the determination in their eyes was waning. Nobius began to act strangely, not responding to commands and seemingly losing touch with his mind, which frightened even his allies. Having woken up, the archangel flew to the dragon to calm him down, but Hansu stopped her, firmly grabbing her hand and not letting her pass. She tried to break free, but the saint unexpectedly kissed her and took away all the divinity, subjugating the dragon to his will. Seeing this, the angels were horrified and began a panicked retreat, as if forgetting that they had once been a heavenly army. Noebius fought against the white-winged warriors, easily breaking through their ranks and filling the sky with his power. Not everyone managed to escape. The cleanup was coming to an end. Only one last figure remained to be dealt with. Noebius swallowed the last angel whole, and now the saint could return to the main thing, to where he had stopped earlier. The dragon had a glowing golden collar around his neck that restricted his power, and this visibly irritated Hansa, because he could not stand restrictions. With great force, the saint struck the collar, expecting to destroy it in one movement, but the result was unexpected. How surprised he was when there was not a scratch left on the holy sword, despite the power put into the blow. A brilliant idea came to Hans's mind, and he inserted the holy sword into the keyhole of the collar, like a key into its intended place. Nobius was released, and a roar echoed through the clouds, as if heralding the return of true power to this world. Since the holy sword couldn't destroy the collar, the saint decided that such a dangerous item should be kept for himself and put it in his inventory without thinking. The professor intern was tense. She was sure that the creature that became a snack for the dragon played an important role in the balance of power. Hans thought otherwise. Even if it was true, the teaching staff would sort everything out. He was pleased with himself and praised himself for saving Noebius. Having mounted the dragon, the saint did not intend to waste a second. He felt the wind of freedom rushing into his face. Suddenly Hans heard voices from below. It was the Elf King, his daughter, and the saint, and at that very second he remembered that he had completely forgotten about them. They begged him to take them with him, but the saint saw them only as a burden, and therefore did not hold back his caustic remarks towards them. At the last second, Hans grabbed the saint and pulled her towards him, to which she responded with genuine delight and joy. During the flight, the saint asked where the main prizes of the inventory were, and the saint replied that they were hidden in the Palace of Angels. Hans was sure that the dragon hated angels as much as he did, so he chose this direction without a doubt. The Palace of Angels looked unusual. It was an ethereal structure among the clouds, hanging over the world like a heavenly citadel. The saint, riding on a dragon, burst in from the clouds, confident in his own strength and in the power of his new ally, ready for destruction. Hansu took the holy sword in his hands, which seemed to be divided into two parts, one of which emitted light and the other darkness. United, and clearly having something to show, they were a powerful union, and the true strength of friendship turned into real power. A black poison fell from the heavens without warning and poured onto the palace of angels, engulfing the shining building in darkness and causing panic among its inhabitants. The place that once seemed impregnable and sacred was dissolving before our eyes, as if the sky itself had decided to wipe it off the face of the earth. Hansu, standing on the dragon above, did not stop admiring this picture, enjoying how yet another lie about heavenly justice was being destroyed. Panic gripped the inhabitants. The unicorns, chaotically rushing from the melted palace, did not have time to realize what was happening as they fell into the traps of their own instincts. A new figure appeared against the silent carnage, an angel of extraordinary power, his appearance unexpected, almost theatrical and defiantly bright. Riding a unicorn, surrounded by radiance, he soared into the sky, and bringing his spear down on the scaly flesh of the dragon, for the first time left a real wound on the beast's body, capable of stopping a fighter. Hans and Saint decided to intervene in the battle after their ally was wounded, as losing control of the situation was unacceptable. The angels continued to attack and, together with the unicorns, decided to attack the dragon straight in the head, hoping to deliver a crushing blow. When the enemy tried to strike again, not at the body but at the eyes, in the hope of bringing down the dragon through blindness, it was Hans's turn to act. The hero did not wait and jumped straight into the thick of the angel's attack, cutting the air with his body and preempting the next wave of attack. Hansu attacked the sacred animal, the unicorn, in midair, and it immediately collapsed, as if its heart could not withstand this sudden attack. The angel, taking a spear in his hands, tried to attack the hero directly in the stomach, relying on the surprise and power of his blow. Hans successfully dodged the blow. Even in danger, he still had a smile on his face, because he knew how it would all end. The answer came lightning fast. The sword entered the angel's flesh, after which it flew back several hundred meters, leaving a bloody trail in the air. Hansu asked the saint to report how many living angels were left. She sensed another 986 living angels ready to join the battle. And they were all in one place. It was under the ruins of a melted palace. There was hidden a certain structure that resembled a bomb shelter, but was surprisingly intact. The supreme dragon of oblivion, who had been hovering above the ashes, descended and noticed the protruding part of this structure, like a bait for power. The dragon enjoyed the process, slowly squeezing and releasing the body with his powerful front paws, but was in no hurry to break it completely, savoring the tension. A moment later, a certain angel emerged from the damaged shelter, who was a representative of the angel, as if trying to stop the fight before it was too late. He approached peacefully, about to pronounce the name, but the hero interrupted him without hesitation, immediately getting to the point and ignoring the pompous greetings. Hans was reminded of the role of the victim that he had to play, because it was the angels who first started the attack. The boy's heart was pounding wildly, remembering that incident. He considered any excuses empty. Compensation had to follow for the moral damage caused to him, and he was not going to offer compromises. Fate, it seemed, was leading the angels to this very encounter with chaos. Broken and humiliated, the angels bowed their heads, and their representative fell to his knees, pleadingly giving up all that they had left, begging for mercy for those who had not participated in the slaughter. But the hero didn't care, as long as the reward was generous. His companion, Noebius, was unlikely to spare anyone, regardless of gender or age, and his menacing gaze struck fear into the angels, causing them to quickly offer whatever they could. Hans didn't expect anything useful and assumed that the reward would be about the same as in the Great Sanctuary, that is, crap. So the guy immediately asked what the main prize would be. They brought him 3 antique boxes that looked like a golden ball. But as soon as the type ring was activated, there was a flash of light, and a young female angel with a provocative appearance and armor more suited for show than battle stepped onto the stage. Despite her impressive level and skills, her presence only caused irritation to Hansu. The hero got angry at such a frivolous approach and said that there would be no deal, after which he took out his sacred sword. The holy sword did not hold back. Sensing the owner's utter disappointment, he reacted. The slight tremor turned into an angry vibration, and in the next moment, the 3 rings began to collapse. The particles of light that the angels had disintegrated into were immediately absorbed by the greedily pulsating blade. The hero's summoning skill, which had previously been barely noticeable, instantly rose to the top, from D to S rank in an instant. The saint, still connected to the sword through the silver collar, was suddenly pulled inward, as if she had been caught on a fishing rod. A second later, the sky was illuminated by a new glow. There, in the air, hovered a figure resembling a saint, only now it was of a different kind. 3 pairs of wings were spread out on its back, and the new name of the race, the Angel of Chaos, indicated that its essence had changed to the core. The sword changed along with her. Snow-white wings were added to its hilt. Hansu's list of skills has been expanded with 2 new ones, Festival and Infinity. The angels froze, not understanding why the system did not activate the protective measures, why the guards did not rise up, and the traps did not work. Hans realized that they had nothing more to do here, because the entire reward was his. And after the guy's words, the dragon Nobius opened his mouth, from which a large tongue stuck out, and pulled the representative of the angels into his mouth. And then he showed up, a disgusting, mechanical-sounding copy-paste artist, devoid of soul but full of pompous rhetoric, who was ready to announce the scores for the festival. The report card was handed out with the same soulless solemnity as the congratulations: the fighting strength of the SSS, the achievements of the SS, the reputation of the FF, the personality of the FFF. No surprises. Everything was on point, strength and success were at their peak, but personal assessments had fallen into the abyss. He didn't care what these systems thought about his character. And then, when everything seemed to be coming to an end, the hero's body was enveloped in light. When he woke up, he found himself not in the palace, not among his comrades, but in a place that looked like the Colosseum. The voice of the system explained the situation, since due to unforeseen circumstances at the end of the festival, the system failed. 3 winners gathered here. The hero can destroy other survivors and steal the reward. However, if he decides to cooperate, he will receive a large amount of experience. The decision-making period is 10 minutes. And then the hero, without thinking, raised the holy sword. Because the choice was simple for the guy, he had 10 minutes, and he knew how to use them. Hundreds of graduates were called into a small coliseum where the air trembled with anticipation. The phrase that sounded from the heavens, "3 winners have gathered here," left those gathered in bewilderment. There were no answers, but they were not left with time to think. Hans didn't think long. He immediately struck the guy, who didn't have time to understand what was happening. With a whirlwind of black and white light, power fell upon the arena, and the SS-ranked slaughter skill, enhanced by the holy sword, was activated. The roar of blows and screams gave way to the ringing of silence. The Colosseum, previously filled with noise like a market at rush hour, became empty almost instantly. He continued to destroy other opponents, after which the remaining opponents said that they surrendered. Looking around, Hansu counted the remaining ones. There were 7 of them left, including himself. And the next moment there were 6. The assassin who tried to strike in the back fell, not having time to understand that he had been defeated even before the attack began. Then he was attacked by a couple, a man and a woman, who attacked in unison, but their technique was uncoordinated, lacking any real harmony. The man acted impulsively, driven by a desire to protect rather than to win. He attacked Hansa with a powerful blow, after which they thought he would hardly get up. But the tactics were calculated, and the hero unexpectedly appeared behind the girl's back. He struck her hard and her body crashed through the ground like a meteorite. The man rushed forward again to protect his wife, but again without a chance, Hansu struck him right in the face. But the enemy did not give up. He continued to attack, and said that he would not give him another opportunity to touch his wife. For Hansu, these words became a challenge. The hero immediately rushed towards the girl, and the repeated attack of the holy sword, aimed at the woman, provoked a new attempt at defense. Hansu turned around without hesitation, and the blade's altered trajectory cut through their bodies. It all ended in one touch. The blood, flaring up in a crimson arc, disappeared as quickly as their lives. One of the survivors stepped forward, condemning and loud. He accused, challenged, showered pathos. His gait spoke of complete self-confidence, as if true justice had burst forth within him. Hansu ignored all the fighter's words, and as soon as he raised the sacred sword, it was destroyed in a second. There were 3 survivors left, among them he and 2 women. Time was running out, and, tired of the one-sided superiority, he decided to look at their statuses. The first of them, the sorceress, in her arsenal were witchcraft, willpower, immunity, fencing, and interpretation. Her outfit spoke of the life of a wanderer: shorts, a cloak, a dagger, suspenders with attached bottles, a belt with scrolls. The second participant, a swordswoman, is also an arch-human, over level 1000, specialization based on endurance and fencing. Her condition was also nervous. The sorceress tried to find out the truth, about the status, about the system failures, about possible motives. She mentioned that she witnessed the announcement of a reward for the cooperation of 3 survivors. As she continued her guesses and threats, mentioning that she would remember his face and find him on Earth, he had already lost interest. The system in the meantime summed up the results. It said that the winners will receive a significant amount of experience. Hans decided to check his status. The Infinity skill rose to level E, and the festival was level E. 2 women disappeared, one wishing him luck, the other promising to find him. Light began to envelop his body, and the recertification began. The teaching staff discussed what to do with Hansu. They said that a special instructor would be assigned to help him. The message was repeated 3 times before the system went silent and reported that there was no suitable instructor to assign. Hansu woke up with a buzzing in his head and a feeling of slight nausea. This was already the 6th time, and, it would seem, one should get used to something like this. Lanavel stood over the hero, shamelessly hanging over him and radiating feigned mercy, calling the hero brother. He walked up to the only window, opened it wide, and saw confirmation of his thoughts. The world outside the window was not burning, there was no summoning sign on it, and no battle cries could be heard. Instead of magic towers, wooden huts, instead of heavenly guards, chickens in the backyard. This was not the beginning of a new campaign or a continuation of the festival, not another phase of the game. Hansu became an ordinary inhabitant of this world. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice, cloying, obsessively affectionate, as if designed specifically to irritate. Despite the obvious substitution of reality, they continued to address him as a local, as if his presence here was something natural. Although he was still wearing his Earth School uniform, no one, including Lanavel, even bothered to mention it, which made the boy suspicious. Hans began to take off his uniform in front of La Nouvelle. She asked what he was doing in front of his own little sister. The hero, without thinking twice, threw the school uniform in her face and asked her to shut up. La Nouvelle wanted to wash his uniform and return it immediately, but he was categorically against it. He was not going to wear it anymore. Then she decided to remove them. She used the spatial magic of the 4th dimension and removed them to that space. Hansu had seen this trick before, but only at the end of the first cycle, when La Nouvelle was already a powerful mage, but now she had it at the very beginning, which was strange. He called out the status. It was still the same La Nouvelle, and yet no. Her specialization as a scientist assumed an increase in magical power due to knowledge, and not willpower. Hansu decided that he needed to be wary of the self-proclaimed little sister and decided to find out everything himself for now. First, he decided to check his characteristics. He immediately activated the black box, and the skills were at the highest level. But the level was reset. the effect of deactivating the black box after recertification. Infinity, the administrative skill obtained through the saint, would not help. He activated the divinity skill to the maximum. This meant that the limit of growth in the ordinary field of knowledge had been reached, and in order to overcome it, he sacrificed other skills. The higher their rank, the higher the effectiveness. The intern supervising his path began to worry, and her gaze showed alarm. Hansu ignored her. The skills were like change in a bank. They were kept, but it was not a pity to spend them. He started from the bottom, gave all the skills below Brang, which didn't matter. But the divinity only rose by 6%, which was too little for him. A measly 6%, he bit his lip, and continued to remove A and S rank skills, but it was still low, only 28%. The intern asked him to stop because it could be dangerous, but he didn't care. Since he remembered the 10 years of the first pass, the 10 years that evaporated after the recertification, compared to this, sacrificing skills was a mere trifle. The villagers were blinded as if they were under the scorching sun, their eyes sparkling from the brightness of the divine aura emanating from Hansu. The fact is that Hansu himself came out into the street, filled with the power of divinity, and people began to praise him as if a real god worthy of worship stood before them. His status window became almost empty. He lost many skills by giving up his level for divinity. But this was nothing compared to the fact that he now possessed a Z level of divinity, which was the highest level, unattainable by ordinary heroes and warriors. 2 weeks passed. All the villagers helped St. Hans with everything they could, food, equipment, and other little things. He didn't have to worry about his reputation anymore, but he also didn't have to rush too much, since he couldn't graduate even after defeating Pedanar on the first day. The trainee explained to the boy that if he were to constantly sacrifice the same skill, he would not contribute to the progress of overcoming the limit. Hans realized that he would not be able to always use Master Malin's teachings, and he would have to train different skills, and then he would be able to overcome the limit. At that moment, Lanouvel found him again. The annoying younger sister appeared as always suddenly without warning and started talking about some local legend. According to her, a beautiful mermaid lived in a large forest lake in the north, and if the chosen hero meets her, she will give him a powerful holy sword that rests at the bottom of the lake. He glanced to the north, where a snow-capped mountain with a forked peak towered above the horizon, giving the understanding that he was on the northern continent. According to his memories, it was on that mountain that the holy sword with auto-functions from the world of fantasy was located. It was in the grave of the last hero. Therefore, everything else was another cheap fake and counterfeit, and not a real sword, incapable of changing the course of fate or increasing the strength of the owner. Since Hans already had another holy sword, nothing would have changed much if he had the first one. But still, it made him think and raise some doubts. However, he was distracted by a village man who asked for help for his sick daughter, not hiding the despair and anxiety in his voice. The child suffered from a severe fever, and to prepare the medicine, water was needed from the legendary lake, where, according to legend, the very same mermaid with magical powers lived. But recently, dangerous monsters often appeared near the lake, so the father could not go there himself, fearing for his life and the health of his daughter. Hansu touched the village girl, and in 1 second she was cured. He immediately asked for payment for his treatment. The man brought fresh horse milk from a young and healthy mare, considering it sufficient and valuable payment for the service rendered. Hans pointed out with displeasure the absurdity of such a deal, since the milk clearly did not correspond to the risk he took in saving the girl's life. Hearing this, the other villagers who had gathered nearby spoke out against the man, reproaching him, shaming him, and accusing him of heartlessness and injustice. The Drevlianen burst into tears, overcome with shame and guilt, and then he offered the newborn stallion instead of milk, which immediately satisfied all parties, and the deal was made. Lanvuel was upset that the boy refused the opportunity to see the legendary lake because she wanted to go with him. In the 6th playthrough, Hans decided to follow the expectations of the teaching staff only because he treated the annoying Lanvuel like a sister and helped the distributing villagers. As evening approached, a village girl screamed in the street and loudly asked for rescue, attracting the attention of everyone around and causing alarm. Looking closer, Hansu saw a group of armed mercenary men who were taking supplies, harassing women, laughing loudly, and threatening the residents. When one of them noticed La Nouvelle, his eyes lit up with lustful fire, and he walked towards her with obvious interest, not hiding his intentions. But it was not to be, and Hans snapped his fingers, and immediately a sacred impulse swept through the entire village, launching a powerful wave of light. A blinding wave swept away all centers of disorder, and the mercenaries no longer posed any threat to the peaceful residents and guests of the village. They had decided to attack the wrong person, and with one blow, Hansu raised his slaughter skill to rank E, demonstrating incredible power and skill in battle. The trainee said that most likely the fight should have taken place after he acquired the holy sword, so that the events would develop according to the outline. Hansu, without thinking twice, summoned the holy sword too, so as not to violate the script and plot of the teachers, declaring himself as a hero. The plot was followed, the threat was eliminated, and the village found peace again under the protection of its strongest protector. The Drevlians buried all the bodies of the mercenaries. Their deaths were not a tragedy, but rather a relief. Hansu told the village elder that if anyone asks about the mercenaries, then they should blame everything on the hero, since he did not want the villagers to have problems. Then he and his sister went on a journey. The Drevlians saw them off and thanked the guy for his help. If Hansu obtains the greatest holy sword, he will be able to complete his studies according to his curriculum, so they decide to go to the legendary lake. The road wound through a forest strewn with moss and roots, and to his relief, this time La Nouvelle did not lose her way. He was already mentally preparing to hit her in the lower back if she started wandering again, but there was no need for unnecessary cruelty. The pond, surrounded by flowers and mirror-like water, looked as if it had been carefully prepared for a scene from a fairy tale. The hero's suspicions did not go away. He already held the holy sword too at the ready to attack in case of a threat. La Nouvelle was surprised why the guy immediately took out his sword, not noticing that a mermaid was already sneaking up behind her. The sister immediately moved away from her and asked Hansu for help, as if intuitively understanding that in this situation he would be more prepared to communicate with the mysterious creature. The mermaid came in peace. She didn't want to attack, but began to tell that mermaids are kind creatures. Hans didn't care at all. He told her to quickly put away her sword, not wanting to drag out the conversation and distract from the main goal. But only a true hero could possess the holy sword, so she decided to check whether Hans was worthy of becoming one. The mermaid told me to find the mutant salamander in the cave in the east and destroy it, then cut off the toad's horns and bring them to her. The hero, without hiding his irony, showed her a powerful artifact he already had, proving his status and strength, causing bewilderment in the naive mermaid. The naive fish, in his opinion, was trying to lecture the bearer of the title, which was officially recognized by the world system. The mermaid, confused, could not find an answer, but she nevertheless dived to the bottom and soon returned with a sword. Externally, it is truly impressive, with a sea dragon skin sheath, polished blade, and elegant handle. But Hans could not understand what the true greatness of this sword was based on, what exactly made it special and valuable in battle and life. The fact is that the holy sword contains the soul of a beautiful and noble hero of antiquity. When she was about to die, she sealed herself in the sword for the sake of future generations. The spirit of the sword could conduct personal lessons from a beautiful heroine who at any time helped with advice and knowledge. The hero remained indifferent. It all seemed like a tempting illusion, and nothing that was said made the sword truly valuable or significant to him. To dot the I's and cross the T's, he summoned the soul contained within his own holy sword, wanting to get clearer answers and understand the power of his weapon. The saint appeared, the embodiment of grace and warmth, clothed in full physical form, radiating light and wisdom at the same time, like a living deity. He silently pointed at her as the final argument. His sword not only had combat functions, but could also resurrect the wearer, warm him in the cold wasteland, and also be a living ally. He made it clear to the mermaid that his sword was much more powerful than the one she had brought, and asked her to return her weapon back to where it lay in the depths of the lake. When she realized her defeat, the sword was thrown back to the bottom, disappearing into the dark waters and taking with it the last resistance. But the intern told the hero that this was also part of the scenario, and the soul of the holy sword would definitely give a hint if he addressed it correctly and listened to it. If the soul inside the sword does indeed have knowledge, perhaps its memory holds the key to further progress in the scenario. Hansu asked to raise that holy sword again, to ask some important questions and get answers that could change a lot. The mermaid, with a sudden change of attitude, brought the holy sword again, as if realizing that this was fate and the will of higher powers. He touched the hilt, and a female voice immediately responded, trying to greet him, filling the air with magic and the promise of new knowledge. But he didn't show any politeness. The name of the spirit didn't mean the least bit to him. Now it was just the Holy Sword 3, endowed with its own will and character. Hans briefly asked him to just shut up and quickly tell him what exactly he needed to achieve and what specific missions he had to complete in the near future. The soul tried to start with fencing training, seriously ordering the boy to perform 500 precise and powerful blows on the tree, warning that at first it would be very difficult. But her instructions were abruptly and rudely interrupted by one powerful blow, which echoed like a split in the air and made everyone present freeze in amazement. A single swing of the sword was enough to split the forest thicket into two parts, as if he was cutting the world into two halves with his unrivaled skill. He handed the sword to Lanovel, let her have fun. Since he didn't need it, the girl took up the weapon and immediately complained that the sword was too heavy. The hero lazily suggested that they take this as training, but as soon as he turned away, the holy sword began to shrink, adjusting to the height and strength of its new owner. Auntie's sword, in turn, told of some hidden ruins located north of the village. This aroused the hero's interest, because usually all the ruins of the northern continent were grouped on Snow Mountain, and it was located very far away. In those caves, the girl from the sword trained in her youth. That place was officially called the Training Cave, and only heroes were destined to find it. Even in previous playthroughs, Hansu had never encountered anything like this. He decided that it was worth a try, but first, to look into the city. They came to the Magic Kingdom, located south of Snow Mountain, a city where magic was part of everyday life, and the architecture was striking in its grandeur and mystery. Lanovel behaved like a savage. She pointed her fingers at everything and was amazed by the magic carpets. They reached Hansu's goal. It was a huge, gold-covered magical tower. There was an endless line at the tower gates, as the guards meticulously checked everyone. But he didn't need a visa or a check. People moved aside on their own, sensitively reacting to the aura surrounding him, as if a ray of light had descended upon the saint. Inside the tower, a servant was already waiting for him, and not a single soul objected when he approached the gates of the tower, passing everyone. Hans told the girl that he needed to meet with a magician, but she warned that in order to meet with a magician, it was necessary to have an appointment. He said again that he needed a meeting with a magician. These words seemed to hypnotize her, and the servant in the witch's garb with a smile led him to the meeting. Blackmail skill increased from rank E to D, and fraud skill from F to E. He and Lanovel passed through the third door indicated, and found themselves in front of a structure resembling an elevator, a magical staircase, appropriately elegant and at the same time surprisingly practical. Having reached the top of the magic tower, they expected to see a powerful magician. But before them stood not a frightening sorcerer, but a blond boy with a staff topped with a magic ball. The magician began to blame the guys for showing up without an appointment and not respecting the rules of the magic tower and him. While Lanovel was convulsively clinging to his sleeve, experiencing sacred horror, the hero himself showed imperturbability, almost mockery. The sage, however, was in no hurry to let visitors into his personal holy of holies. His indignation was accompanied by a demonstration of a fireball, reinforced by lightning, a warning quite capable of incinerating the unprepared. The hero's answer was simple. He took out the holy sword and called upon the saint. In the arms of this woman, who did not require explanations, the hero stood like a maestro. The sage, the continent's strongest archmage, collapsed to the floor with a nosebleed, like a schoolboy who had just seen a magazine with explicit illustrations for the first time. Thus ended a meeting that should have been a diplomatic disaster, but turned into a silent comedy. Hansu, without thinking for long, took the ancient staff of the defeated sage in his hands, carefully examining its complex patterns and mysterious runes that shimmered in the light. The hero's interest in the staff was interrupted by the wheezing of the magic mage, who lay motionless on the cold floor, barely showing signs of life and making weak sounds. The hero was sure that nothing would happen to the sage if he left him there, but he sat down next to him, put his hand on his face, and thus healed the magician, assuring himself that this was payment for the staff. After the healing was complete, the restless Lanovel cried out with a proposal to finally go to the ruins. But Hans had other, more pressing plans, and he decided to set course towards the magical arena, where he knew he could gain new opportunities and experience. From a distance, the magic arena looked like a large circle, with two opponents standing in the middle. The carnage in the arena was quite a spectacle, with people in the stands screaming at the top of their lungs as the fighters fought each other. There was a girl behind the counter who took bets on wizards whose magical golems fought to the last. Standing in the stands, Lanovel and his brother watched what was happening. Hansu decided to raise his luck skill in this very place. It was time for the next battle. Two opponents entered the arena, introducing their wizards. They were numbers 15 and 16. The fight was spectacular. The fans did not fall silent for a second. Everyone supported the one they bet on. Golem number 16 began to lose limbs, which flew all over the arena. At the end of the duel, the wizard of the defeated golem, number 16, fell into despair, tears welling up in his eyes. Hansu watched the loser and decided to follow him. Lanovel allowed the thought that her brother wanted to beat the wizard for losing, since he bet on him. It looked like surveillance, which made Hansa wary and ready for new surprises. Someone suddenly called out to them from behind. Now they realized that they were not alone and that they were being followed. Imagine Hansa's surprise when the very same sage he had left unconscious appeared behind him. According to him, he always had blood for transfusion with him, just for such cases. Well, that's great, thought the hero, because now his reputation was saved. Without delay, he began to move on, deciding to leave the sage and not be distracted by long conversations. Suddenly, the former owner of the staff screamed loudly throughout the arena, which caused Hansa to become slightly confused and aroused the curiosity of those around him, who paid attention to what was happening. The sage begged him to teach him the art of love, because the hero had already seen what happened to him when he found himself next to a woman. Remembering the saint who always accompanied Hansa and her outfit, which was both strict and attractive, the sage again suddenly fell to the ground, losing consciousness from excitement and confusion. At that very moment, Lanovel turned to her brother, firmly saying that the holy sword had ordered him to take the sage with him, which left the hero with a difficult choice to make. Hans was, to put it mildly, displeased. He had no desire to take with him someone who, at the slightest glance at a woman, lost consciousness and became weak, because this would seriously complicate his long and dangerous journey. Once upon a time, the god of war was trying his best to hold back the war on the northern continent. He was a genius magician and challenged the peerless sage. Ultimately, created by the god of war, the golden golem destroyed the sage's tower. It was indestructible. And yet, one day he was cowardly overcome by the power of love and friendship that suddenly awakened in the hearts of those who had previously only fought and knew no compassion. This event forced a rethinking of the methods of waging wars on the continent of fantasy. People were replaced by golems. The red golem created by the Dark Society dominated the battlefield, destroying the remnants of public order. And yet this pathetic pig, the future god of war, who did not yet know what significance he would play in the fate of this world, lived his naive life. To avoid ruining the sixth playthrough, Hans needs to defeat his patrons or take care of himself. The hero wondered how he became who he is with such low stats. His thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. The stranger pounced on the future god of war from behind, frightening him to the point of trembling, as if a cry of despair had come out of nowhere. It turned out to be an old man. He was no less scared. He screamed that he was being pursued by agents of the Dark Society and that they needed his knowledge about golems. The old man begged the magician not to let the agents get what they wanted, otherwise the whole world would perish at the hands of the golems, and ordered everyone to listen carefully to what he was about to say. Hansu peered around the corner and wanted to eavesdrop on the conversation, but the magicians were speaking in an encrypted secret code, and he only knew the place the old man had mentioned. The old magician, with his last strength, told that the fate of humanity was now in the hands of the god of war, after which he fell to the ground, but he did not say how to get to that very place. The god of war began to run away with all his might, almost stumbling from fear, his legs carrying him away from danger, not making out the road. The agents found an old man, who was no longer breathing. One of them began to accuse the other, the one who had stuck a knife into the magician. Now they could not beat the whole truth out of him, but they could take the drawings from the old man's house, where they followed. Hansu, his sister, and the sage watched in horror, not expecting such a rapid development of events right before their eyes. The hero called the saint and gave the order to resurrect the old man, because without his knowledge, further steps would be too risky and vague. Approaching the old magician, Hans told him that he would work for him tirelessly, and that he would regret that he had been resurrected today because an easy life was not in sight. Everyone headed to the sage's tower. The hero took out from the storage all the documents that the old man gave him. And now they have everything they need to start designing a blue golem that will defeat the red golem of the Dark Society. After all, in a few years it will be necessary to have one when the northern lands start a war, and by that time they should already have designed a blue golem in order to conquer them. The old man and the sage stood there, impressed by Hansu's incredible plan, realizing how thoughtful and ambitious it all was. The next day, the prototype of the golem was ready. It turned out to be smaller than the hero imagined, but this could be corrected later. The moment came to see what they had been working on all night, every seam and detail assembled with effort and tension. Behind the door was a golem in the form of an incredible woman with dark hair and a very beautiful figure. Her appearance could eclipse many living creatures. The old man and the sage were delighted with what they saw, their eyes shining as if they had seen their best creation in their entire lives. But Hans was furious and confused by what they did, because he expected something completely different and more practical. Having come to his senses, the hero nevertheless appreciated the golem's design so highly that even his picky taste did not require a single correction and remained satisfied. After ordering the old man and the sage to make the guard better, Hans headed for the exit. According to him, he had some unfinished homework left. He decided that it was high time to go to the ruins. The hero set out on a journey with his sister and soon reached a dark training cave where only warriors with strength and courage could enter. From Lanovel's pocket came the voice of the Holy Sword, claiming that this was where Hansu would be able to gain the power worthy of a true legendary fighter. Without wasting time on doubts or conversations, the hero immediately headed towards the massive stone entrance to the cave, full of ancient energy. Taking a few confident steps forward, Hansu approached the first door, on which was written the Room of the Newbie's Knight, and already began to yawn from boredom. As soon as the hero opened the door, a creature resembling a wooden doll with a club in its hands was already standing in front of him. Hans immediately felt the change. Race, level, skills, and his condition were all devastated. Only divinity remained. This made him confused. Looking into the black box, the hero noticed that it contained a hidden skill and assumed that it was somehow related to the training cave. There was no time to think, so he immediately rushed into battle to deal with this doll and test his strength in action. Having destroyed the wooden enemy with one confident blow, Hansu immediately found himself surrounded by 4 more exactly the same creatures. Master Malin's teaching was more like a technique, as he could defeat opponents without a holy sword. After Hansu had thrown down quite a few wooden opponents, there were still more of them, and he began to think that this wasn't really like training. Suddenly, another door appeared in front of him, with the inscription "Checking Room" on it, and the hero immediately headed towards it. Behind these doors were the same golems, only made of stone. He scattered the first wave in a matter of seconds. Hansu also dealt with the second wave quite quickly, because the golems could not resist his holy fist. The next door was called the Expert's Room, which the hero also passed through with extraordinary speed. The boss room gave the opportunity to fight a huge golem, which was defeated. The winner's room was greeted by columns in the middle of water, cliffs, and stone guards. Hansu stood in front of the door of the testing room, angry, and shouted that he would not go into that shitty room. The hero pulled himself together, opened the door, and saw another boss and his small stone copies in front of him. Without giving up even for a moment, Hansu once again destroyed all his opponents, leaving them no chance to prove themselves in battle. The door to the Room of Transcendence stood in front of Hansu. He thought that it would never end. Opening the doors, the hero saw a man who told him that Hans was not an angel, but a man, although he was incredibly holy. The saint was not pleased with this statement, because the man not only did not introduce himself, but also allowed himself to use an offensive tone. Right in front of him stood a dragon man, solidly built, muscular, with a short, sloppy beard and wearing only silver shorts, inspiring respect with his power and confidence. His status was surprising. He possessed 2 Z-rank skills at once, which meant exceptional strength and the ability to heal wounds without a single scar. This showed that he had sacrificed many other skills to achieve such power, and his experience was to match, inspiring fear even in Hans himself. Hansu approached the intern with a question about who this incredibly strong guy was, trying to figure out who he would have to face. She only answered evasively that he was a hero of the past, and could not divulge more so as not to violate the Academy's regulations, which only fueled the hero's interest. But being a hero of the past did not mean that he was a true hero of the present. However, those whom Hans had met before could not compare to him in strength and status. For the hero, this was all strange, because the reports contained different information. He heard that the heroes of the future were insignificant. The tension between them reached its peak when the dragon, disregarding the new generations of heroes, suddenly rushed into attack. His blow was lightning fast and almost caught the hero off guard. Hans reacted instantly. His divinity's basic property of damage reflection kicked in, allowing him to survive the powerful elbow strike. This was a training room where most of the skills were sealed, but it was here that the hero's body's characteristics were revealed most fully. In terms of skills, Dragon was superior to Hansu, but in the training cave, he had the opportunity to gain the upper hand. The hero began to think several steps ahead. Hansu had witchcraft, divinity, a magic sword, and a holy sword. It would seem that it would be impossible to defeat him with such an arsenal, but the enemy had a piercing skill of level Z. Thanks to the piercing skill, the dragon could penetrate objects and people, and since the effect was also strengthened, it could be used to pierce someone's body. Perhaps it was thanks to this skill that he remained calm and composed even in the hottest battle, without losing an ounce of confidence or showing any weakness. They rushed at each other in a swift and furious attack, their tense faces clearly showing their determination and readiness to go to the end to achieve victory at any cost. Blows were exchanged, the dragon's fist hit the chest, but met only unshakable flesh, thanks to the teachings of Master Malin. The enemy clearly did not expect that Hansu would be able to withstand such a strong and crushing blow, but he not only stood firm, but was also able to quickly counterattack, using the full force of his arsenal. The first counterattack landed right on the dragon's face, sending it flying back several meters, where it felt the full power and precision of Hansu, which continued to increase. The enemy didn't have time to recover from the first strong blow, as the next one landed right on his head, increasing the effect and causing him to lose coordination and concentration in the fight. Then came a third powerful kick, delivered straight to the face, which finally destabilized the dragon and forced it to take a defensive position. The hero was in no hurry. He knew that a real victory was only a matter of time, and the enemy had already begun to noticeably lose control and was in a hurry to leave the battlefield, avoiding further clashes. He caught up with the enemy, leaving no chance for salvation, and began to deliver powerful and precise blows, one after another, directing all his forces into the enemy's face. The prince's face, recently proud and arrogant, was now disfigured. Bloody streaks splattered the skin, his nose was flattened, his lips were swollen from blows, his eyes were watery, losing focus. Hans was ready to finish with him, but the intern intervened. She hinted that before destroying the enemy, he needed to ask him a couple of questions. The hero agreed because it was at least strange why the enemy was still alive after so many blows. The prince and Hans still stood opposite each other, silently waiting to see who would be the first to fight again. The tension in the air was palpable. The hero could not understand how the prince was standing on his feet, given the severe damage to his back with a gap between the 6th and 7th cervical vertebrae. It seemed that he should not survive. Suddenly, metal golems appeared between them, as if they had come out of nowhere to protect the prince and block Hans's path. Hansu, without wasting a second, rushed like a bullet under the guard's feet, aiming for the final conclusion of this fight, not wanting to prolong the conflict. The hero was in a serious mood, clutching his neck like a beast, and he didn't think of delaying it any further. Lifting the prince with one hand, holding him by the neck, Hans turned him upside down and showed it to the guards. The golems became furious. One of them went on the attack. The hero parried the prince's blow, and it seemed that at that moment something crunched in the area of his back. It was time to neutralize the second guard, and approaching him, Hans struck again with the prince. When the hero rushed to defeat the third golem, the prince's head fell off along the way as powerful blows broke and even shattered his spine bones. Hans wasn't upset at all, because it was one less problem, and besides, there was already a new group of guards in front of him, which he was going to destroy. A few moments later, the hero stood among a pile of scrap metal left by the golems. After recovering, Hans noticed that the place where the headless prince had lain was empty, and the prince himself was standing behind him, relatively whole and dissatisfied. He spoke of the humiliations he had experienced, which he was unlikely to ever forget, expressing bitterness and resentment in his voice. The prince collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, explaining that this was a place, a zone, where death was impossible, and he realized his weakness. As he left, the prince promised that if they met outside the training cave, he would not allow himself to be humiliated like that again, his voice filled with steely determination. After the prince left, Hans turned around, his face covered in a grimace of confusion. In front of him stood a huge golden-colored golem with a sword in his hands. With a grin, the hero glanced at the guard's stats and realized that they were too high for training, meaning there was something hidden there. The golem swung its sword without hesitation, and Hans did not resist, calmly allowing the blow to pass through him, as if testing his opponent. The moment the sword touched the hero, the golem suddenly split into two parts, revealing that it was just an illusion or a test. After this, a new door opened in front of Hansu, leading to the release room, where bright rays of sunlight penetrated, blinding and illuminating the space. In the distance stood a girl in a long white dress. Her image seemed almost unreal, and her smile radiated calmness and kindness. She turned out to be an elf, smiling affably. The girl addressed Hans with a light and friendly voice, as if meeting an old friend. The hero grimaced, and with barely concealed anger, warned her not to try to be too nice. Otherwise, he would destroy her without hesitation and without the slightest regret. Hansu followed the elf silently along the narrow path, showing neither interest nor displeasure, waiting to see where she would lead him on this mysterious journey. They came to a temple of considerable size, whose ancient walls kept many secrets and memories of ancient times. As she walked inside, the girl began to explain that this temple was many years old and was built in honor of the achievements of the first hero who changed the course of history. While the temple stood isolated from the outside world, it remained a center of memory and hope for the future, linking the past and the future. The elf also spoke about her purpose in this place. She was waiting for the heroes of the future to guide them on the right path, and if she did not intervene, then they would suffer the same fate as the first hero. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, out of boredom, Hansu listened to her and waited for her to finish her chatter. They approached the large statue of the first hero, majestic and proud, holding in his hands the first holy sword, the source of legends and power. The elf explained that in those days there were no holy swords, and therefore the hero was called the most powerful of the magic swords. She kept the sword from time immemorial because she was the wife of the first hero and shared his fate, becoming a living link between eras. Hansu listened without much interest, knowing that he had his own sword and therefore had no need for ancient artifacts and their legends. She told him the story of how the first person to defeat the demon lord was the first hero, and it seemed that Pedanar's death would bring peace to the continent. However, that peace lasted only 500 years and ended suddenly, without giving people the long-awaited peace and security. When the wife, who had supported the first hero for many years, found out about his infidelities, she left. Hansu still showed no interest in their family dramas, not understanding why he needed to know the details of someone else's life. Roughly, almost impatiently, he demanded that the elf hurry up and get to the main point, leaving empty talk behind. She immediately moved on to the end of the story. Her husband, the first hero, received punishment, and defeated by his own comrades, he fled to the other end of the world. The reason the elf told this story to Hans was simple. She did not want the hero of future generations to become corrupted as the first one. Even when defeating the demon lord, one must remain a righteous hero and not allow the power to act unrestrained and blind. Hans understood the meaning of her words perfectly and nodded in agreement, and she meanwhile said that 3 trials awaited the hero, which would test not only strength, but also the soul. The first test was to fight a statue to prove his strength and will to overcome himself and the past. The next task was to make the holy sword acknowledge the hero as its partner, establishing a bond based on respect and trust. And finally, the last point, the power of the first hero, contained in the statue, must obey Hans, allowing him to become a true successor to the legend. The girl warned that the fight would start on its own as soon as he approached the statue, and warned him not to worry. She would help if he could resist, show Hans the importance of strength and friendship. But Hans was still furious with her. He already wanted to come up with a severe punishment for her if she continued to annoy him like his former comrades. As the distance between Hansu and the first hero narrowed, the idol's obsidian eyes glowed with an ominous light, bringing the ancient warrior back to life. His inner world shook as the S-Rank black box activated, a skill hidden even from the system's analytics, similar to Hansu's skill, but perhaps even more dangerous. The golem came to life. Its colossal body began to move with astonishing speed, as if awakening from a centuries-long sleep. The first blow burst from the statue's hands, a whirlwind of power, shrouded in chaos and hissing magic, fiercely approaching Hans, leaving no room for doubt. The difference in levels turned out to be insurmountable, because Hans was only level 1, and against him stood a powerful golem of level 100, and this combination almost caused despair in the hero. The hero had a very hard time dodging the fast and sweeping blows, and he just didn't have enough speed to fully protect his body. A little more, and the golem would have cut Hansa in half, but the guy successfully dodged the blow, and only his clothes were damaged. The priestess, watching from the shadows, understood how difficult it was for Hans to fight such an opponent, and decided to intervene, breathing hope into him. The elf extended her arms towards the hero, and a soft white light enveloped his body, as if an ancient protection had awakened within him. His class changed under her influence, and from the priestess came a huge power, capable of resisting the most impenetrable darkness. He felt a new power awakening within him, and along with it, like a gift from fate, a new rare skill appeared, ready to prove itself in battle. With this sudden gift, he suddenly entered the battle, and his laughter, like a battle cry, echoed throughout the deserted halls of the dungeon. The golem's holy sword, a terrifying and chaotic whirlwind of destructive energy, he stopped with just one hand, as if it were a harmless staff. The force that tried to tear the hero's flesh apart was unable to break through the divine enhancement, and genuine bewilderment flashed in the golem's eyes at the sight of such resilience. Shifting the monster's center of gravity with a powerful knee strike, he tore the holy sword from its tight grip and squeezed the hilt. Grabbing the sword with both hands, he cut the golem's neck in one powerful movement, and at that very moment, there was a final sharp burst of light. The golem suddenly went silent, like a puppet whose strings had been snapped, and its huge figure collapsed without a sound. While he was thinking, the sword did not slip out of his hand, but seemed to stick. Green energy seeped through his palm into his body, and along with it, something alien, foreign. The priestess, who had been beaming with fanatical devotion until now, only softly reported, the holy sword had acknowledged him. Now in Hansu's hands was a forbidden power, like a gift to the first hero, a crooked gift of fate, and a terrible burden of responsibility. But the girl warned that all of Hans's memories would be erased, and he would be under the control of the sword. And he will continue to actively play the role of the hero of the future, and adore and love only the elven priestess. She whispered words of love. Her fingers slid over his chest. She dreamed of the puppet hero. But he was not the one who could be tied with such threads. He looked into her eyes, smiled back, and, gathering all his willpower, suddenly broke her neck with a short, sharp movement, interrupting the vicious ritual. He kissed the priestess one last time, a farewell kiss to the one who dared to subjugate him, and then sent all the power back. The green energy, unable to find a way into his reinforced consciousness, burst out into her throat. The deep kiss became not an expression of feelings, but a symbol of the final loss of her memory, personality, will. All the divine power she had accumulated now belonged to Hans. And yet he did not have time to enjoy this result for long. The priestess's body crumbled into dust, as if it were nothing more than a temporary projection. Hans remembered her words about the first hero being able to escape to the other side of the world, which meant that there was a way to escape from fantasy, and he had to find out this way. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope in this fantasy world, and no matter what happened, Hansu believed that he would find his way to Earth. Hansu finally left the ruins with La Nouvelle, and they headed along a forest path, hidden by the dense canopy of trees and the whisper of the wind. The hero, still surrounded by divine radiance, suddenly heard barely perceptible but distinct steps, as if someone was sneaking across the wet grass. The sounds were followed by a loud, piercing female scream, full of panic and despair, which echoed throughout the forest. A woman appeared in the clearing, too young and ridiculously dressed for hunting, her silk dress fluttering in the wind, her heels sinking into the ground. Her screech was not directed at a specific person, but as if to the heavens, to anyone who could save her from the orc who had come so close. La Nouvelle, a high-level mage and a fan of interfering without invitation, struck the orc right in the forehead with one blow of her magic staff. The orc immediately fell to the ground after this blow, without a sound, as if fate itself had written the final line for him. La Nouvelle beamed with pride at her actions, because destroying a level 20 creature while being a level 200 mage was not a difficult task. Hansu, looking at the orc's body, said that he should curse fate for being weaker than the cutie who put on a show performance. But the orc was not alone. One after another, his relatives jumped out of the bushes, a whole pack of furious monsters with weapons in their hands. With a snap of his fingers, the hero wiped them off the face of the earth. The hunting grounds were cleared in a split second, without unnecessary noise. These creatures, regardless of level and strength, were instantly sent into oblivion, their status no longer meaning anything. But the place where the orcs had once been was now a field of real carnage, strewn with mutilated bodies. Women, probably the princess's maids and guards, lay scattered along the road, their bodies reeking of blood and fear. An intern standing nearby quietly whispered that she felt genuinely sorry for these people and what they had to go through. Even the hero felt a brief pity, because they would have to live with scars, not only on their bodies, but also deep inside. But he didn't want them to remember the pain, so he decided to erase their terrible memories with a black box. He looked them straight in the eyes, without looking away, and began to heal their bodies with a blessing, weaving comfort into it. Hansu erased all the bad from their minds and healed their physical wounds, returning the women the strength and peace they had not had for a long time. The princess, still trembling but whole, returned to her companions, who immediately surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. Soon the news of the prince's death became known, which caused excitement, slight shock, and a subtle drama, permeated with anxiety. But Hans remained indifferent to everything. His face did not change. He simply turned to leave without saying a word. It was at that moment that he appeared, the man the hero remembered from his memories, the one who was to become king. A man, reserved and powerful, will become the next ruler of the magical kingdom when his brother dies 3 years later. He did not take the throne by chance, because he was a magician, kept accounts, and strictly believed in the law of equal exchange. But Hans didn't know what this man wanted from him and why he decided to intervene now. The man looked at everyone in the clearing and ordered his army to destroy them, without explaining either the reason or the purpose. The warriors were very narrow-minded people, capable of without hesitation to destroy the prince and princess of their own country for the sake of imaginary benefits and power. But when they came across the figure of a saint surrounded by divine radiance, they stopped, for the sin of attacking such a person frightened them more than treason itself. However, the man who was to inherit the crown did not give in to fear, demonstrating determination and cruelty that did not bode well. He dismissed the pleas of his subordinates with disdain, ordering the execution of the saint, even if without unnecessary cruelty, as if the reprisal against him was already impossible to stop. The warriors did not contradict their majesty, and without hesitation went on the attack on Hansa, ready to carry out the order. Hans did not consider it necessary to destroy them. He decided to prove his innocence and strength through the divinity of the highest Z level, which he managed to awaken in himself. He wanted to calm their minds and cleanse their bodies with a blessing, and the dark energy would help against the demon worshippers, and luck would make sure that there were no surprises and everything went according to plan. Clothed in the aura of a holy bishop, he poured out a blessing on the warriors, and their hearts trembled. He spoke not loudly, but with such weight that even the blades began to descend. He did not persuade, he convinced that the destruction of the heirs to the throne was considered treason, and he reminded them of the wives, children, and parents who were waiting for the return of their heroes. But their leader continued to say not to stop. Supposedly, they were doing this for the sake of their future. The Duke, lacking charisma and fortitude, tried to restore order by citing only his titled blood, but his words no longer had power. And then the decisive blow was struck. One of the Duke's comrades, driven not by loyalty but by the dark energy, pierced the back of the one who was striving for the throne. Dark energy proved stronger than loyalty, breaking bonds and changing the balance of power in the blink of an eye. The prince, princess, and their entourage immediately came to their senses. Their speeches once again threatened to cast suspicion on those who only a moment ago stood on the other side of the conflict. Too many witnesses, too dangerous a truth, Hans had to intervene, and he used the black box to erase the memories of 4 women. To settle the matter, he played his second trump card, summoning the saint to resurrect everyone the orcs had destroyed. Almost all of them. The Duke was not subject to return, not on a whim, but for the common good, alive. He would be a threat, ready to unleash a rebellion again. But even after all this, one person remained a thorn, the resurrected prince, spoiled and complacent, disdained the savior, imagining that divinity was just a beautiful halo, not worth attention. He allowed himself an absurd indulgence by paying attention only to the savior's companion. Hans approached him with polite, almost ceremonious courtesy, and using magic, erased all the memories of the young prince. After the death of the Duke and the reset of the prince, the next heir became the princess. Alas, the dynasty has been strictly male for centuries, so the crown will most likely be given to her future spouse, perhaps a gifted magician, who will become the de facto ruler. But the guy didn't care at all who the next heir would be. It wasn't a problem for him. Eventually, Hans had no more business with the Magic Kingdom and decided it was time to try out the magician's staff. Snow Mountain M towered over the northern continent. There, among the snow-covered slopes, natural hot springs burst forth, turning the cold land into a resort. Villages formed around these springs, which over time turned into tourist centers, attracting people from all over Fantasia. But it wasn't the tourists that made this mountain truly dangerous, but the mana that flowed along with the underground waters saturated the local monsters with power, raising the average level of danger in this area to a frightening one. Criminals, outcasts, and villains of all stripes settled in the mountains, taking advantage of the inaccessibility and natural protection. The heroes in turn chased after them, restoring order, protecting tourists, and, of course, admiring the majestic landscapes around. The hero and La Nouvelle arrived at one of these villages, a tourist spot where a new adventure was to begin. At the pub, the largest in the village, Hansu kicked the door open and announced himself as if the god of drunkenness himself had entered the stage, attracting the attention of all the guests. He introduced himself as a hero who intended to conquer the Ice Princess at the top of the mountain, causing an explosion of admiration and anticipation. After the performance, he ordered wine and announced that until dawn tomorrow, all the wine was on him, raising the mood and winning over the audience. The crowd greeted the hero with a bang, and soon a storm of cheering began as guests began telling their stories and rumors. That was the purpose of the visit, to find information about the hero of origins, and the best way to get it was to get others to talk. The dark commerce that operated in the region sold anything of any value, including information. Using a special phrase, Hansu signaled that he was a client of the dark commerce that spanned across all continents. Later, coming down from the top floor where he had sent the unconscious La Nouvelle, he found that they were already waiting for him. Before him stood a young woman in a black dress, confident and collected, like the embodiment of all the secrets of the black market. The woman was the one from the black market, where for a sufficient amount they were ready to fulfill any whim of the clients. The conversation began with cautious questions, quickly moving on to the topic of Hansu's interests, since everyone was looking for benefits and information. The conversation soon turned to the hero of origins, the one who first defeated the demon lord, whose name is forever etched in history. The woman asked the guy what exactly he wanted to know about the first hero, trying to understand the scope of the request and prepare answers. Hans was interested in absolutely everything in order to awaken the necessary greed in his interlocutor. He pulled out something that no library could offer. The sketch from the vault instantly turned the sluggish intermediary into a partner hungry for knowledge and profit. The hero warned that if he did not receive the necessary information, there would be no deal, and he would not pay for her story. The woman said she was not an expert in the field and got up from the table and left. It turns out she went for a specialist, who turned out to be a dwarf. His height was barely a meter, but his thick scarlet beard, reaching to his waist, gave him a solid look. Hans did not expect to see such a specialist, and for a moment almost choked on his dessert from surprise and amazement. The dwarf was the creator of the Scarlet Golem, a machine of destruction that changed the very concept of war in the world of fantasy and forever changed the idea of combat power. It was he who became the main antagonist, without whom the golden golem of the god of war would have remained only an expensive but useless toy, incapable of great accomplishments. When Hansu's drawing fell into his hands, the dwarf did not immediately express an opinion, preferring to silently and carefully study the page, immersing himself in the lines, and small marks that kept the secrets of creation. And only after a long pause did the dwarf admit that the author of the drawing surpassed him in talent and genius, which was a rarity in his harsh world. He studied just one page and immediately realized that before him was a true masterpiece of engineering thought, the genius of which could turn the tide of the war and therefore did not want his business partners to find out about it. After the dwarf left, the young representative of dark commerce reported that the item was amazing and greatly surprised even the experienced dwarf, causing him to express rare admiration and interest. She promised, in exchange for the transferred drawing, to provide all possible information about the first hero, about his surroundings, allies, and enemies, without missing a single detail that mattered. But in return, she asked the hero to stay in the village for 2 weeks while they collected the necessary information, and also provided him with a room for comfort and safety. In reality, she planned for the hero to die at the hands of the Ice Princess at this time, leaving them with all the blueprints and opportunities for further machinations. Hans, unaware of such a plan, calmly agreed, seeing in this only a necessary respite to prepare for further action. Since he didn't want to rush into the 6th playthrough since Pedanar was still alive, Hans decided to take his time preparing, carefully considering each step. Early in the morning he set out, noticing La Nouvelle, who was still in her pajamas, sleepy and holding her staff in her hands, as if hugging her favorite toy before going to bed. She tried to act sweet again, even in her half-asleep state, but the hero didn't fall for her tricks, and snatched the staff from her hands, reminding her of the seriousness of the moment. Hansu's target was at the top of Snow Mountain M, where the Ice Princess, a wielder of dangerous power and an unfortunate woman who believed herself to be cursed, lived in complete isolation. The trainee mentor asked the hero if he was going to climb the mountain on his own, since the path was difficult and full of dangers, requiring serious preparation. He didn't want to use this method because he had a better idea. He intended to use the experience and knowledge from previous playthroughs for a more effective result. The experience of the first passage gave him a huge advantage. He knew who should be avoided, who should be eliminated quickly, and who should be used to his advantage. At the foot of the mountain lived someone who could significantly speed up the ascent, a young hunter with mysterious abilities and an extraordinary past. Hansu came to him, grabbed him by the neck, and ordered him to take on his true form, demonstrating power and determination without unnecessary words and negotiations. In response to the order to take his true form, the hunter obeyed, albeit sluggishly, reluctantly, but he obeyed, realizing that resistance was pointless before such a will. He assumed his true form as a dragon with white scales, 3 pairs of wings, and a sturdy body perfectly adapted to surviving the icy storms of the mountain range. The villagers raised the alarm, because even the smallest dragon caused panic, because their level of strength was 3 times greater than a human's, and this hunter was far from the weakest. But the dragon had no intention of running away. He opened his mouth, intending to release his chilling breath on Hansa, but this turned out to be a serious mistake. A clenched fist filled with divine power crashed down on the creature's jaw with such fury that even the sky shook for a moment under the force of the blow. The frozen breath, before it could escape, exploded inside the dragon itself, causing instant pain and disorientation. He coughed, lost his balance, his eyes rolled back, his tongue hung limply, and the creature fell to the ground, unconscious. When the dragon woke up, he was already different, broken, submissive, and obedient, with his memories erased to the extent necessary for complete control. Everything unnecessary was thrown away, and everything important was saved. Now he could neither run nor resist his new fate and duties. Hansu then climbed onto the dragon's back, and together they soared into the sky, ready for the new challenges and adventures that lay ahead. The white dragon rose into the sky again, its 6 wings spread wide, shading the snow-capped peaks and icy gorges. High in the mountains where they were heading, cold snow already covered the bodies of those who had previously tried to reach the Ice Princess. Hans was surprised that there were more women than men among the dead, and he automatically divided them into 2 conditional groups. The first group included women who envied the Ice Princess, because in the north, girls were compared to her from birth. Just as he began to think about the second group, the queen's own commanding voice reached him from the icy peak. She ordered him to leave the place immediately if he wanted to live, and warned him that she would not repeat her warning. At that very moment, a new group of people appeared, who, in his opinion, were the ones who lost to the Ice Princess in the past. One man, surrounded by a harem, declared that the union of his blood and the princess's blood would produce great power, and he was proud of it. But he didn't even have time to live for a minute before the white dragon released a stream of cold, freezing the entire harem squad into a marble sculpture. The Ice Princess, watching from above, couldn't understand how anyone dared to bring a dragon into her territory. A moment later, the white dragon landed softly on the icy roof of her castle, causing several slabs to crack under its weight. Hans jumped from the dragon straight onto the balcony, where he came face to face with the princess, cold as death itself. The cold magic emanating from her fell upon him in a flurry of ice, sparkling in the air like 1,000 daggers. But the staff that Hansu held flared with golden light and completely absorbed her magical barrage, leaving him unharmed. The princess's eyes widened in recognition because this artifact was something from ancient legends and tales for her. She reached out her hand for the staff, not hiding her greed, but the next moment she received a blow to the head with an ordinary movement of the hand. Hansu calmly informed her that he was going to re-educate her and beat her until she learned control. He had no intention of sparing her strength, but wanted to break it through pain and resurrect it as many times as needed, with the help of the saint. In her image, he did not see a princess, but only a corrupted person, endowed with dangerous magic and childish thinking. They say that failures prolong life and happiness shortens it. Perhaps that is why some people live too long, as if the world does not let them go until the end. That day was most likely the longest and most painful in the princess's life, every hour stretched out like an eternity, filled with cold and anticipation. Hansu asked her if she still thought that she lived completely alone, without support or encouragement that could change her closed world. The hero began to tell her morals, because the reason she could live in the permafrost was someone's love and invisible care, which she ignored. And everything she had, her beautiful dresses, her delicious food, even that toilet paper, and the letters from her subjects in the cold room, all of it showed that she was loved. And although they seemed insignificant and petty in her majestic eyes, it was in these little things that real humanity and simple kindness lay. This means that Hansu will do everything possible with her, despite her mistakes, so that she can not only survive, but also control her future power. The hero destroyed the princess with his staff, not out of malice, but so that she could finally awaken her consciousness and take control of the element of ice. She died 10 times before she learned to control the cold and accept her power. It would be strange if she didn't achieve it after such efforts. His approach was principled. He did not allow cheating, even if other paladins and sages had long since allowed themselves to cross this moral line. The princess had achieved perfection and now became a trophy, not as a thing, but as a symbol of victory over herself, proof of the power of the method. She was truly grateful. Hansu informed her that they had to go down to the village in a day and told her to tidy herself up and change into something more appropriate. His plan was to spend a couple of quiet days with the queen in the countryside so that she could rest and then send her off on a free voyage without being tied down. She was surprised because she had expected him to want to make her his companion and keep her close as an ally. Hans was a pragmatist who didn't need extra companions, because even one rumor that he had subjugated the Ice Princess was already a powerful tool of influence. The queen had tidied herself up, dressed more sensibly, and was fully prepared for the new journey with ease and self-confidence. They mounted the white dragon and flew over the frozen slopes to fly away from the palace with the wind, leaving everything behind. But the peaceful departure turned out to be not so smooth, because at the moment when the dragon spread its 3 pairs of wings, something frightening burst out from under the snow. Some huge and unknown creature easily swallowed the dragon, leaving him no chance to resist. After which, it directed its monstrous mouth at the falling boys, as if it decided that they would be the next treat. It was an ice titan with incredible levels and destructive skills, and Hansu, seeing him for the first time, immediately asked the queen if they knew each other. The princess remembered a dream she often had, in which a small white cat appeared, a symbol of mystery and power, invisible and mysterious. The white cat that sometimes appeared to her in her dreams now stood before her, but not as she remembered him, and his size and appearance caused both surprise and alarm. The feline giant's skill set was suspiciously similar to that of the Ice Princess, only his were much more advanced. The princess, despite her high rank, was unable to control her powers, an unheard of rarity in a world where skills were automatically adjusted through status. Hans realized that this creature was influencing the princess and her level, and Snow Mountain became a cage, not a refuge. With her status and opportunities, it would have been possible to find a much safer place, inaccessible to mere mortals. Everything spoke of someone else's influence. The hero summoned the holy sword too, filling it with a vortex of power born from divinity and dark energy. The battle began without hesitation. The feline giant, despite his old age, was a dangerous opponent. The terrain and climate played into his hands. However, Hansu broke through, the holy sword piercing the giant's throat. Professor Morality appeared in the guy's mind after a long separation. She warned that if he did not stop behaving so carelessly, then he would definitely face the consequences. Hans said that he had already gone too far, and without further ado he left her, continuing on his way with a cold determination and stubborn will. The creature fell, and Hansu, like a true hero, held the princess in his arms, because if she died, his reputation would plummet, and his goals would remain unattainable. Victory seemed to be achieved, but the experience points did not come immediately, and the hero realized that this was not the end, and a new mystery and test was unfolding before him. He watched as a new head grew out of the snow in place of the enemy's severed head, as if demonstrating its immortal strength and tenacity in the fight. As it turned out, the creature, like an ordinary cat, had 9 lives, and each defeat did not remove, but only delayed the inevitable. Without wasting a second, he decapitated the enemy again several times in a row until the feline giant finally fell silent and the system confirmed the victory. Hansu remembered how after the destruction of Ululu, the entire country was covered in endless rain, so he expected that after the destruction of the Ice Titan, it would lead to snowfall. But instead his body began to freeze rapidly. He woke up in an icy prison. Neither his fingers nor his limbs obeyed him, but it no longer mattered because consciousness returned, and with it the long-lost strength. A lonely sound and crack, as if time itself had split, and the ice that had bound his body had shattered, freeing the hero, who had broken free from his captivity, albeit with consequences, but whole. The princess stood next to him, her voice reaching him clear and alive, as if not a minute had passed between their meetings, awakening hope and warmth. When he turned his head to answer her, his gaze froze. What stood before him was not a refined ice maiden, but a middle-aged woman who looked more like an ant. He didn't immediately understand what had happened, but the answer was not long in coming. 6 years. That's how much time he spent frozen. The world around him did not stand still. Fantasy was thrown into chaos. Kingdoms created powerful golems and started wars, capturing all the continents except the southern one, which remained in relative peace. The northern one, which became the starting point, seemed to be the only place where some semblance of order was preserved, thanks to the Lord and the mysterious goddess, who kept the balance. The golem created by the Lord Mage was no different in size from ordinary people, but its combat power was beyond imagination, astonishing everyone around it. For Hans, this was no longer a surprise, because he knew how far this world could go if it was not guided and kept within limits. The hero said that this walkthrough was a complete failure and wanted to quickly destroy Pedanar in order to start the 7th walkthrough. The princess said that the Lord Mage made a golem for her, and on it they would be able to get to the tower of the Lord who prepared the golem for Hans. The ceremony of awakening the creature was spectacular, and the princess's personal golem appeared in all its majestic nakedness. The golem's name was Glaciora. However, the impression of the appearance was controversial. The golem's figure looked more sculptural than combat-like, and the lack of armor and faceless anatomy raised doubts. The only military element left was the spear, clutched in the right hand. Despite its strange appearance, the golem turned out to be a terrifying fighting machine. Even those monsters that were previously considered dangerous even for elite troops disappeared under its feet. While the Ice Princess explained the characteristics of the hostile golems, he lazily glanced ahead, mentally lamenting what the fantasy world had become without normal super robots. Suddenly, from under the snow, with dull claps, 3 scarlet golems burst forth, their blazing color immediately giving away their origin: dark commerce. It was then that the hero realized the truth. He was to blame because he once showed the dwarf the drawings of these golems. The impact had been greater than he had expected, and now the result of his innocent demonstration was these cartoonish scarlet golems, lacking in style but not in strength. And yet even their improved parameters did not save them. One attack from Glaciora's spear, and all 3 were crushed. The Ice Princess said that there was no time to wait for reinforcements, and they would have to take a risk and take a shortcut. Meanwhile, the prince was finally convinced that the 6th passage could be considered a failure, and it would be better to immediately begin the 7th passage. Hans and the princess finally reached the magic tower, where a whole army of golems was already waiting for them, ready to fight and defend. As they approached the tower, they were met by Lanuvel, the sage, and an old man whose gaze spoke of long years of trials. Hans ran to the sage, grabbed him by the neck because all these years he asked him to restrain dark commerce, and he was just making a toy without much return. He had been working on the golem for all these years, as Hans' task was very difficult, especially the extraction of rare materials and the production process itself. But they still did what he wanted, and now they had a new level of weaponry in front of them, capable of changing the course of the war. The sage did not lose his composure and proudly pointed to the 5 golems that came out of the tower, demonstrating the power and perfection of his creations. They looked very powerful, with drilling rigs, guns, and wheels on their legs, ready for any challenge. But it was only when they soared into the sky and began to transform that everything became clear. They merged into one form, putting all the parts together into a giant combat robot. His appearance was both inspiring and frightening, like the embodiment of childhood fantasies that had gained life and strength in harsh reality. Weighing 5 times the size of a normal golem, it towered over the ruins. Its name was Megazord, and it was the embodiment of power and menace. And at that moment, something inside clicked. For the first time in a long time, Hans felt excitement, and everything else could wait, because he had a new goal in front of him. He decided that the 7th playthrough would be on hold for now, and the 6th was not yet finished, and it was necessary to finish what had been started. The golems possessed attributes of all 5 elements, and by combining them, they gained immunity to magical attacks, becoming virtually invulnerable. In addition to this, the body was equipped with a magic cannon that could adapt to circumstances, turning the structure into a universal weapon. The moment Hans took control of the super golem, a flash of energy illuminated the canopy of clouds, as if heralding a new era. The 5 elemental golems infused with divinity began to rapidly transform, uniting into something new and powerful. The combined golem became the Ultra Golem, a being of a new order whose power surpassed all previous limits. And Hansu's skills at the moment of full loading of Golem's energy increased by several levels, literally in 1 minute opening up new horizons of power. Well, it was time to test the Ultra Golem, who possessed water, earth, wind, fire, and a heart ready to fight without compromise. The wings hidden within the golem's body began to rotate with a terrifying roar, and the Ultra Golem moved into the thick of the enemy, tearing through their ranks like a storm of metal and magic. The Scarlet Golems fell apart at the slightest touch of the rotating drills, unable to withstand either the force or the speed. Despite the growing chaos, Dark Commerce did not retreat. The Scarlet Golems fell upon Hansa one after another, hoping to break him with numbers. But their blows were useless, because the golem's defense, strengthened by divinity, neutralized any damage that did not contain pure darkness or light. The magic guns built right into the hull began firing almost simultaneously, terrifying the enemies. 5 barrels, adapted to different elements, released a devastating volley of shells, tearing apart the enemy ranks. The guns turned the battlefield into a real meat grinder, leaving behind debris and vaporized areas of land. The mana supply was decreasing, but Hans felt only satisfaction, because with each attack, his magic power grew. Every pulse of mana poured into the golem increased its rank, accelerating its recovery, increasing its combat power and effectiveness. And yet the enemies did not retreat, hoping that the hero would become exhausted, because they did not know that his mana was practically endless. When Hans had accumulated enough mana, he fired a powerful volley of cannons, and the Scarlet Golems began to crumble like ashes in the wind. When the fight was over, there was only one man left on the field, but even he knew he had no chance of surviving. Hans did not spare him, because he himself chose the path of war and ended up on this field not by chance, but consciously. The Ultra Golem put all the power he had accumulated over the entire time this war had lasted into the blow, and his opponent fell. After the victory, Hansu's skills greatly increased, and many of them reached high SS levels, as if reflecting the result of the battle. Thus ended a battle that could hardly be called a real battle, since it was more like a quiet storm after a loud explosion. Wars were still raging on other continents, but the northern one had fallen, crushed, burned and cleared of everything that prevented peace from reigning. The kingdoms of the northern continent, lacking an army and the strength to resist, tried to surrender, but the hero refused to accept their surrender, wanting justice. Since the situation in the region was catastrophic, due to debts to Dark Commerce, all countries plunged their citizens into poverty and suffering. Crime had become the norm, and Hans had no intention of sparing those who allowed it, because impunity breeds new chaos. The rulers, the dark community, and all those who committed crimes were subject to public execution, which became a symbol of retribution and a new era. The purge began, and men, women, old people, children, neither age nor tears could save from reprisals against those who led the people along the dark path. The people, exhausted and hungry, rejoiced, seeing how justice had triumphed and evil had been punished. Tears, cries of gratitude, and shouts of glory were heard everywhere. The hero became a symbol of justice and fear at the same time. Hans left the rebuilding of the northern continent in the hands of the sage, not out of trust, but out of reluctance to deal with anything that did not involve battles, explosions, and the roar of magical engines. But the sage also decided not to deal with this personally, but brought the lady goddess, who could handle everything much better and faster. Hans didn't mind, as he was preparing to lead his army into the heart of the dark community, responsible for starting the war. The hero ordered the golems to unite into one large golem to increase the power and strength of his army before the approaching battle. But as soon as they took off, a blinding flash of dark energy appeared, which swept across the sky and struck the squad of 5 golems accompanying the hero. This was not a simple volley, it was a show of force, calculated to intimidate and suppress the will of the enemy. The golems, including Captain Fantasy, crumbled like puppets that had lost their strings and control over their own actions. Hans quickly scanned the field, and the enemy was revealed almost immediately, a slender figure surrounded by a thick aura of dark energy, radiating danger. The hero's attempt to crush her with divine lightning was a failure. The blow was reflected with ease, as if this power was familiar to her. She was a woman, young, bold, and, as the instant collision showed, almost invincible, since with such a blow he could destroy Pedanar, and she did not care. Hansu moved forward, changing his tactics to close combat, summoning Holy Sword II and strengthening himself with the blessing and support of divine power, preparing for the decisive duel. She summoned her sword, and it was not a familiar blade, but a strip of purple light unthinkable for a world where fantasy laws reigned, similar in appearance to a lightsaber. Their blades clashed, causing a wave of destruction. The ground cracked, the elements raged, and the very fabric of the world trembled from the tension between the two fighters, as if the world was balancing on the edge. Despite her having more transcendental skills and combat experience, he maintained parity solely due to his divinity, which was especially effective against demonic elements. However, her defensive skills and phenomenal regeneration turned the fight into an exhausting confrontation. Immortality and energy, taken to the point of absurdity, did not give hope for a quick outcome. Hans tried to strike using a weak spot, but the demoness instantly took the initiative and struck back, leaving a noticeable wound on his body. The hero approached her again, and when she insulted him by calling him a false angel, he became furious and struck her with such force that the ground shook under his feet. Every time he broke through her defense, it would recover with frightening speed, as if his attacks were just a light breeze. She immediately responded with a sharp counterattack and delivered a painful blow to his stomach, causing him to stagger back and lose momentum. The wound was deep, although he recovered instantly, but the fight was no longer going according to his script, and this made him even more angry. The demoness used her blood, turning it into a swarm of hovering knives that rushed straight at him. Hans intercepted the blades and threw them back, but realized that her blood would not harm her no matter how hard he tried. The sky above them darkened with black ash rising into the sky, as if the world itself had responded to their battle with a powerful eruption. He pushed the demoness away, and her body flew to the side, hitting the rock, but it did not cause her any serious harm. Her firm buttocks, like evil magic, softened the blow, saving her again at the most inconvenient moment. Hans jumped up and caught her wrists, pinning her to him to restrict her movement and prevent her from responding. He blocked the sword, then neutralized her knees to completely remove her combat options. She tried to say something, but her breathing was ragged, and each word was difficult to say, as if she were choking on her own strength. Realizing that he couldn't break her by force, he decided to try an unusual method and moved closer to kiss her. However, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind, warning that kissing the Demon King's daughter was completely unacceptable. Turning around, he saw a naked demon standing behind the Elven Queen, clearly in no hurry to show respect for her will. Hans looked around and felt as if he had entered a strange place, at once familiar and completely alien. The trainee instructor approached him and informed him that in the heat of battle they had been transferred to the central continent, bypassing all logical transitions. Pedanar, in deference to the hero's courageous decision to come to him alone, immediately freed the wives of the Elven King. And at that moment when the wings spread, she came to life, even in spite of the poison of divinity, which is fatal to demons. And she, breaking free from his lips, found the long-awaited freedom, feeling her breath return to her and her awareness of what was happening. Pedanar calmly warned Hansa that such an attitude towards his daughter went beyond all reasonable boundaries of decency. The hero understood why Pedanar was so confident in himself, since Hansu's highest level was during the first playthrough, but in this playthrough, he had already broken the record. This meant that the Demon Lord was freed from the effects of the level downgrade, and he used his daughter to buy time. Pedanar thanked the hero for the time spent with his daughter and for becoming stronger than he expected. The demon lord seemed to be deliberately trying to irritate the hero and mock him. In response, Hans did not stand on ceremony, putting all his rage and divinity into a powerful blow aimed straight at the demon. The impact was so strong that the shockwave destroyed Pedanar's castle. However, Pedanar stopped the attack with one movement of his palm, as if it were a childish prank not worth paying attention to. He even seemed pleased that Hansu had come back renewed, becoming a fighter who was actually interesting to fight. Hansu was amazed at how the demon's dark energy was able to withstand the divinity he had developed to the very Z level. Instinctively, the hero turned to the enemy's status. The numbers and designations were frightening. Pedonar's indicators had not just grown, they had exceeded the limits of system logic. The demon lord, previously killed in one hit in the first 4 playthroughs, has now begun his offensive. His right hand was enveloped in a vortex of dark energy, and with devilish precision, he delivered a straight punch that flew towards the hero's head. The hero, empowered by divinity, crossed his arms to block it, but the bones couldn't withstand it. The cracks spread like spider webs across glass, and the darkness seeped through them, causing internal destruction. The fracture widened, spreading inward. The hero, who until this point had confidently broken through any barrier and dispelled any darkness, suddenly found himself in a critical situation. However, the demon lord didn't give him time to think. His next attack came down with tentacles of dark energy, reminiscent of a nightmare that had burst out of someone else's dreams. The hero retreated, trying to heal the damage, but the enemy pursued him with predatory persistence. And then the transformation began. 2 pairs of wings burst from Pedonar's back, new horns burst forth, nails stretched into claws, and blue light flashed from the wings themselves. But the hero did not flinch even then. He stood waiting for the next attack, ready to fight to the very end. The next attack dispersed the air with an explosion. Even the cover of divinity was vulnerable to such a force that did not yield to the usual laws of magic and logic. The dark energy penetrated through the defense, bypassing all barriers and obstacles. It disappeared before touching the surface. Only then, as if slipping between the cracks, it struck deep into the body, leaving a burn of invisible force. The hero vomited blood, and even his immunity, strengthened to the limit, could not cope with such a depth of impact that destroyed internal barriers. Even in his wildest fantasies, Pedanar was not so strong, because before he seemed like a pathetic loser who had lost irrevocably to the power of love and friendship. But then everything stopped. The demon lord, as if satisfied with the result, suddenly spoke in a calm voice that sounded almost homely. He warned the hero that he would no longer fight him as the demon king, but would perceive him as his daughter's boyfriend, as if changing the status of rivalry to familial. The hero did not like Pedanar's words, and he tried to immediately go on the attack, hoping to use the moment of surprise for a breakthrough. The hero attempted to imitate, combining his own divinity and dark energy into a powerful blast that was meant to break the enemy's defenses. But again he was completely defeated. He flew back several meters after such a surge of magic. The hero realized for the first time that he could lose. For 5 playthroughs he had defeated this enemy without feeling threatened, but now Pedanar had risen too high. The demon lord took out his demonic sword, which had always been considered weak, but now emitted such a threatening aura that it made one's blood run cold. Even visually, the sword emitted a dark light, as if darkness itself was its substance, increasing the fear in the hearts of everyone present. But before he pronounced the final sentence, Pedanar smiled and suddenly plunged the sword into himself, interrupting the course of events with an unexpected act. Instead of blood, a stream of dark energy flowed from the wound, covering the entire world in darkness and plunging everything into deep darkness. That the father is crazy and that the daughter is the same, the hero thought, observing the strange connection in this family of demons. And after Pedanar's death, the system's voice sounded, which, as per standard, asked the hero whether his adventure had been exciting and whether it was worth continuing. Kang Han-soo stood on the threshold of a new beginning, his sixth run ending not in triumph but in humiliation, which forced him to rethink many plans. He was defeated by Demon Lord Pedanar, despite being of equal level and having advanced skills, which was unusual and disturbing. The system, like a strict judge watching the game, announced that the hero who had failed would be given another chance to follow his path. The world, immersed in the darkness of the dark energy of Pedanar, was illuminated by light again, and everything began anew, as if the cycle had rebooted. Lanovel, always cheerful, noisy, and overly intrusive, greeted him with the same feigned warmth as the first time, without losing her optimism. Hansu's fist shot into the air, not with rage but with cold indifference. He realized that the strength had not returned, and the level had been reset to its original values. The hero wasn't too upset because the sixth playthrough was a complete failure, and in the seventh he immediately received a good report card and a good mood. Besides the FF for combat prowess, he received a mark for allowing Pedanar to outdo him in combat, which was an important lesson. But now he knew how to do everything correctly, and he would try to easily pass and get out of this circle. The seventh playthrough began in the Kingdom of Magic, rather than the usual Dumpling Kingdom, which promised new opportunities and challenges. His plans were to revive Captain Fantasy, making him even more powerful and useful for the upcoming battles. He looked at his status and saw that he had a new effect called Curse, which reduced his abilities by 10% of his level, and this effect was applied by demons if you lost to them. Using the power of the blessing, he cleansed himself of the negative effect and restored his previous fighting rhythm. Hansu no longer wanted to hide his strength, and he immediately forced the two servants to bow to him. One of the servants began to resist divinity, and then the hero decided to use dark energy to establish order. The servants and royals stood in amazement as they watched their master straighten up and take a deep breath, as if being reborn. La Nouvelle thought that all this was extremely strange and unusual, but Hansu asked her to shut up and said that only she was strange in this situation. After that, without wasting any time, the hero went to the king of the Magic Kingdom to start playing by his own rules and establish new rules of power. The very fact of the hero's appearance was an important event for the country, and the announcement of this made it easier to pump up reputation, allowing you to quickly accumulate respect among aristocrats and commoners. Hansu entered the kingdom with La Nouvelle, and they saw before them a huge hall where the king and his assistants sat, immersed in the splendor of the old stone throne. On the throne sat a gaunt man, his body twisted with disease and his gaze clouded as if his mind were drifting between dreams and oblivion. During the first playthrough, the hero arrived on the northern continent too late. The king had already died, and in this playthrough, Hans met him in person for the first time. Hans immediately recognized the prince and princess from previous walkthroughs who were fussing around the king, not hiding their concern for his condition. The duke, meanwhile, asked the king to go and rest, and they would take care of the hero for him, hiding their true intentions under a mask of goodwill. But Hans knew that asking for the king to rest was just a polite way of starting preparations for his death, carefully disguised as concern. And the duke, the king's younger brother, was already preparing to take power immediately after the throne was vacated by its previous owner. But Hans didn't want his brother to be king, certainly not in his class, because he knew where that scenario would lead. And the hero came up with a solution to prevent the king from dying, and the method was so strange that even La Nouvelle blinked in surprise. He invited the king to look him in the eye, and at that moment a flash lit up the chambers, filled with the heavy air of betrayal. A light and a flash fell upon the king. The blessing and darkness, united in it, engulfed the old man, penetrating into the very depths of his tormented body. Following protocol, the hero inquired about his well-being, maintaining a calm and businesslike expression on his face, as if nothing unusual had happened. In response, he received proof, a loud voice, a confident posture, and a shining face reflecting the returned strength and will to live. The king's level dropped, but all negative conditions disappeared, The disease and curse gave way to healing and energy, which amazed even the advisors. But the Duke, whose ambitions had collapsed in an instant, trembled with shock, his dream of the throne shattered before it even took shape. The hero mentally noted this with a predatory grin, because since the sixth passage, he had been keeping an eye on him, looking for the moment for a decisive move. The king, having found new life, spoke with enthusiasm, full of gratitude and hope. His voice sounded with new strength. He was ready to fulfill any wish of the hero, even to give his daughter in marriage, without waiting for the approval of the council or the queen. But Hans already knew what he wanted. He took out the drawing stored in the spatial vault and presented it to the king with cold confidence. The monarch, as an experienced magician, immediately understood that the drawing was something significant. It had a sense of genius and danger. This is the blueprint for the perfect golem, the dream of Hansu and half of humanity, which even the wisest believed to be impossible. Professor Morrill appeared and politely congratulated the hero on his progress, noting how touched the teachers were by his successes, and expressed her sincere hope for his brilliant completion of his studies. The hero listened to this, clenching his fists. If he had the opportunity, he would have crumpled the very reality in which these words existed because he remembered how they put 3 Fs. Hansu asked that instead of meaningless lies, they should call the intern teacher, the only one who helped at least a little. Because of the teaching staff, Hansu lost 17 years because they did not help him, but only interfered on the sly, hiding behind regulations. Meanwhile, despite everything, the dream of the ideal golem remained with him as a symbol of strength, independence, and personal victory. The king had no idea what scale the drawing would be when Hans suddenly laid it out on the table in front of him. So, stunned by what he saw, he politely asked for a little time to think things over properly. Hans generously agreed, because it was important for him to maintain good relations with the ruler so as not to spoil the final grades. But after a moment, the hero decided that there was no point in waiting if he could gently influence the king's decision with his power. Nevertheless, he pulled himself together, tamed his impulses, and decided to act more diplomatically, as befits a rational being. He repeated to the king with a serious expression that he should think everything over carefully, weigh it up, and make a wise decision. The king immediately asked the hero to wait, and after the head of the kingdom discussed the drawing with the engineers, he realized that Hansu's words were not empty words. He confirmed that the construction of the ideal golem would begin immediately, as the project seemed extremely promising to them. Hans thanked him and said that the new golem would be called Captain Fantasy, a name that had already been chosen for him a long time ago. The king said that in 3 years they would be able to make a golem, but Hans did not agree, because in 3 years he would be able to destroy Pedanar 1,000 times. He immediately pulled out an alternative drawing, not as grandiose, but in some sense even more interesting and ingenious. Unlike the giant Captain Fantasy, this was a miniature and ingenious mechanism in its own way. The king studied the drawing with interest and passed it on to the engineers. The answer was not long in coming. The project was quite feasible, although the required materials were rare, almost mythical. But the creation process itself did not cause any difficulties. The king said they would make it in 10 days. The only problem was the soul cell, without which the mechanism would remain just a lifeless shell. But this problem also had a solution. The hero knew where to find a suitable entity that would ideally fit the required parameters. In the forest pond rested the holy sword, in which resided the soul of the old maiden hero, forgotten by time, but not having lost her fighting spirit. According to the laws of the world, the hero could only have one sword, but if the sword was linked to a golem and hidden in 4-dimensional space through a contract, then perhaps this limitation could be circumvented. By possessing multiple holy swords, the hero gained a strategic advantage that had previously seemed impossible, but was now quite possible. The experiment promised a lot, especially in conditions when there was no time for training, but strength was urgently needed. After the Demon Lord's last defeat, Hansu couldn't afford to show weakness. The king approved the proposal despite the cost. The project was interesting to him too, because it opened the way to a new era of magical engineering. As he said goodbye, Hansu wished them success in uniting the northern continent and thanked them for their help, keeping a polite mask on his face. And then the trainee teacher unexpectedly returned. She immediately felt something suspicious, as if the hero had gotten into another mess, as had happened more than once. Hans was glad to see Miss Intern and said that everything was fine, although her wariness indicated hidden anxiety. 10 days have passed since the golem's design was given to the Magic Kingdom, and in that time, the craftsmen have made the impossible possible. Its construction was already nearing completion, despite the incredible complexity of the design, which required filigree precision. The hero had no intention of wasting this time in idleness after 6 years had been irretrievably wasted in the form of an ice statue. And as soon as Hans wanted to set off, one problem arose: La Nouvelle, who wanted to go with the hero. Despite his categorical reluctance to take her along, she followed him relentlessly, hiding behind loyalty, promises, and a list of skills with which she could be useful. Cleaning, cooking, spying, magical research. Indeed, as an auxiliary unit, she was irreplaceable in a number of situations. But alas, this did not compensate for her annoying manner of behaving sweetly, but the hero gave in and allowed her to go with him, deciding that it would make less noise. The main point where they were going to go was a snowy mountain, hidden behind fogs and icy winds, like in the legends of antiquity. Along the way, Hansu intended to significantly strengthen his skills, because ahead was not just a walk, but part of a great plan with unknown risks. The path led him to the same hunter's hut located near the village. Everything was almost exactly like in the previous playthrough. The hunter, as before, silently chopped wood, but Hansu did not listen to his explanations and simply grabbed him by the neck, not wanting to waste time. He didn't keep us waiting, and in a matter of seconds he returned to his true form, the white dragon Begu. The battle did not last long, because the hero used oblivion, a magic so powerful that even ancient dragons lost their stability under its influence. Everything went exactly according to plan. Hansu left La Nouvelle in a safe place and himself soared into the sky on the back of a dragon, heading towards the snowy mountain. He was looking forward to meeting the very snowcat who had managed to annoy him in his past life in order to pay for the insults. He could still forgive Hans's kindness, but he remembered betrayals and humiliations for a long time, and his vindictiveness was almost legendary. Hansu rushed swiftly on the dragon's back through the snowstorm, and in moments the goal appeared, a frozen fortress, an abode of ancient solitude. From afar they saw the princess, calmly drinking tea at a large table, alone as always and in a strange balance with the cold. At the hero's command, the dragon dived sharply downwards, and the princess did not even have time to understand what was happening as a shadow thickened above her. The mighty claws grabbed her with such precision that the air did not even have time to fill with the echo of fear before she disappeared into the sky. Before Begu could open his jaws to drop his prey at the foot of the mountain, another creature appeared. The huge snowcat, majestic and fearless even of dragons, entered the battle again without a second's hesitation. The clash was inevitable, and Hansu, without wasting a second, concentrated the divine power accumulated over 6 bitter years. He pulled out the holy sword, concentrated his energy, and with incredible precision delivered a powerful thrust straight into the cat monster's chest. The blow was almost imperceptible, a pitiful stab compared to the enemy's mass, but the result was devastating. The monster swayed, let out a dull roar, and fell to its knees, but Hansu did not stop and continued to deliver precise blows one after another. The final blow was accompanied by a bright magical flash, so strong that the snow rose into the sky in a whirlwind and swirled in the air. As in the 6th playthrough, after the creature disappeared, a cold began to spread throughout the hero's body, enveloping him from the inside. But in the seventh, nothing would work. Z-Rank Blessing, improved resistance skills, and SS-Rank Cooling counter skill allowed Hans's body to withstand the icy fury. He easily got rid of the freezing cold, without experiencing any pain or delays in movement, completely in control of the situation. The princess was no longer of interest, and Hans did not hesitate to order the dragon to let her go, for her role was played. But when he turned around, he saw that Bekgu had already swallowed her whole, acting according to his own logic and without emotion. Without wasting any time, the hero gave the command, and the dragon spread its wings, rushing into the sky again, for their next target was the cave. While Bekgu was hunting orcs in the area, the hero did not gain any experience from it, since all the prey belonged exclusively to the dragon. After spending the whole day in endless flights and observations, he finally descended and headed towards a well-known place, the cave. Bekgu remained outside, waiting at the entrance to the training cave, like a guard protecting his only rider. This is where the real sacrifice began, as the many skills acquired over 6 long years had to be consciously given up. The hero had no regrets, because every skill he sacrificed significantly advanced him along the path to a transcendental state. With each new step, he felt himself approaching another peak, becoming what the world once thought impossible, the royal demon. Having burst into the cave, Hansu destroyed all obstacles in his path, sweeping away obstacles with such ease as if the air itself obeyed his will. Even with just one transcendental domain, he could deal with any traps and enemies without much effort. When the hero entered the training cave, his previous profession was automatically removed, and a new combination of divine power and blessings turned him into a cleric. And the propaganda skill increased due to the profession bonuses, so he had 4 transcendental skills. Hans had enough strength to knock out the teeth of even the most spoiled prince, and now he had more than enough. He reached the last room, which was called the Room of Transcendence, almost instantly, as if there were no steps or barriers between them. This space was intended for future heroes, and earlier he had been greeted here by a very revealingly dressed priestess with clear intentions. However, now the atmosphere had changed, and he was met by a tall demon with a cold gaze, restrained grace, and an unusual elegance in his entire appearance. A white tuxedo, a pair of black horns, and a curved saber on his back, his appearance clearly lacked the usual demonic aura. The demon politely greeted the uninvited guest, calling him the hero of the new generation, and introduced himself as the manager of the museum dedicated to the memory of the first hero. Like the priestess, he began to tell the story of how the first hero defeated the demon lord, united the races, and protected many worlds from destruction. He said that when he became too strong and defeated all enemies, he became useless to anyone, and his power began to frighten those who once called him a savior. This story seemed painfully familiar to Hans, and without listening to the end, he interrupted the demon, repeating the end of the story as if from someone else's lips. While talking, Hansu didn't even notice how they came to the temple, which was strange. It looked different compared to the last time, as if a thief had been there. Inside the temple, he found a ghostly figure, whom he recognized as the one who had once been the first hero's wife, but now seemed only a pale shadow of the past. Her eyes looked through space, and her mind was floating among illusions. She did not notice either Hansa or the demon, as if she was stuck in her own memory. And so they reached the secret place where the statue of the first hero rested, exuding grandeur and silent strength even after centuries. Meanwhile, the demon continued the performance. He led the guest to the statue of the first hero and pointed to the holy sword. It seemed like he was going to repeat the same trick as the priestess, forcing the new hero to take the legendary weapon. But this time the approach was different. The demon acted cunningly, and instead of pressure, he used illusion to mislead the statue itself. He deceived the ancient defenses and deftly, almost imperceptibly, drew his sword, demonstrating how much control he had over what was happening. Hans was so shocked by what he saw that his jaw almost dropped in amazement, because what seemed impossible happened right before his eyes. The demon cast a curse on the sword, a crack ran down the blade, and the legendary holy sword, the embodiment of hope and faith, crumbled into dust like a cheap fake. Hans couldn't believe that the artifact, which was considered eternal and invincible, suddenly turned out to be as fragile as the thinnest glass under the pressure of fate. The demon watched the hero's reaction with interest, because from the expression on Hans's face it was clear that he had already begun to guess about something more. And indeed, the destroyed sword was genuine, the very artifact that belonged to the first hero, but at the same time, not everything was so simple with it. The real artifact should not have been destroyed so easily, but therein lay the key secret, known to few. The fantasy world wasn't the only one, and just as Hans wasn't the only hero, things turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. But the world itself in which he found himself was not an exact copy of the original. It was only a part of something bigger, fragmented into pieces. The Holy Sword worked the same way, and all the objects in this world were just a reflection, a weak echo of the true originals. Even the Demon Lord himself was revealed to be merely a copy, an echo of the one who had been defeated by the first hero in one of the earliest worlds. His power was securely sealed and divided between numerous copies of the world, and the hero, in turn, could not know this in the first playthroughs. The real enemy was not the Demon Lord, and the Demon Butler repeated this again. He didn't have to be believed, but at least he should be remembered. Hans was confused. He had a strange feeling and wanted to release it as soon as possible, before everything became even more complicated than it was. The hero asked why everyone trains heroes if there is no Demon King to defeat. The demon hinted at those who summoned the hero. Their true goal was not to fight evil, but to prepare forces for another battle, a battle against the first hero. The same one who once managed to escape the system, who created a new family, who gave birth to descendants who would more correctly be called the next Demon Lords. The first hero became the Demon King, and the next generations trained to defeat him. At this point, the demon finished his story, and the one who had come this far was entitled to a worthy reward. Although his body was only one of many avatars, he transferred some of his power to the hero, not as an enemy, but as a mentor. He disappeared instantly, disintegrating into thin air, leaving behind only silence, as if he had never existed. Despite this, nothing changed in the hero's status, because the training cave blocked any system activity and notifications. But inside he felt a change, as if a spark that had been sealed deep inside had finally awakened and was beginning to gain strength. As if to confirm this, the hallucination disappeared, and instead of the demon stood the priestess, still in her underwear, covering herself with horror in her eyes. He did not say a word to her, but his gaze was quite eloquent. It contained determination and restrained softness. And just at that moment, Hans heard someone enter the training cave, the sound of footsteps echoing across the stone. The hero tensed up because he decided that the prince had finally arrived, the one he had been waiting for so long and impatiently. The best defense is a good offense, so the hero, without wasting a second, rushed into the attack, trying to take the initiative into his own hands and not give the enemy a chance to come to his senses. But in front of him was not a prince or even an enemy general, but a young man with bright yellow hair, the face of a teenager, and an expression full of bewilderment. He moved awkwardly, as if it was the first time he had held a weapon, but there was a clear recognition in his voice, as if he knew Hansa from a previous life. This was not an ordinary hero, summoned here for the first time. He was a graduate. For those who have already gone through the hell of fantasy and returned to Earth, but now, here again. A classmate told me how he led a peaceful life until one day he found himself in this world again, right after a not-so-chaste night in a tent with a girl. He woke up not in the arms of his beloved, but in a fantasy village where no one really explained how and why he returned. Hansu couldn't understand why his classmate was thrust back into this ruthless world, and began to worry that in that case, he too might be kidnapped. The red-haired guy continued the story, when he was helping the locals, he found a holy sword. However, one thing still bothered Hans. His attention was drawn not to the story, but to the clothes of this hero, which were too unusual for a village boy. This was not a simple armor that could be given out for good deeds, but a full-fledged combat uniform, usually worn by those who had been through a real battle. According to him, everything changed 6 months ago, when the Earth was invaded by creatures in the form of women, artificial creations that perfectly copied people. These androids were so advanced that they could only be distinguished from humans by checking their status, making any defense difficult. This was unexpected for Hans. While he was fighting in fantasy with demons, princes, and dragons, the Earth was fighting with alien, cold-blooded, almost perfect androids hiding among people. Thoughts tormented the hero, and the timing of his appearance seemed strange, since 6 months ago he had just beaten up the ancient prince. He wanted to find out more information about the latest events on the other side, but without arousing suspicion. And just as he began to think about how to continue the questioning in a veiled manner, the priestess suddenly jumped out of bed and began to scream, accusing him of negligence. Hans knew that he would not have any more time to talk, because if he wanted to understand, he would have to go further, in search of answers. Not just into caves or dimensions, but into the very essence of what was happening, as questions multiplied and answers became fewer. Hans was nervous that the land might be stolen before he returned, so there was no time to rest, and they rushed on their way. After leaving the cave, Hansu wanted to immediately go and finish off the Demon King. But the classmate was against it, since he had a low level, and it would be a stupid decision to fight Pedanar. Then Hans suggested that they look in on the Ice Princess, to which the red-haired guy agreed. They mounted Beku and rode up to the ruined fortress where the Ice Princess lived. The classmate's mouth could not close. He chatted and chatted non-stop, but Hansu learned useful information. That there was a complete catastrophe on Earth, although some countries were almost untouched by the war, but this did not mean that the heroes should sit idly by. Hansu imagined that they would come to Earth and free people from aliens, thanks to the power of love and friendship. When they flew up to the snowy mountain, they saw that the very top of the mountain had changed beyond recognition. The destruction left behind by his last battle with the giant cat had wiped even the outlines of the once majestic fortress from the face of the earth. Landing in the ruins, Hansu felt a slight pang of conscience. To distract his companion from the gloomy picture, he suggested changing the goal and focusing on finding the staff of the sage. A classmate, serious in his own way in these matters, willingly joined in the reflections, assuring that it was impossible to give the staff right away. First, it was necessary to sow hope and expectation in the princess. And after that, the attention of the impatient princess would no longer be able to be fought off, so first they decided to go to the Ice Princess. While they were arguing, Kang Han-su's attention was drawn to a movement. A barely visible figure darted to the side from a secluded place hidden between the rocks. He headed there, leaving behind his questioning companion. Through the snowstorm and the cold, in a narrow crack in the rock that once served as the Ice Princess's toilet, someone was hiding. Approaching there, Hansu heard a voice that warned him that it was better to leave so as not to become a snack for the dragon. Then the figure emerged from the shelter. There was no doubt, despite the torn clothes and emaciated appearance, it was indeed the Ice Princess standing in front of them. The same one whose disappearance caused so much worry in Odnoklasnik. Hansu greeted her not with delight, but with cautious irony. He introduced himself in the third person and made it clear that the slightest aggression would be punished. When Baeku lazily descended from the sky and landed next to her, the Ice Princess shuddered in horror. It seemed that even after brainwashing, the fear of the dragon was obviously deeply rooted. The Ice Princess, however, behaved unexpectedly politely and formally and asked what had happened to her castle. She thought that she couldn't control her powers again, and everything got out of control. A classmate said that he would help her control her powers, but for this, he needed the necessary items. After which Baekgu came closer so that Hansu and his classmate could sit on him, and the Ice Princess immediately felt threatened and used the frostbite skill. Hansu silently walked up to her and gently touched her cheek, ran his hand along her chin, then along her neck. His actions were cold, like a mechanical act of assessment. He did not feel threatened, but remained on guard. If the Ice Princess were to try to use her power, he was ready to break her neck at any moment. She did not resist. There was no malice or rage in her eyes, only a trace of fear and slight humility. Turning to his partner, Hans saw that he was frozen. Well, in that case, Hans will have to go himself. As soon as Hans took off, the trainee instructor appeared. She told him not to repeat those same mistakes and to return for the princess he left behind. Despite his cold pragmatism, somewhere deep down he understood that repeating a mistake was no longer an accident, but a vice, and the intern, whose voice always sounded with ironic clarity, did not let him forget about it. Still, he needed to get good grades, so he ordered the dragon to turn around and fly back. He didn't immediately approach the Ice Princess, but first picked up the holy sword that was abandoned near the frozen body of its former owner. The contract that bound the sword to the past hero had been completely severed, and now the artifact was filled with an uneasy restlessness, as if it itself did not know who to serve. After this, Hans did not pay attention to his frozen companion and, without slowing down, moved on, heading towards the place where the princess was supposed to be. They found her deep in the forest, crying and scared, and Hans, without a trace of sympathy, told her to quickly climb onto the dragon's back. Despite the insults and harsh gestures, she knew that in front of her was not just a hero, but a person who would not allow her to be alone again. The journey to the Magic Kingdom took less time than expected, and was so short that the princess did not even have time to come to her senses. The panic caused by the appearance of the white dragon over the capital was quickly settled, and the king personally came out to meet them. The king was amazed not only by the conquered dragon, but also by the appearance of his daughter, whom he had long considered lost. This unexpected meeting, full of confusion and silent emotions, instantly put everything in its place in the hearts of those present. The Ice Princess turned out to be more than just a secretive sorceress. She was the direct heir to the throne and the key to the kingdom's future. The tears that rolled down the king's face were a sincere admission of the pain he had carried for many years, as well as a sign of long overdue remorse. He fell prostrate before the hero, bowing repeatedly and trying to express gratitude for what he himself considered impossible, for saving his daughter and healing her from illness. The hero did not ask for a reward. Neither treasures nor titles, nor the hand of the princess could compare with the golem he was waiting for. The Magi, long since won over to submission by either the light of divinity or the darkness of dark energy, opened their doors to him with reverence. And it was there that the hero saw his creation, the golem, which surpassed everything he had seen in previous passages. She was perfect, as if she came from a drawing. All that was left for Hans to do was to infuse her with divinity, and she would be incomparable. When the servant brought the elegant box at the king's order, the atmosphere in the room changed. Even the hero, who was used to everything, felt something strange. In gratitude for saving him, the king created a golem, and for saving his daughter, he decided to give her purple jade. He was a national treasure and a symbol of the king's gratitude for the hero's exploits. It turned out that the stone belonged to a female magician, the king's ancestor, and she, refusing to be part of the first hero's harem, left, leaving behind a curse in the form of a gift. The voice in the hero's head sounded unexpectedly. It was something more than an echo, as if someone's hidden pain, broken love, jealousy, and a curse at the same time. Each word sounded as if piercing the consciousness. The stone was not just an artifact, it was a remnant of the mind, a fragment of the soul, a magical scar of history. Yet the hero did not flinch, and as soon as he took the stone in his hands, his skills began to grow rapidly, filling him with strength and new possibilities. The golem, still lacking a soul, obediently opened its mouth when the hero placed into it an ancient artifact, purple jade, which had absorbed the madness and passion of its ancestors. Then came the final element, the holy sword, which was carefully inserted into its designated slot on the golem's body. At that moment, the entire structure of the golem began to glow, as if the very fabric of reality itself was momentarily shaken and trembled by the force of awakening. Opening his eyes, the golem was no longer just a soulless mechanism. He had turned into the embodiment of the hero from the past. Not a copy, not a weak imitation, but a unique version, reborn in the body of a machine which has acquired its own consciousness and will to live. Even in his mechanical body, he was superior to many living forms. His strength was insanely strong, and his intelligence could seduce any machine if they had feelings. The hero looked into her eyes and hypnotized her. He became her master, and the contract was signed. Hans remembered that a hero could only have one holy sword, but he wondered what would happen if he got involved with a golem that wielded its own sword. Opening his status, he saw that both the holy sword and the golem were activated. He was very satisfied. That was the goal of the whole experiment, to rewrite the rules of the game without directly violating them. Well, the preparation is over. Hansu broke into the Demon Lord's castle, not through the doors as usual, but through the ceiling. His appearance was accompanied by a collapse of stone and a cloud of magical dust. Demonov was shocked not by the invasion itself, but by how unceremonious it was. An attempt to talk about morals and manners was immediately drowned in the rage of the hero radiating dark energy. Pedanar was surprised that the hero decided to use evil to defeat the ruler of evil and demons herself. The Demon Lord wanted to make the hero learn the hard way how foolish it was to fill his heart with darkness. However, Hans didn't care about the Demon Lord's words and firmly asked where his daughter Sosia was. Pedanar immediately became furious, because how could the hero know the name of his daughter? Were they really together? He thought. Apparently, Sosia wasn't there then, since Pedanar was so bursting with interest that he kept asking the hero, even if they had children. Hans summoned his golem, which he jokingly called Tin Can, and no one yet knew how the debuff from two heroes would affect the Demon Lord. But the hero didn't care. He already knew the answer, since the system's reaction manifested itself in the face of the Demon Lord himself, whose level began to rapidly fall. His power was crumbling, undermined by the dual presence of the holy blades and the disruption of the balance of power in the universe. Without hesitation, the golem rushed into the attack, and the hero followed behind, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Holy Sword 2 and Holy Sword 3, acting in perfect synchronicity, cut through Pedanar's flesh, leaving the enemy no chance to recover. The battle ended quickly, and the moment came when Hansu had to see his scorecard. The report card had good grades, which proved the purity and magnificence of the guy. Finally, he succeeded. The hero passed the exam. Miss Intern congratulated the hero with all her heart and asked him to take care of himself, because a new life and new challenges lay ahead. This concluded the graduation ceremony, a symbol of the end of one stage and the beginning of another, full of new challenges and opportunities. Hansu slowly opened his eyes, and in the reflections of them, a bright yellow glow could be seen. Before him lay a night city, distant and veiled in haze, but its outlines were too clear to belong to a fantasy world. Tall buildings of glass and concrete rose up like stone trees, and with each passing second it became clearer. Before him stretched his native world, the earth real and alive, full of its bustle and incessant movement. He spread his arms, accepting the world around him, and sank heavily to the ground. Somewhere in his chest, joy stirred, childish and causeless, like the first day of vacation after a long winter quarter. Hansu checked his status. All skills remained the same, only the talentless title of hero was finally removed. With the hero gone, the choice became truly limitless, and he immediately thought of the thief profession, which he considered the best in combat against weak opponents. Hansu looked around, and the road signs were clearly written in English, which immediately indicated that he was far from Korea, where he grew up and lived before. However, looking at the night sky and studying the arrangement of the stars, he confidently determined that he was on Earth, in the very reality from which he had once come. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, the sky darkened and a powerful storm blew in, like a hail of meteorites, which instantly riveted all eyes around. The cars stopped as if on command, and people got out of some of them, looking up in anxious silence. Some meteorites exploded in midair, scattering sparks and debris, while others rushed downwards at incredible speed, piercing the ground like sharp spears. One of these fell just a few dozen steps away from Hansu, the blast wave engulfing everything around, leaving behind clouds of smoke and fire. A woman suddenly emerged from the flames, her tight suit emphasizing her slender figure, and her black coat fluttering behind her like the cloak of a mysterious hero. Hans quickly scanned her, noting that in front of him was a chaos golem with an incredibly high level, 700th in number. In her right hand, a lightsaber filled with deadly light sparkled, which she immediately pointed at Hansa, intending to attack. Without hesitation, he took out his holy sword, and with incredible dexterity, he cut through the figure of the female golem, whose internal mechanisms were revealed to the world, wires and oils instead of blood. A sudden explosion shook the entire area as the female golem activated the self-destruct mechanism, and a deafening roar was heard. Despite the destructive force of the explosion, Hansu remained unharmed, but the entire area around him was instantly burned and covered in a layer of ash. Returning from a magical fantasy world, he found himself in the center of a science fiction nightmare where technology and magic intertwine in a brutal struggle for survival. Despite his outward confidence, a sense of unease still simmered in the hero's soul. Could this be a normal occurrence on Earth, or was this the beginning of something much more terrible? In the distance, even with the naked eye, one could see the damage in the city where there were collapsed buildings, flashes of flame, and plumes of smoke. While Hansu stood and thought, a huge helicopter suddenly flew up from behind. Military men began to emerge from the helicopter. The average level of those arriving was around 600th, but despite the numbers, their skill sets were pitiful. The exception was the woman at the head of the squad. Her status stood out because she was a sorceress. She looked at him, and there was recognition in that look, and then a smile and a demeanor full of confidence, as if they had known each other for a long time. The woman said that she had searched for him all over the earth and had finally found him, then claimed that 6 months had passed during which he had been in the shadows. Hansu pretended not to remember her, but in fact he understood perfectly well that this was the same sorceress who had stood the longest in those cruel trials and chaos. After that, they boarded the plane, which quickly took off into the air, heading towards their next destination. Hansu drank soda one after another, enjoying every sip, because in the world of fantasy, soda was a rarity and a real luxury. In front of him sat a witch. She leaned back leisurely on the back of her own sofa, stretching her legs out in front of her and crossing them, sipping a cocktail. She said she didn't know where to begin, now that she had finally met him. The words in her voice were many, but there was little meaning. He decided not to drag it out. He was interested in where she stood among earthlings with her level. The answer was evasive, but honest. The power of a magician depends not only on strength, but also on preparation, situation, enemy. However, her official rank was 8th place. Everything was taken into account. Single fights, team fights, hunting, versatility. Hansu was surprised, since she would barely have enough strength to compete with the minions of the Demon King, and on Earth she was in the top 8. Then the girl asked the guy's name, to which he gave an answer, because there was no point in hiding anymore. The girl's name was Victoria. She preferred a career as a hero to engineering and business. At that time, it managed a network of national-scale factories for the production and distribution of weapons. However, Victoria talked mostly about herself, ignoring Hans, which irritated him greatly and threw him off balance. In the end, he decided not to take her conversation seriously, letting them go in one ear and out the other, concentrating on his own thoughts. When the hero turned to the window, he suddenly saw a blue flash that brightly illuminated everything around, like a sign of impending disaster. Some incredible force cut the plane in half, and it began to rapidly fall apart in the air, threatening their lives. Hans didn't just watch the plane fall apart in the air. Instinct and experience immediately kicked in. The whirlwind of light that cut through the body of the aircraft was met with a counterattack by the holy sword that appeared in the hero's palm, rushing through the air, intercepting the blow. The next moment, Hansu jumped out through the gaping rift, leaving behind the collapsing plane and explosions. The second flash, powerful and scorching, followed almost inevitably, engulfing everything around with its bright light. He couldn't fly, but he wasn't going to learn. He didn't need it, because the holy sword gave him special strength and protection. And after the flash, when the sky dispersed, he saw that same ancient prince, despite the years and worlds that lay between them, despite the fact that their paths once diverged in the cave of training. They didn't need words, understanding, hatred, challenge. All of it was already sparkling in the air between their figures. They only exchanged a few bad words. The old prince's skill set was impressive, although he only had 2 transcendental realm skills. The rest of his skills had reached the extreme ranks of Max and SSS. Hans was upset that he missed this opponent in the 6th playthrough. Then everything could have turned out differently, and many problems could have been avoided. But the prince believed that this battle would be different, and he pulled out his blue lightsaber, shining and beckoning to battle. Well, it's time to start the second round. Their swords clashed in a bright flash, the 2 strong characters staring into each other's eyes. With 3 transcendental skills, Hansu had every reason to think he was stronger, because transcendence didn't just enhance the effect of a skill, it affected the very essence of the action. And yet, despite all this, he found himself on the defensive from the very beginning, a blue lightsaber almost piercing the hero's chest. The hero cast a Z-rank blessing on himself, strengthened it with an additional layer, and then merged it with the holy sword effect. The result was not long in coming. The old prince, having caught the instantaneous surge of power, was momentarily confused. This was enough to reduce the distance and strike. A slight flick of his wrist with the sword, and a counterattack threatened the hero's life. In this movement, one could feel absolute precision, an echo of art that accompanied the skill of wielding a sword of the SSS rank. The hero did not dodge, preferring to hit the prince in the stomach, but he turned out to be as hard as a diamond. His body did not tremble. Only the surrounding area shook from the force of the blow, the wave of which spread across the Pacific Ocean in concentric circles. It was obvious that skill alone was not enough. The prince had an incredible level, as did his age. The prince, as if offended by the challenge, rushed into battle with renewed speed. But now the initiative passed to the hero. He summoned the golem and intercepted the holy sword from him, holding it in his left hand. 2 swords, one shrouded in divine fury, the other was pure holy energy. Pushing them into the prince's sword, the hero parried the attack, simultaneously delivering a horizontal blow to his waist. This move was successful, and for the first time, he felt the real effectiveness of the double weapon technique. The old prince, despite his wounds and exhaustion, stood like a rock in the midst of a raging ocean. He did not try to defeat the enemy by force of skill or simple agility, but now he would fight not as a warrior, but as a prince, and his body exuded a grandeur that was not subject to the storm, and his eyes burned with conscious determination. The prince gathered all his strength, activated every available resource, compressed his essence to a point, and threw it into the strike. The earth shook, the sky howled, the ocean tore itself apart, everything that could be brought down was brought down. Hansu was one of the few opponents who forced the prince to unleash the powerful skill of his profession. But the guy still had one more trump card. He took another sacred sword. He withdrew his main swords and activated the infinity skill, causing his aura to shine all around him. The prince realized that Hansu could cause damage to the entire earth, and asked if he was afraid of destroying his home. But Hans didn't care at all about the land in which he would not survive. Holy Sword 2, unable to contain this onslaught, creaked like a cracking tree on the verge of falling. all the powers accumulated within him, including divinity, dark energy, fighting spirit, magic, willpower, and combat mastery, merged into a single storm. Meanwhile, the Pacific Ocean, which became the arena of their battle, had already turned into a blazing nightmare. Thunder and lightning, typhoons and whirlwinds, everything merged into one chaos, and waves like mountains crashed down on everything in the area. The prince, watching the growing power of his enemy, did not interfere. Perhaps he too was accumulating strength, or perhaps it was a manifestation of contempt or confidence. Hansu couldn't afford to take long to prepare. Holy Sword too was about to burst from the overload, so he rushed to attack. And yet the prince's gaze remained impassive, and this was what worried him most. And at that moment, everything slowed down. Time, like viscous honey, began to stretch, and even his own body ceased to obey his will. The prince also slowed down, but looked absolutely calm, as if he himself had caused and controlled this time distortion. And then a purple light flashed in his eyes, the same one he had once seen on the statue of the first hero. The enemy not only achieved perfection in his skills, he became something more, and he knew where this power came from. The status system, the skills, the levels, all of this, according to him, did not belong to those who used them, and it was someone else's will, someone else's mercy, and if the owner wanted, all the powers would disappear like a dream. And yet Hans could not agree with him. He had no women, no students, no companions, only battles, only a path traveled alone. But even knowing this, the prince did not abandon the system, and he used it. Moreover, he used the power to share it with others, most often with those he liked, in order to keep them close for centuries. He spoke about it openly, with a slight smile, as if it were something ordinary, and in this he acknowledged the deception in which he lived, aware of it, but accepting it. Even on the brink of disaster, Hansu responded with sarcasm. He warned that the verbose die quickly. The old prince's eyes were glowing with a purple light, and this flame, no longer hidden, had grown to the proportions of a catastrophe. It burst out, engulfing not only the space between them, but everything around them, and the world seemed to crack. The boy's hopes and dreams faded like soap bubbles bursting under the onslaught of reality. Hansu fell into the endless waters of the ocean, no longer able to stay in the air. The status, which until recently was impressive and inspiring fear, has changed beyond recognition. Now he was just a level 1 Chaos Man. The black box previously hidden among the skills had taken the place of specialization, as if it had always belonged to him. There were only 3 transcendental skills left: divinity, dark energy, blessing, but even the level had dropped, and a dull panic had settled in his mind. The Holy Sword and Golem D disappeared. They no longer responded to the call. Only the saint remained, who picked him up in flight when he almost fell into the ocean. They were flying, but something was wrong. Some kind of feeling of anxiety burned in the back of his head, like an electric current, as if he had forgotten something. At that very moment, a blue flash flashed before my eyes, and the silhouette of a young man with a blue lightsaber flashed past like lightning. It was a prince, and his status also underwent changes. He became a first-level old man, and in his arsenal there were only 2 skills left: willpower and implementation, both Z rank. He understood that meeting this prince face-to-face would mean signing his own death warrant, but he was not going to back down. The fantastic power disappeared, but he did not forget the teachings of Master Malin, and now the time has come to use them. As the enemy's lightsaber approached, Hans gave up his left hand without hesitation. The pain flared up like a bright fire, but was almost immediately suppressed. The body splashed out endorphins, turning suffering into delight. The adrenaline rush turned fear into frenzy, and he felt euphoria from the very fact that he was still alive and fighting. Hansu extended his right hand, and his fingers closed around the prince's throat. The enemy twitched, waved his arms, but the color of his face gradually darkened. The main threat was the lightsaber that was still in his hand. This had to be fixed, and having made a decision, he bit his hand. The teeth closed on the prince's thumb, and the thin spark of divinity that remained in his body passed through the enamel. Then their battle continued in the ocean itself, where the water crashed in waves against the rocks, and the space around them was filled with tension and energy. The prince tried to strike with his legs and hands with wild fury, trying to hit Hansa, but the hero skillfully and easily dodged, avoiding every blow. But he still managed to hit Hans's stomach, dealing a painful blow, but thanks to Malin's skill, which provided rapid regeneration, the hero recovered almost instantly. The prince's abilities seemed to be returning, and he began to furiously strike his opponent in the face with both hands. Hans, in response, released his neck and raised his knee, the juicy crunch of a broken skull echoing through the air. After this, the prince fell to his knees, and then a group of his allies flew to his aid, ready to continue the fight no matter what. Hansu, without wasting any time, suddenly jumped into the air like a predator ready for the next attack, his eyes sparkling with determination. The first victim was a girl with an exposed navel. Her slender waist was cut open in an instant. The lower half of the body, with the intestines, was about to fall into the ocean, but was kicked towards another participant. She screamed, dropping her friend's body into the water in horror and shock, unable to contain her emotions and fear of what was happening. While she was recovering from the shock, she didn't even have time to realize that Hansu, who had hidden behind her, had pierced her with a sword right in the back. The rest of the women froze in stupor. Some screamed in horror, while others were unable to utter a word, overcome with panic and fear. Hansu stood in their midst, bloodied, predatory and unwavering, his eyes full of determination, ready to punish anyone who dared to stand in his way. Their leader, the prince, lay on the ground and screamed with all his might, ordering everyone to leave immediately, because the hero was too dangerous and unpredictable. However, Hans caught up with one of the remaining girls and destroyed her with one powerful swing of his sword, not giving her a chance to resist. One girl was still alive. The prince continued to shout for her to go away, because he considered Hans not a hero at all, but intoxicated by fantasies. The hero, who stood all bloodied and surprised by the prince's words, considered himself a real hero who deservedly received a certificate. After the girl called Hans the Demon King, strange formations grew on his back, resembling something between an exposed spinal cord and bony wings. It was someone completely different, whose appearance and power caused horror and trembling in the hearts of witnesses, changing the course of the battle and the meaning of what was happening. The first to feel the wings was the girl with pink hair, who tried to attack him from behind. But the wing pierced her stomach. The fabric instantly turned blood red, and her scream drowned out everything around her. Hansu didn't even control them. They handled themselves, as if they weren't wings, but a powerful weapon. The second miss, who was rushing to help her friend, turned out to be next. One light prick in the back, and either an organ or a piece of flesh burst out of the body. The hero did not have time to determine what exactly. The old prince, forgetting his usual dignity, rushed into the attack. There was no longer any cold reason or endurance. The wings cut through the air with a crash. The holy sword ripped open bodies. Each girl, one after the other, either tried to escape or surrender, but no one escaped their fate. There was no need for conversations. Every action had an explanation, every cry had an answer, and whoever stood in the way paid with his life. When they surrendered, he still destroyed them, but painlessly it was a gift to them. When he came across a girl who clearly didn't want to get involved in what was happening, he offered her a delicacy. He thought about whether to cut, break, or pierce, and decided that it would be better to ask. From somewhere far away, the voice of the old prince was heard, full of despair. He begged to spare at least her. This statement only caused a fleeting smile, looking at Miss Status. It became clear what the reason for such weakness of the old man was. Unlike the other women involved in the attack, she had a clear political and family role. She was a crowned princess. He did not think for long. Family ties, feelings, and political subtleties did not interest him. The wing, with a deft movement, cut off the head, and Mrs. Body fell into the water, leaving behind not even a scream. But the peace did not last long. The prince, who caught her body before the waves could cover it, screamed, looking into Hans's eyes. His voice trembled with rage and fear. He screamed about the madness of the gods, about the cruelty of those who raised such a monster and released it into the world, hoping to defeat another monster. The hero sighed and he swooped down, approaching the prince, as if he had finally decided to finish this business. The vertical strike of the holy sword was sharp, without a swing, without a pause. The target was not the enemy, but the defiled body of the woman, which the prince did not want to let go. The prince recoiled, still clinging to the body of his beloved. He did not let her go, did not loosen his grip even in the face of death. His hands, like shackles, bound him, depriving him of freedom and strength. And after that, Hansu cut his body in half with his sword, leaving him no chance. He only gave him the last words. The prince asked, "What is Hansu anyway?" The young saint appeared quietly and without fanfare, like a true supernatural spirit, carefully bringing the severed arm to the hero as if it were a valuable piece of machinery. Without the slightest effort, Hans inserted the limb into place, acting with the same calm and confidence with which a car mechanic screws a bolt into an engine. Behind his back, wings flickered softly, which he easily tore off, not wanting to waste time and energy on secrecy, since there was no point in hiding them now. At that moment, Victoria appeared, causing Hans's surprise, because he was sure that she had died in a plane crash. She spoke of natural disasters that had hit the port city they were heading to, and the declaration of a state of emergency, causing alarm among locals. However, thanks to the heroes who lived there, it was possible to avoid major destruction, and most importantly, there were no casualties, which was rare in such cataclysms. Victoria then announced that a ship had approached the shore and that it was time for them to set sail in order to continue their journey as quickly as possible. But Hans believed that there was another way to get to his destination faster, and he spread his wings. However, Hansu believed that there was a faster way to reach his destination by spreading his powerful wings in an easy and confident movement. Victoria almost fell over from shock when she saw this, but she still managed to persuade the hero to sail on the ship, fearing the unpredictability of the flight. Hans told her to trust and rely on him to achieve peace on Earth, despite her doubts and obvious mistrust. Victoria looked at him with suspicion, but the hero did not pay attention to it, deciding not to get into unnecessary arguments. They entered the captain's cabin together, and what he saw there was unexpected. There lay a mermaid, who had survived the fall into the ocean. Hansu recognized her. It was he who tried to destroy her. Victoria woke her up and introduced herself, after which she asked to talk to find out what had happened. The mermaid opened her eyes and immediately recognized him and cried out. The glass panels in the cabin shattered into pieces. Her voice was not just loud, but destructive. He immediately summoned the holy sword and planned to eliminate her quietly and carefully, as she was too dangerous to leave alive. He had already raised his sword, intending to finish her off, but Victoria stood between them, trying to prevent bloodshed and save the situation. Although he did not want to go that far, there were no other options left to resolve the situation. Victoria, as always, asked unnecessary questions, but Hans didn't even answer, but simply looked into her eyes and, without blinking, erased her memory. He asked the question to make sure Victoria's memory had truly been erased, but her answer was confident and without hesitation. Moreover, she reacted with her usual irritated manner, as if nothing had changed, which meant that some of the memory still remained. After checking her status, he found that Victoria's level had dropped to 1, and her specialization and skills had undergone significant changes. Checking his own status, he encountered even more absurdity. His level also became 1, but his specialization changed to Playboy, which looked like a mockery of his whole life. It was all too strange, and the further it went, the more it seemed like someone's bad joke, a mockery of the very essence of his existence. The young mermaid, opening her eyes from under the veil, muttered something barely audible, and in these words, Hans caught a mention of the hero's power. He instantly became wary and, without wasting time, threatened to destroy her, suspecting that she might be connected with something dangerous. Her behavior did not look like simple panic. It seemed like she had information hidden from most. However, Victoria intervened, clearly irritated by Hans's approach, and reproached him for being too cruel, naively believing that it was possible to achieve frankness in another way. Victoria immediately began to portray a kind savior. Unlike him, she was not going to act head-on. Her plan was to gain her trust, extract everything she could, and then get rid of the witness when she relaxed. Having convinced the mermaid of her mercy, she even demanded that she disarm and invite her own golem and move it further away. The trusting captive submitted, and a female figure materialized out of thin air, a beautiful golem, stripped of clothing but filled with a hidden threat. It was a Valkyrie, an elite combat type designed for private use rather than mass combat. Despite her attractive appearance, the golem's status raised many questions, although she had 3 transcendental skills. The level was single, but what was much more alarming was the specialization, prince, as well as the list of skills, which included not only combat abilities, but also skills of a very domestic nature. While he studied the golem, it tried to avoid his gaze, demonstrating an almost human sense of awkwardness. Seeing the status of the beautiful Valkyrie, Victoria was indescribably delighted. Her admiration grew with every second as soon as she noticed the rarest Z-rank skills, and not even one. Hans focused all his attention on the golem, after which he suggested that the mermaid exchange golems. He recalled that his golem contained the soul of an ancient hero and was created by someone who usually despised artificial beings. Despite the obvious benefit, their conversation was interrupted by Victoria, who asked whether the same sage known for his disdain for golems really created the mentioned artificial satellite. But then Valkyrie intervened and with a squeaky cry demanded attention, showing that she had conditions and she did not intend to remain silent. She approached Hans and said that she would obediently follow him, but on one condition, that he would ensure the safety of the mermaid. The hero agreed to her condition and promised that he would not bother her and would not dodge. Hansu agreed to her condition without further ado, promising not to break the trust and to ensure the safety of her former mistress. The contract was completed. The former golem Hansu, now under the control of a new mistress, knelt down like a knight before a lady. The mermaid, visibly excited by this moment, asked a personal question for the first time, asking to tell the name of her new companion. This question made the golem burst into tears. She had been waiting for so long for someone to finally see her as a person, and not just a tin can. Kang Hansu listened to this sentimentality with some irritation. For him, the golem was just a tool. A cold, stubborn voice came from the corner, and the hero's new golem introduced itself, stating its name with seriousness and firmness. He introduced himself as Boris, and immediately added that from now on he demands respect, starting with addressing him by name. Hansu tried to protest, but the golem, with her characteristic pomposity, parried and made it clear that this was not a demand, but basic politeness. The hero gritted his teeth but tried to maintain control, but the golem was adamant, and from that moment on, despite the contract, he was going to address her by name. Soon the captain's voice was heard outside the door. He announced that the rescue ship had already arrived, and it was necessary to escort the alien prisoners. Victoria turned to the hero, offering to accompany her. Her tone was cheerful, but wavered when she noticed his expression. Hansu seemed to be smiling, but there was not a drop of warmth in that smile. It was the kind of smile that goes right to the bone, because he was very tired. After some time, the guys finally reached the port city, where the smell of salt mixed with burning and the ruins reminded of the past apocalypse. The sea city lay in ruins, as if its heart had been torn in half, all because of a devastating conflict between an alien couple. Victoria was in shock. She looked at the mangled buildings and containers that had disappeared into the ocean, as if she had lost not only her business, but also her reason for existence. The first thing Hansu did was connect to the connection, his mind demanding to urgently make sure that his parents were okay and alive. There was a risk that the number was no longer active or the memory failed, but the connection was established and the call went through. However, the parents hung up, probably thinking it was a prank or another spam message from an unknown number. Meanwhile, delegations, officials, and envoys began to arrive in the city, like vultures smelling the scent of valuable prey. The purpose of their visit was the mermaid. They wanted to use her as a powerful artifact, as a soulless resource for political games. Hans knew it was dangerous to stay here, so he was going to settle things quickly and go back home. But the enemies had already surrounded the building, and a polite but extremely harsh voice was heard from behind the door demanding that the captive be handed over. The demand to hand over the prisoner sounded like an ultimatum. The building was cordoned off on all sides and there was no way out. Hansu used the power of divinity and coldly advised them to disappear before it was too late to retreat. It all happened quickly. They put explosives on the doors, then a smoke charge flew out and the shooting started. Machine guns sprayed lead into every centimeter of space, and snipers worked above the roof of the neighboring building. There was not the slightest chance for an ordinary person to survive. The light of divinity pierced through the body, enveloping the flesh with a protective dome, and rays without form, but filled with holiness, reflected each bullet. The bullets, fired with such fury, turned as if the air itself had rejected them, after which they turned against the shooters. Seconds later, the bodies of the Special Forces soldiers were already falling with their bulletproof vests pierced, their helmets torn, their weapons becoming a death sentence for them. Then the second wave started. They released green smoke and tried to attack through the windows. The mercenaries tried to find the hero using night vision devices, but their attempts were unsuccessful. Behind the commander, Hansu was already hanging on the ceiling. With wings, he became what would have been called a demon in the old world. The opponents did not understand what was happening. They were in shock and just continued shooting. However, despite his fury and onslaught, no weapon could penetrate the radiance emanating from his body, which had absolute protection granted by the power of divinity. The shooting continued, bodies fell, and fear grew, spreading among the soldiers like poisonous mold. With his huge wings, he destroyed everyone who came into his reach. There was only one left, a young commander, confused, trembling, as if it suddenly dawned on him that the enemy in front of him was not human at all. He wanted to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. Whether from fear or realization, it was unclear. But there was no retreat for Hansu, and from the dark void flowing through his veins, energy emerged. The wings pierced the commander, not just causing damage, but penetrating deep into his being, drawing out everything that had once been his. All the soldiers were killed. Hansu dealt with them so easily, as if they were not warriors in front of him, but helpless training dolls. Suddenly his gaze fell on the phone, and the screen lit up with an incoming call where the name Mom was written in large letters. The mother's angry tirade came down like an avalanche. She immediately started yelling into the phone, accusing him of not calling her. Had the money really run out? And everything would have been fine, but thanks to a familiar classmate, rumors about exotic entertainment only added fuel to the fire. Mother, hearing about the harem, almost lost consciousness. Words poured out one after another without pauses or mercy, and reproaches, accusations, insults, everything that had accumulated during his absence. In conclusion, she advised him to settle down, find a decent wife, and give him and his father grandchildren, preferably no later than next year. Until then, she said, he shouldn't even set foot on the doorstep until he becomes a normal person and starts living as he should. After the call, he sank heavily into a chair, emotional burnout setting in instantly. Behind the boy stood a first-level archdemon, a higher demon, bowing with sincere devotion, his submission coming not from fear, not from cunning, but from a rewritten essence. He swore allegiance to Hans, and the demon called the boy master, a word that made the very logic of the universe tremble. It turns out that Hans, in order to get information faster, turned the commander into a demon worshipper. The clots of dark energy continued to fill the officer's body, stretching the boundaries of what was possible, and the commander screamed. Wings burst from his back, and horns grew from his skull, giving his new body the fearsome and majestic appearance of a demon. The human shell crumbled, giving way to a pure-blooded demonic form, oozing with sinister power and submission. Meanwhile, Hansu watched with interest as an ordinary earthling became a purebred demon. But the hero himself had changed. His race was an alien of chaos, and his profession was a demon lord, which he didn't really like, as if it were some kind of conspiracy. The new title granted power over demons and full control of dark energy, albeit with certain weaknesses against divinity and heroes. But the hero himself was imbued with divinity to the bone, and this weakness had no power over him. Even under his new title, he retained some remnants of justice and was a hero at heart, despite his demonic nature. It was clear to him that one subordinate was not enough. In order to maintain control and survive in the new conditions, followers were needed. The former commander reported that the mercenaries had sent reserves, and they were already approaching the scene. Hans ordered him to spread dark energy to cover the entire building and turn it into a stronghold of darkness. The demon commander carried out the order, filling every corner with a thick wave, saturated with power, capable of changing fate. They soon saw that even a special detachment of heroes had been sent out to stop the spread of the filth. But it was too late. Most of the mercenaries became demon worshippers, voluntarily accepting the new faith and power. Seeing the heroes approaching, Hansu rose into the air, spread his wings, and their shadow covered half of the building. The heroes stopped in amazement, not expecting to meet a new demon lord, whose appearance was more frightening than any monster. Hans and Victoria arrived at the city hall, where local politicians gathered at expensive tables, considering themselves the arbiters of fate and looking at aliens as a profitable resource. Victoria, armed with power and status, desperately tried to maintain control over the situation, using laws and agreements, but influential investors perceived her as a temporary obstacle. From their lips flowed a continuous false melody, oozing with greed and arrogance, from which even the air in the hall became heavy. As the doors slammed open and the air shook with the force of the force ahead, the room fell into a tense silence, broken by nervous glances. Hansu stood on the threshold, surrounded by fanatics who made no secret of their devotion, and their dark aura seemed to foretell the collapse of the old order. The time for diplomacy is over, and the hour for decisive action has come, when doubts give way to ruthless cleansing. Politicians rose from their seats, shouting and trying to defend the remnants of their power, which was trembling before our eyes. But when the SSS-Rank dark energy swept through the hall, all resistance was instantly broken. Most of those present fell to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure, their minds submitted to someone else's will. Not everyone, however, bowed their heads. Former heroes, who in another world were symbols of virtue, remained seated. One of them, with a trembling hand, reached for his sword, not realizing the senselessness of his action. But the demon's sword Hansu, which had a will of its own, cut it without waiting for a command. When Victoria asked in a surprised voice what was going on, he said that he was just cleaning up excess trash. Above the broken morality, above the fallen heroes and the corrupt people, he stood as the undisputed ruler. But everything collapsed in an instant. A flash split the sky, and a furious explosion shook the city hall, turning it into ruins. Hansu survived, but his holy sword was destroyed, and the divine power he possessed dissipated like morning mist. He frowned, sensing the approach of danger, whose presence evoked memories of a distant and bloody past. The culprit was already standing nearby, an old elf, a hero from another era, possessing monstrous skills and inhuman experience. It was he who started the fight. Without any doubts, without asking unnecessary questions, he stepped forward, his sword flashing in the air. The blows echoed, the elf's holy sword cutting through air and flesh, leaving behind pulsating traces. It was his duty to punish the one who invaded the world with the powers of demons, and for this, he accumulated power, sacrificing everything. For this reason, he constantly increased his level and skills, but he was tormented by the question of whether he could really defeat the demon lord. Hansu, meanwhile, took the dark energy sword as the sacred sword was destroyed. The enemy was clutching the holy sword Nucleon, whose power exceeded the usual notions of weapon balance. The holy sword cut through air and flesh, leaving behind pulsating traces of pain, and in response, the purple light of the blade cutting through darkness, piercing armor. The forces were unequal, and the demon lord weakened, felt it. His blows lost strength, his movements became heavier, and his breathing became intermittent. Unlike the elf hero, he couldn't afford to make a single mistake as his internal reserves were depleted. Then the elf struck Hans straight in the stomach, but he remained standing on his feet, although that hero thought he had cut him to pieces. And then a decision was made. A golem named Boris, a creature with exquisite features and hidden power, appeared in the clouds of magical energy. The battle between him and the hero was short-lived, just one blow, and the elf's armor wavered, and he flew back. Boris, despite the ridicule, did not seek to finish off the enemy. In his heart, there still glimmered devotion to his homeland and his old teacher. But the elf hero had another trump card, a battle golem in the guise of an elf, with strength equal to Boris, which he summoned. Her body was skillfully constructed, her movements graceful and deadly, and her strength and skill almost absolute. Boris asked Hansa to return her sword, and she would be able to hold the golem back so that it would run away as far as possible. But it was not to escape that Hansu called upon his ally. This time the goal was clear, to deprive the elf hero of his support and destroy the master before he had time to recover. Boris warned the guy not to relax, because the elf golem was a serious opponent, because she was the lover of a master swordsman, and fell at the hands of the daughter of the demon lord Pedanar. In this case, Hans did not run, but decided to deal with the golem himself. But the elf attacked first, holding the elf's holy sword in his hand. When the dark energy blade came into contact with the enemy's holy sword, it crumbled like ashes in the rain. But Hans immediately summoned other weapons, thanks to the dark energy. But he decided to change his strategy because he knew that in a sword duel, he would be no match for someone who had SSS-Rank fencing skills. He saturated the air with dark energy, allowing it to penetrate every pore of space, and although the body had already begun to be covered with wounds, it did not weaken. The dark energy not only destroyed, it restored. The elf hero watched this with cautious envy, not because he wanted it, but because he knew it was powerful. Meanwhile, the golems continued to fight among themselves. Boris was weaker, but held on as best she could. But still her body was cut, she fell in battle, after which the elf golem rushed towards Hansu, along with its owner. Instead of retreating, he unhesitatingly summoned the second-generation Saint Sword and stabbed it into his heart. The entire world of fantasy was built around the grand confrontation between the hero and the demon lord. If one of these two were to disappear, the balance would be upset, and the fundamental structure of the fantasy world would crumble like a house of cards in the wind. A stream of incredibly powerful dark energy burst out of Hansu's body, heated to the limit and not subject to the laws of physics. All of his enemies' levels and skills were instantly reset to 0, except for one stubborn swordsmanship skill that remained at rank ZZ. Even Hans himself had dropped in level, but thanks to the black box he managed to retain several key abilities. The opponents were confused, not understanding how he managed to survive and why he was standing on his feet after everything that had happened. He said that he used the Pedanar technique from the 6th playthrough, and thanks to the dark energy, he pretended to be dead and fooled the universe. But now everything will be fair, and the wings of the hero Hansu cut the air. The tension reached its peak. The Overlord's wings cut through the golem's body with precision, leaving only a pile of metal and magical dust. The golem's broken head fell softly into Hans's palm, and he, without holding back his irony, decided to keep it as a funny souvenir. The elf darted forward, his red eyes slashed with rage, full of a bright but doomed despair. His level was also reset, but something remained. His fencing reached ZZ rank, and his durability was Z, since the skills acquired later over the years did not disappear like numbers. Hansu attacked him, 5 blades in one hand, each attack a masterpiece of art, but the air remained intact, and the enemy untouched. The elf lost his level and his beloved, but his gaze remained calm, like the gaze of someone who decided to sacrifice himself. The elf's holy sword left a cut mark on the demon's right wing, but he didn't even flinch. The damaged wing came apart, splitting into segments, turning into something more resembling tentacles. The elf managed to hit the transformed wing again, damaging one of the flexible tentacles and causing it to tense up. Hans grinned and squeezed the damaged piece of wing, the sharp edges leaving cuts, but he did not pull his hand away. Gathering his strength, he struck the elf with a crunching sound with the torn part of the wing, leaving a deep wound and cutting off the edge of the ear. Then he did not allow the elf to come to his senses. Hansu threw the head of the previously defeated golem at him. The wings came into action again, and the whole segment hit the elf hero's armor. It couldn't withstand it, and cracks appeared. He reacted instantly. The holy sword cut off the wing, tearing the flesh and leaving a bloody wound. He continued to shout pompous phrases about how he was a hero and would defeat the demon lord, as if trying to convince himself of his invincibility. But Hansu was no longer the same as he had been before. He wore the wings of a demon, but in his soul, he was still a hero. And finally, without hesitation, he pierced the elf's chest with his wing, ending a battle full of pain, determination, and strength. The elf hero's body, with wings sticking out from his chest and head, still retained signs of life, and the stubborn resistance of Z's durability prevented him from dying instantly. Without thinking, Hansu pierced his opponent's body with his wings again, each blow echoing dully in the deserted silence of the battlefield. Having made sure that there was no threat, he allowed himself to catch his breath, trying not to weaken the internal tension after the fierce battle. He looked around the field and noticed his companions, where the holy sword, the saint, and the crippled golem Boris were clearly in urgent need of help and restoration. All of them were in serious condition. The saint, although not physically injured, was closely connected to the damaged artifact, and this was felt. Boris looked especially bad. Parts of the golem's body were either split or melted, as if after a collision with a meteor. Hans immediately began the restoration, sensing how much time and effort it would take to return the golem to at least basic functionality. At that moment, a sudden and frighteningly clear idea came to him, something that could overturn the usual boundaries of the possible. He gathered the dark energy, malleable as wax and dangerous as poison, and then transferred it directly into the mutilated body of the Boris golem. The poor golem, maimed in the battle with the elf hero's machine, was in complete despair and did not expect any intervention. The skill hidden in the very core of existence, the black box, was activated, and the combination of the holy sword and the dark energy bearer turned Boris into something more than just a weapon. Golem Boris, overcome with pain and mutation, began to merge with the weapon, turning into a viscous and rumbling gray mass. From this thickening darkness a staff was born, straight, cold, without frills, the simplicity of its form concealing the incredible power concentrated in its core. But the structure remained unfinished, and Hans noticed that in his other hand he still held the severed head of a war golem. The head seemed to wake up and seemed to remind of itself, as if hinting that it wanted to become part of this new form. The staff was completed, and it was at that moment that the severed head came to its senses. As if chained to a new body, it realized its position and howled in horror. The new staff was classified as a chaos golem, and it had a skill set so wild and varied that it was more suited to a battle maid than a magical artifact. After being reborn, the staff became a holy golem exorcist, with a limited but powerful set of skills. He could not act independently, and from now on was forever connected to the saint, as a companion, helper, and, to some extent, a burden. The staff, possessing intelligence and voice, was given to the saint, who, with slight embarrassment, accepted the new gift, which became her eternal ally. Meanwhile, Hans once again turned his attention to the elf hero's old artifact, the holy sword Nuklon. The weapon merged with the new owner, which confirmed its acceptance, but the level remained the same, which caused disturbing thoughts. The sword passed to a new owner, and this fact was convincing evidence of the death of the previous one, but the level remained the same, the 100th, and this raised doubts. Deciding not to waste time in thoughts, Hansu decided to move away from the body, but what seemed to be a body suddenly came to life. The elf grabbed the boy and told the demon lord Pedanar to activate the reflection program. The elf hero, barely able to stand on his feet, suddenly activated the mysterious effect of the self-destructing trap left by the first hero. The message sounded cold and calculated. It was a recording embedded in the artifact. The first hero was addressing Pedanar, as if he knew that his agreements would be violated. He believed that Pedanar was the enemy, and not someone else. The problem was that they were wrong. The trap's tenacious grip did not let go of Hans. He only shouted that he had nothing to do with it, and that he was not Pedanar. Hans realized that he couldn't get rid of her, and made a decision, sharply soaring upward, rising above the ground, above the city, above everything that could suffer. He carried away all the risk, rising higher and higher until there was an explosion and a bright flash illuminated everything around. Hans did not understand where he was and did not remember what had happened up to this moment, but if he was able to think, it meant that his consciousness had not yet left his living body. He felt surprisingly warm and calm, as if he were in soft water, where sounds were muffled and the sensations were like those of a dream. At the same time, in a thicket lost among the hills, a woman was in agony giving birth, clenching her teeth in pain and whispering incomprehensible words. But despite all her efforts, she died, having used up her last bit of strength, and her newborn child stubbornly continued to breathe. Hans's consciousness burst out through the viscous void, and his eyes were blinded by a bright stream of light, as if from new life. The saint leaned over him. Her gaze was full of relief, and at the same time strange anxiety. She said something about the impossibility of breastfeeding. It was so unexpected that he tried to protest, but instead, a weak, helpless cry escaped his lips. It was not anger or a spell, but the most ordinary sound of a newborn, plaintive, helpless, coming from the chest. He, the demon lord and hero of chaos, found himself reincarnated in the body of a baby born from the woman who gave everything for him. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move properly. He just made helpless sounds, as befits a baby. The saint told the child that his mother had unfortunately died, having used up all her strength, and the saint could not resurrect her, since the level was too low. But Hans could do more, and a wave of dark energy engulfed his mother's body. He used the unique ability of the demon lord, reincarnation through demonization. The body came to life, changed, became stronger. She opened her eyes, now a demon, with a new race, new skills, and a renewed body. It turns out that all the guy's characteristics and skills remained with him. The only problem is his level, and the fact that he is a child. At first the girl did not understand what had happened, but feeling warmth and movement in her chest, she realized that the child was alive, and Hansu was in her arms. The mother was a princess of a country defeated in war, and the enemy power was hunting down members of the royal family to prevent the emergence of an heir. Wherever they went, they were pursued by enemy knights and magicians, and the saint helped the pregnant woman all the time. When Hansu had had his fill of milk, he spread his black wings, rose into the air, and felt his strength returning. There was a general of the enemy army who warned them that they were surrounded and had to give up the child, after which they would remain alive. But Hans thought otherwise. A sword shining with holy energy fell from the sky and struck the enemy without even letting him finish speaking. Everyone present froze in shock, not believing that the child with wings was also a creature of demonic nature. In panic, they rushed to the attack, and the archers fired, hoping to pierce him while he was still weak and defenseless. But thanks to his ability, the arrows turned in the air and returned back, piercing those who fired them. After which, One of the knights wanted to tell everyone that they needed to retreat, but his chest was pierced by Nuklon's sword. But if the rumor that Hansu is a demon spreads, there will be many overlaps. Then he returned to the world of fantasy again, so he continued to destroy them all. All the enemies, knights, magicians, and their assistants became his first experience after Rebirth, adding to his path to new greatness. After Hans had destroyed all the knights, he sank back into his mother's arms, allowing himself some rest. His condition was hideously weak, all because he was reborn as a resident of a fantasy that stretched across countless dimensions. The former earthly body was captured by the first hero, as if the exchange was part of the system's intricate intrigue. The first hero used the black box 100%, and at the same time, Hansu's soul was not harmed by the black box. Hans had no intention of leaving things as they were, and a feeling of revenge flared up in his chest, despite his physical helplessness. He needed to be nourished because since Hansu had become a Z-rank dark energy demon, nutrients did not make themselves. After all, a growing organism must receive them in sufficient quantities, otherwise complications will arise, so there was no choice but to drink breast milk. Finally sated, he allowed himself to be carried towards a huge palace surrounded by walls of black stone. His mother washed him carefully in a marble bath, after which she asked a servant to bring dinner and inform him of the governor's visit. Then a politician came in. The local ruler first flared up, but as soon as he felt the pressure of the dark energy, he fell to his knees. He no longer felt like the master of the castle, and the nurse came forward, asking what had happened. The ruler said that he would serve Lord Hans until the end of his days, but if a war began, then there would hardly be anything left of their kingdom, since they were on the very border. Once a small and insignificant country, it suddenly turned into a great power. Everything changed after the creation of the Golden Golem, after which they expanded their borders. This turning point occurred 7 years after the appearance of the hero summoned from Earth. There remained a ghost of a hope that another hero might have been summoned and was acting in the shadows, holding back the war, but the lack of any trace of his intervention gave rise to dark thoughts. In the silence of the room, a polite but firm and confident knock on the door suddenly rang out, disturbing the peace of those present and immediately attracting everyone's attention. A calm voice of a girl sounded from behind the door, in which there was a firmness that was not typical of ordinary maids. She did not wait for an invitation or permission. The sound of steel breaking the lock rolled through the hall, and the door swung open, revealing a passage into the room. The girl who entered was wearing armor, walked confidently, and even the anger of the Lord, who grabbed his sword, could not stop her decisive action. But he did not have time to take out his weapon, because the nurse had already recognized the guest and said with surprise that a real princess stood before them. The old acquaintance knelt down in recognition of her former mistress, and their meeting was full of emotion, but there was no time for sentimentality. She came to protect them, but Hansu saw her and remembered an old acquaintance, and was not very happy. Once in the first playthrough, it was this devoted protector who almost destroyed the innocent hero just because he, by some ridiculous accident, witnessed her vulnerability without armor. Without warning, without explanation, she drew her sword and rushed to defend her honor, as if she were facing a terrible criminal and not a random passerby. The memory of this episode caused the baby not just annoyance, but open and deep irritation. The nurse, gently stroking his head and trying to encourage him, assured him that since the Sword Princess was with them, no threat would come close to them. But the hero's internal protest flared up more and more, and he could not come to terms with the fact that this particular warrior was nearby. He clearly wanted this woman to disappear as far away as possible and never appear in his circle again. One sound, one cry, and the demon messenger spoke on his behalf, the demon's voice filled with contempt for the Sword Princess's plans, the attempt to save herself by fleeing and disregarding the common people. Mentioning strategy instead of strength, meanwhile, the Sword Princess blushed with rage, but her words were lost in the useless defense. He spoke on behalf of the baby, with contempt for the old ways, The world demanded change, and he was going to make it, even if in the cradle. The plan was to stay in the kingdom and fight, not to retreat, but to become a shield for those who remained. He pointed the way to the nurse with an arrow of dark energy, and she followed without question. Although she expressed alarm, the path lay to Snow Mountain. They approached the border of the forbidden forest, where caves gaped, frightening even by their very appearance and ominous silence. Even the brave swordswoman and devoted nurse felt uneasy, because they could not predict what was hidden in this darkness. The baby acted out of habit, quickly, decisively, and with maximum efficiency. He called upon the saint, his old ally and subordinate, hiding her strength under the mask of virtue. He rose into the sky and sent a powerful stream of dark energy into each of the hidden caves, as if probing them from the inside. This energy spread throughout the forest, filling every branch and every stone with a dull, ominous echo. Screams broke out, heavy and frantic, and the crowd, previously hidden in the shadow of Snow Mountain, ran out of the caves. They all gathered at the village, demons, orcs, exiles, worshippers of the dark gods. Now they all stood under the banner of the baby. Hansu was not going to sit idle, so he gave orders to his followers to attack first in order to catch the enemy off guard. They demolished everything in their path. The speed was so great that the knights did not have time to run out of the tents. However, the mages began to summon golems, and the knights immediately moved out to protect them and hold their positions. Hans didn't understand what the previous hero was doing if there were still so many creatures and abominations left in this world. But thanks to his current situation, he didn't have to act personally, because his strength grew with every moment, like an unstoppable stream. Now his path led not only to destruction, but also to power, which he intended to seize with the same cold-bloodedness as everything else. And then, as if in response to his audacity, he appeared on the battlefield, a giant covered in gold and ancient magic. The soldiers of the Empire raised their heads bright with hope, and Titan, the very embodiment of victory, entered the battle, shining like metal in the sun. And now, the decisive moment had arrived. The golden golem, majestic and terrifying, strode across the battlefield, his sword not just a weapon, it became stronger and sharper the larger the golem itself became. One wave of his hand and dozens of enemies flew apart like light leaves under the inexorable pressure of a hurricane. Criminals, demons, captured golems fell to the ground one after another, because his power seemed to have no limits. And then the sword princess, filled with righteous anger, rushed into battle with determination, hoping to stop something that seemed unstoppable. However, her attack was in vain, and a single blow from the huge hand sent her flying, leaving her on the ground, exhausted. Her sword, having pierced the golem's first shell, was unable to reach its target because the machine's flesh instantly restored the damaged areas. Left without allies, without cover or support, she found herself in the clutches of a giant, and only his restraint prevented him from crushing her immediately. And then a mysterious guy in a hood, the owner of the golem, appeared. He jumped onto the Titan's shoulder and spoke to the princess in a calm voice. He persuaded her, offered to become part of his retinue, as if a sea of hostility had not just been spilled between them. But suddenly the sky flared up, and from the light appeared the hero in the form of a baby, holding the legendary holy sword in his hands. One precise swing was enough for the blade to easily cut through the golden golem's strong armor like fabric. The insides, not having time to activate the recovery skill, crumbled, and even the core that usually allowed the golem to revive turned out to be powerless. The saint, without hesitation, brought her staff down on the owner, and his body fell apart like an old tree that had lost its strength. The god of war fell, without a cry, without an epic, without glory, and like everything in this world, he turned out to be only an illusion of power. At that moment the battle was over. Silence reigned on the battlefield, and the victory was obvious, and the consequences were not long in coming. News of the death of the god of war quickly spread throughout the northern continent, causing a wave of alarm and confusion among various peoples. The descendants of the destroyed sacred empire rebelled, and the followers of the god of war did not stand aside either. In a matter of days, the sacred empire, once glorious and powerful, turned into ashes and dust, disappearing from the face of the earth. Against this backdrop, public attention turned to the hero, and despite his childish appearance, he became a figure that united many disparate factions. Representatives of the nobility who arrived from fallen states were quick to express their loyalty, hoping to receive a place at court. But he did not accept empty oaths, and anyone who showed disrespect or sought power was severely punished. Then his servant knight entered and reported that an army of demons had captured the central continent. The continent of fantasy was plunged into chaos. The hero who was supposed to protect the world was inactive. This gave the demons and their minions confidence, and in the absence of opposition, they could act without fear. While the hero was not fulfilling his duties, the number of demons grew exponentially. Meanwhile, the hero, reborn in the body of a baby, did not waste time. Despite his age, he could already move independently. Hans was ordered by the saint to perform the summoning ritual. The staff with the golem's head released waves of destructive energy into the world. The attack was not just magical, it was a biochemical weapon against the darkness. Waves filled with will and anti-magic permeated all living things, destroying the internal energy channels of demons and their minions. The demon army that had once held the central continent in fear suddenly began to tremble and retreated. The hero took advantage of the moment. His message was clear. The protection extended only to people. The demons quickly took the hint and began looking for other targets not protected by the hero's magic to continue their advance. Their path lay in Elfheim, the kingdom of the elves, where they went with the intention of dealing a crushing blow. The demon army moved towards Elfheim, using the bodies of captured elves as living cover, increasing their numbers and intimidating the defenders. The elves, although courageous, could not cope with such a number of opponents. Their strength gradually waned. Hans saw the elf, who was once Nasus's right hand, trying to call the heroes for help. The ruler instantly rushed towards her and grabbed her by the neck, demanding an explanation and a report on the situation in the kingdom. She said that Hero Sieg and Sylvia would definitely come to the aid of Elfheim and be able to change the course of events. After these words, Hansu struck her, and her body fell lifelessly down, as if a sign of imminent danger. And Hans realized that the hero Zig, his former partner, still hadn't graduated. The demonic army, without carrying banners, led ahead of itself iron poles on which hung living elves, living shields from magical attacks. At that time, Sieg was fighting on the battlefield. His level and skills were too high, but the number of demons was huge. Exhausted, almost broken, Sieg still continued to fight, not realizing that the kingdom he was fighting for had long since become a corpse. The army of demons multiplied, spreading like black mold. The last bastions fell one after another. But despite everything, Zig continued to believe in victory. He fought with an unbending will, gnawing at every moment of the brutal battle. Sylvia, steadfast and determined, covered Zig with her shield from the terrible blow of the huge orc, saving him from imminent danger. The girls told the hero that almost all the inhabitants of Elfheim had died, and the remaining ones were on the verge of complete destruction and collapse. However, Sieg did not stop. Continuing to fight, even at the cost of his own life, he was ready to protect Elfheim at any cost. Through the power of love, friendship, and unwavering faith, he never gave up even when the situation became hopeless. But at the most critical moment, a huge monster with a mace dealt a powerful blow, saturated with dark energy, after which Zig lost consciousness. When he woke up, there were only demonic creatures in front of him, filling the battlefield and giving him no chance of salvation. But when he turned around, he saw the Elven princess, who was hanging from a tree, almost unconscious. Realizing that there was no chance of winning, Zig decided to surrender, hoping to preserve at least some spark of hope. But the demon lord Hansu destroyed everyone in his path, and dark energy entered Zig's body. It was a defining moment, the end for Elfhelm. The kingdom was completely overrun by demons, and its fate was sealed. Hans wondered what to do next. What a boring ending for 9 years of playthroughs. In the vast ruins of Elfheim, where once magical groves grew green and pure streams babbled, now only chaos, cold and all-consuming darkness reigned. The demons surrounded the weak and broken Zig and continued to torment him, turning his suffering into an endless spectacle. Professor Morality appeared before Hans like a vision from a long-forgotten past and asked in surprise why he was still in the fantasy world, since he had graduated a long time ago. He found it insensitive that the teaching staff didn't know where Hansu was, since he had become the emperor of the Northern Kingdom in the last 3 years. The professor explained the moral to support Zig, who had failed in the previous playthrough. They told him about the benefits he would receive after graduation. At the same time, the hero remembered other former students, those who, after graduation, returned to Earth and gradually lost themselves. Without magic, without status, without admirers, they turned from great heroes into simple people, guards dreaming of their former greatness. The professor continued to talk about freedom of choice, about how each student should live his own life. He easily abdicated responsibility, calling his actions mentoring. But the hero knew that cowardice was hidden behind these words. He no longer saw these mentors as wise guides because they had not even seen the students after graduation. She then asked the main question: how did Hans manage to return to this dimension if the release was final and irreversible? She was confused by the way his body seemed alien to this world, as if he were a being from another plane or reality. He changed the subject and asked who the teaching staff really was, since they had always been at odds with the first heroes. The professor did not answer. She said that they would talk when the person in charge made a decision, and she left. Meanwhile, Sieg, the hero from the central continent, found himself in a cell, bound in chains, deprived of his powers, and chained to the bars. He was so wounded and exhausted that he could not take a full breath, and he asked Hansu to relieve him of the pain. The sight of silent horror and complete helplessness broke him. There was nothing left inside him except pain. He asked for death, but instead of relief, he received only a reminder that while he had lived in love and peace for 9 years, the rest of the world was rotting in ruins. All continents except the northern and central ones were destroyed by the 5 disasters, which no one stopped. While he lived in comfort and peace, cities in other lands were perishing, and the prayers of the world of fantasy remained unanswered. Hansu, without hesitation, called upon his ally the saint, and she, taking the staff in her hands, raised it to the sky, and it shone with a bright yellow light. She, raising her staff high above herself, sang an ancient song, and her voice, filled with magical power, covered every crack of the destroyed earth. At that very moment, the demons' bodies began to crumble into gray dust, as if their existence had been erased by the air itself. All those who possessed dark energy were destroyed, and the central continent, which had become the lair of evil, was cleansed with one gesture. The strength of the hero's staff and skills has reached its limit, his carnage ability has reached the max rank, and justice has also reached the maximum level. He sacrificed all his previous skills to strengthen giftedness, the main source of power. The skill moved to rank Z and then to rank ZZ, opening a new effect of changing the structure itself from the base. This was the transformation he had been seeking for so long, and now he felt he was finally ready for anything. But along with this came a strange feeling. Even he himself, confident and all-powerful, wondered for a moment whether he had made a mistake. Having obtained the Z-rank gifted skill, he expected significant progress, but the reality was cruel. Despite the colossal sacrifices, the skill level only increased by 2%. The intern explained that as the rank of transcendental skills increased, the limit became almost insurmountable and required incredible effort. Especially when it came to transcendental skills, the number of which he already had reached 7. Many of these skills were directly linked to his soul, and could not be replaced by ordinary means. The revelation came unexpectedly. He realized that the skills implanted in the golem were also considered part of his own being. Having accepted this, he began to methodically reorganize his power, and willpower, penetration, resistance to dark energy. Each of these Trang skills became the price in exchange for advancement. Before our eyes, the figure of 2% changed to 6, then to 29, and soon jumped to 99. The fewer transcendental skills he had left, the faster and easier the process of strengthening giftedness itself went. He wondered if there was nothing left for the victims now. Was it worth using what was being restored? Dark energy, for example, can be sacrificed, then the demon lord can be destroyed, and then the whole thing can be repeated again. But suddenly the ground beneath his feet gave way and he fell down, losing his balance and sense of support. He found himself in a dark sewer, and his first surprise was that elves, as a rule, did not need such things. The scale of the structure was astonishing, the walls were ancient, and it was clear that it was not built by ordinary hands. He looked around with interest, wondering what the Elven king could be hiding in such an unusual place hidden underground. The hero approached a massive ancient door, behind which something important was hidden, and the inscriptions on the stone hinted at secrets covered in time and fear. The text stated that an ancient demon lurked behind the seal, and there was a warning nearby that prohibited anyone from approaching the passage. There were also 2 suggested ways to get inside: solving a riddle or using the blood of a royal elf. But the hero, who did not believe in the legends about sealed creatures, did not waste a minute on doubts and conventions. He summoned the holy sword Nuklon and cut the door without much effort. There was no sign that the door could not be broken. The inner hall turned out to be unexpectedly spacious, filled with soft light, and the floor was covered with fresh grass, as if the place itself was breathing. Spirits slowly circled in the air, taking the form of translucent colored spheres, filling the space with mystical silence. There were statues, images of elves and spirits all around. Everything indicated that this place served as a symbol of the union between pure-blooded elves and spirits. And it was here that the hero's path was blocked by an elf. She was a guard with an outstanding level and impressive skills. She politely but firmly demanded that they stop, warning that if they disobeyed, she would be forced to use force. But Hansu, not paying attention to the threats, continued to walk forward as if he had not heard her words, and she took out a pendant, and trying to hypnotize the hero, began to whisper instructions to him, imposing someone else's will. The words called for leaving and forgetting about this place, as if it had never existed and should not be revealed to the world. But the hero's will was stronger. He grabbed her wrist and stopped the effect, not allowing the spell to complete. Then he moved closer to her, their bodies touching, and the tension between them suddenly changed to an unexpected action. The kiss, filled with intent and superiority, became a kind of response to the attempt at manipulation and control. The elf was unable to move away, and at that moment the hero subdued her both in body and spirit, turning resistance into submission. But in the silence he heard a heartbeat and realized that the sought-after object was not here at all, but in another place of this sanctuary. In the ruins of the Elven city, where restoration work was still underway, a tense silence suddenly fell, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Meanwhile, a scene reminiscent of an ancient tragedy broke out in the city. The lovers, Princess Sylvia and the hero Sieg, were locked in a violent quarrel. As if a storm of emotions had broken out, they shouted at each other, drowning in mutual reproaches and accusations. Sylvia, driven to frenzy, accused Sieg of betrayal, of using her and then running away at the most necessary moment. Her voice trembled with pain, but it contained the fire of rage, destroying everything in its path and knowing no mercy. Sieg, stunned, tried to find the words to explain, but they were lost in the whirlwind of her anger and pain. She spoke the phrase like a blade, saying that if he had any conscience left, then he knew what he should do. Sylvia summoned the spirits of fire and, without hesitation, directed them towards the hero, burning everything around with her determination. But the spirits changed their trajectory and did not listen, as if they themselves refused to take sides in this conflict. Meanwhile, Hans, after kissing the elf, later, calmly moved on, feeling neither guilt nor triumph. He knew that passion is always followed by a goal, which was waiting ahead on the altar. In the center of the mysterious hall, a girl was waiting for him, chained with magical chains, whose presence was felt by his entire skin. The hero looked at her with predatory interest, comparing her to a dish that can be studied before tasting. This girl was not just a being, she was a spirit of the first generation, born from the magic of this world itself. She was the queen and progenitor of all the spirits of the elements, those who later filled the world with the forces of nature. Hansu asked a direct question about her past, wondering why she was trapped in this forgotten place. As it turned out, she was the wife of the third king of the elves, the very one with whom the spirit had been on friendly terms in the distant past. This king, despite his strange preferences and hostility towards his fellow tribesmen, played a key role in the history of the elves, uniting the disparate tribes and founding a state. Although the elves were weak and had nothing to be proud of except their longevity, there were those of pure heart among them. The king did not lie to the spirit, and a trust arose between them that allowed them to join forces and change the world of the elves. Because they were friends, she lent the king the power of the spirits, and the lives of the elves changed for the better. Moreover, they even began to resist external forces. The third king did an excellent job. But trust proved short-lived, and sincerity lost out to royal politics, full of envy and betrayal. When humans proposed marriage, some elves rebelled, considering it a humiliation and a threat. Thus began a coup that ended with the overthrow of the king, betrayal, and the destruction of all agreements. And the girl, the symbol of the old alliance, was bound with magical chains and locked in the sewers like a criminal. And since then, the relationship between the spirits and the elves has deteriorated. From friends, they have turned into master and slave. And the spirits who were born later did not know about this, and they took the orders for granted. She stated that she wanted to destroy all elves. In her eyes, it was the restoration of justice, because her children, spirits, were used as tools. However, Hansu, after listening to all this, did not express sympathy, and he did not intend to release the spirit. Hansu apologized and summoned the holy sword, then mercilessly destroyed the first spirit before she could finish her plea. He later left the dark dungeon, returning to the surface, where he was surrounded by 5 elemental spirits. Hansu was faced with a decision that could change not only the course of history, but also its very essence, because the fate of the first spirit depended on the choice. The contract promised a powerful benefit of 2 additional transcendental skills, not to mention the possible ability to absorb her through the black box, like with the golem. However, her death would be followed by an uncontrollable fury of the spirits surrounding him. These creatures, fueled by the connection with the first spirit, could arrange a real massacre. To avoid this, Hansu used a special skill, fabrication, which could instill a false but convincing version of reality into any being. This deceptive skill allowed one not only to lie, but to make others perceive the lie as truth, and at different levels from ordinary friendship to the role of a family member. The first spirit, exhausted by long captivity and spiritual fatigue, could not resist the impact of this masterfully applied skill. In her eyes, Hansu ceased to be an enemy and became a lover, in whom ancient and forgotten feelings seemed to have awakened. The contract was never formally concluded, but she voluntarily decided to accompany the hero, as if she had chosen the path of the heart. And this opened up an unexpected benefit, as other spirits began to gather around him, attracted by the emotional connection with their progenitor. The spirit and love skills began to rapidly increase, and Hansu felt like he was reaching a whole new level. At that very moment, using the ZZ gifted ability, he activated a unique process of changing himself from a fundamental level. However, this process was not simple. He had to answer a number of questions, each of which could change his fate. The first question was about what he likes most. Out of 5 options offered, he chose trophies, because in his opinion, work should be rewarded. The second question was about what he hates the most, and here he chose the regression system, which resets achievements. The third question is about what he does best. His answer is to fight for justice. The fourth question was what he fears most. The answer was space, endless emptiness and scale, before which any meaning of existence is lost. The fifth question is who impresses him the most. Among many strange and even risky options, he chose Alex. And finally, the system sounded a warning that if Hansu starts changing the structure from the very foundation, there is no way he can reverse this process, including regression and his past life, and no one is responsible. But Kang Hansu was not one to retreat, and there was no time for doubt. He raised his head, straightened his shoulders, and without blinking, shouted, "Yes, I'm ready." After this, his eyes began to close, his body sank heavily, and he quickly fell into a deep, irreversible sleep. The spirits circled around him anxiously, trying to wake him up, touching his face and whispering words, but the sleep was too deep. The main character came to his senses in a completely new body, but his mind remained the same, full of cynicism and calculation. The first thing he did was check his body. The important part was in place, and this already became a reason for relief. Neither the gender nor the physical condition had changed. Lost in thought about the new race and the sources of power, he suddenly heard a strange and familiar voice. Sitting on his stomach was the shining first spirit, smiling widely as if everything that was happening was normal. She said that a year ago, a very pleasant smell began to emanate from Hansu's body, very sweet, so she sat on him. He activated the black box and saw that his race had changed. Now he had become a natural man. The level dropped to 1, but in return, he received abilities that completely go beyond the usual framework of absorbing, storing, and using experience points directly from the environment. The new race provided superior adaptation, love of spirits, protection of nature, and even access to the energy of the universe. The first spirit explained that he had been asleep for about 5 years, and that she had been there all that time, protecting him. The girl called on the children to protect the hero, after which they celebrated her release by planting an entire forest. Moreover, Hans woke up in time because Sieg had gathered an army from different kingdoms of the central continent. He wants to make the entire elven race slaves because they betrayed humans. Sylvia, the princess of the elves, appeared suddenly, her clothes more reminiscent of the skin of a savage. She was trembling. Her eyes were full of despair. Her body trembled and her eyes were filled with pleading and despair. She begged for help and protection for her people. Hansu, without losing his cool, kissed her, not out of passion, but to test an important hypothesis. The contact with her body actually caused a huge amount of experience to be released, instantly raising his level from 7 to 600, while resetting Sylvia herself. She fell limply into the flowers while he, full of strength, calmly watched the effect. The experiment was a success. The natural human race he was reborn into had the incredible ability to absorb the experience of others. Now, having received the advance payment, he was ready to meet with Zig and close the matter once and for all this time. The actions of the hero Zig were far from professional. He did all this only to take revenge on his ex-wife Sylvia. The war between humans and elves reached its climax. Fire engulfed the forests, and the sky was covered with poisonous smoke. Under Zig's orders, the human army burned forests and poisoned rivers, forcing the spirits to split up to protect nature rather than fight the enemy. Zig, losing the line between the spiritual and the material, stopped distinguishing who he was destroying. He became the embodiment of destruction and madness. Hans did not understand Sieg's actions, since the kingdom of the elves became the kingdom of spirits. The elves protected the forests with arrows and spirit magic, using all 5 elements: water, fire, earth, wind, and ether. However, even their natural harmony could not withstand the ruthless tactics of people. Meanwhile, Kang Han-su took action, and in order to strengthen himself, he began to sacrifice his own level, converting experience points into monstrous strength. His body was filled with power, and the holy sword Nuklon, having absorbed the powers of all 5 elements, became a weapon of destruction, capable of cutting through anything. He decided that the answer to destruction would be even more brutal destruction, taken to the extreme. The fusion with the spirits filled him with insane power, and every movement was like a catastrophe, taking away everything in its path. Using this enhancement, he pointed the holy sword towards the enemy army and fired a strike, a green flash of which pierced the sky and earth. Sieg, recognizing the strength, immediately realized that Han Su was standing against him again, and ordered the entire army to move into battle. But while his level was decreasing, his physical power was growing, making his blows tens of times stronger. Zig's army began to crumble under the onslaught, unable to withstand the pace of the attack, like sand in a whirlpool. The first ranks of warriors, nobles, and women from his guard were destroyed in an instant. Those who believed in the power of love and friendship hoped to strengthen Zig with their support, but these feelings turned out to be weaker than rage and betrayal. Especially when Han Su used the power of Sylvia herself, Sieg's ex-wife, whom he had recently demoted to level 1 by sucking out the experience from her. It became the basis for the main blow, which broke the whole plan of Zig, piercing his army through and through. As a result of the collision between the green flash of vengeance and the pink flash of love, Zig's guard perished. Han Su had no regrets. These women made their choice by choosing a weak man, and now they became part of his strength. People died in horror, unable to stop the catastrophe, and only one man remained on the battlefield, Sieg himself. His body was wounded, and his mind was filled with rage and despair. Despite his title of hero and transcendental skills, he was defeated again. Seeing Han Su's strength that surpassed human understanding, he realized that the enemy had gone beyond the system. There was only one winner left in this world, the one who no longer believed in friendship, did not look for excuses, and accepted power as it was. When the battle was over, the first spirit turned to Hans with a mysterious smile and asked if it was worth burying Sieg. He lay on the ground, completely immobilized, but his breath still fluttered weakly in his chest. Without thinking, Hans dropped the holy sword Nuklon, and the blade accidentally ended up in the heart of the last hero. The first spirit expressed regret that he would not be buried alive, as it would have been the perfect way to show the insignificance of humanity in the face of nature. The other spirits silently agreed, and no one condemned the hero. He enjoyed the unconditional love of these creatures. Meanwhile, a voice appeared in his consciousness. Tired but familiar, it was Miss Intern watching Zig. She said that Zig initially showed promise, but instead of training, he indulged only in chatter and flirting with women. Although he appeared heroic on the outside, in reality things were much worse than they seemed to observers. He defeated the 5 calamities, but at the cost of the lives of all his companions, because he acted late and without strategy. Because of the late intervention, the entire continent lay in ruins, and Zig's mind was full of women. Hans was encouraged by Miss Intern, who said that it was only thanks to her that Zig was able to overcome the 5 disasters. Even though he had lost all of his comrades, it was still progress compared to the period when Professor Morals was looking after him. Miss Intern thanked Kang Han Su for his kind words, but quickly moved on to another topic. According to her, the world where the hero died would soon disappear. Although Han Su was alive, the system no longer recognized him as a hero. The reason was that he became a demon lord and Sieg the last hero was destroyed. The system gave 10 seconds to resurrect the heroes, but Zig did not return. Now the reassignment of roles was supposed to begin. Miss Intern, breaking the rules, admitted that she only told the forbidden information because Han Su was able to support her in a difficult moment, and they are friends. He appreciated it, but said that it was too late and the system had already made a verdict. Perhaps he would use it in the next playthrough. This was accompanied by a pompous speech, supposedly summing up his heroic journey, in which the system declared that he had fallen, unable to cope with the evil demon lord. The grades were high, but it was still a failure. It was a shame, but he learned something. If there is no hero or demon lord, the world will disappear. The first spirit tried to stop him, promising that she would remember him even in a new playthrough. But Kang Han-soo knew that no matter how she said it, memories would fade, so he brushed it off. Her last sentence made him uneasy, because she said that she would wait, although she did not explain how exactly. Before he could question her, the white light of the system completely engulfed him and transported him to the beginning. He woke up not just anywhere, but in the kingdom of dumplings, at the point of standard summoning of a new hero. In front of him, as the first time, stood Lanovel, cheerfully beginning to explain the rules of survival in the world of fantasy. However, he was now completely naked, and so he decided to use his wings to at least somehow cover himself. Now he wasn't just a hero, he was an 8-year-old demon with 7.5 failed runs. And now this world will truly regret giving him another chance. But the crowd that greeted him in the Dumpling Kingdom did not know all these details. The palace knights reacted to his naked appearance with shock and outrage, surrounding him with their swords drawn, not realizing how pointless their actions were. They only angered the one who, in level and power, surpassed even the system itself. With one command, he called everyone around him to submission, and the dark energy elevated him to the status of royal blood. His race was still listed as natural human, but his level was already 1,800. He timed it, and before 10 seconds had passed, he had deactivated the black box. Everything had gone according to plan, and no harm had been done to the personality or the hero's status. During the 8th playthrough, he didn't know about this system, but now everything will be different. Even Miss Intern, who was usually reserved and watching him, couldn't hide her admiration for his trick. The guy only came across scammers on the way, who tried to prove that they knew how to return home, but the way to return to Earth was known only to Lanovel. So he thought there was something transcendental about her, but things didn't go according to plan. A pool of blood spread under Lanovel's body. Han-soo destroyed it. He thought Lanovel would reveal her true nature as a cunning manipulator who hid behind the mask of a sweet companion. Even Miss Intern couldn't hide her embarrassment, as no hero in history had ever started their journey by destroying an ally. He called upon Hyplia. She appeared instantly, graceful as ever, with shining wings, and he gave her a command. And Hyplia obeyed. The sacred light appeared in her hands. It was the resurrection of the highest magic that the saints possessed. The light penetrated Lanovel's bloody body, healing it. Lanovel's state after returning to life was borderline between shock and jubilation. She did not understand what had happened, but soon, as if reborn, she began to chatter as if nothing had happened, not even thinking that she had recently been dead. Not the slightest bitterness, not the slightest fear, only her typical talkativeness and emotionality. She was the same Lanovel as he remembered her. Han-soo asked the knight to bring him the most elegant clothes of the royal family. His voice did not allow for any objections, because he was not just a hero, but he was an emperor who had passed through dozens of worlds and did not need to adapt. After changing his clothes, he went to meet the Dumpling King, a monarch who received his crown not by merit, but by birth. Against the backdrop of Han-soo, who looked not just important, he exuded an aura of authority. And it was precisely this feeling of grandeur, confidence, and invincible power that caused confusion among the courtiers, accustomed to the theater and not to real power. As in the second playthrough, he received a bag of money, a kind of payment for the hero's participation in this theater, where everything was predetermined in advance. But unlike that time, he didn't shout, didn't demand recognition, didn't try to convince anyone. He just stood silently in complete confidence. Now everything was different. He simply stood in the center of the room, and his silent presence filled the space with a sense of strength and superiority. La Nouvelle, who had come back to life, followed behind as if nothing had happened. Smiling with the same enthusiasm, she asked questions. Han-soo headed to the next point, the black market, where he intended to continue his game, rewrite the script, and prove that the difference between 10 and 25 years of experience is not just a number, but an abyss. During the 9th playthrough, he did not repeat the previous path. The market and the tavern were no longer needed, because now he knew exactly where the black auction was held. Instead, he headed straight into the forest, the very place where the elves were preparing to attack. As before, Lanuville followed him, claiming to be his companion. Meanwhile, spirits, attracted by the hero's natural aura, began to gather around, apparently because of Hansu's scent. This meant only one thing. There were elven shamans nearby, because such spirits do not gather without a reason. Their goal was to dig a secret passage to the Black Auction in order to get inside without being noticed by the guards. But everything went wrong. The spirits they used began to flock to the hero, as if to a magnet. With every step he took, their flow grew stronger, and his power over natural magic became more and more obvious. The elves desperately tried to bring back the spirits, shouted and cast spells, but all was in vain. Their words did not work. Even Princess Sylvia, the leader of this group, was shocked, her face reflecting a mixture of anger and confusion. The stone-faced hero introduced himself as an aristocrat who had come for a walk, not wanting to take part in what was happening. Everything was said with the air that he was really just taking a stroll, and his displeasure was caused only by the interference in his leisure time. Sylvia, unable to contain her indignation, called for the hero to be captured before it was too late, and the elves began to surround him. He knew that the elves were here to free their brothers, but he wasn't going to say it out loud. Better to pretend that he didn't know. The elves moved towards him as one, but he didn't even move, as if everything had already been predicted in advance. With one swing of his sword, he eliminated the entire group, and no one even had time to understand what happened at that moment. He understood perfectly well that it was useless to talk to the elves, and in this situation, there was no choice. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard in the dungeon, which made it clear that the active phase had begun. Hansu entered the cave with the bodies of the elves on his shoulders, as if it was just a burden after finishing a task. At the exit of the cave, he was already awaited. The official representative of the auction, elegant and helpful, appeared as soon as he received the signal from the guard. Seeing the state of the elves, he frowned slightly. The level is low. It will be difficult to sell such. But having received permission to examine, he took out a magical instrument, glasses that allow one to see the density of experience. Usually these glasses showed strength as a glow from light green to deep dark, but the elves hardly glowed. The hero had already taken everything valuable in them. The representative sighed and wanted to politely refuse the deal, but looking at the hero himself through his glasses, he froze and his lenses cracked. He had never seen such a concentration of power, such a rich color in one person. He wavered, changed his tone, began to justify himself. The level was low, but the appearance of the elves, their rarity, he was ready to buy for the highest price. The hero allowed himself to smile. His skills, even non-combat ones, grew on their own. Pressure, intimidation, deal, everything increased, because he faced situations again and again where it was not the force of arms, but the force of will that decided the outcome. The Black Auction had strict rules for its guests and did not tolerate disorder, but exceptions were made for special figures like Hansu. The Dark Commerce representative happily greeted Hansu and his companions, leading them to special seats for important guests. The plans that were almost disrupted by the Elven attack began to develop again according to the desired scenario, as in the second playthrough, but even better. They had already dealt with the elves without any extra effort, and so their advance was unhindered and noiseless. The hero wanted to acquire the porter, a man from the past whom he remembered well for his unusual endurance and loyalty. The auction went on as usual, with exhausted and shackled people being brought onto the stage and presented as merchandise. And finally, the porter was brought onto the stage. Hans, seeing his shabby appearance again, was sure that no one would place bets. And so it happened, the porter, exhausted but with burning eyes, was bought by Hans at a favorable price. Unlike other buyers, he took care of his new acquisition, ordered him to be fed and offered him a choice to follow him or go free. He even said that he would not pursue him if he decided to choose freedom instead of following his new master. Lanuville watched Hansu with growing confusion, trying to understand his motives, but her attempts only served to irritate him. She again asked questions concerning morality, but, as always, received only coldness and a refusal to enter into an argument in response. Then an elf was brought onto the stage, who was supposed to be saved by Sylvia as in the second playthrough, but Hans prevented the attack this time. He stopped the attack without any unnecessary movements, and, without waiting for new threats, decided that it was worth buying her too. Everything repeated itself as in the second playthrough. The victory turned out to be easy. No one dared to compete with the mysterious buyer in the golden mask. The hero called the porter to remind him of his choice, but noticed how the young man's gaze increasingly slid towards Lanavel. He silently noted this fact and seemed to already know what decision would be made, without words and without discussion. The first task followed, to take the elf. The porter hesitated, surprised that such an honor was being given to him and not to the hero himself. Meanwhile, plans required movement, and the next target was the village where the legendary Master Malin lived. However, their path was interrupted by a surprise. The auctioneer, with a sparkle in his eyes, announced the last lot. It was a thief who had sneaked onto the auction grounds. According to the rules, her hands should have been cut off, and she should have been branded a slave. But alas, her beauty was too valuable to be spoiled. When her hood was removed, revealing her beautiful face and long elven ears, a gasp of amazement went through the hall. The thief turned out to be not just an elf, but a representative of the disappearing race of chaos elves, almost mythical. The hero felt a slight excitement. Interest flared up inside, because this does not happen in every playthrough. He had encountered similar creatures before during the Hero Festival, when he had seen father and daughter who belonged to the same ancient race as the thief standing before him now. The rich and aristocrats, hiding their faces under heavy masks, watched the bidding with excitement and bet considerable amounts of money on the captive elf. The coins in Hans's bag jingled encouragingly, as all this was the result of a successful resale of slaves and captured evil elves, and he calmly pressed the bell, participating in the auction. Finally, when the last competitor lowered his hand, the host declared victory. The guest in the golden mask, Hansu, became the new owner of the rarest specimen of the Chaos Elf. The auctioneer politely offered to escort him to his private quarters, promising that everything would be as comfortable and safe as possible. Despite his assurances of the safety of the teleportation magic circle, he also hinted that for a hero of Hansu's high rank, the dangers were negligible anyway. The hero nevertheless preferred the carriage, since it provided the necessary privacy. They arrived at the back gate of the royal palace guard. Hansu immediately gave orders to Lanavel to feed the porter, threatening to spank her if she failed to do so. Left alone with the two elves, he looked at them carefully with a searching gaze, trying to read the hidden emotions behind the tension. Both were under the influence of sedatives, their hands were tied, and there was tension in their eyes. The archer, already broken and prepared, looked calm, but the thief looked aggressive, with malice and defiance. Hansu called upon his angelic assistant, Hyplia, and the healing light instantly removed the effects of the drugs from them, returning clarity to their minds and bodies. The archer, having a high level, was able to free herself from the handcuffs, but left her legs in shackles, realizing that any thoughtless movement would lead to disaster. She clearly understood that resistance would only make things worse, and she felt grateful to Hansu, because it was he who removed the heavy curse of the demon from her. The conversation with the captive was tense. She turned out to be not just a thief, but a direct heir to the ancient Elven king Elfheim, which was immediately noticeable in her manner and aura. He quickly realized this from her facial features, subtle aura, and special style of speech that betrayed her noble origin. But all this was secondary. He was not interested in her lineage, but in her true essence and racial affiliation, connected with chaos. She was amazed at how knowledgeable the hero was about her origins, but the explanation was simple. He was a hero who had received knowledge that was not available to mere mortals. The conversation was constantly interrupted by mutual accusations, attempts to confuse and seize the initiative, in which both sides tried to dominate. He asked questions with cold persistence, and she answered with contempt and defiance, but gradually his patience and tact revealed her true nature. Even the accusation of the princess's attack on the black auction turned out to be only part of a complex game, where each side tried to manipulate the other for their own purposes. But Hansu did not resort to rudeness or make a show of it, as many others did, preferring to break resistance with words and cunning. Hans preferred to break the will slowly, with words and the truth hidden under masks. He realized that they would achieve nothing by arguing, but there was a good way out of the situation. Hans decided that he would strip her naked and hang her at the castle gates. This would be a great way to attract the attention of monsters. When he removed her outer garment, there was no lust or pleasure in it. It was just a thorough check for hidden objects. And the truth was revealed. Under the clothes, there was a metal bra, which fell to the floor with a dull clang, causing surprise among everyone present. The thief burst into tears, covering her face with her hands and accusing Hansu of barbarity and cruelty that she did not expect from such a person. But he did not lose his composure and answered her with an even more harsh accusation, shouting that he had spent all his property on her and now expected to receive at least something in return. The thief, proudly calling herself the heir to the royal line, stood with her head held high despite the shackles and lack of outerwear, without losing either her dignity or her determination. Even as a prisoner, she held herself confidently, her voice sounded firm and calm, and her posture did not allow the slightest hint of weakness. She did not hide her intentions, and said that she wanted to steal the so-called artifact of chaos from the black auction, risking everything. The hero, who watched all this with a degree of irony and irritation, remained calm. He did not understand what kind of artifact she wanted to steal. She explained that there was an object there that contained the power of chaos, a fragment of the power that was formed when God created the rules and laws of the world. Hans raised an eyebrow and asked again if such a thing really ended up at an auction full of greedy and corrupt people. The girl's confidence did not waver for a moment. She swore on her name that she felt this chaos with every cell. When the conversation turned to Sylvia, a more classical elf with aristocratic ears, she asked if Hansu had met her recently. The hero reluctantly confirmed that he had seen Sylvia, but kept silent about the awkward details that could have embarrassed everyone present. The thief laughed, saying that she had simply gotten scared and run away, leaving her royal appearance behind the first turn. This statement caused a storm in the second elf, and she reminded that she had forbidden saying such things about representatives of the dynasty. Judging by her ears, the thief was also from the royal family, provided that the ears were not as fake as the breasts. She clenched her teeth and breathed out an accusation. A knight of the royal guard dared to threaten a representative of the ruling family. And then, as if tearing the lock off a forbidden door, she mentioned how the demons kidnapped the queen. The archer froze, shocked. The question of how she knew about what had happened hung in the air. The thief just shrugged and said that it was an accidental find during the search for the artifact of chaos, and the further fate of the queen was unknown to her, only that the demon did not kill her immediately. But the hero knew more, that the queen had found new life in the shadow of the demon lord's wings. The girls were too noisy, so the hero thought it would be much easier to give them both new names, Archer E and Thief E. The first accepted it without complaint. The second exploded with rage, clinging to her noble name. But Hansu called her Thief E one more time, and that was enough to end the argument once and for all. Now the hero has two new goals, to find the artifact of chaos and to return the money he lost due to the fraud of the Thief E. However, he had no intention of starting a useless vendetta against the black auction, knowing that it would be as foolish as the actions of the gods. Instead, he turned to Archer E, asking her to convey all known information to Prince Nasus on his behalf. A few days later, a response arrived, and Prince Nasus and his delegation headed to the Dumpling Kingdom. The news of the imminent arrival of the Elven delegation to the Dumpling Kingdom stirred up the entire court and caused heated discussions among high-ranking officials. On a secluded terrace sheltered by the shadow of the columns, where the night stars softly illuminated the faces of those gathered, a quiet and important conversation took place, full of hidden meanings. Nasus assured everyone around him that he ardently wanted to find his sister, loved and respected by all members of the royal family, for whom he was ready to do anything. The hero listened to this with an imperturbable expression on his face, carefully assessing the situation, and made an internal conclusion that if the search could be sold profitably, he would do it without hesitation, because in this world, nothing comes easy. Negotiations with the Elven Prince Nasus ended successfully. The hero and the prince shook hands on the terrace. The jingle of coins in his bag filled his soul with pleasant satisfaction, and it was especially pleasant that this money had been earned honestly, if, of course, one could consider honest what he told the prince about the fate of his sister. Lanavel, who accompanied him, was, as usual, worried. She tried to find out where the hero got so much money from, and suspected that there was something dark behind it. However, the hero only smiled and said that he had simply told the prince where he had last seen the elven slaves, for which he had received generous gratitude. Thief E joined the conversation. She was not interested in what the prince would do with Sylvia, but if he continued to pursue her at the same rate, then she would have to change her plans a little. Hans said that the prince noticed the thief at the evening ball and offered a fairly large sum. Maybe it would be worth selling her? But the thief was too important to him, as she could help in the search for the artifact of chaos, and she could not simply be let go. Meanwhile, the thief herself began to beg Hansa not to sell her to the prince, warning that if he found out about her royal origin, he would immediately destroy her without mercy. The hero promised to think about her request and carefully watched her behavior, trying to assess the sincerity and truthfulness of her words. After this, he ordered La Nouvelle to make careful preparations for the journey, together with a porter who was to accompany them on the road. And Hansu himself decided to go to a rather dangerous place, where he expected to find the necessary information or artifact. At dawn, leaving everyone behind, he again set out into the forest, accompanied only by Thief E. Their target was the Black Auction, an illegal trading site where the artifact of chaos was supposed to appear. Meanwhile, a group of auction workers were carrying a mysterious box in the same forest, carefully hiding in the thick bushes. Hiding in the bushes, they watched the arrival of a group of elves, led by Prince Nasus himself. Their goal was to rescue Sylvie and the other elves. They were clad in metal armor and looked like true coup soldiers, the elite loyal to Nasus, ready to cleanse the kingdom of weakness. The elven archers, having barely noticed the people from the Black Auction, immediately opened fire, trying to stop the unwanted guests. They managed to destroy all the attackers in literally a minute, demonstrating a high level of training and coordination of actions. Meanwhile, Prince Nasus, using the spirits of the earth, began to open up the ground to penetrate the auction lair. Before this, he addressed his subordinates with a final warning. Nasus reminded them that their goal was to save their relatives. However, if one of them was captured, the others could not be sacrificed to save one, and even Princess Sylvia was no exception to this rule. Nasus explained that it would be foolish to try to save his brothers, risking becoming prisoners themselves and losing their freedom. When the tunnel to the dungeon was ready, the hero led Thief E to the place where the artifact of chaos was supposed to be. During the descent, the hero spoke to Thief E and asked why she actually needed this artifact, trying to understand her true motives. Her goal turned out to be much more personal and deeper than he expected. She sought to save an ancestor who was trapped in another dimension and needed help. The hero became interested in this story and asked her to tell him the details in order to better understand the situation and its meaning. Hans remembered how, in the 6th playthrough, he heard from the priestess the story of the first hero who, after defeating the demon lord Pedanar, escaped and managed to make a new life for himself in another world. In other words, that hero did not free himself completely, but found a clever way to escape from the fantasy dimension by going through hidden paths and using ancient artifacts. The thief said that if you collect 9 artifacts of chaos, 3 for each attribute, you will be able to move between dimensions without the will of the god of this world. Her family has already collected 4 such artifacts, and if they manage to get another one at the black auction, they will have 5, which will bring them significantly closer to their goal. The hero became interested in this information because it coincided with his guesses, since even the hidden skills hidden in the black box contained mysterious hints about these same attributes. Hansu asked Miss Intern if she knew anything about these artifacts and the ability to travel between worlds. As far as she knew, this was impossible, but the affairs of days long past were little known to her. Because there were several generations among the teaching staff, and they were very different from each other. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Prince Nasus was advancing, and his power was impeccable, and the invaders' squad could not resist him. But the Dark Commerce people were not going to give up without a fight. They took the captured elves as hostages, hoping that their fellow tribesmen would not want to sacrifice them. However, this plan failed, and the elves continued their offensive, not sparing even their own captives, destroying them so as not to give the enemy an advantage. There was not a shadow of regret on the archers' faces. They methodically and mercilessly destroyed everyone who stood in their way, showing determination and ruthlessness. Panic gripped the Dark Commerce camp as the manager, surrounded by desperate merchants and bodyguards, tried to maintain control. The escape portal was blocked, and the secret paths were blocked, all as a result of the actions of the magicians and spirits on the side of the invaders. While the battle was a distraction, Thief E and the hero infiltrated the auction warehouse, driven by the goal of obtaining the Chaos artifact, which still remained out of their reach. The target was the Chaos artifact, but it was still out of their reach. The artifact was in the possession of a male auction manager who was about to use the last path to salvation, the teleportation magic circle. This magic circle allowed only 2 people to be transported a short distance, maximum to the nearest forest. The manager took with him the most valuable thing, the future queen of the elves, Sylvia. She was tied up like a cocoon. She looked like a precious commodity, not a person. Meanwhile, the magic circle began to glow. The activation was approaching, but at the most critical moment, Nasus intervened. He burst into the room, cutting down the mercenaries with one powerful swing of Endymion's sword. His strength was undeniable, and the enemies fell one after another, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The sword cut the manager's throat, and Sylvia fell to the ground, face down in the dirt and blood, unable to move after the trials and spells she had endured. Prince Nasus approached her not as a brother, but as a judge, harshly and mercilessly reproaching her for the consequences of her actions. He reminded her that many elves who had believed in her and sided with her were now destroyed, and the burden of this guilt lay on her. Nasus asked Sylvia how she was going to atone for her sins and correct the mistakes she had made. At that moment, Nasus's attention switched. He turned, and, as if he knew exactly where the hero was, calmly said for them to leave. Thief E lurked next to the hero, her voice shaking as she apologized for her carelessness. But the hero realized that the revelation occurred not because of the noise or light, but precisely because of her strong and specific smell, which attracted attention. Nasus did not look at the hero. His gaze, full of obsession and determination, was directed solely at the elf, whom he called a traitor. He revealed that he knew how Sylvia had ended up in captivity, and that it was the thief who had leaked the information, luring her into a trap and betraying her people. With this information, Nasus was able to establish contact with the hero, thus strengthening the relationship between humans and elves. As a future king, he could not ignore the attempt to harm members of the royal family and took it very seriously. But Nasus also understood that it was impossible to leave witnesses, because rumors about what happened would quickly spread throughout the kingdom. So he had no intention of leaving anyone alive and took out the sword Endymion, preparing to finish the job without further ado or hesitation. A fierce battle began. Hansu abruptly pushed the thief away, calmly declaring that he would deal with the enemy on his own, without anyone's help. Nasus struck with his sword Endymion, a mighty and swift blow, but hands dodged in time, deftly avoiding the blade's deadly touch. The prince insisted that there was no point in Hansu's spirits, since the time it took him to cut through Hansu was faster than the speed of the spirits. He managed to stop at the last moment, but the hero decisively pierced the body of Sylvia and Nasus at the same time with his sword, leaving no chance for salvation for either of them. The sister and brother fell next to each other, bleeding, as if symbolizing the tragedy and the breaking of family ties, which shocked everyone present. It was impossible not to notice this chaos, so Hans decided to revive Sylvia with the help of dark energy that gives a second life. It would be hard not to notice this mess, so Hans decided to revive Sylvia, thanks to dark energy. At that moment, unexpected guests appeared, and the hero, together with the thief, disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, dissolving into the shadows. When the elves arrived, they found only the body of Prince Nasus, lying lifeless on the ground, and Sylvia standing nearby, still able to stand on her feet. In tears and horror, they heard Sylvia calmly and firmly state the death of her brother, attributing to him heroism and selflessness in battle. She then promised to build a new kingdom where humans and elves would live together, united under her wise and just rule. And if anyone dares to rebel against this idea, even her own father will not escape her decisive action to remove the obstacles. The elves bowed their heads in submission, acknowledging her authority, and Sylvia became the new ruler of Elfheim, leading her people to new horizons. The hero's plan succeeded. Nasus was eliminated, Sylvia was rehabilitated, and even the artifact of chaos ended up in their hands. Its seal could only be removed by the blood of the Elfheim line, and Thief E, without further ado, performed this ritual. When the seal was removed, the hero felt it on an instinctive level, and something completely unexpected suddenly began to play in his mind. Awareness returned gradually, as if the soul were observing the world through a cloudy glass. Consciousness was present, but the body did not yet obey. He found himself inside the huge body of a man, covered in tattoos that pulsated with living force and ancient knowledge. He turned his head and saw that there was a girl lying next to him, her face hidden in shadows, and her breathing sounded softly in the silence. Hansu did not control this body. Perhaps it was the memory of the first hero, returned by the consciousness from the depths of memory, where time and space were intertwined. As soon as he crossed the invisible threshold, he soared into the sky, without wings and without any preparation, hovering easily and freely like a bird in the wind. The space around changed to a landscape of the sea coast. People were relaxing, children were laughing, splashing in the water. Among the vacationers, he noticed the necessary elf, hiding under a large umbrella, as if trying to hide his importance from prying eyes. It was the king of the elves, the very one who condemned his descendants to suffering and a hard fate. His figure radiated both power and hidden fatigue. The hero approached him without further ado, and a subtle, subtext-filled conversation began between them, in which each tried to understand the other. The elf asked with an ironic smile why such a busy man had arrived here ahead of time, since the summit was only supposed to take place in 2 days. The hero calmly asked to move the meeting at least 1 day forward, explaining it as a personal necessity that could not be postponed. The answer did not come immediately. The elf mentioned the importance of the summit. It was the first step towards the reunification of people and elves, an important diplomatic event. The transfer would mean a delay for representatives of the great races and nations. The elf expressed displeasure, suspecting personal reasons. The hero did not enter into an argument, but merely nodded quietly, because the reason for his request was truly deeply personal and could not be explained. The elf and the mysterious hero, whom the elf called the hero, although there was no direct confirmation, it was clear that the first hero stood before him. They moved to a cozy bar, where the hero carefully examined something in his hand, as if it were the key to the secrets of the past. It was a brooch, a modest piece of jewelry he had purchased for his wife many years ago, when he was still just a young mercenary. Back then, he wanted to be worthy of her love and protection, but now the brooch had returned to his hands as a symbol of forgotten hope and past mistakes. The elf wondered why such a significant thing was thrown away and abandoned in the trash, not realizing its true value. The hero admitted that the brooch protected the one who wore it. It was no longer just a decoration, but rather a magical amulet created from love and hope. Understanding the significance of the artifact, the Elven king expressed a sincere desire to receive it for his daughter as a symbol of the future connection between the peoples. The hero, calmly and without unnecessary words, handed over the brooch, as if apologizing for the delay of an important summit and demonstrating respect. Then, as if a curtain had fallen and the scene had changed, Hansu found himself in the dense forest above the black auction, where his true target was. Thief E noticed the hero throwing away the brooch, and her face distorted with horror, as if she had a premonition of the serious consequences of such an act. The hero asked her where the rest of the artifacts of chaos were, hoping to speed up the search and his plans. The thief admitted that they were on the southern continent, but refused to name the exact location, fearing for the safety of her family and not trusting them completely. She said she could not believe his intentions until she saw real evidence of his sincerity and willingness to cooperate. In this case, Hans decided that they needed to learn to trust each other, and he was ready to start first and tell about his home and past. But his family lived in another world, so even if he gave the address, it would not prove anything to the thief, and she would remain doubtful. So instead of his family, as a sign of trust, he decided to introduce her to his teacher, a man who had had a huge influence on him. The thief took this with awe, because the teacher of the savage hero inspired in her an almost mythical awe and respect. He assured her not to be afraid, because the teacher was actually a very gentle and kind person, despite his stern image. And so, the hero and his clumsy but promising companion set off along a winding road to a village full of secrets and promises, where a new stage of the journey awaited them. In that village lived Master Malin, a mysterious figure who could combine the past, present, and future in one wise glance. In fact, it turned out that the black box remained at the A-rank level, despite all efforts, as if frozen forever, waiting for the next step. Before reaching a rank, he grew on his own, as if driven by an inner impulse, but after that, he seemed to hit an invisible wall that swallowed up all progress. But Hansu then found a solution and went to Master Malin, the teacher he admired most in this fantasy world. In the wild wilderness, far from dusty roads and noisy cities, the hero lay on the grass, barely breathing. On his chest, Master Malin, a creature as incomprehensible as he was important, swayed lazily. For a long time, the hero could not understand why the development of the black box suddenly stalled. His skill level seemed to freeze before the last step, frozen on the threshold of perfection. He waited for a turning point, but the days dragged on in silence, and only after some time did he begin to realize that he was missing something and needed to think differently. Before that, he perceived the black box as a tool, like any other skill that could be improved if you tried and fought. He believed that he could be raised like anyone else, through experience, effort, perseverance, but now the hero realized that he was wrong about the most important thing. He remembered the first hero, the one who had walked this path before. Hansu always thought that he had created the black box himself. But the truth was different. The first hero was also a prisoner of this world. He used status, pumped up skills, collected levels, but at some point he broke free. He escaped, literally tore himself out of the system, out of the framework, and came up with his own power, an ability that could not be classified. Master Malin helped Hans to reveal the truth. Not directly, not with words, but with his silent, almost meditative movements. To understand him, one had to not listen, but feel, not think, but be, and then the secret, hidden under a layer of illusions, was revealed. When the hero's body relaxed and his mind cleared, something important happened. The black box finally broke through and reached S-Rank. This new effect, called recording, was not just a function, but a whole world within a world, something amazing and unique. Just like the first hero created the artifact of chaos, putting a part of his soul into it. It was reminiscent of how the first hero had put a part of himself into the artifact of chaos, as if leaving a message for those who could understand. Now the path to development lay through consciousness, mental strength, and not just physical strength and repeated combat. Hans remembered the fight with the prince over the ocean, when everything depended on the air, and he urgently needed to rise to avoid losing. Then Black Box responded to the inner call, and instead of defeat, he received wings that burst from his very soul. Now Hans sought to collect samples of the strongest creatures to become even more powerful. Among the possible candidates is Noebius's old companion, the supreme dragon of oblivion. With his poisonous body and tough scales, he could offer a lot in terms of evolution. Just as he was about to tell his group that they were going to the orc settlement for experience, an alarming sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Using the new effect of the black box, he accidentally awakened Noebius, who was already heading towards them, cutting through the clouds with his wings. His scales were darker than night, his body was gigantic, and one flap of his wings caused a storm, as if nature itself was afraid of him. As he approached, he greeted them not with words, but with a poisonous breath that covered the sky with a crimson fog and heavy air. A thick black mass fell to the ground like resin, slowly spreading and absorbing all living things around with its ominous cold. It poured down from the skies like a punishing force of nature, burning the grass and trees, turning green meadows into a lifeless and gloomy swamp, devoid of any hope. Hansu spread his huge wings and soared high into the sky, piercing the roar of the hurricane, which seemed to be trying to knock him off course. He intended to lead the dragon away from Master Malin in order to protect the master and avoid unnecessary losses in the battle. This dragon was once known as a fosterling of angels at the Hero Festival, a small, almost harmless and innocent beast that evoked only sympathy. But now, the hero was confronted with an ancient and terrible monster whose power could destroy all living things with its mere presence, causing fear and trembling. His strength level exceeded 1,000, and each of his skills, chaos, oblivion, poison, destruction, was deadly and destructive. He had no transcendental skills, but his very nature, ancient, all-consuming, and indomitable, made them completely unnecessary and superfluous. The dragon rushed to attack, and it seemed as if an entire building had fallen from the sky onto the hero, shaking the air and the earth with a mighty roar. The hero was thrown back with great force. He somersaulted through the air until he managed to right himself, fighting against the power of the wind and his own inertia. This required superhuman effort, because the wind raised by the dragon's wings was like a furious storm, threatening to destroy everything around. The giant flying monster shifted to the side, and the hero's vision failed. Old age took its toll, reducing reaction and accuracy of perception. Even Noebius' miss was a disaster, as the dragon's blow was comparable in strength and destruction to a mighty tsunami, sweeping away everything in its path. However, Noebius, the supreme dragon of oblivion, had long since stopped relying on sight. His senses were heightened by centuries of experience, and he could even sense fluctuations in mana. The hero's body shone because of the spirits of the elements attached to it: earth, fire, wind, water, and ether. This made him too visible, and indeed, a moment later the dragon roared, turned towards him, and opened its mouth, preparing to release a stream of deadly breath. The hero managed to activate the magic sword, filling it with experience points. The explosion caused by the collision of sword energy and dragon breath tore the sky into two halves, but the dragon's strength was much stronger, and Hansu crashed into the ground with great speed, taking the blow on himself, feeling the pain and resistance of every inch of his body. The spirits, tightly attached to his wounded body, anxiously tried to help and heal the wounds, but the hero refused their support, relying only on himself. Hansu was at a disadvantage in terms of skills, as his abilities were not his true strength, but merely a tool given to him by a fantasy god. It was a power given to him by the god of fantasy, and one day he could lose it if he was in such a disadvantageous situation. There were too many indications that the black box might not be his power, but a tool of the first hero, a being capable of influencing the will of others. This uncertainty made using the black box risky. The hero could not afford to be a puppet, and he knew that if he wanted to maintain control over himself, he had to rely only on personal strength. That's why he decided to conduct an experiment to engage in combat with a creature of this level for the first time, completely abandoning the support of the black box. This time Hansu changed his strategy. Instead of fighting directly, he began to climb up the dragon's body like a mountain climber, clinging to the cracks between the scales. He reached the wing and hoped to cut it off with the magic sword, but the blow passed into emptiness, and the dragon nimbly dodged the danger. At that moment, Noebius changed form, and there was no longer a dragon in front of the hero. Now stood the Draconid, a creature with gray skin, snake-like pupils, and a horn on its forehead. This was a whole new level of threat, a dragon in the body of a fighter whose strength approached what might one day be called divine. And among the other skills in his arsenal was something so ridiculous and terribly ironic that it was terrifying in itself: Z-Rank Taekwondo. Hansu came there because he felt a familiar energy, like an echo of long-forgotten times, but the Draconid turned out to be completely different from what he expected. Noebius, an ancient being once crushed by a hero in one of the past circles, began the fight with a casual remark that stirred buried images. He recognized something familiar in the hero, the imprint of a previous battle that he could not forget even after thousands of years of sleep. But instead of explanations and confessions, a blow followed, and everything that could be said dissolved in the fury of the movement. From the first moments, the dragon in human form showed brutal precision. His movements were flawless and frighteningly calculating. He moved like a true predator, as if he had studied the art of humans destroying each other and elevated it to the level of absolute savagery. And it wasn't just a copy of the fighting techniques, he had built them into his essence, as if the human body had revealed a new aspect of destruction to him. The fight between them became not just a duel, but a clash of worlds, philosophies, approaches to war, where each blow carried a symbol of strength and will. Hansu was once again thrown into the ground by a crushing blow, like a puppet thrown back by a monstrous force, but he did not lose his spirit. The Draconid's movements were calculated to the point of madness, kicks, sharp changes of direction. All of this served only one purpose: to crush. But Hans's perfect reaction, honed in hundreds of realities, allowed him to dodge with minimal gap while remaining in the fight. The Draconid was smaller and faster than his original form, allowing him to use complex fighting styles with monstrous efficiency. He rushed across the field, belched flames, even roared with a force that could have disorientated, but Hansu stood unwavering. But the breath, despite its brightness and force, no longer had the same destructive power, partly due to the change in the body. The hero withstood his onslaught, only slightly faltering, because over the years of fighting, he had developed resistance even to ancient poisons. And then Hansu went on the offensive, without waiting for the enemy to gain new strength, putting all his restrained determination into the blow. But the Draconid stopped his sword with one foot with frightening ease and didn't even flinch, demonstrating the difference in level. All the advantages were on the enemy's side. Hans did not have time to recover between attacks. Every second was worth its weight in blood. And then he realized that if he continued to hide his true power, he would definitely lose, and he activated that very dark energy. The blood that stained his entire body quickly disappeared, and his regeneration worked at its limit. In the second his body was again filled with power, strengthened by dark energy. Hansu's counterattack began. It was heavy, fast, filled with supernatural fury and determination that could not be stopped. The Dragonid met her not with fear, but with quiet sadness, because he understood that the end of his path was near and inevitable. The dragon tried to respond, but Hansu's divinity blocked all attacks, as if erecting an impenetrable shield. And yet the hero felt pain. Despite the SS-Rank effect of reflecting attacks, the impulse of blows passed through the defense. He didn't understand how the enemy was breaking through divinity, but the answer was simple: a technique called whip strike, which the dragon learned to destroy angels. Hansu asked why the Draconid hides his true skills and strength, hiding them under a mask of weakness. The Dragonid changed the subject and asked a strange question. Does the hero like this world, or is he just going with the flow? The hero honestly admitted that he did not enjoy this world, and the Draconid's eyes lit up with surprise for a moment, as if he had heard the echo of the first hero. And in the dragon's eyes, surprise flashed for a moment, as if he had heard the first hero himself from the last years of his life. And then the dragon collapsed. He could have been the winner if he had used his skills, but he didn't. Hansu asked to leave him something to remember the last minutes spent together, something that would remain forever. The Draconid only agreed to show his hidden skills, not wanting to open his heart any further. The hero did not expect to see anything unusual, but looking at the abilities, he froze, amazed by the depth and level of their development. The Dragonid had absolutely all the skills at the highest levels, even those that Hansu saw for the first time. Even in his dying moments, the dragon did not retreat from his principles. He never removed the seal of the black box, remaining true to himself until the end. Despite the imminent death, he did not cling to life, did not ask for mercy, did not allow himself weakness. He chose death with pride, and not life in humiliation. For the hero, this was a striking contrast, because he himself, as soon as he sensed a threat, immediately activated the black box without thinking. At that moment, he didn't feel like he had betrayed his pride. Rather, he had simply taken advantage of the insurance provided for emergencies. But now, watching his friend's body disappear, dissolving into the ground, he felt a pang of shame for the first time. Even though he survived, his pride had been damaged, and the lesson had been painful and bitter. However, he did not regret his choice, because life gave him a chance, and that meant there would be time to regain his lost dignity. He decided to start from scratch, laying a new foundation on a solid and unshakable foundation. Hansu decided to fly in the opposite direction, feeling that something was forcing him to change his route. But it seems he got too far ahead and stumbled upon a dungeon he had never seen before in all his playthroughs. Could it be that the dragon Noebius had left this place for him as a final riddle or test? It was not in vain that he flew all this way, because the dungeon was new, and he had high hopes for it. As he walked down the stairs, he saw in the darkness a multitude of purple eyes, flickering in the semi-darkness. There was a whole crowd of mysterious creatures known as ghouls gathered there, guarding the entrance. But Hans was not afraid of them. Despite the huge number of monsters, they only blocked his path. He spread his wings and charged, and the monsters scattered in all directions, too weak to harm him. Suddenly, another crowd of terrible creatures came to the rescue, threatening the hero from different sides. But this did not stop Hansa, on the contrary. It meant that something truly valuable was hidden there. Having killed all the ghouls, he flew through the traps, which were clearly set not just for the sake of it, but for the purpose of protection. Then he found himself in front of a descent down, where spirits illuminated the road, at the same time hinting at the safety of the path. At the very bottom, there was a door, and when Hansu opened it, he saw a strange science room filled with mechanisms. There were various motors and working tools there, obvious traces of some kind of science not connected with magic. Hansu found a diary written in Korean, its pages covered in neat handwriting. The text turned out to be a diary entry of a certain hero. He told how he realized that the world in which he found himself was an artificial garden created for his development. He tried to find a way to return to Earth, but during his school years, he was an outcast, and his grades left much to be desired, so the task was difficult for him. He then met a beautiful demon named Sosia, who rejected him, thereby hurting his feelings. But instead, she passed on all her knowledge to him, opening new horizons for his understanding. It was difficult for a schoolboy like him, But by persistently studying everything, using the skills from the fantasy world, he managed to find a way out. Eventually, this hero was able to create a machine that could return him to Earth, giving him hope for salvation. He was able to return to Earth thanks to a machine that he himself created or received. And yet he failed. The body remained in this world, and only an avatar created from experience points, which could be controlled remotely, was sent to Earth. The mechanism worked, but the price was a complete depletion of power, and in a week on Earth, he spent 7 years' worth of savings. He wrote about hunger, loneliness, and loss, all ending with the hero remaining in a fantasy world, in this place, locked forever. On the walls hung naive drawings that at first seemed like childish scribbles, but upon closer inspection, Hansu recognized them as the streets and houses of his home world. The hero thought that most likely he has a much higher level than that hero, and perhaps he will be given more time on Earth. But he didn't want to spend a lot of experience points, so he decided to just visit his parents and not interfere in big matters. He lay down in the capsule, and green gas enveloped his body, plunging him into a state between worlds. Opening his eyes, he was already on Earth, and he couldn't even believe his eyes at what he saw. Finally, he found himself in a modern civilization where people walked in the streets and cars drove noisily along the roads. But suddenly there was an explosion and a bright flash appeared in the sky, which immediately attracted Hans's attention. The explosion threw the hero several meters away, and he found himself under a pile of rocks, barely remaining on the edge of consciousness. Behind the red flash, the guy saw a girl. It was a Valkyrie ready for battle. Valkyrie noticed the hero and immediately moved to attack, swinging her sword. The girl's blow threw the guy out of the ground. The blow was so strong that he was thrown away from the capsule. There, ghouls were also waiting for him, but he didn't have time to fight them. He spread his wings and cut off their heads with his flight. He realized that he needed to meet the demon lord Pedanar in order to finally get to Earth. And that is where he headed, realizing that new challenges lay ahead. The hero flew towards the demon lord's fortress, guided not by a compass or a map, but by a precise three-dimensional map of the world that was stored deep within his mind, like a part of his very being, guiding and leading him through the darkness and emptiness. The terrace where the overlord had once dallied with the elven queen was now his landing point. He had torn down the roof for a dramatic entrance, and the rubble fell with a crash, announcing the start of the great battle. Hans decided to do without long introductions and get straight to the point, not giving the enemy time to think and say unnecessary words in order to maintain the advantage of surprise. Pedanar realized that the hero had undergone regression literally half a month ago, and for him, this meant that Hans had a rather low level of strength, and he still had a lot to learn and overcome. Therefore, the Lord was not afraid of the hero, calmly stood up and approached the guy, radiating dark energy around himself, like a threatening storm, ready to fall at any second. Pedanar suddenly dealt a strong and unexpected blow to Hans's stomach, causing him to momentarily experience sharp pain and surprise at the enemy's speed and power. This angered the hero, and he immediately launched a counterattack, seeking to prove his strength and not succumb to the onslaught of a powerful opponent. But Pedanar easily caught his fist in flight, as if playing with his opponent, showing superiority and control over the situation at any moment of the fight. The demon lord said that the hero was very weak and offered him to become stronger and then challenge him again. But Hans did not need additional explanations or mysterious secrets of the past of this world, because he had already learned everything he needed. The history of this fantasy world, so carefully hidden and guarded by the demon lord, was just a backdrop to him, an empty episode, no more significant than a ghostly dream that is easily forgotten with the dawn. Summoning the holy sword Nuklon, Hans noticed Pedanar's eyes flash with genuine interest, reflecting both challenge and respect for the power he saw before him. A real battle began, in which they exchanged powerful and swift blows, and the Lord's castle began to gradually collapse under the onslaught of their fierce confrontation. Seconds later, Pedanar's level suddenly dropped by almost 3 times, as if he had cast off the old shell and was preparing for a new stage of the battle, full of transformations and changes. But this was not a loss at all, but a real transformation, the birth of a new state, in which even greater strength and possibilities were hidden. The experience accumulated through various runs and trials was transformed into pure combat power, and the holy sword burst into a bright green flame, capable of destroying and breaking the foundations of this world. The blow was lightning fast and precise. Pedanar did not even try to dodge, fully accepting the course of events and the strength that the hero showed at that moment. The sword split not only Pedanar's body, but everything around him. The fortress that housed legions of demons, ferocious beasts, and even cute but dangerous slugs, all vanished under one wave of unbridled power. The world was once again plunged into silence, broken only by the quiet sound of the system interface, which, like an old storyteller, slowly accompanied the end of the epic story. The hero, who had gone through pain, cynicism, and endless reincarnations, was finally ready to learn his assessments and results, which became a reflection of his path and strength. After failing yet another recertification, Kang Han-soo watched with deep disappointment as his hopes of returning to Earth slowly crumbled away, like fragile dust carried by the wind into the abyss. His report card looked like a mockery of all his efforts, a reminder of the failure that he could not change, despite all his efforts and desires. F's fighting power, F's achievements, F's reputation, F's personality. This result was not only humiliating, it seemed downright unfair and illogical. Kang Han-soo had a deep understanding of what he was capable of, because the trials and victories he had gone through were undeniable and meaningful to him. He fought, won, and reached the top, but the system mercilessly pointed out his failure, because the destruction of a companion and the use of forbidden skills crossed out all his merits. La Nouvelle, his ever-present companion and support, greeted him again with the same feigned cheerfulness and unchanging smile, as if nothing had changed. Her welcoming speech was wordless, like a record on repeat, repeating the same phrases without a hint of sincerity. But this time, Han-soo was not alone. Another hero appeared, fair-haired, with a confident smile and a shining face. Hans, watching the new hero, experienced mixed feelings, from irritation to genuine interest, trying to understand who this person was and how he influenced those around him. After a short pause, they moved to meet the king, walking together through the halls of the castle with unshakable confidence. They first met Sir Alex, a man whose authority and wisdom were renowned throughout the kingdom, and who always remained the guardian of order. The new hero greeted Alex politely, and the Sword King immediately asked for the hero's help to defeat the Demon Lord together and save the kingdom from destruction. He made a good impression on Alex, who watched his new ally with interest and respect, while Hans stood aside, surprised at how he so easily gained trust. The new hero confidently announced that he would, of course, help defeat the Demon Lord, as this was not the first time he stood up to defend the kingdom in its darkest hours. Then he and Han-soo found themselves alone in the room, and the boy introduced himself. His name was Luke, his voice sounding confident and friendly despite the seriousness of the moment. Hans also introduced himself and immediately asked what Luke was doing there, since he was a graduate and didn't expect to see someone else with such experience. Luke said that he had fought for quite some time with the Valkyries, powerful and ferocious creatures whose strength exceeded most normal opponents. There were so many of them that the hero was defeated, and after he died, he reappeared in the fantasy world, as if he had received a second chance to fight. Hans thought about it, because he had never heard that after dying on Earth, a person could return to a fantasy world, and this made him reconsider his ideas about life and death. Then Hans asked how things were on Earth, because this was an important and disturbing question for everyone who dreamed of returning. Luke replied that the situation there was not very good, since most people were leading miserable and exhausting existences, and heroes like him represented only 30% of the planet's entire power. Then the new hero promised that he would tell Hans how to graduate quickly, because he needed power and they could help each other achieve their goals. Suddenly, a white dragon flew up to the kingdom, its powerful body shimmering in the sun, and it instantly noticed the two heroes at the window. The dragon released green flames from its huge mouth, and the fiery stream crashed down onto the ground with a roar, engulfing everything around in destruction. The kingdom turned to dust in the blink of an eye, and a strong explosion and a bright flash forced the hero to disconnect from reality, plunging him into a dark sleep. Opening his eyes, Hansu found himself in a desert, naked, with only an old cape protecting him from the scorching sun and wind, and an endless empty space stretching around him. The hero had no idea where he was until he heard a calm voice coming from right behind him. Behind him stood an unusual man with a predatory gaze and a confident posture, who called himself the god of the sword and said that Hansu was in the gym of the secondary school. He explained that ordinary school buildings cannot withstand the force of battles in which students of this caliber participate, because their power destroys the very structure of the building. Hansu thought for a moment that it was Miss Intern standing in front of him, just in the form of a man, due to their similar demeanor and aura. But he immediately refuted his guess, saying that he was a member of the student council, a senior colleague who oversees the progress of newcomers. Their conversation could have lasted longer, but there was already a sense of anxiety in the air. Uninvited guests were about to appear, bringing chaos. And indeed, a brutal girl appeared, sitting astride a white dragon, shining with an ominous light. She immediately entered into a squabble with the unique person, accusing him of betrayal, and in response heard the same accusation from him. He summoned something great and sacred, a being whose energy shook everything around him, preparing to clash with the dragon. The two giant beasts clashed in a brutal battle, their bodies crashing into each other as a storm of sand, magic, and roar engulfed the battlefield. The huge magical monsters scratched, bit, growled furiously. The cat made a high-pitched sound, and the dragon responded with a low roar. The wind howled, lifting sand, debris, and multicolored flashes of spells into the air, creating an apocalyptic picture. Suddenly, a new figure entered the chaos, a woman with predatory grace and a cold gaze, specializing in stalking and intrigue. She calmly told the hero that the man standing next to him was not really who he claimed to be, and simply wanted to lure him over to her side. Hans asked if they were talking about the first hero, whose name still lingers in the legends of this world and causes excitement. The girl confirmed, saying that once he was indeed called the first, but now he has become the king, ruling the entire galaxy and many worlds. Hansu thought about it, because it was strange to him why such a great ruler would hire him if he should have countless followers. She explained that it was just the opposite, because the earth he ruled was empty, and there were no qualified people left there. After all, there were only the prince and the hero on that planet, and it was Hansu who personally destroyed both of them, changing the course of events. Then Hansu raised the most important question concerning the fantasy god, the creator of this entire world and the keeper of its balance. He was called the Rector, the creator of the academy, the educator of heroes. He held this world in his hands, like skillfully trained dogs. His weapons were not swords and armies, but graduates who hunted those who did not obey the rules. This mysterious god held the world in his power, like skillfully trained dogs, directing graduates to hunt for rule breakers. She then asked Hans to hand over the holy sword and come over to their side, promising that their master would provide him with better treatment. The genius man heard the conversation and began to shout at the hero not to listen to them, since the first hero was afraid of his potential. But Hans realized that he was already an elementary school student, so whatever he did here would hardly affect his report card. Realizing that the strict rules of this world no longer applied to him, he threw off all restrictions, releasing the pent-up power within. The black box opened, revealing an abyss, level, skills, status. Everything sparkled, shimmered, flipped through, like an endless list of destruction and possibilities. His body was filled with a power too great to be contained or explained by common sense and logic. His profession became Demon Lord, and his level rose to almost 3,000, making him a real force capable of changing destinies. He appeared, a giant Hansu, created from sand, magic, and narcissistic grandeur, like the embodiment of strength and power itself. Its dimensions were so enormous that they could not be accurately measured, and its presence filled the space, as if the earth itself trembled under its steps. The giant moved in response to the silent command, his every movement filled with inexorable determination and overwhelming power. The dragon and the tiger stopped their fight the moment two massive hands closed around their necks, leaving no chance for escape. The bones cracked from the intense compression, the giants fell to the ground, and the battle instantly stopped, leaving behind only an oppressive silence. Everyone who had fought up until that moment disappeared in panic, like dust carried away by a storm, and only he remained on the field, his gaze directed forward into the bottomless void. And in this emptiness there was one single question that haunted me. Who's next? Quiet moans came from the sand, and the red-haired girl who remained alive moved to attack, thirsting for revenge for the fallen dragon. But Hans managed to strike before she got close, with a powerful kick that would have made it difficult for anyone to get up. Suddenly, the second survivor attacked him from behind, but the hero's spirits met her swift attack with an unexpected and brutal defense. She certainly didn't expect that the spirits, once virtuous creatures, would now play in the angel's head, bringing out unpleasant memories. She screamed, thrashed in panic, but in the end the desert swallowed her up, leaving only an echo of her resistance. However, one remained. A guy from the council raised his sword and tried to speak, justify himself, appealed to his status and merits. But it was of no use, for the giant trampled him methodically and without rage, like a man wiping dirt from the sole of his boot. The lies about the elder, the council, and the rank only added fuel to the fire, making each blow even more painful and humiliating. If he had really been a high school graduate, he would not have fallen so easily. It was an insult to common sense itself. Each new crush of the heel was accompanied by an internal commentary: the elder cannot be such a weakling, and each blow was payment for the lie. The system recorded the result, and the hero's level rose to 3,500, opening up new horizons and opportunities. The skills became too numerous and powerful, so before returning to elementary school, he decided to seal some of the knowledge in a black box. His eyes slid down the list, where many skills had already reached their limit, and the task of increasing Z to ZZ seemed difficult, but the choice was from the best skills. The spirit was perfectly combined with the characteristics of the race, which made it extremely useful and strong among the hero's skills. Invention, a skill into which he had invested a great deal of effort and which fueled all his decisions, tricks, and ruses, deserved special attention and development. And now the moment came when it was necessary to choose which of them to elevate to a new level, opening up new possibilities and facets of power. Hansu's abilities have been reduced due to his previous abilities being merged into one powerful and versatile one, changing his capabilities and approach to combat. The new ability was the ability to appoint spirits, but the hero did not understand at first what this meant, since it was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon and was somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, he saw a thin female hand slowly emerge from the sand, as if awakening to life and ready for action. It was the same red-haired girl who, despite all the trials, managed to survive and was now determined to punish the guy for the harm he had caused. The attempt to attack with wings failed. The wings did not appear, and instead of holy grandeur, trembling, confusion, and a hunched back appeared in her appearance, betraying internal metamorphoses. He already knew the reason. The new status clearly spoke for itself. She ceased to be an angel and turned into a spirit, one of those who could now be subjugated to her will. Hansu jokingly asked to be called her master, and although the words were spoken with a smile, the command worked, surprising everyone around. The former angel complied, not fully understanding what was happening, and Hansu nicknamed her Spirit D, denoting her new place in his power hierarchy. The price for salvation turned out to be high. The hero gave part of his soul, experience, and level to make her a spirit and keep her close, despite the losses. That's why the level dropped sharply, but he didn't regret it, because the experiment was worth it, and most importantly, now it was clear how this complex mechanism worked. He decided to test the new method again, and immediately 3 different persons appeared before him, each with their own history and meaning. The first to appear was the old prince, who burst in with a scandal and a shout, but he was unable to resist. His naked body and impressive status commanded respect, and Hansu called him the Spirit of A. Then an elf, the previous owner of the Holy Sword, appeared, and Hans gave him the name Spirit B, remembering the past and the events that connected them. This same elf once blew himself up in order to drag Hansa back into a senseless fantasy whirlwind, leaving an indelible mark on his fate. The third to appear was she, an elf with a siren's smile and eyes of complete submission, whom Hans named Spirit C, symbolizing her new role and power. The golem, in which the strongest soul had entered, finally acquired a physical body, along with faith, devotion, and uninvited excitement. This was it, the new power on his side. Hansu then ordered them to rest until he called again, and the spirits' bodies disappeared in just a few seconds, dissolving into thin air. Even though Hansu still had experience points left, he couldn't appoint everyone he wanted as spirits, because the system had its limitations and secrets. He couldn't summon, for example, fantasy dwellers, earth dwellers, and also divided souls, and he was interested in how this situation could be corrected and the possibilities expanded. Perhaps the answer was to remain a hero with a whole soul, which would give access to more powerful spirits, but this took time and practice. At that moment, the intern, whom he had not seen for almost 7 years, responded to his thoughts, and her voice brought fresh information and hope. She said that the capital of the Holy Kingdom, over the years of oblivion, had turned into a lush forest, a temple of nature that had grown on the ruins of a once prosperous civilization. Instead of people, spirits now walked the streets, and the palace and the main temple served as centers of attraction for mystical forces, not bureaucracy and religion, changing the face of the world. Hans couldn't believe what he heard, spread his wings and rose into the sky to see with his own eyes what was happening in the capital. From above, a post-apocalyptic landscape opened up, scraps of the human world, thickly covered with greenery, magic, and softly glowing mysterious entities that filled the space with life. The reason for the failure turned out to be simple and at the same time brilliant. The birth rate of demons increased sharply, disrupting the established balance and changing the rules of the game. It was as if someone had turned up the slider in the world settings, and now a demon could crawl out of every bush, spreading chaos and threat everywhere. The balance was broken, but no one complained, because it was an unofficial patch, implemented by the demon lord Pedanar himself, who interfered with the world at his own discretion. So Hans decided that it was worth trying to clear out all the accumulated work at once, gathering all the strength and will accumulated over 7 long years of struggle. 7 years have passed since the conquest of the human world, and those from whom Hansu expected fierce resistance have proven to be much more receptive to change and new circumstances than one might have initially imagined. Was it because people were treated the same regardless of who was in power, the king or the demon lord, that this unexpected calm arose? Many men were conscripted into military service to prevent the demon invasion, so there were significantly more women than men in the cities, which changed the usual face of society. But soon the vacant places of men were taken by demons, who began to influence the life and structure of cities, changing the usual way of life. At first, all the demons thought with disdain how they would live with the dirty little people, and how they would tolerate their existence on their land. But the male demon changed his mind when he met a girl who understood him differently than other demons, showing rare empathy and respect. After that, he took the place of her ex-husband, who only tormented her and disappeared from her life long ago, giving a chance for a new, happier chapter. His life as a demon became happier than ever before, filling his existence with light and warmth. Until Hansu arrived, deciding to cleanse the world of demons and bring order back to this battered world. The hero instantly destroyed the demon, and the cleansing of the land began like a new dawn, illuminating the darkness and fear. He was accompanied by spirits, those who had once fought with him to the last, whom he had defeated, subdued and revived in the form of spirits, devoted and ready to go with him. There was relative peace and tranquility in the kingdom of the elves, unlike other regions of the continent where bloody full-scale battles raged. Here, only occasional clashes occurred on the border of steep mountains, and even such seemingly minor losses were critical for a fragile and small people. But Hansu came to their aid, holding in his hands the singing spirit S, who had the power to destroy demons with her powerful and mesmerizing music. And together with his spirits, he quickly cleared Elfheim of evil demons, returning light and hope to this ancient land. Then he ordered them to disappear, and he himself went on, without stopping and preparing for new trials on his way. Kang Hansu's path led him to some shelter, which turned out to be far from empty and contained ancient secrets and power. Here lived the Elf Fee, one of the most ancient guardians of Elfheim, keeping centuries of knowledge and experience that were priceless. As soon as the hero crossed the threshold, she tried to enslave his mind, using the same techniques as in the 8th playthrough, hoping to win. And once again she failed, because even without protection from mental influence, he was able to withstand her powerful onslaught and maintain clarity of thought. One kiss lowered Elf B's level to 0, and the hero himself soared from level 1 to 1,500, striking everyone with his strength and potential. However, it was not a matter of intrigue or passion, but rather that deep within the volcano there was something far more important, a creature bound to the altar by demonic chains that could not be ignored. The first spirit, older than all living things, was bound but not broken, and met Hansa with reproach for his tardiness and indecision at the right moment. But she recognized him not only as a hero, but also as a spirit born from man, remembering his entire first essence and all the stages of evolution through which he passed. The conversation between them was brief but rich in meaning, for Hans wanted to know the essence of his spirit and the nature of the bond that now bound them together forever. But the spirit, as before, acted according to its own rules. First freedom, and then comes knowledge and awareness of the depths. The hero, with a heavy heart, freed her from the chains, giving the spirit the long-awaited freedom and the opportunity to regain strength and will. She told him that he had been reborn as a spirit, and his attribute was now a human, which combined the two entities into one powerful being. In its essence, it seemed like a sophisticated mockery of the one who had overcome the divine limits and dared to look above the heavens themselves. It felt like a mockery, like a slap in the face to someone who had gone through so much and risen above the ordinary mortal. Was transcendence really just an illusion? The skill for which he fought gods and monsters became nothing more than an empty symbol that had lost its meaning. Anger boiled inside him. The fantasy world was again trying to humiliate him, impose limits, force him into an assigned role. The first spirit, sitting on his body like a cat on a favorite chair, explained to him the essence of what was happening. The attribute of man was not a punishment, but a feature. This meant that he absorbed all the variability, unpredictability, potential power of humanity, only on a new level. He is now a spirit, but with unlimited freedom of action, with the potential to change the very essence of reality. She called it an attribute of space and time, because only a person is able to reflect on the past, change the present, and dream about the future, not a god or a demon, but only he. She then asked with interest if he was going to go to the Demon Lord, to which Hans nodded firmly. She hinted that their meeting would not be the last, but Hans made it clear that there would be no second time in this cycle. because he saved a continent that was destroyed by an accident without even using forbidden skills. And the spirits were obtained legally, using skill, so there was no reason for failure. Now the moment had come when it was time to return home, to where it all began and where it all had to end. An army of demons formed a barrier, blocking the path of Hans and his companions, trying to stop the hero's return. But the just hero walked straight through their ranks without hesitation, as if he himself dreamed of the upcoming battle. The spirits of the hero, ancient and powerful creatures who had long since passed their path, were not the weak companions that once accompanied the hero. Together they reached the demon lord's castle, passing through countless corpses and obstacles. Breaking the door with his foot, the hero stepped inside. Inside, as before, Pedanar sat on his throne, as if nothing had happened and as if he did not expect any changes. Hans, of course, wanted to talk to him, but he understood that it would negatively affect his personality assessment, so he had to attack. The ruler spoke about the future with barely concealed irony, hinting that the hero could become his son-in-law. The hero only snorted and prepared for battle. It lasted no more than a moment. Without the holy sword and the power of friendship, the hero held back the level on purpose, and this played a role. His spirits dealt with Pedanar with incredible precision and power, turning him into dust, leaving only a shadow of his former self. And the Pedanar fell. Without even really opposing Hans, it seems that it has never been so easy for the hero. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the examiner, summing up the adventure, was heard in space, and the hero checked his report card with bated breath. The grades were perfect, and the congratulations sounded so pompous and false that they caused irritation with their ostentatious solemnity. But the hero decided to remain silent and not waste emotions on the completed exam. The ceremony ended, and the golden light, permeated with soft warmth, enveloped the hero with such softness as if it was saying goodbye to him until the next round of this crazy fantasy journey. Hansu opened his eyes in a comfortable chair, surrounded by a luxurious atmosphere, and immediately felt that he was in a place where nobility and comfort were intertwined into one. A soft breeze stirred the curtains by the window, the furniture gleamed with polish, and the scent of expensive books filled the air with tranquility. Next to her stood a girl in a maid's uniform, with a perfectly poised posture, like a doll from a shop window. She seemed too perfect to be an ordinary servant. Despite her appearance, her power was immediately felt. There was no sense of weakness in her, like in ordinary maids. Hansu asked a question, and the answer confirmed his suspicions. He was at the alumni festival. But now everything has changed, because previously participation was voluntary, but now it has become mandatory. Moreover, living conditions and comfort level depended on the rank of the graduate. This was blatant discrimination. She prepared an exquisite dinner, and while he ate, she explained that discrimination was a measure taken to maintain competition and prevent a decline in the quality of heroes. The god of this world did not want any more failures like Luke, the hero whose fame did not match his abilities. Hansu asked what would happen if the hero lost, whether he would then be able to return to Earth, and her calm answer only confirmed the hero's fears. She explained that participation was mandatory, and if the hero failed, he would lose everything, including his rank, skills, and accumulated experience, starting his journey anew in this world. If he falls to the FFF rank and finds himself on the brink again, he will return to Earth, but not as a winner, but as someone who failed the task. The loss of all skills and the obligation to work off the time spent in the system made such a return more of a punishment than a long-awaited salvation. In Hansu's case, the term of work would be 5 years, which came as a surprise to him, because he thought that only 3 years had passed, and not 5. 2 years after his defeat passed unnoticed, and only now did he realize how long his temporary isolation from his home world had stretched out. Realizing how harsh the rules were, he asked the main question, "Is there a way he can get out of here with honor and strength?" The maid named 2 ways. The first was to take a place in the top 5 among all graduates. First place grants a ticket to high school and membership in the student council. as well as unconditional recognition from the entire system. Second place, Premium Holy Sword and the same ticket. Third, instant return to homeland with a gift. Fourth place, Almighty Guardian Angel, instant return. And last, fifth place, Tears of the Elven King, instant return. When Hansu inquired about the second method, she said that there was another way, to defeat the first hero at the moment of his greatest power, and that it should happen at the very second, when he had already defeated the Demon Lord and reached the peak of his power, becoming a legend in this world. Hans did not believe that the real first hero would be in front of him, because if he were recreated in full, the surrounding space would not be able to withstand it. But the maid only smiled reservedly and explained that full information about him was hidden, and Hans was not yet supposed to know everything about this test. Hansu accepted the badge, realizing that it served several purposes at once: identification, surveillance, and even a talisman against death. The maid led him around the elementary school grounds, each step a reminder that the rules had become stricter and the system more merciless. Between the two main buildings there was a tent camp, a pitiful refuge for those who could not even get into the basement, becoming outcasts. There were graduates of F rank and below. They had no roof, no toilet, no future, complete discrimination. Low-ranking heroes, when they saw Hansu's S-rank badge, immediately began asking him to join their squad to help with missions. Hans only chuckled, cold and confident, before calling upon his holy ally to show who he preferred to work with. The crowd froze in silence, and then a murmur of recognition swept through their ranks, followed by a wave of genuine shock and awe. The path to the city passed without resistance. Although it would have been possible to fly over the walls, Hansu did not shirk the formalities. The saint also returned to her homeland. For her, this world was not alien, but on the contrary, familiar, native, albeit modified. The Festival of Heroes was just a pretty cover for a much more brutal reality. Formally, it was a chance, a test, an opportunity for those called to prove themselves, but in reality, it was a social meat grinder, where only 5 could count on freedom and a decent future. Those who took first and second place were sent to a secondary education course, where new horizons of strength and knowledge opened up. Heroes in 3rd through 5th place could return to Earth, rewarded but tired. All the rest remained for 20 years in a system where rank was everything and discrimination was an integral part of the order. Hansu knew this too well. He was not aiming for the top, he was running from the bottom. While thinking about this, Hansu witnessed a female conflict involving a certain red-haired girl and Victoria. They accused her of throwing gear around, and that she was trying to curry favor, and that she was flirting with their boyfriends. Victoria is a business lady. She said that she doesn't throw things around, but pays for what she gets, and she said that a lot of guys pester her. And then she said that she already had a boyfriend and pointed her finger at Hansa. The hero, meanwhile, did not understand at all what was happening there. The girl went on the attack with her assistants, and behind her stood a whole army, which she brought with her. Victoria immediately jumped into Hans's arms and asked for help, otherwise they would destroy her. When he asked why he needed to protect her, she said that she had valuable information that he needed. She said that his parents were safe, and she found them before the Valkyries attacked the Earth. And she did this allegedly not to learn more about Hansu, but because she is also a hero who protects people. Then she said that she placed them in the safest place, and as soon as he helps her, she will tell where. There was no point in avoiding it. He was already the center of attention anyway, and the crowd, scorched by his gaze, began to whisper. Hansu stepped forward, and with a swing of his sword cut the heads of the first warriors who stepped towards him. Victoria was surprised because she didn't expect that Hans knew how to express gratitude. The surviving part of the warriors were also surprised by the strength of the S-rank hero, but they thought that if they all rushed into battle together, they would be able to cope with him. But they didn't know if he had any other skills, but they still went on the attack. He activated the black box and dark energy. The Lord profession was immediately activated with all skills at full power. He looked like a symbol of good, not an archetype of evil, and no one could imagine that the Demon Lord stood before them. But the system was not interested in logic. It worked according to a pre-written scenario, and a notification popped up on all the festival boards. It was said that the demon lord Pedanar, who lost to the first hero and was once sealed, had awakened again, and fearing the power of the new heroes, he decided to strike directly at the dorm where they lived. Heroes who contributed to the defense of the dormitory will be selected. The best 5 will receive a reward. Then the system decided to show where the demon lord was and pointed an arrow straight at Hansa. He looked up, and his gaze met a bright, blinking arrow, pointing unwaveringly at him, as if there were no other candidates in the entire area. He stood in the open air, where the system's arrow pointed with frightening precision straight at him, as if marking a target that the whole world was watching. And even though the black box had already been deactivated, the mark of suspicion did not disappear, just as the crowd of heroes that was increasingly surrounding it did not disappear. Some claimed that he was a fake, created by the system for the sake of spectacle, and this accusation fueled their envy, hatred, and determination to attack. They were irritated by the very possibility that someone could be stronger, more honest, higher, and they moved to attack him. But Hansu cut through his enemies with one swing of his sword, his blade ripping through the air and bodies, leaving no chance for resistance. It was at that moment that he raised his hand, and in it appeared the holy sword Nucleon, a sword that was born in the star of oblivion, a symbol of the legacy of the heroes. The crowd called the holy sword a fake, accused it of deception, tried to turn a blind eye to the obvious, and even the sword that radiated the power of heaven could not shake their delusion. The mages tried to attack from a distance, releasing spirits and spells, hoping to contain the one they could not understand. But their magic betrayed them, and the shamans lost control. The 5-element spells died out in the bud, refusing to obey their masters. The power of the spirits turned away from the magicians and became a talisman for Hansu, as if responding to his presence with awe and respect. But there were those who nevertheless approached, breaking through the seething chaos of spirits. They hoped that the sword would be able to where magic was powerless. But he raised his sword, Nucleon, and its blade shone, dispelling the shadow, confirming the truth. Before them was not a demon lord, but a hero. The sword cut through the air, smoothly, precisely, between the cervical vertebrae, 1, 2, 3, and their heads rolled across the grass, and their bodies collapsed, devastated. There were screams, faces were distorted with pain and horror, bodies crumbled, and with them pride. He watched everything calmly, but only one thing really surprised him: experience points. Hansu could not absorb their souls. The crowd, recently full of hatred, was now choking with fear, and the heroes, who considered themselves the pinnacle of power, scattered and fled. Soon he found himself in his room. He drank tea prepared by Ellis, the S-Rank maid. It warmed him up pleasantly after the hot bath. They reported that there was 2 pieces of news, good and bad, and Hansu chose to start with the bad. The bad news was that he couldn't leave the dorm. The system has recognized him as a demon lord, and now, until the alarm goes away, his movements will be restricted for at least 5 days. Of course, this conclusion was not directed against him. It was an attempt by the system to maintain the illusion of security for other participants. But there was good news. The system failure that caused the mass deaths of graduates was recognized as an official error, and now he was entitled to compensation. As a consolation and reward, he was given access to the 5th floor, an area for max rank that no living participant had ever visited before. The entire floor was provided for personal use, space, amenities, privileges, everything to make amends for the system's guilt. There was a pool with a mermaid living in it, a garden and stables run by elves, a forge and library run by dwarves, a bathhouse and sauna maintained by spirits, a restaurant and massage parlor under the supervision of angels. There was even a laboratory and training area where you could practice your skills by fighting demon models in a safe environment. Ellis led him to the dining room, and even he, accustomed to luxury, was impressed by the scale, attention to detail, and subtle aesthetics. One of the walls was completely glass, and behind it was a huge pool, reflecting the light like a mirror between worlds. The atmosphere was reminiscent of an elite restaurant with an aquarium, only instead of silent fish, there were mermaids who, noticing his appearance, pressed themselves against the glass like exotic models posing in a shop window. It was at this moment, when he was about to enjoy the moment, that a familiar male voice rang out, confident and with a hint of lazy contempt. Hansu turned around and stood still as a statue in an expensive tuxedo, more suitable for a reception in the highest circles of the aristocracy, sat a man with black hair and skin the color of a dark ruby. He needed no introduction. He was the demon lord Pedanar. He sat with his tie casually loosened, and his posture betrayed a weariness that was not physical but existential. As it turns out, after the system itself was tricked and the main character was mistaken for the demon lord, the original was essentially unemployed. The hero stood in front of him and, for a moment, meeting the gaze of the one he had defeated or tried to destroy so many times, suddenly realized that even the demon lords were suffering from unemployment. And while logic dictated that the throne could not be taken by simply putting on the crown, reality worked differently. The system decided that if one hero pretended to be the demon lord, then the real one did not belong there. Things might have turned out differently if Pedanar had been just another overlord, but he turned out to be closer to an actor on a forgotten stage than to a ruler. However, he did not blame Hansa, because the food here was tastier and the atmosphere more pleasant than in that dull throne room where he usually got bored. The Pedanar noted with a smile that if they lived together, then they should pay half for the food, otherwise the dinner could be considered an official contract. After a not very successful joke, he offered Hans something truly valuable, knowledge about moving between dimensions, rare and forgotten. However, this required the approval of his sister, whose will extended even to such matters as spatial navigation. The hero became furious, because he did not understand how the Lord could know about his sister, especially if they were all characters from another dimension. The Demon Lord spoke of his origins. He was the first living being born in the darkness of space. His sister, who survived the great explosion, became an angel. Their first battle defined history. The victors became angels, and the losers became demons, and that's how history was written. If we are to believe his words, the god of this world is the first angel, and judging by his tone, he is not the most honest scriptwriter. And when demonic darkness and angelic light first united against nature, against common sense, a being appeared that belonged to neither side, possessing balance and power, and thus the first hero was born. He could fight the demon lord single-handedly and became a symbol of the synthesis of opposites. And so skills were born, and whoever possessed evil skills had to stick to at least one side. After a pause, Pedanar remembered a forgotten technique, so powerful that even the owner himself risked disappearing when it was activated. So powerful that it could destroy the owner himself, and so ancient that it did not even have a name in the system. Technology made up about 30% of the entire universe, and people called it the mysterious dark matter, possessing incomprehensible power and influence on the world around them. This force was capable of bending space around itself, manipulating gravity, so that it seemed as if reality itself was subject to its will and law. Pedanar exerted minimal influence on dark matter at the cost of his eternal life, giving himself entirely to control this powerful force rather than through gravity. Pedanar used this power without limit, while Hansu, watching the destroyed floor, the flooded floor, and the temporary pool built for the mermaids, silently shook his head. But the rate of matter restoration was higher than the rate of its absorption, so it was necessary to be careful when using this power in battles and experiments. The training was completed, and Hans went outside the room while preserving himself because he did not become a demon, but remained himself despite the acquired abilities. He left the room, destroying the floor, not for show, but to test and feel his own strength, which he had only just begun to comprehend. Having broken even the ground beneath him, He scattered all the heroes around, sending them in different directions and demonstrating the power of his blow. Then, taking the sword Nuklon in his hands, he continued to destroy the enemies one after another, not giving them the slightest chance to resist. He attacked everyone who stood in his way without regard for the number or strength of his opponents, because he had one goal: to clear the space. The guards tried to stop him using grenades and firearms, but this was clearly not enough against his power. It was not magic, and the spirits could not help them cope with the wounds from the bullets, because it was something else, beyond their capabilities. Hansu pushed them back with one movement, using powerful magic that seemed invincible and destructive. Nothing could stop him. It was like he was a cheater in the game, breaking all the rules and laws to achieve his goal. The soldiers did not give up despite the defeats. They lined up in a tight formation and continued the offensive, relying on their numerical superiority. He used the vibrational principles to send a powerful blow at the dark matter, and the enemies fell one after another like comets that no one wanted to see in their path. Among them, only one remained alive, but Hansu did not want to leave anyone alive, considering it his mission and necessity. Just as he raised his Nuklon sword to deliver the finishing blow, someone suddenly stopped his hand, disrupting the flow of the fight and causing him to freeze. It turned out to be the curator of senior courses of education, a man with authority and power, capable of intervening at the most decisive moment. Could it be that the curator had come specifically to expel Hansa and prevent him from continuing on a path that seemed so dangerous and unpredictable? The hero firmly repeated that he did all this only in order to return to Earth and find the life that he once lost. The teacher stated that even with such a level of ability, refusing to enroll in secondary education was a clear act of betrayal and an attack on the future of the Earth and humanity. Hans didn't like his words. He wondered if he thought he was somehow special and above the others to make such judgments. He launched the dark matter straight at the curator, hoping to strike him with a blow he couldn't dodge. But the curator easily dodged, and they quickly found themselves in close combat, where every attack could be decisive. The force of their collision was so powerful that it seemed as if the whole world shook, and a huge flash washed away everything around, causing the earth to shake. Hansu thought that if the curator could dodge that attack, it could have destroyed even him if it had hit its target. The teacher had the ability to read minds, and therefore knew Hans's every next step, as if he were reading an open book. The hero tried to continue attacking, but each of his blows was predicted and stopped by the hand of the curator, not giving the slightest chance of success. Hansu was adamant that he would not stop or retreat until he was forcibly returned to Earth, to the life he sought to regain. The curator explained that if he did end up there, he would lose the battle for the land, because the opponents there were much stronger than the graduates that Hans had defeated without difficulty. But Hans wanted to return to his parents and enjoy the simple, modern life that he had lost so long ago, dreaming of the usual peace. The curator promised to send employees to protect his family, and advised the hero himself to recover and gain strength before the next trials. The teacher assured that the secondary education course would support Hansu in this, after which he disappeared without a trace, leaving the boy with new thoughts. Hans realized that the curator was right, because in the fight, he was able to inflict only a small amount of damage, which proved that he had not yet fully mastered the new abilities and techniques. However, he had the time and opportunity he needed to get used to his strength, so he decided to take a break and calm down in order to better prepare. However, he had already been given the SSS rank, and the next playthrough was definitely supposed to be decisive and lead to the end of the whole story.